Earth falls into the apocalypse, overrun by rampant zombies. Our main character is Jiang Xiaoyong. He had a loyal group of friends, but his naive trust allowed that toxic couple, Cui Jing and Li Shusheng, to utterly betray him. Not only did his friends lose their lives, but he was also torn apart by zombies until his body was barely recognizable. Drawing his final breath, Jiang Xiaoyong swore a bloody oath that if he ever got a second chance at life, he would make that vile couple pay in blood. But wait, it seems heaven actually heard his desperate, dying prayer because the universe does something crazy. Waking up completely healthy, Jiang Xiaoyong realizes he doesn't have a single scratch on his entire body. First thing he notices is a pair of long, flawless legs right in front of him. Jiang Xiaoyong, what is that supposed to mean? Why is my name still not added to the property deed yet? Do you actually even love me anymore? Hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Xiaoyong completely panics. This nagging voice, this face, this body, isn't this Cui Jing? Could it be that he has actually regressed back to the time before the entire apocalypse began? In his past life, Cui Jing completely played him for a fool. She did not just swindle his entire inheritance left behind by his parents. She literally left him homeless on the streets. Right after that, the global disaster struck, turning almost all of humanity into bloodthirsty zombies hunting down survivors. The entire world fell into absolute chaos. Relying on the loyal friends he made while surviving on the streets, Jiang Xiaoyong built a secure, safe zone to survive the end of the world. Yet, he still had a massive weakness for her. Not long after, Cui Jing showed up pretending to be a helpless survivor begging for shelter, slowly worming her way back into his good graces. But in reality, she was just a deadly trap sent by his enemies to destroy his shelter. The moment everyone let their guard down, Cui Jing secretly opened the gates, letting the horde flood in and causing the horrific tragedy of his past life. Also, the bride price must be 400,000, and do not dare miss a single cent. Back in reality, Cui Jing keeps nagging relentlessly, making Jiang Xiaoyong feel absolute disgust. Now that he has seen right through her fake act, he realizes this woman is nothing but a venomous snake. No amount of pretty looks or a great body can fix her trash personality, but he cannot act on impulse just yet. Instead, he wants Cui Jing and every single traitor from his past life to suffer slowly, feeling the exact same agony he did. Are you even listening to me? I am giving you exactly 1 week, but before Cui Jing can finish her sentence, Jiang Xiaoyong kicks her straight out of the apartment. Fine, I got it. Just get out of here right now. Slam! The door shuts, leaving Cui Jing completely stunned. She has no idea why Jiang Xiaoyong is acting so aggressive, especially since he used to be a pathetic simp who did everything she asked. With her gone, his apartment finally gets some peace and quiet. He glances at the clock on his desk. He still has exactly 1 month left before the end of the world. The most urgent priority right now is preparing for the actual apocalypse, not dealing with that toxic gold digger. Then, the ultimate cheat drops just like every legendary rebirth story. Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly awakens his very own cheat system. He discovers this power when it suddenly assigns his very first mission. The mission is called Disaster Preparation, requiring him to own a plot of land and stock up on a whole year of supplies. The reward is just 1 system point. These points can be traded for valuable rewards inside the special system mall. Even though he does not know how useful this system is yet, just seeing that he can exchange points for epic rewards makes Jiang Xiaoyong incredibly excited. He quickly clicks on the system store to check things out. Right now, the store is listing 3 special items: a physical enhancement potion for 20 points, an apocalyptic farmer supply box for 2 points, and a main character supply box for 10 points. If he wants to refresh the store for other items, it will cost him 2 points. Right now, Jiang Xiaoyong does not have any points, so he needs to start grinding fast. Just as he thinks this, his stomach begins to growl loudly. He almost completely forgot that at this exact time in his past life, he starved himself every single day just to scrape together Cui Jing's massive bride price, leaving him severely malnourished. Now that he has a second chance at life, he decides to treat himself right. After all, in only 1 month, this entire world will be crawling with flesh-eating zombies. Before that nightmare actually begins, Jiang Xiaoyong wants to enjoy as much delicious food as he possibly can. He decides to go all out by ordering food from a legendary 3-star Michelin restaurant, where even a simple braised pork belly dish costs a whopping 300 yuan. Taking his first bite, his taste buds instantly explode from the mind-blowing flavor of the dish. He devours everything like a starving beast, leaving absolutely nothing behind. But before he can even finish his meal, his phone suddenly rings. It is Cui Jing's best friend, Wen Shuya, calling him up. He immediately knows that Toxic Girl has already run to complain to her friend, but the exact moment he answers, his eardrums are nearly shattered by a furious, screeching voice. Wen Shuya screams over the phone, "Jiang Xiaoyong, what is your deal? Have you ever treated Cui Jing this horribly before?" She claims Cui Jing only wants him to show some real sincerity. But if he cannot even hand over his family wealth, how can he claim to love her? Wen Shuya keeps firing off insults like a machine gun, completely catching Jiang Xiaoyong off guard with her sudden, toxic screaming match. She demands he prepare his house deed and 1 million in cash immediately, then crawl back to beg for Cui Jing's forgiveness on his knees. That is the only way she will help convince Cui Jing to stay. Otherwise, a brutal breakup is absolutely guaranteed. Jiang Xiaoyong originally wanted to keep playing along for a bit, but this extreme pressure finally pushes him over the edge. He snaps back, "Who do you two think you are to test my love? Get lost." That fierce shut-up completely paralyzes Wen Shuya, and before she can even utter another annoying word, Jiang Xiaoyong hangs up the phone immediately. Right now, only the system mission matters. He needs to secure some land first, but he cannot just grab any random plot. Jiang Xiaoyong wants to build a massive, heavily fortified shelter on this very ground. It has to be easy to defend and great for launching counterattacks, meaning a close water source and deep forests are essential. With a solid plan in mind, he finishes his meal and quickly heads over to the nearest real estate agency. A super polite young female agent named Xiao Ning warmly welcomes him at the door. Before Jiang Xiaoyong can even mention buying land, a tall, imposing man suddenly looms right behind Xiao Ning. She nervously calls him Director Chu, who happens to be the arrogant sales manager here. Director Chu immediately orders her to go to the back and move some heavy boxes out of the way. Xiao Ning looks utterly confused, whispering that she is helping a client. But Director Chu snaps back. "Have you completely forgotten everything I taught you?" He scoffs, "You have zero judgment. How do you expect to work here long-term? Just look at his cheap, tattered clothes. There is no way he can afford a bathroom, so why waste time on this nobody?" Director Chu does not even bother to lower his voice, so Jiang Xiaoyong hears every single word. This guy's trashy attitude is truly enough to make anyone boil. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately fires back, "What is your problem, you blind, snobbish piece of trash?" This is likely the first time in his entire life that Director Chu gets insulted so savagely. He lets out a mocking laugh, firmly believing that Jiang Xiaoyong is just a penniless kid trying to look tough. The arrogant manager even makes a wild bet if Jiang Xiaoyong has enough cash to buy even a toilet, he will stream himself eating garbage. "You have got to see this." Jiang Xiaoyong smiles, "You said it yourself. Just wait, because I will definitely find you a nice, steaming hot pile to eat." He then pulls out a premium black card containing all the life savings he originally hoarded to marry his ungrateful ex, Cui Jing. Looking at the agent, he says, "I am not here to buy or rent today, but to buy land." This sudden declaration instantly stuns every single employee and customer in the lobby, since buying raw land is far more expensive than purchasing a house. Some of these people have lived for over 30 years and have never once witnessed someone casually shopping for actual plots of land. After a brief moment of absolute shock, Xiao Ning quickly guides him to the private consulting area, while Director Chu still maintains his smug, arrogant smirk. He firmly believes the kid is just putting on a fake show, confident that he will fail to produce any actual cash when payment is due. Jiang Xiaoyong asks Xiao Ning to show him some spacious land surrounded by natural mountains and rivers. Ideally, it should have a running water source, easy road access, and preferably come with a large existing building already constructed on the site. Surprisingly, Director Chu chimed in with a suggestion, a specific plot in East City District that perfectly fits every single requirement. Hearing this, Xiao Ning instantly pales with fear, because that specific plot in the tea capital is a total mess, filled with unfinished, disputed factories that are legally impossible to sell to regular clients. What do you mean, sell? Director Chu barks loudly at her, claiming this broke loser is just making up ridiculous demands and is clearly here to cause trouble rather than actually purchase land. Does that East City plot really check every single box on my list? Jiang Xiaoyong asks with genuine interest, and Xiao Ning nods hesitantly. She admits it matches his exact list, but warns him that the unfinished factory on site is a total disaster zone since the construction team leader vanished with the funds. Jiang Xiaoyong reviews the files himself, and honestly, this is way better than he expected. Since the factory is abandoned, the entire perimeter is already heavily secured with thick barbed wire, making it incredibly easy to defend against outside threats. Having an unfinished concrete structure already standing will also save him massive amounts of cash and prep time for his upcoming fortress. I will take this plot, Jiang Xiaoyong says. Without hesitation, can we just sign the contract and pay right now? Xiao Ning is totally stunned, asking him repeatedly if he is absolutely sure about buying a useless, abandoned factory plot. Yeah, absolutely. Let us just get the paperwork signed already. After all, someone's practically scheduled to eat crap later. Director Chu finally starts sweating bullets, and the second he lays eyes on Jiang Xiaoyong's massive deposit receipt, his entire world completely collapses. Signed. Approved. Just like that, he drops 300,000 yuan down, and the total cost to buy out that land runs into millions. He never imagined anyone would actually be crazy enough to drop millions on a half-finished, abandoned construction site. He never thought his own arrogant boasting would blow up in his face like this, hitting him right where it hurts. Hey brother, he says, I've officially paid up. Now it's your turn to go live and eat that crap like you promised. Just make sure you make it look good on camera, and I might even gift you a virtual rocket. Jiang Xiaoyong pats Director Chu on the shoulder and walks off, leaving the man behind to become the ultimate laughingstock of the room. Land secured. Done. Now Jiang Xiaoyong has to scramble to scrape together even more cash to hoard crucial survival rations. But the second he steps outside, he bumps right into Li Shuxiong. He doesn't even spare the guy a glance, but the man recognizes him instantly. The moment he realizes why Jiang Xiaoyong is here, he calls Cui Jing to spill the beans about this massive land purchase. Cui Jing nearly jumps out of her seat, slamming her desk in disbelief. What? Jiang Xiaoyong bought land. Where on earth did he get that kind of cash? The deposit was 300,000. I bet he used the bride price money he was saving up for you. That sends Cui Jing into a total rage, and she actually has the audacity to scream, what? That absolute bastard dared to spend my money. Pure shamelessness. This woman literally has the absolute nerve to claim Jiang Xiaoyong's savings as her own property. Li Shuxiong tells her to calm down first and go figure out what the hell is actually going on with Jiang Xiaoyong. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong is back home, racking his brain for ways to hoard survival supplies and massive food reserves. Then boom! A loud, aggressive pounding rattles his front door. He opens it up to find Cui Jing and Wen Shuya standing there, absolutely fuming. Cui Jing immediately yells out, Jiang Xiaoyong, what is the meaning of this? How dare you spend my money like that? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong is completely baffled, wondering what she's talking about. What kind of crazy delusional nonsense is this madwoman spewing now? Don't act like I don't know you used my bride price money to buy that land. Let me tell you, that cash is mine. Since you used it for the purchase, that land belongs to me now. This girl is seriously, hopelessly out of her mind. Now check this out to him. She is nothing but a total psychopath. He whips out a heavy stack of cash and slaps it right on her chest, yelling out that yeah, he has plenty of cash, but from this day on, he won't waste a single penny on a gold-digging leech like her. And don't think he doesn't know exactly what dirty secrets she and Li Shuxiong are hiding behind his back. Hearing that, Cui Jing completely freezes up. She has absolutely no idea how he managed to find out. That's when Wen Shuya has to step in to defend her bestie, claiming that a little misunderstanding is totally normal between people in love. Misunderstanding? Please. There is absolutely zero misunderstanding going on here. Besides, he says, we are completely finished. She and Li Shushong are the real couple here, so both of you get the hell out of here. Absolutely pathetic. After kicking those two annoying parasites out of his house, Jiang Xiaoyong slams the door shut. Cui Jing stands there totally stunned, completely lost on how he found out. But she knows there's no talking her way out of this now. Both girls are forced to leave. On the walk back, even Wen Shuya starts drilling her with intense questions. After all, Cui Jing never breathed a single word about sneaking around with that sketchy middle-aged guy, Li Shuxiong. This is bad, she tells her. Let's head home first and brainstorm a plan to handle this mess. Holding her head in frustration, Wen Shuya still chooses to stand by her toxic friend, despite her endless mountain of lies. But the second Cui Jing looks away, a dangerous, calculating grin creeps onto Wen Shuya's face. Well, Cui Jing, she thinks to herself, since you decided to completely blow things with Jiang Xiaoyong, I guess I don't have to play nice anymore. After all, we are supposed to be best friends, right? The very next day, Jiang Xiaoyong personally hires an entire construction crew to head over to his newly bought land, planning to overhaul the half-finished factory standing there. Managing the project is Foreman Li, a veteran chief from the prominent Foch Lore construction company. He reviews a massive list of extreme modifications, including reinforced concrete walls and watchtowers wrapped in thick steel fencing. He also wants heavy-duty blast doors and thick bulletproof glass, forcing the veteran builder to look at Jiang Xiaoyong with deep suspicion. "Hey kid," he asks, "mind telling me if you've somehow offended some dangerous underground mob or something?" "Don't ask questions, brother. Ignorance is total bliss," he replies. "Just tell me how much it will cost to get every single thing finished within a month." That completely throws Foreman Li for another loop, because pulling off these intense demands in a short 30-day window is pretty much completely impossible. "Cut the talk," he snaps. "Aren't you guys supposed to be the legendary Foch Lore crew? Come on, Manager Li. Foch Lore's life is still a life." Even though the manager acts like he wants to refuse, Jiang Xiaoyong knows exactly what he is doing. He is just squeezing for more cash. And Jiang Xiaoyong does not mind paying extra to secure his future safety. The price Manager Li wants is 20 million. With a deposit of 5 million yuan, Jiang Xiaoyong agrees immediately, promising to hand over the funds within 1 week. If he fails to deliver, the land goes straight to Manager Li. With this deal locked down, the manager finally feels safe enough to push his workers and speed up the project. "Oh, Brother Hun." While Jiang Xiaoyong is stressing over how to raise the money, a sickeningly sweet voice calls out from behind him. It is Wen Shuya. Before he can even react, she lunges forward and clings to his arm. Her attitude is completely different from yesterday, when she and Cui Jing showed up at his place to cause trouble. Jiang Xiaoyong has no idea what trick she is playing now, but he feels goosebumps breaking out all over his skin. Wen Shuya squeezes his arm tightly, whining and acting cute, which only gives Jiang Xiaoyong a massive headache. Think about it in his past life. This fake girl was the actual mastermind who helped steal everything he owned. In this life, he will make her pay double. He demands, "Why are you even here?" She sweet-talks him, "Brother Kung. Did you buy this beautiful land? The view is absolutely stunning. Are you building a villa?" He snaps right back, "Whatever I do has nothing to do with you." Losing all patience, Jiang Xiaoyong flings Wen Shuya's hand off him. She feels incredibly embarrassed and furious, but she manages to hold back her anger. Normally, Jiang Xiaoyong is incredibly weak for pretty girls. Outside of Cui Jing, just brushing against Wen Shuya's hand would make his face flush and hands shake. Yet today, despite her throwing herself at him, he does not react at all. Ignoring her completely, Jiang Xiaoyong turns his attention back to directing the construction site. Wen Shuya refuses to give up. To her, this is a golden chance since Cui Jing and him are already fighting. She firmly believes that if she can just kick Cui Jing out of the picture right now, this entire prime land will definitely belong to her. Back home from the construction site, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately mortgages his current apartment to the bank for 3 million yuan. But that amount is not even enough for the project first phase. He still has to find more cash, and this is where his plan gets absolutely wild. Since the end of the world is just around the corner, He knows paper money is about to become totally worthless anyway. So, it really does not matter how many different people he sells this house to. Once doomsday arrives, nobody will have the energy to call him a fraud or come demanding their cash back. Just as Jiang Xiaoyong decides to go ahead with this plan, a loud, frantic knocking echoes at the door. He immediately recognizes the voice outside. It is his downstairs neighbor, a rich guy named Li. He already bought out the first and second floors of this building, but he still wants to buy Jiang Xiaoyong's third floor. Before this, Jiang Xiaoyong planned to use this apartment as his wedding home, so he absolutely refused to sell. Because of that, the old man started causing trouble every single day. From splashing paint on the door to leaving trash outside, he even placed a funeral wreath there once. He is a truly petty and annoying old man. The moment the door swings open, old Li starts screaming at Jiang Xiaoyong, "Did you jump around again last night?" Jiang Xiaoyong snaps, "Are you done? I was asleep before 10 p.m. Was a ghost jumping around?" Old Li yells that he does not care because he clearly heard thumping noises up here, so he tells him to stop lying. Jiang Xiaoyong is too tired to argue with this old guy, who is clearly just looking for a fight. He snaps, "Stop it. You just want my apartment, right? I am done with this, so I will sell it." Old Li is stunned. He never expected to succeed so easily today and actually forced Jiang Xiaoyong to sell. But there is one condition. Old Li must pay a deposit of 5 million yuan up front to cover his loan, and he will only move out in half a year when his new place is ready. At first, old Li hesitates, but seeing Jiang Xiaoyong about to slam the door, he quickly agrees. He even demands a proper contract right away so the kid cannot back out later. Once old Li leaves happily with what he wanted, a satisfied smirk appears on Jiang Xiaoyong's face. Reborn with his past memories, he knows exactly who is playing who in this game. Old Li works incredibly fast, transferring the 5 million yuan to Jiang Xiaoyong that very evening. Adding that to his 3 million yuan bank mortgage, he now has 8 million yuan. But first, Jiang Xiaoyong wants to complete some system quests to see what rewards he gets. So, he starts a massive hoarding mission to secure enough supplies for an entire year. Inside the supermarket, everyone looks at his carts and thinks he has completely lost his mind. He is pushing dozens of loaded carts, but he completely ignores their whispers. After all, the only thing that matters is that the system quest is finished, and the reward is finally his. During the apocalypse, boosting your physical stats is absolutely critical in the apocalypse, and the protagonist starter pack in the system mall gives exactly 10 attribute points. With no reason to hesitate anymore, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately makes his move and purchases that protagonist supply pack from the shop. He is spot on. A first-time purchase always drops the best loot. And the very first item Jiang Xiaoyong pulls from that chest is a level 1 spatial storage ring. It holds a massive 500 square meters of space, and time inside the storage ring is completely frozen, which means even if he stores fresh food inside, it will never go bad. As he is getting ready to pay, a loud manager comes rushing over shouting. Jiang Xiaoyong stares in surprise, realizing it is actually his old middle school classmate, Yang Tao. Back in their school days, this guy was nothing but a loyal lackey for another punk named Zhang Shengzhe. He was always a coward, only bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Yang Tao used to target Jiang Xiaoyong constantly, making their school years a non-stop clash, and now they are suddenly crossing paths again today. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong with 6 or 7 shopping carts piled high with goods, Yang Tao assumes he is just here to cause trouble. The cashier takes a whole hour to scan everything, bringing the total to 56,884 yuan and 3 cents. Yang Tao smugly shoves the card reader in Jiang Xiaoyong's face, but is left speechless when the swipe goes through instantly. Humiliated, he turns to walk away. Now watch this. Jiang Xiaoyong is not about to let this jerk walk all over him in this life, so he immediately calls Yang Tao right back. He demands, since your attitude towards a customer like me was garbage, you need to apologize properly. Otherwise, I will just return every single item I bought here today. A 50,000 yuan refund would be a massive disaster for the store, but since Yang Tao is so used to bossing him around, he cannot bring himself to apologize. Yang Tao snarls back. Do not push your luck. Are you trying to cause trouble for me? Jiang Xiaoyong finds this absolutely hilarious, but before he can even open his mouth, the surrounding crowd of angry customers immediately starts calling Yang Tao out as a total scumbag. An arrogant jerk who looks down on others, starts trouble with a customer, and then tries to blame the victim for his own mistake. They even threaten to report Yang Tao to upper management, boycott the supermarket entirely, and upload a video of the whole scene online. Just apologize sincerely, and if you do, I will buy 10 times this amount of goods right now. Jiang Xiaoyong adds, but Yang Tao snaps back, telling him to stop bragging. Bragging, you say? Why do you not bring that card reader back over so I can show you my actual bank balance? Jiang Xiaoyong confidently swipes his card again. His total balance is now over 7 million. Apologize to me, and I will keep buying even more items right after. If I am lying, I will call you Granddad, Jiang Xiaoyong says, ramping up the pressure. Even though Yang Tao absolutely hates it, he has no choice but to bow 90 degrees and loudly apologize to Jiang Xiaoyong. He even lets his head get patted like a dog, too terrified to utter a single word of complaint. Yang Tao completely changes his tune, trying his best to flatter him while asking why he is hoarding so many supplies. But Jiang Xiaoyong coldly brushes it off as official business. Fine. Do not tell me then. But the truth is, this supermarket probably does not have enough stock left for you to sweep. Since Yang Tao has been working in the supply chain industry for years, he naturally has other connections and offers to introduce Jiang Xiaoyong to a reliable contact. And wait for it, that contact happens to be none other than Jiang Shengzhe, who currently runs a wholesale trading company. Jiang Xiaoyong stays silent, which is basically a silent agreement, so Yang Tao quickly pulls out his phone to make the call. Jiang Xiaoyong already figured as much. Yang Tao is still that guy's lackey, and who knows how much dirty money those two have skimmed from this supermarket together over the years. A short while later, Yang Tao personally drives Jiang Xiaoyong over to the warehouse, and before long, Jiang Shengzhe finally makes his grand appearance. The loyal lackey eagerly introduces Jiang Xiaoyong as their old classmate from middle school. And after staring for a while, Jiang Shengzhe finally remembers him. But his toxic habit of bullying and looking down on classmates is bred in his bones. Even though Jiang Xiaoyong is supposedly a major client now, this guy shows absolutely zero respect, blowing a cloud of cigarette smoke right in his face and asking, "Oh yeah, are you not that stubborn brat from back then?" Then Jiang Shengzhe takes a few steps forward, sizing Jiang Xiaoyong up with his eyes, treating him like a cheap piece of merchandise. His trashy attitude is identical to Yang Tao before he saw that bank balance. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong dressed in cheap, worn-out clothes, Jiang Shengzhe assumes he is just some broke loser putting on a pathetic show. As for Yang Tao, he must have trash eyes to waste his precious time bringing in someone who clearly cannot afford anything. Yang Tao desperately tries to explain to Brother Treat that this guy is actually a massive, high-value client. Jiang Shengzhe snaps back, "What big client? I have been in this game for years and can easily spot a rich man in a single glance." Jiang Xiaoyong bursts out laughing. "Looks like your vibe is seriously off if even an illiterate thug looks down on you." Being called totally illiterate makes Jiang Shengzhe completely lose his mind. He snaps and grabs him by the collar. "What did you just say?" he snarls. But Jiang Xiaoyong just repeats it with a smug, punchable grin. "I said you have dog eyes and cannot recognize people." Caught right in the middle of this, Yang Tao is sweating bullets. Now, Jiang Shengzhe really is illiterate, but he is also incredibly insecure about it. Jiang Xiaoyong keeps rubbing it in, leaving Yang Tao completely speechless on the side. Wait, is this kid really supposed to be some sort of big-time VIP customer? Jiang Shengzhe growls that if they do not buy a whole truckload of goods today, neither of them is walking out of there in one piece. He spits the threat through gritted teeth, but Jiang Xiaoyong just tells him to stop pulling his collar and hand over his bank account number already. Only then can he transfer the cash. And check this out. He casually transfers 1 million yuan, leaving the thug utterly speechless and frozen in shock. But that is just the deposit. Because Jiang Xiaoyong actually wants to buy 5 million yuan worth of goods, his system just gave him a brand new quest to hoard a massive amount of food and survival supplies. And his demands for Jiang Shengzhe are actually pretty simple. He needs wood, rice, cooking oil, salt, snacks, and drinks, basically anything that can be eaten or drunk, as long as the items are not completely spoiled yet. "Follow me," Jiang Xiaoyong says. Flashing a creepy, dangerous grin, he thinks he just hit the absolute jackpot. This kid and his mountain of cash basically fell from the sky, right when his warehouse is packed with goods about to expire. He even plays the generous boss, offering Jiang Xiaoyong a 10% discount off the wholesale price if he pays the entire amount up front. But Jiang Xiaoyong is definitely no fool. After inspecting the stock, he realizes that besides the fresh outer packaging, everything inside consists of items on the verge of expiration. "Hey, Jiang Xiaoyong, looks like your little schemes just backfired on you, did they not?" The thug looks tense. He did not expect a rookie like Jiang Xiaoyong to be this sharp, but he absolutely must get rid of this near-expired inventory. So, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly tries to renegotiate. If Jiang Xiaoyong agrees to buy all this near-expired food right now, he will slash the price by a massive 50%. "No thanks. My 5 million yuan is reserved for the absolute best quality goods." He rejects the offer flat out, but just as Jiang Xiaoyong starts panicking, Jiang Xiaoyong grins and says that he actually has a pretty good way to handle this nearly expired batch. The greedy merchant's eyes instantly light up. Jiang Xiaoyong agrees to take the entire near-expired stock at 50% off, but there is one condition: he takes the delivery first and pays the bill in 1 month. Still feeling highly suspicious, Jiang Xiaoyong demands some kind of guarantee. What if he backs out later, right? So Jiang Xiaoyong plays his usual card: "If I do not pay, you can come and take my life to settle the debt. Why do you still want this food even knowing it is about to expire? Can you at least tell me what your distribution channel is?" He still looks deeply skeptical. "Distribution channel, you say? There is no such thing as a distribution channel. I am the channel myself, okay?" Obviously, he cannot reveal the truth to this guy. While this expired food seems worthless right now, it will become absolutely priceless once the apocalypse hits in just a few days. Just then, his phone rings. Turns out a potential buyer is calling about the old house he listed for sale earlier. Jiang Xiaoyong simply hands over his delivery address to Jiang Xiaoyong and takes off. Watching him walk away, the thug's eyes turn red with pure jealousy despite just making a great deal. Damn it. This kid comes from a totally ordinary background. How on earth did he get this incredibly rich all of a sudden? The prospective buyer, who called Jiang Xiaoyong, turns out to be a very kind-looking, elderly man. He shows up with a whopping 4 million yuan deposit, while the kid sticks to his terms of handing over the keys in a few months. He does not even bother inspecting the place before handing over the deposit. Absolutely desperate to sign the contract immediately. He really wants this apartment. Sensing his genuine honesty, Jiang Xiaoyong asks if he really needs to rush this much, and the old man admits the truth. His granddaughter is transferring schools soon, so they urgently need this place to settle down. He looked around the neighborhood several times, but this is the only listing available, so he begs Jiang Xiaoyong not to change his mind no matter what. "Old man, you are way too honest, telling a complete stranger your entire life story like this. Are you not worried I might use this advantage to jack up the price?" Hearing this, the old man instantly panics. He nervously explains that this money represents the hard-earned life savings of 2 entire generations. Seeing his genuine honesty and humble struggles, Jiang Xiaoyong promises he will definitely not make him regret this deal. Soon after, both of them sign the contract. Jiang Xiaoyong also asks for his current address, a crucial step, so he can rescue the grandfather and grandchild once the apocalypse hits. With the house sale money secure, Jiang Xiaoyong heads straight back to the construction site. Construction is already 70 to 80% complete. Having cash really changes the game completely. After paying the second deposit to the construction crew, Jiang Xiaoyong calls Jiang Xiaoyong to ship the goods, tells the workers to store them in the warehouse, and generously tips them 2,000 yuan each. Perishable fresh foods, fruits, and vegetables are kept in a specially designated cold storage area. That night, looking at his massive, fully packed warehouse, Jiang Xiaoyong feels incredibly satisfied. Just like that, his 10-year food and shelter mission is complete, earning him 20 valuable system points. At the same time, a new item appears in the system store, an awakening supply chest priced at 10 points. Jiang Xiaoyong buys it immediately. Unlocking an ability before the apocalypse even begins is just too good to pass up. The ability Jiang Xiaoyong spends 10 points on is the Eye of the Mind. It lets him identify if someone is a friend or foe. This is easily one of the most useful skills for the early apocalypse. Human hearts are totally unpredictable, especially when the world is ending and survival is on the line. In his past life, misjudging people is exactly what led to his miserable, tragic end. This time around, he is absolutely not repeating that fatal mistake. The system quickly refreshes and gives Jiang Xiaoyong a brand new quest called Armed to the Teeth. His goal is to arm himself. The rewards are 10 system points along with a completely random bonus prize. Talk about perfect timing, this is exactly what Jiang Xiaoyong was already planning to do. But since the apocalypse has not started yet, getting weapons legally is pretty tough. Jiang Xiaoyong has no choice but to head down to the black market in the dead of night. This place sells all kinds of items banned on the mainstream market. He plans to wander around to see if anything fits his needs and check the prices. But incredibly, he runs into a very familiar face right in this place. Make it a bit cheaper, let's say 300. Hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Xiaoyong turns around. It really is Li Shushong. Talk about a small world for bitter enemies to cross paths again. Honestly, can you even believe this guy? He bargains a 2,000 yuan jade bracelet down to 300. That is just shameless audacity. After some bickering, the vendor actually agrees to sell it, which means that bracelet is definitely a fake. Jiang Xiaoyong easily guesses this guy is buying a knockoff to win over Jing. Only a greedy, clueless idiot like her would fall for a cheap trick like that so easily. Ignoring Li Shuxiang for now, Jiang Xiaoyong has finally found what he actually came for. A weapon stall packed mostly with sharp daggers. But after looking through the selection for a while, nothing catches his eye. Since this seems to be the only weapon stall in the whole market, he has no choice but to stop and negotiate with the owner. Jiang Xiaoyong says he wants to buy a much sturdier weapon, but the owner thinks he is just causing trouble. He tosses over a whetstone and tells him to sharpen his own skills if he wants tough. Jiang Xiaoyong simply smiles, pulls out his phone, scans the seller's payment code, and instantly transfers over 200,000 yuan. The weapon merchant's jaw drops to the floor, leaving him completely speechless. Take it easy. This is just a little token of my sincerity. If you can find me something truly worthy, that final number will get way bigger. Let's be real. Money opens literally any door. The second Jiang Xiaoyong sends the cash, the weapon seller's attitude flips completely. He quickly calls Xiao Zhang over to watch the stall, then personally guides Jiang Xiaoyong to a much more private, secure spot. Here, he presents a homemade pistol, claiming it can easily take down a chicken in one shot, and adds that the ammo is dirt cheap. But future zombies are not going to be weak like chickens, so Jiang Xiaoyong rejects it instantly. Look, man, I paid you 200,000 yuan up front, so offering me a useless toy like this is not right. What upfront payment, the dealer asks, sounding incredibly hesitant. It is just a 10% deposit. I want to spend 2 million yuan on weapons. At first, the dealer hesitates, seemingly wanting to reject the massive business deal. He is likely worried that Jiang Xiaoyong is an undercover state journalist sent to do a secret investigation. But the young man remains completely unwavering, his fierce eyes practically radiating the aura of a real mob boss. This finally changes the man's attitude. He quickly locks the front door and cautiously scans the street through the window. Once he confirms the outside is clear, he draws the curtains. "You have found the right guy," he whispers. Leaning in close to Jiang Xiaoyong's ear, he murmurs, "I can make this happen for you. Write down a list of everything you need, and I will give you an address later. At 12 p.m. the day after tomorrow, drive to that spot to complete our transaction. And remember, you must bring cash." Looking at the shop owner's dead serious, almost tense expression, Jiang Xiaoyong figures he can pretty much trust the guy to bring him some actual good stuff. The two of them quickly seal the deal, and the weapon shop owner even personally walks Jiang Xiaoyong out. But the second he steps outside, he accidentally runs straight into Li Shuxiang again. "Well, if it isn't Jiang Xiaoyong," he sneers, his voice dripping with sarcasm and a bit of curiosity. "Fancy meeting you here in the black market," he says. "Mind if I ask why you've been so incredibly generous lately? Not to mention totally ignoring Cui Jing. Seems like your family's got some heirloom treasure stashed away." Just looking at his face annoys Jiang Xiaoyong, especially hearing him talk about Cui Jing so intimately. They really are just a completely shameless, pathetic pair of trashy lovers. Still, having these two show up right now is actually quite convenient for testing his brand new ability. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately activates his mind's eye, instantly letting him see exactly how both Li Shusheng and the shopkeeper feel about him. Now look at this. The shop owner's attitude shows up as a green smiley face, while Li Shuxiang's is a raging purple angry face. Jiang Xiaoyong smirks, asking if Boss Li is buying gifts for Cui Jing. Honestly, it makes sense, since only a girl like her would get fooled by this trashy fake garbage anyway. After all, she is just my leftovers. So these cheap knockoffs are about all she is actually worth. Jiang Xiaoyong is basically telling him he is playing with sloppy seconds. Li Shusheng gets absolutely furious, visibly itching for a fight but completely unable to throw a punch. Seeing them bicker back and forth for quite a while, the weapon shop owner steps up, filled with intense curiosity. He asks if this is an acquaintance. Jiang Xiaoyong just snorts, calling him an outright enemy instead. Having survived in the chaotic dark underworld for years, the shopkeeper catches on instantly and tells Jiang Xiaoyong to head out first while he handles it. The shopkeeper promises to teach that Li guy a serious lesson. His gang of lackeys, who were nowhere to be seen earlier, suddenly swarm the place the second a fight is mentioned. Just a second ago, Li Shusheng was talking incredibly big, but seeing this massive crowd, he starts sweating bullets and backing away, though he still cannot escape getting beaten to a bloody pulp. 2 days later, Jiang Xiaoyong arrives right on time at their agreed meeting spot. The shop owner has prepared a ton of high-quality gear, officially completing his quest to get armed to the teeth. With that, Jiang Xiaoyong earns 10 extra system points, raising his total score to 20. His random reward is also revealed, which turns out to be 2 physical enhancement injections. Even though Jiang Xiaoyong absolutely hates pain, he grits his teeth and jabs the needle straight into his arm, instantly boosting his physical stats by 2 points. Considering the average adult male stat is just 5, adding those 2 points means he is already 40% stronger than normal. Riding this massive wave of power, Jiang Xiaoyong figures he might as well push himself to the absolute limit and injects the second dose. After enduring that terrible pain twice, he is now 60% stronger than any average adult man out there. Desperate to test out his newly upgraded strength, Jiang Xiaoyong spots a solid metal pole standing nearby. The old Jiang Xiaoyong would have to be completely insane to kick a heavy piece of metal like that. But now, he does exactly that, easily bending the thick iron pole with one single kick, without feeling even the slightest hint of pain or bruising. Jiang Xiaoyong is absolutely thrilled with the results. It looks like during the early stages of the apocalypse, dealing with basic zombies will not be an issue. Plus, those weapons probably won't take up too much physical space anyway, so it is much safer to just store them inside his dimensional storage ring. Meanwhile, time is absolutely flying by. The day after tomorrow, zombies will officially overrun the world. Jiang Xiaoyong carefully reviews his plans to see if there is anything he has somehow forgotten to prepare. Then, he remembers that elderly gentleman who put down a massive 4 million deposit to purchase his old house. Normally, Jiang Xiaoyong hates getting involved in other people's business, but that old man genuinely seemed quite pitiful, especially since he is raising his tiny young granddaughter all alone. In his past life, he had to survive the apocalypse alongside absolute garbage like Cui Jing and Li Shusheng. So in this new life, why on earth should he turn a blind eye to the suffering of truly decent, innocent people? Because of that, he decides to ship some food and essential daily supplies straight to their apartment beforehand. How long they actually survive the upcoming apocalypse is entirely up to fate. He just views this as a way to repay them for funding his entire survival plan. Once Jiang Xiaoyong arrives at their place, he immediately confirms that the old man is indeed not wealthy at all. They are living in a pretty cheap, run-down rental apartment, and it's located all the way up on the very top floor. And here's a pretty smart move. Knowing how hard they worked to save that house money, Jiang Xiaoyong decides to pull out the survival supplies first. After all, summoning a giant pile of boxes out of thin air right in front of the old man would look insanely suspicious. Only then does he calmly knock on the door 3 times, prompting the old man to quickly rush over and open it. At first, he assumes it is the landlord coming to demand rent and starts frantically explaining himself, only to realize it's actually Jiang Xiaoyong. Before he can even process the unexpected visit, the massive stack of cardboard boxes blocking his hallway leaves him completely speechless. Jiang Xiaoyong tells him he'll explain everything later. He tells him that first they need to move everything inside so the neighbors do not spot any of this. The old man does not get what is happening, but he still tags along. Once everything is inside, Jiang Xiaoyong carefully checks the entire perimeter. The room itself is quite decent, and the main door seems just sturdy enough to get by. It is a safe enough hideout for the grandfather and granddaughter once the apocalypse hits. Jiang Xiaoyong is just about to explain the upcoming doomsday, but then his eyes catch a photo of the old man and his granddaughter sitting right on the table. At a single glance, Jiang Xiaoyong instantly recognizes her as Marn San. She was his loyal ally in his past life, before Cui Jing betrayed and killed her. His voice turns quite cold as he asks, "Where is your granddaughter right now?" The old man replies that she is still studying back in their hometown, waiting for him to move so they can transfer her school here. Paperwork is practically finished. Jiang Xiaoyong remembers their very first meeting in his past life, when Marn San told him how her grandfather risked his life, storming a zombie-infested high school just to rescue her. She survived, but her grandfather died right there at the school. In that exact moment, Jiang Xiaoyong makes a major decision. There is no way he is just going to hand over some basic food and walk away, right? He wants to prevent her biggest regret. So, Jiang Xiaoyong straight up tells the old man that starting tomorrow, this planet is turning into a living hell. When that happens, a new apartment or school grades are not going to matter even one bit. He urges the old man to go with him right now to pick up Marn San, promising to arrange a safe place for them. Jiang Xiaoyong lays it all out, but the old man just stares back with total disbelief, calling him Mr. Hung. He asks, "What are you saying? I do not understand a single thing." Jiang Xiaoyong groans internally, realizing this old man is too set in his ways to easily believe or even comprehend these crazy warnings. While racking his brain for a simple explanation, a sudden idea hits him, and he asks old man, "Do you know what a famine is?" The old man nods quickly, so Jiang Xiaoyong asks if he can picture just how brutal and miserable human life becomes when everyone is starving. He keeps nodding frantically, but deep down, he is incredibly confused, since they are living in a peaceful, modern era. So how could a famine possibly happen? Left with no choice, Jiang Xiaoyong twists the ring on his finger, unlocking his dimensional storage space. Instantly, every piece of furniture in the room is sucked inside, scaring the old man half to death, which is exactly what he wanted. He needs to prove he has real superpowers and can actually foresee the grim future ahead of them. Desperate to keep his granddaughter alive, the old man finally puts his trust in Jiang Xiaoyong. The two drive non-stop straight to her school, where Marn San is currently cornered and bullied by an older female student. It turns out the bully's crush, Trung Hyo-ton, is totally obsessed with Marn San. She takes a harsh slap to the face but cannot fight back. She can only try to explain that she has absolutely nothing to do with Trung Hyo-ton, and it is entirely a one-sided crush. Instead, the bully kicks her straight in the stomach, having absolutely no interest in hearing any of her excuses. She even blindly accuses Marn San of trying to shift the blame to make Trung Hyo-ton look like some kind of creepy stalker. Right then, her grandfather and Jiang Xiaoyong finally arrive on the scene, but the bullies do not look even slightly intimidated by an adult. They even start shouting insults, calling the poor old man a useless old geezer, with zero respect. Her grandfather panics and yells at them to let go of Marn San immediately. Seeing his granddaughter getting dragged by her hair and beaten, he tries to rush forward, but a group of male thugs steps in his way. They are pulling out knives, proving they are dangerous. One of them tells him to back off since this is youth business, asking why a senile old man is trying to interfere. But the grandfather does not care about their weapons or how much younger and stronger they are. They are hurting his granddaughter, so he is fully prepared to fight to the death. As the old man charges, a punk raises a baseball bat to strike him down. But get this, it fails. Jiang Xiaoyong steps in, blocking the hit and mocking them for playing gangster instead of actually staying in school and studying. Completely shut down, the angry thug tries to break free from his grip while screaming in frustration. The other punks just stand around laughing, making fun of Jiang Xiaoyong's casual outfit and calling him a broke nobody who wandered out of nowhere. The lead bully sneers at Marn San, saying she never knew this worthless girl had a brother. Wanting to save time, Jiang Xiaoyong simply delivers a brutal kick to the guy standing right in front of him. The strike is so powerful that it sends him flying several meters away, crashing hard onto the concrete in sheer agony. Once the thugs realize Jiang Xiaoyong actually knows how to fight, they stop holding back. Instead, they decide to play dirty and swarm him all at once. But little do they know, Jiang Xiaoyong already used points to boost his stats, making him pretty much completely out of their league. Even with weapons in their hands, his reaction speed is way too fast for them to land a single hit. Easily dodging their sloppy strikes, Jiang Xiaoyong grabs one guy by the collar and slams him headfirst into the hard ground. The thug goes completely cold right then and there. Seeing his buddy get wrecked, the blonde kid with the knife panics and charges. But to Jiang Xiaoyong, the guy might as well be moving in slow motion. He disarms the blade in a split second, then delivers a brutal kick directly to the back of the guy's knee. Down he goes, joining his friend on the pavement. It takes him less than 30 seconds to completely neutralize two grown men, leaving the mean girls who bullied Marn San shaking in absolute terror. Normally, Jiang Xiaoyong makes it a strict rule to never lay a hand on women. But in his past life, Marn San was his loyal comrade who literally died to save him. Even if she does not know him yet, he wants to protect her. So after dismantling those three punks, Jiang Xiaoyong turns his attention directly to the two girls who dared to lay hands on her. He starts by delivering a sharp, echoing slap to the ponytail girl. Then he grabs the other by her hair, exactly how they treated Marn San. Pressing his blade against her throat, the girl completely freezes, too terrified to even breathe. Of course, he has absolutely no intention of actually taking a life here. With a swift flash of his blade, Jiang Xiaoyong cleanly slices off her long hair. The mean girl bursts into tears, sobbing while screaming curses at him. She shrieks, "How dare you cut my hair, you absolute monster! I will ruin you for this!" Letting the sheared hair fall, Jiang Xiaoyong coldly notes that long hair is just a burden now. In a few days, having short hair might actually save her life. He drops the vague warning, leaving her without any further explanation. With that settled, he turns his focus back to Marn San and her grandfather, urging them to follow him. Marn San is still completely stunned by what she just witnessed, but since her grandfather trusts him enough to follow, she reluctantly tags along. Now, check this out. Once in the car, her grandfather drops a massive bombshell about the end of the world coming tomorrow. She looks back and forth between her grandfather and Jiang Xiaoyong sitting at the steering wheel. Clearly, she is uncomfortable arguing in front of a stranger, but she just cannot hold back anymore. She sighs, "Grandfather, how many times do I have to tell you to stop trusting scammers who called you this time and stole your money?" The two start bickering loudly in the back seat. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Jiang Xiaoyong catches every single frustrated expression on Marn San's face. He cracks a deeply satisfied smile. Vowing to protect them both in this lifetime, he casually chimes in, "Your grandfather is not scammed. I was the one who told him." She gasps in disbelief. "Wait, you?" He replies, "Yes. My name is Jiang Xiaoyong. Just call me Brother Jiang Xiaoyong from now on." Realizing she still hasn't thanked him for saving her earlier, Marn San quickly stammers out her gratitude. She thanks him for teaching those bullies a lesson, but he tells her she does not need to worry about them. They are pretty much dead meat in a few days anyway. His sheer confidence is kind of overwhelming. Though she was skeptical at first, she slowly starts to believe that the world really is ending, and sheer dread creeps in. Checking the clock, Jiang Xiaoyong knows they are running out of time before the chaos starts. He tells Marn San to pull out her phone and check social media to see if he is telling the truth. She opens her social feed, and you won't believe the insane video that immediately pops up on her screen. The clip shows a pale, rabid-looking man violently biting a bystander before security guards drag him away. Even worse, this isn't some isolated incident. Reports of crazed biters are popping up everywhere. Other feeds show bizarre, heavy fog rolling into cities. Witnesses claim it smells incredibly foul, causing instant, severe nausea. Jiang Xiaoyong nods. It is playing out exactly like his past life. Tomorrow marks day one of the end times, when a toxic haze will suffocate several provinces, starting right next to their current location. This mysterious poison gas is going to infect every living creature, turning them all into ravenous zombies. Anyone without natural immunity who gets bitten will rapidly turn into one of those mindless monsters. Looking at the news, the dark signs of the inevitable apocalypse are already starting to show. Being a young girl, Marn-san has seen plenty of zombie movies, so she gets the concept. But living it is completely different. Even though Jiang Xiaoyong seems dead serious, he knows she is still struggling to process it. He simply tells her and her grandfather to stay put until tomorrow. That is when they will get their proof. Jiang Xiaoyong is desperate to drive back to his base, but he unexpectedly runs into a massive traffic jam. Even the emergency lane is completely blocked. Seeing this, Meng Shanshan's grandfather starts panicking. Mr. Jiang, we are completely stuck here. What if those zombies you were just talking about manage to catch up to us? Old man, please do not worry, it is not that critical yet. Jiang Xiaoyong reassures the old man, but deep down, he is also extremely anxious. Sure, the full-blown zombie apocalypse is still a few days away from going completely out of control. But if even a small breakout happens right here in this traffic jam, they are absolutely done for. Suddenly, a luxury car comes zooming down the emergency lane, recklessly cutting in despite the tiny gap between the surrounding vehicles. As fate would have it, Jiang Xiaoyong is right behind him, and the front of his car takes a pretty heavy hit. Meng Shanshan and her grandfather in the back cannot react in time. They are thrown forward violently. Jiang Xiaoyong is so pissed he wants to curse out loud, immediately steering his car forward. He tightens the gap with the car ahead, absolutely determined not to leave any room for that luxury ride to squeeze in. Every single time the traffic ahead moves even an inch, he rides their bumper instantly. Seeing that he is deliberately blocking him, the luxury car driver starts screaming and cursing like a madman. But Jiang Xiaoyong does not even bother rolling down his window to hear it. Mr. Jiang, that guy looks like he has some serious money. Maybe we should just avoid any unnecessary trouble, Meng Shanshan's grandfather says, looking quite worried. Do not worry if he dares get out to cause trouble. I do not mind ending him right now. An hour later, they finally break free from the jam. Jiang Xiaoyong starts speeding up. But just then, Meng Shanshan notices that same luxury car is tailing them relentlessly, repeatedly swerving in to run them off the road. Jiang Xiaoyong has had enough. In the past, he would have just swallowed his pride. But tomorrow is the apocalypse. There is no way he is tolerating this piece of garbage. Time to show off his real driving skills. Jiang Xiaoyong does not just block the guy back, he slams right into him, sending the luxury car spinning wildly before it crashes hard into the guardrail. The heavy collision immediately leaves that luxury car smoking. The owner stumbles out, his face scratched up and his temper completely boiling over. He immediately calls his connections, demanding they check the security cameras for the license plate. Get the traffic police out here right now. He screams out, I will show him that there are some people in this world you do not mess with. By the time Jiang Xiaoyong finally gets Meng Shanshan and her grandfather to the base, night has already fallen. Stepping out, both of them gasp at the sheer size of the massive fortress. After driving all day, Jiang Xiaoyong is absolutely exhausted. He does not feel like explaining anything, just telling them to get some rest, because tomorrow, survival gets a whole lot harder. The next morning, Jiang Xiaoyong is up at dawn, while Meng Shanshan sleeps in quite a bit before finally stretching and heading out. Once her grandfather finally wakes up, Jiang Xiaoyong takes them both on a tour of his newly completed stronghold. The massive perimeter wall of the fortress is built from heavy reinforced concrete, while the remote-controlled entrance gate is cast from solid, 3-centimeter thick pure steel. Neither regular humans nor crazy zombies can ever hope to break through this wall without some serious heavy weaponry. Remember, without my direct permission, absolutely no one is allowed inside except for the three of us. Jiang Xiaoyong says in a dead serious tone. He refuses to let the same tragedy with Cui Jing from his past life repeat itself. What if there are other survivors? Are we really not going to help them? Meng Shanshan asks, quite hesitantly. Jiang Xiaoyong completely understands her concern, but in this timeline, Meng Shanshan has not actually experienced the apocalypse yet. She does not know how ugly human nature gets. Once the end of the world hits, the human heart becomes a pretty terrifying place. Cruelty gets magnified 10 times over. Playing the hero will only end up putting a knife right into your own back. Jiang Xiaoyong leads the grandfather and granddaughter to another section of the compound, built completely separate from the main stronghold. It actually looks pretty secure. He explains that this spot can serve as a temporary shelter for survivors begging for help. But whenever he is gone, Meng Shanshan and her grandfather must never go soft and let anyone cross into the main fortress, or they will all be killed. Next, Jiang Xiaoyong takes the grandfather and granddaughter over to the food storage vaults. He wants to show them exactly which food supplies are meant for distribution to any refugees who show up. Taking this exact opportunity, he uses his mind-eye skill to check them both. Instantly, a green, smiley icon pops up right over their heads. It is the very first time he is seeing this specific symbol, meaning they hold absolutely zero malice toward Jiang Xiaoyong. In fact, they trust him with their lives. Fully trusting them, he finally decides to pull out the single most critical asset for surviving the apocalypse to show them. Real, heavy-duty weaponry. Holding the heavy weapons, both of them are utterly shocked. This is the first time they are seeing real weapons up close. Jiang Xiaoyong repeatedly warns them to never let these guns fall into anyone else's hands. The two of them are incredibly obedient, nodding their heads rapidly in agreement. Because Jiang Xiaoyong reunited with Man San, the system triggers the old partner's quest line. The next main quest requires him to find and rescue his second past life teammate, Truong Chi, with a reward of 20 points. Jiang Xiaoyong remains completely calm on the outside, but inside, his heart is racing with excitement. He was really worried about locating his old crew, but now the system is basically giving him a free GPS. After finishing his final warnings to Man San and her grandfather, he immediately hops in his car and drives out. Truong Chi has absolutely no idea the apocalypse is coming, happily singing with his college friends at a nearby karaoke bar. Walking out of the restroom a bit tipsy, Truong Chi and his friend accidentally bump into a blonde beauty. Although he apologizes repeatedly, the blonde girl is visibly annoyed, and her companion looks like a dangerous thug. Seeing this, he strikes. The brute kicks Truong Chi hard to show off for his girl. Truong Chi is pretty skinny, so that kick sends him crashing back into the wall, groaning in pure pain. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting people for no reason?" his chubby friend yells out, completely furious. "Damn it!" The thug sneers. "This is the first time someone has dared talk back to me." Ticked off, the guy starts cracking his knuckles to prep for a brutal beatdown, and he is built like a tank. Truong Chi's friend is pretty heavy, but the thug easily lifts him off the ground by his collar. Not wanting trouble in public, Truong Chi begs for forgiveness, pleading with the thug to let his friend go. He is almost ready to kneel down and beg, but the thug refuses to stop until a karaoke employee spots them and rushes over to intervene. The brute immediately redirects his anger from Truong Chi's friend to this unlucky employee. He screams like a madman, "Damn you! Do you even know who I am? Your boss wouldn't dare touch me. Call your boss. Get him out here right now. You bastards made me lose face. I guess you guys do not want to run a business anymore." Even with his collar gripped tight, the brave employee frantically signals Truong Chi's group to get out. They run. Taking the chance, the group quickly escapes back to their private room. They relax. But before they can even sit down, the door gets kicked wide open. Leading the way is that angry thug, still dragging the unlucky employee who tried to help Truong Chi earlier. He got destroyed. The poor guy looks utterly beaten, and the thug brought backup. They all look fierce, carrying weapons, and the second they confirm it is Truong Chi's room, they attack. The leader grabs an unopened bottle and smashes it over the head of Truong Chi's friend, Tran Shung. Blood pours. It gushes out like a waterfall, leaving Truong Chi pale with terror. Talk about perfect timing, because guess whose car just pulled up right outside the venue? Tran Shung gets hit so hard, he collapses instantly, blood pooling heavily across the floor. But the thug does not look bothered at all, acting completely used to beating people like this. He only cares about showing off to his blonde girl, putting his arm around her to ask if she is happy. Why would I be happy, she pouts. This is not even the guy who bumped into me. Even with one guy severely injured, the girl is not satisfied. She wants Truong Chi punished directly for bumping into her. The threat is real. The thug points the heavy bottle directly at Truong Chi's face. Not knowing how to react to this, he can only swallow hard in sheer terror. But Tran Shung is absolutely no coward. Despite his bleeding head, he finds the strength to stand right back up. Reaching for a heavy ashtray, Tran Shung prepares to lunge at the thug to teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, the lackeys restrain him in time, and his failed revenge attempt only makes the leader even angrier. One more hit. Tran Shung immediately takes another heavy bottle to the head, collapsing completely motionless on the floor. Seeing his friend brutally beaten twice, Truong Chi decides he can no longer stand by helplessly. No more fear. Cursing out loud, he throws himself forward, ready to fight to the absolute death. A massive brawl erupts in the room, and though Truong Chi has never fought, he swings wildly at the thugs. The thugs strike back with vicious blows, fighting as if they want to kill him right then and there. While they are busy brawling, neither side notices the pretty strange changes in that waiter sitting in the corner over there. He is slowly, step by step, turning into a zombie. It is just that right now, people have absolutely no concept of what a zombie actually is. So it is not until the waiter suddenly goes wild, lunges forward, and sinks his teeth deep into a thug's neck that they finally freeze in shock. But at first, the thugs just assume this crazy guy is trying to help Jiang Chi and his friends. Two of the thugs quickly rush over to pull the crazed waiter off him. But they are no match for his raw power since he is already a fully turned zombie. Aside from the first guy bitten on the neck, a second thug quickly gets his arm violently bitten too. That waiter is acting like a complete rabid dog right now, biting absolutely everyone in sight. None of these tough thugs are strong enough to fight him off. But wait, out of absolutely nowhere, Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly shows up inside the room. He grabs the zombie waiter directly by the throat and easily lifts him straight off the ground. Then he slams the guy brutally against the glass door with a loud crash, instantly capturing the attention of every single person inside the room. Thanks to Jiang Xiaoyong's sudden entry and brutal move, the chaotic brawl in the room immediately grinds to a halt. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong pin down that insanely strong waiter with just one single hand, none of the thugs dare to mess with him. Only their leader is stupid enough not to realize the danger, keeping his mouth wide open. "Who the hell are you, you lunatic? Where did you even come from?" he screams. But Jiang Xiaoyong completely ignores him, quickly turning to Jiang Chi to ask if he has been bitten. Jiang Chi has no idea who this guy is, but he still dazedly shakes his head and says he is fine. Jiang Xiaoyong sighs in absolute relief. Luckily, he got here just in time, so he tells him to follow. Even though Jiang Chi does not know this stranger, he really has no desire to stay here anyway, so he just follows along. But he barely takes 2 steps before the leader blocks his path, shouting that they are not finished yet. Before Jiang Chi can reply, the thug who got bitten on the neck suddenly clutches his head, shaking and crying out that his head hurts. The leader turns to ask if his cold is getting worse, and the thug mutters that he only had a runny nose earlier. But only Jiang Xiaoyong truly understands what these sudden symptoms actually mean. Staring at the deep neck wound, Jiang Xiaoyong asks if that guy bit his shoulder, and the thug answers yes, wondering why. Hearing his confused reply, Jiang Xiaoyong sighs inwardly, realizing this guy was already infected by the toxic mist virus beforehand. And getting bitten so close to the central nervous system like that means the zombie virus will take over his brain very quickly, completely turning him in just a matter of moments. He drags the crazed zombie waiter over, throws him into the restroom, and locks the door tight as violent slamming and screaming immediately erupt from inside. Luckily, These low-level starting zombies are not smart enough to figure out how to open doors yet. This seems like the perfect chance to win over his future teammate. Thinking this, Jiang Xiaoyong turns back to Zhang Qi, dusts off his hands and asks, "Just say the word, Zhang Qi. Which of these bastards do you want handled?" Zhang Qi just stares back, asking if they even know each other. Before Jiang Xiaoyong can even get a single word of explanation out, the furious gang leader lunges straight at him. He thinks this kid is speaking way too boldly, so he wants to teach him a harsh lesson first. But we all know how this ends. He cannot even touch Jiang Xiaoyong and gets absolutely wrecked instead. Jiang Xiaoyong easily slams his massive body face first right onto the glass table. The glass completely shatters beneath him, and just watching this makes you feel the extreme pain. Seeing their boss get totally pulverized, the rest of the gang rushes in, but none of them are anywhere near his level. The thug bitten on the neck collapses onto the floor after taking one punch, his body twitching in violent convulsions. His worried crew immediately crowds around him to check on his state. "What is wrong with you? No way one single punch triggered a full-blown seizure like this." Ignoring the guy slowly turning into a zombie, Jiang Xiaoyong clenches his fists and yells out, "Who else wants to catch these hands? Just step right up." Witnessing his absolutely overwhelming strength, not a single thug in the room dares to even breathe. He casually tells Zhang Qi to take his friend outside and wait for him there. Zhang Qi still cannot figure out who this random powerhouse actually is, but he dazedly does exactly as he is told. The badly beaten gang members help each other up to flee, but Jiang Xiaoyong blocks the doorway before they can leave. "What else do you want?" The leader grits his teeth and asks, "Do you think getting drunk gives you a free pass? You almost got my brother killed tonight." Jiang Xiaoyong stares with icy eyes, showing absolutely zero intention of letting these punks off easy. He shoves the gang leader hard, catching him completely off guard and sending him crashing flat on his back. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly bolts the door from the outside, leaving those thugs to fend for themselves with the guy who is already turning into a zombie. Sure enough, the second he steps away, that infected guy completely turns. His eyes go blood red as he opens his jaws, savagely tearing into his own friends. From outside the door, Jiang Xiaoyong can hear every single agonizing scream. Desperate banging on the door mixes with the sickening sound of tearing flesh. Then the restroom door swings open. The infected employee locked inside earlier charges out in a total frenzy. You do not even have to look inside to know the place has turned into an absolute bloody madhouse. Hearing the loud commotion, another terrified employee runs over. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately orders him to double-lock this heavy door right now. Do not open it for any reason, then call the police and the hospital immediately. Tell them a mad flu patient is inside, violently biting everyone. The worker has never even heard of a mad flu, leaving him pretty skeptical. But Jiang Xiaoyong looks so dead serious and panicked that the guy decides not to risk it and does exactly as he is told. The door is locked, tight. Yet those bizarre animalistic screams keep echoing from the other side. With no time to waste, Jiang Xiaoyong grabs Zhang Qi and his buddies to quickly get them out. Moments after the group escapes, yet another clueless karaoke staff member runs up to that locked door. Hearing the violent screams inside, the workers panic. Fearing the absolute worst, they dash over to the security camera room to check the monitors. Get ready, because what they see on screen almost makes them pass out from pure terror. Inside that room, not a single person is normal anymore. Infected beasts are frantically ripping flesh off the others, tearing them open until their internal organs spill onto the floor. Shaking with absolute terror, the staff scramble to dial the police. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong has already gotten Zhang Qi and the others safely into his car and sped off. Only now does Zhang Qi have a moment to breathe and thank Jiang Xiaoyong. But he also needs to know who this guy really is. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly spins a lie, claiming he was hired by a mysterious benefactor to protect their entire group. He says he cannot reveal the identity of his client. Zhang Qi drops it, but one of his buddies eagerly pipes up. He asks if this mad flu is actually real, since online rumors claimed the whole thing was debunked as a hoax, since it is not real. Jiang Xiaoyong just shoots back. So what we all just saw was a mass hallucination. His sharp counter-question completely shuts the guy up. That is when their chubby friend, timidly asks if there is any kind of cure for this virus. Jiang Xiaoyong simply shakes his head, telling them the cold, hard truth about the apocalypse engulfing the earth. It is not ending. In fact, things are only getting worse from here. Right as the words leave his mouth, a blood-curdling scream pierces through the car window. Another newly infected person is out there tearing someone to shreds. But Jiang Xiaoyong does not have the time or the resources to play hero for everyone. Right now, this horrific plague is still only tearing through localized areas. Most of the population is still just incubating the virus. Before long, this entire apocalypse will spiral completely out of control. That means he must get Zhang Qi's group back to his fortress fast, warning them that to survive, they must obey. Jiang Xiaoyong demands. Zhang Qi and his buddies instantly agree in unison, calling him Brother Xiaoyong. He just saved their lives and clearly knows way more about this mad flu than anyone else. No one in their right mind would doubt him now. Not even a bit. With Zhang Qi saved, his new system mission is officially done. Pocketing 20 bonus points, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately pulls up the system shop to see what kind of cool gear he can unlock next. Looking closely at the shop, the only item that remains unchanged from his last visit is that cheap doomsday farmer supply chest. He figures he either has to buy it or spend 2 points to refresh the entire shop roster. The rest of the items look pretty useful and only cost 5 points at most, so he decides to buy them all once they get back. But first, he has one more issue to handle. He glances back at Zhang Qi, then carefully studies the 3 college roommates sitting in the rear seats of his car. In his past life, one of these guys turned traitor, getting the whole group killed, leaving only Zhang Qi barely clinging to life. But right now, Jiang Xiaoyong cannot tell which one is the snake. Meanwhile, let's check in on Cui Jing. After Jiang Xiaoyong exposed her true colors, she has no choice but to latch onto Li Shusheng completely. With the streets getting this chaotic, a coward like Cui Jing does not even dare step outside to buy groceries. All she can do is hunker down at home and wait for her rich lover to drop off supplies. But during their phone call, a frantic knocking suddenly rattles her front door. Her heart racing, Cui Jing creeps over to look through the peephole only to see her friend, Wen Shuya, standing outside. Letting out a massive sigh of relief, she unlocks the door to let her in. But Wen Shuya brings nothing but terrifying news. She whispers that their first-floor neighbor, Liu, was dragged away by police and ambulances this morning. It looks like the virus is already right on their doorstep. Cui Jing, it looks like that crazy flu isn't just a horror story after all. Did those supplies Li Shusheng promised you show up yet? Not yet. Cui Jing answers with a sigh. Wen Shuya curses, launching into her usual rant about how men are useless, completely ignoring her own flaws. She then quickly advises Cui Jing to call Jiang Xiaoyong for some help. He is sitting on an absolute goldmine of supplies, making him the ultimate rich tycoon in this apocalyptic outbreak. How? Cui Jing shoots Wen Shuya a pretty skeptical look. Obviously, she can't admit she's been stalking Jiang Xiaoyong, so she lies and claims she sent one of her simps to track him down instead. They apparently spotted several supply trucks constantly pulling into that abandoned factory on the piece of land he just bought. Hearing this, Cui Jing suspects that Jiang Xiaoyong knew about the pandemic beforehand. He grinds his teeth in pure anger that his friend never warned him. But Wen Shuya snaps now is not the time to overthink. Just call Jiang Xiaoyong as soon as possible. And when Li Shusheng finally makes his move, we demand a much bigger cut of the profits. Right then, look at this. A car suddenly charges through the pitch black. Screeching tires pierce the night as the vehicle slides to a halt. The moment it stops, they all begin stepping out one by one. Unreal. Trung Tri gasps in total shock, instantly catching Jiang Xiaoyong's attention. This place is absolutely massive. It is like a literal fortress. Seeing his stunned reaction, he chuckles softly, realizing everyone really does have a completely different first reaction. Right on cue, Uncle Thung steps out from inside the warehouse. Jiang Xiaoyong, you are finally back. Marn San follows close behind, quickly asking him if he is completely unhurt. Jiang Xiaoyong nods to keep them calm, before replying, do not worry, Uncle Thung and Marn San. Let me quickly introduce you to our newest team members. He gestures to the people standing right behind him. This is Trung Tri and his classmates. These guys are going to be our companions from this moment on. He then turns around and introduces Uncle Thung and Marn San back to them. Marn San flashes a warm, gentle smile to welcome the newcomers. Since Jiang Xiaoyong picked you as companions, you are more than welcome here. He then approaches Uncle Thung with a quick request. Uncle Thung, please take some of our friends to show them around the compound and make sure they understand all of our rules and information. No problem. The old man nods. Meanwhile, Xiao Jia watches and quietly mutters to himself, "Does this feel like northern Myanmar?" Suddenly, a student raises his hand to speak, pointing to himself. Luke Nut Min steps right up with a massive demand, asking if they can get some real weapons to help. We can help guard this base too. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong's expression instantly hardens as he locks a pretty cold stare on him. Sensing the cold tension, Xiao Jia quickly whispers a warning to his stubborn friend. Nut Min, do not rush to ask for weapons. We just arrived here, so we have to build their trust first. Once those words are out, Jiang Xiaoyong's face relaxes as he promises, don't worry, I will hand out weapons in a couple of days. He then looks over at the guy Xiao Jia is supporting and adds that wound is pretty severe. We should get him to the medical clinic for a checkup right away. After getting all settled in, Trung Tri's group goes to shower. Drying his wet hair, Xiao Jia feels totally refreshed and sighs in relief. But Luke Nyet Min steps up to angrily question him about earlier. Why stop me? Nut Min angrily demands, while his clueless friend just stumbles out a flat, huh? Nut Min grinds his teeth in deep anger, blaming him because they would have absolutely received those sweet weapons if he had just kept his mouth shut. He points off dramatically, spitting out his frustrated, stubborn logic to them. To put it nicely, we are being protected. But if we are being totally realistic, he basically has us locked under house arrest here. Hearing this, Xiao Jia frowns deeply and shoots back, how can you even say something like that? He literally just saved our lives. But Nut Min remains deeply bitter, turning to ask the guy walking ahead what his actual background and deal really is. Why on earth did he rescue us anyway? Trung Tri turns around to face them both and says, didn't he mention someone hired him to protect us? Hired by who? Nut Min completely refuses to buy it, snapping back instantly. He did not even say who paid him. Only the devil knows if that's real or fake. He grinds his teeth, frowning heavily. And you can't blame him for being paranoid. He points out how Trun Sung was sent to the clinic, but the doors and windows look tighter than a prison cell. Nyut Min lets his dark thoughts run wild, cooking up some pretty terrifying scenarios, guessing that Trun Sung might even get carved open and dissected in there. That is why we have to strike first. Hearing this crazy talk, Xiao Jia quickly steps closer to calm him. But what if we are wronging him? Wouldn't that be returning good with evil? Ignoring his companion's worries, the guy remains completely stubborn. He growls out, I would rather betray the whole world. If what Jiang Xiaoyong says is true, we should take over this fortress and run the show. Slowly, his words start losing all sense of humanity. In this place, besides us and Jiang Xiaoyong, there is only an old man and a girl. All we have to do is wait until that guy leaves, then grab them. That girl is pretty easy on the eyes too. And we could also, feeling the sudden heavy silence and the strange looks his friends are giving him, Nut Min quickly waves his hands to laugh it off. Hey, he chuckles. I was just joking, do not take it seriously. Hearing this, Truong Chi let out a heavy sigh. Stop scaring me, he says, this is not the end of the world yet. You cannot throw laws away. Tu Jai quickly agrees with him. Absolutely. If that guy really wanted to harm us, he could have easily thrown us in a cell by now. After all, he is the one holding a gun. Right after, the sound of the dripping water tap slowly fades into silence. Check out this snake. Watching them walk away, Nut Min sneers, those brainless fools are totally useless. In this chaotic world, you have to be absolutely ruthless. Just wait until I take over. I will make you both work like pack mules forever. Meanwhile, inside another office room, Uncle Thang and San walk over to find Jiang Xiaoyong sitting quietly by himself. Uncle Thang speaks up first. Jiang Xiaoyong, Truong Chi, and the others have all settled in for the night. That severely injured kid, Tran Chung, is currently resting in the clinic. I did exactly what you asked and locked all the windows tight. Hearing this, he stands up and thanks the older man for his hard work. Uncle Thang, you and San should really get some sleep, because tomorrow, some serious trouble might knock on our door. But suddenly remembering something, he stops them. Wait. One more thing. Hearing his next set of instructions, both of them immediately tense up. Besides the injured Tran Shung, Trong Chi has 2 other classmates with him, so you must stay extremely careful. I have a gut feeling that someone among them is actually planning a betrayal. Once they leave the room, he quietly heads into a dark, cluttered warehouse to do some inventory. Jiang Xiaoyong pulls up his system screen to check his inventory, looking over the loot boxes in the shop. He reaches out his hand to tap on one of them. Instantly, a blinding flash of light erupts as system notifications start piling up on the screen. First level Apocalypse Farmer supply box has been successfully exchanged, deducting 2 system points, making your current balance 18 points. Exchanging the level 1 sugar, oil, and protein supply box is successful, deducting 5 system points and leaving your current balance at 13 points. First level weapons supply box has been successfully exchanged, deducting another 5 system points, leaving you with a balance of only 8 points. Next, he starts opening all the other crates. Opening the level 1 farmer box reveals 50 corn seeds, while opening the level 1 sugar, oil, and protein box brings in even more rewards. You receive 200 kilograms of sausages, 100 kilograms of cured pork, processed vegetables, and 50 cups of instant noodles. Opening the level 1 weapons crate also gives 1,500 rounds of 9mm ammunition. The system notifications finish, and a mountain of supplies instantly piles up right in front of him. These box rewards are actually pretty incredible. Sure, it does not compare to the days of spending money like crazy, but with the apocalypse closing in, resources are going to be extremely scarce. Just look at this massive haul. It is an absolute jackpot. Time slowly passes, and the bright morning of the next day finally arrives. Down the once quiet road, a group of vehicles is now speeding along like absolute maniacs. The cars pull up right in front of the familiar fortress, with loud voices echoing from inside. I found the place. The address is correct. In front of the gates, a group of armed thugs waits patiently for their leader to finish his phone call. Got it, let's grab some food when I get back, he says. Hanging up the phone, the boss immediately barks orders at his thugs. This is the spot. Tear it down, he commands. Following his lead, the lackeys rush forward and start violently bashing the massive iron gates. Boss. This gate is easily 10 centimeters thick. One of the exhausted lackeys turns around to report. There is no way just a few of us can break through this. Now, we can finally see that this boss is actually the reckless driver from the highway. He clenches his fists in rage and curses, "Damn it, what kind of decent person builds a gate this ridiculously thick?" He barks out another order, "Bring out the goods." When they crack open the storage box, it is packed with homemade explosives. The thugs quickly grab the makeshift bombs, light them up, and hurl them straight at the fortress. The homemade explosives rain down inside the fortress walls, triggering a series of loud, chaotic blasts. They stand back to watch as a massive, raging fire officially erupts inside. Meanwhile, a relentless wave of homemade explosive bottles keeps flying over the walls. Truong Chi and the others scramble outside with water buckets and fire extinguishers, screaming fire. "Someone get the fire out now!" Clutching her water bucket and preparing to throw it, she says in a panic Jiang Xiaoyong was absolutely right about this. Even before the disaster fully hits, pretty extreme things are already starting to happen. Right then, Jiang Xiaoyong and Uncle Sheng walk out with guns in hand. He heads to the top of the tower, muttering that he will go see who is looking for death. He climbs up the watchtower with him to scan the ground below. Uncle Sheng says that guy looks pretty familiar and has a few cars with him. Looking closer, he suddenly remembers it is the same driver who did not use his turn signal, the guy who argued with them on the highway. Suddenly, one of the lackeys hears a noise up on the watchtower and immediately reports it to that same rude driver. He tells his boss they have appeared. Hearing this, the driver looks up and angrily snaps that it is indeed that absolute bastard. Next, He points straight at the watchtower and screams for that bastard to get his ass down here. Otherwise, he threatens to turn them all into roasted dogs. But Jiang Xiaoyong is not intimidated at all and fires right back. He gives them 5 minutes to drag their sorry legs out of there. The lackeys immediately lose their minds and yell back at him. Do they not know who their boss is? He tells his men to stop wasting words and grab the remaining 2 crates of firebombs. Right at this moment, the system pops up. Oh, and here comes a brand new quest. Uncle Sheng looks extremely anxious and asks what they should do now, wondering if they need warning shots. But Jiang Xiaoyong completely ignores him to accept the quest. A new quest appears called Casual Threat. Since the stronghold is under attack, he needs to eliminate the threat as fast as possible for 10 reward points. He swiftly accepts the quest, cocks his rifle, and coldly mutters, "Warning shots? These guys look like a bunch of brainless street thugs anyway. The world has not even fully collapsed yet, and these thugs are already throwing firebombs, completely uncaring of whether someone gets burned alive." Uncle Sheng watches in absolute shock as Jiang Xiaoyong peers through his scope and makes his decision. He says that letting this trash survive until the apocalypse is just going to hurt more innocent civilians and threaten their very safety. With that, he immediately fires a single shot toward the crowd. The bullet tears straight through the arm of the turn-signal-hating driver. He falls to his knees in agony, clutching his bloody arm and screaming about his lost limb. Watching this, Jiang Xiaoyong looks rather disappointed and sarcastic. Talk about a terrible shot. He realizes he has lived in peace for way too long, making his marksmanship incredibly rusty. Down below, the thugs finally look up and notice the weapon in his hands. Holy crap, they actually have guns, and it is a rifle. Instantly, the driver and his men turn tail and run. He frantically yells for his men to cover him as they retreat, cursing Jiang Xiaoyong while the lagging lackeys desperately call out for their boss. But Jiang Xiaoyong is not about to show any mercy. He aims his rifle once more, muttering that he hates waiting and always finishes his business today. With that, he opens fire, taking out the thugs one by one. The survivors desperately scramble over each other to get back into their vehicles. The frantic driver screams at his driver to start the engine and get them out of there. Seeing this, Uncle Sheng yells out in panic that the thugs are trying to escape. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly reassures him, telling him not to worry because this is precisely why he brought an automatic rifle. With that, he keeps unloading lead right into the escaping vehicle below. In a smooth, practiced motion, he reloads, chambers another round, and keeps firing. Uncle Sheng breaks into a cold sweat in sheer amazement. That level of shooting and rapid reloading is exactly what he could do back in his army days. Just what kind of background does this kid actually have? After the smoke clears, under the vast blue sky, only the distant drone of a passing plane remains. Scattered outside the fortress is a trail of lifeless bodies and the wrecked ruins of their getaway vehicle. Jiang Xiaoyong turns around and heads down to assign the next tasks. He tells Uncle Sheng to go grab Zhang Ji and the others so they can clean up the mess outside. But he suddenly pauses. Wait, scratch that. A sudden thought strikes him they are still only in the early stages of this disaster. It might actually be better to let these corpses turn into zombies first, then use them for target practice with Zhang Ji and San. Deciding on his new plan, he tells Uncle Sheng to hold off for now. Seeing this sudden change of mind, the older man looks confused. He asks if they are really just going to leave those bodies out on the road. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly replies that they should leave them, as he has other plans. A bit later, look at this on that very same stretch of road. 2 vehicles are speeding forward. Li Shuxiong glances out the window, asking the passengers in the back if they are almost there. Sitting behind him are Wen Shuya and Cui Jing, who is projecting a highly adorable, beautiful vibe. Jia Ziyan smiles, replying that it is right at the next intersection. Seeing her acting like this, Cui Jing secretly scoffs, annoyed that she always puts on that fake face whenever Li Shuxiong is around. Does she really think I do not know what she is up to? After driving for a while, their car pulls over. Li Shuxiong tells Cui Jing that he will park and wait here, asking his darling to text him once she gets inside. As soon as he finishes, she steps out of the car to call the people inside. Cui Jing orders Wen Shuya to follow, but Wen Shuya grumbles, clearly not wanting to go. What? Do I have to go too? Seeing her friend's obvious reluctance, Cui Jing snaps back in annoyance. That is absolute nonsense. Cui Jing snaps back. If you do not come along, how on earth will I know which factory it is? But when Shuya keeps making excuses, claiming anyone can easily find it just by walking straight. Besides, walking through 2 entire intersections in these high heels is going to be incredibly tiring. Refusing to leave her behind, Cui Jing grabs her hand and drags her forward. Who told you to wear high heels anyway? Stop complaining and just come with me. Dragged along, Wen Shuya frantically tries to find another excuse, crying out that her phone is still in the car. But Cui Jing is not buying this trick, telling her to just leave it there. She says she has her own phone, and after some annoying bickering, the 2 women finally start heading forward. Watching them walk away, Li Shuxiong pulls out his phone to make a call, instructing everyone to get ready. As he gives the orders, another car pulls up from behind. He tells them to rush in the second his own vehicle starts up. Inside that car is his crew of goons, and their leader confirms the order over his radio, saying copy that. Back to the 2 women. Wen Shuya immediately starts complaining and whining again. Why do you have to drag me along, Cui Jing? Under her breath, she criticizes her friend's fake attitude, knowing they are both playing the same game. With a devious mind like yours, do you really think you can fool me? Wen Shuya sneers with a fake smile. That is totally unfair to say, Cui Jing replies, explaining that dressing up makes it easier to lure out Jiang Xiaoyong. Besides, he already knows about your relationship with Li Shuxiong. But as they speak, their expressions suddenly turn pale. What is going on up ahead? Walking behind, Wen Shuya cannot see yet, but when she does, she gasps at the absolute devastation. Seriously, what is this? Was there a shootout? She clings tightly to Cui Jing, stammering in pure terror. Cui Jing, all these people are dead. We need to turn back right now. Looking closely at the bodies and the fresh blood, she estimates they must have died very recently. Could 2 rival factions have been fighting over Jiang Xiaoyong's supplies? They carefully creep past the rear of a car, whispering to each other in absolute terror. Does this mean Jiang Xiaoyong is probably dead too? His miserable life is no great loss, but we really need to know if the supplies are still there. But as they keep talking, the body of the dead driver suddenly begins to twitch. Wen Shuya frantically suggests turning back to let Li Shuxiong's men investigate first, but Cui Jing quickly shushes her, whispering to keep quiet while they check if the factory door is locked. And here is the crazy part, they have no idea that those dead eyes behind them are already changing. Both Cui Jing and Wen Shuya slowly approach the entrance of Jiang Xiaoyong's stronghold. Knocking on the thick gate, Wen Shuya curses that this door looks absolutely terrifying. Seeing nothing inside, she notes that since the main gate is locked, Jiang Xiaoyong must still be alive. Right then, a voice from above calls out to get their attention, asking who they are. Zasan stands on the watchtower, demanding to know who they are and how they found this place. Wen Shuya quickly cooks up a lie to answer her. She claims they are close friends of Jiang Xiaoyong, and right behind her, Cui Jing shamelessly chimes in, introducing herself as Jiang Xiaoyong's actual girlfriend. Hearing their answers, Zasan turns back inside the building to report the news. She tells Jiang Xiaoyong that 2 girls are outside, with one claiming to be his girlfriend. Meanwhile, down below, Cui Jing grinds her teeth in rage. Now I see why that jerk Jiang Xiaoyong changed his attitude. Turns out he found a new girlfriend. Seeing her sudden jealousy flare up, Wen Shuya warns Cui Jing not to show it. It is a critical moment, and that woman up there has a crossbow. Can Li Shuxiong actually handle her? Though highly irritated, Cui Jing still nods to reassure her friend. Do not worry. He has pistols, and once we open the door, he will take down Jiang Xiaoyong. Up on the watchtower, Jiang Xiaoyong finally appears and calls out to them. He asks Cui Jing and Wen Shuya what they are doing here. Wait for it. He immediately activates his mind eye, reading right past their fake smiles to see the hidden anger. Wen Shuya immediately tries to flatter him, asking if friends cannot just drop by for a visit. With the world in chaos, they were so worried about him, asking if he missed them too. He sneers at her fake concern, saying he knew it all along. That scumbag Li Shuxiong must be hiding somewhere nearby right now, correct? How many men did he bring? And what weapons do they have? The two women freeze in absolute shock, their mouths hanging open, wondering how he could possibly know. But before they can react, Jiang Xiaoyong unleashes a hail of bullets right down at them. Seeing how heartless he is, they shout at him in pure rage. Cui Jing screams that Jiang Xiaoyong has gone completely mad for shooting at them, but Wen Shuya quickly warns her to watch it since he is holding a gun. Wen Shuya tells her to talk quietly and stop provoking him, but she does not care and boldly asks what there is to even be afraid of. She claims he will never dare to shoot her dead, making Jiang Xiaoyong laugh out loud, asking if she really thinks he won't pull the trigger. He says that will actually make things very convenient for them, and right as he speaks, low groans and growls echo from right behind the two girls. Cui Jing spins around and panics, shouting out to ask what that thing is, wondering if it is one of those mad flu victims. Wen Shuya is completely terrified, asking in disbelief if this mad flu can actually bring the dead back to life. Look at the sheer cruelty in his eyes here. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly says he wants to watch them get eaten alive by these monsters. The moment he finishes speaking, the screaming zombies charge forward, madly rushing toward the two girls. Fortunately, because of their small frames, they manage to dodge the initial rush, running forward while screaming for Li Shuchong to save them. Hearing his name, he looks over to find Wen Shuya and Cui Jing running for their lives from the zombies, screaming for help. They beg him to save them, causing him to panic and yell out in frustration, wondering why on earth these mad flu freaks are suddenly showing up here. He quickly scrambles back into his car, grabbing the radio to warn the others. He screams into the radio to turn the cars around because of the infected, making Cui Jing fly into a rage when she realizes he is abandoning them, screaming that he is a complete bastard. With the horde closing in on her, she raises her handbag high, screaming out that she does not want to die like this. She then swings her arm and hurls the heavy bag straight at Wen Shuya, calling her a worthless bitch. The strap of the bag wraps perfectly around Wen Shuya's ankle, tripping her up and sending her crashing face first onto the hard ground. This absolute betrayal lets the monsters catch up instantly, leaving her to scream in pure terror as they swarm her. But it is already too late, and Wen Shuya is completely surrounded, leaving her to be brutally devoured. They tear into her without mercy as blood flows everywhere, and with her final breaths, she curses Cui Jing as a filthy backstabber. Used as literal zombie bait, she spits out a final curse, screaming that Cui Jing will never die in peace. Cui Jing does not care about her cries and just keeps running, yelling back that she deserved it, that she absolutely deserved to die. Meanwhile, as San watches this horrific scene unfold in absolute terror, Jiang Xiaoyong remains completely calm as his system announces that the threat mission is complete. He receives 10 bonus points, bringing his current total up to 18 points. The system issues a brand new quest to clear the streets of all infected and monsters outside his base, starting from 0%, with a 10-point reward. Having stayed silent until now, San asks him if these people really just turned into zombies from the air. He slowly explains the situation to her, saying that they have officially entered the end times now. The air is loaded with an otherworldly infection, meaning any dead body left exposed outside will quickly turn into a zombie. Even people who are just injured or physically weak face an extremely high risk of mutating. His explanation makes perfect sense to her, and once their talk is over, he turns to leave while instructing her to gather everyone together for an urgent meeting. A short while later, the entire group is gathered inside a large, spacious room. Jiang Xiaoyong speaks first, warning them that for the next 2 days, unless absolutely necessary, staying indoors with all doors and windows tightly shut to let their bodies adapt to the air is absolutely crucial, as it is the only way to minimize their risk of mutating. Hearing this, Trung Chi looks quite worried, asking what will happen to brother Trun Sung then. Right at that moment inside the clinic, Trun Sung is lying silently on a bed as his hand begins to discolor and dark veins pop out. The infection is already spreading from his arm up to his face, and Trun Sung grits his teeth, sweating profusely as he fights it off. Meanwhile, the city center is descending into pure chaos, and Thung Chet looks out at the madness on the streets in utter shock. Things are too wild out there, he mutters to himself before turning around to warn his family. telling his wife that he needs to head to the warehouse tonight to retrieve their remaining supplies. He tells his wife Xiaoli that she and Soi must stay inside and never open the door to anyone but him. But the moment he finishes, a frantic knocking rattles the front door. He stares anxiously at the entrance, which continues to shake from the violent, heavy pounding. Without hesitation, Thung Chet gestures for his family to stay absolutely quiet, cautiously grabbing a golf club as he slowly creeps closer to the door. Suddenly, a voice from outside calls out to ask if he is home, and recognizing his friend, he lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Realizing it is Dung Dao, he quickly unlocks and opens the door, only for a boot to suddenly slam directly into his stomach the moment it swings wide. As Thung Chet crashes to the floor, a group of complete strangers rushes inside and pins him down. Glaring at the man behind him, he yells out at the top of his lungs, "Let me go." Thung Zhe furiously demands answers from the ungrateful traitor. "Dung Dao, what the hell is the meaning of this? I treated you so damn well." Hearing those words, the traitor just points at himself with a pretty sarcastic smirk. "Say that again. You treated me well? In your eyes, I was never anything more than a dirty dog." Ignoring his excuses, Thung Zhe keeps scolding him, "Do you even have a shred of conscience left? If it was not for me, could you have ever made enough money to pay for a house down payment?" This completely triggers Dung Dao, making him snap back in annoyance. "Sure, I got enough for a down payment, but how many houses did you buy with the massive wealth you made off my back? Stop the nonsense, and just hand over your warehouse keys and the location right now." Thung Zhe refuses to break. But watch this. The thug smiles wickedly and steps right toward the poor guy's helpless family. Snorting coldly, he mocks him, "Still acting tough, are we?" He grabs Xiaoli by her hair, pulling it violently. "Get over here." Seeing his mother crying out in pain, the brave little boy screams and rushes forward. "I will kill you." He bites down hard on Dung Dao's hand, making the thug howl in pain. "You little brat, how dare you bite me?" Without showing any mercy, he delivers a brutal slap that sends the boy spinning away. "Get lost." Seeing his family getting hurt, Thung Zhe can no longer stay quiet and roars. "Damn you, fight me if you have the guts. Let my wife and son go." Dung Dao turns back to look at him, thoroughly enjoying his own little power trip. "Relax. As long as you cooperate with us, your precious wife and kid will stay perfectly safe and sound. Now take us to your warehouse." A short while later, the heavy grinding sound of a rolling metal door echoes through the air. Under heavy threat, Thung Zhe finally breaks and leads him right to the stash. Stepping inside, the thug spots only a few scattered boxes and frowns. "Wait, is this all that is left?" He replies bluntly, "Is it not because that big customer of yours came looking? Everything has already been sold out, and there is barely even any expired stock left behind in here." Hearing this, Dung Dao strokes his chin, muttering the name Jiang Xiaoyong. Right after, a sinister smile spreads across his face as he starts plotting his next devious move. If we can somehow seize all the supplies inside Jiang Xiaoyong's factory, we can finally kick back and sleep easy. Seeing this look on his face, Thung Zhe sincerely warns him, "I highly advise you not to mess with that guy. I saw him by chance during a delivery once. That kid is a seriously tough nut to crack. He must have somehow caught wind of this massive apocalypse way in advance." Hearing his words, the thug replies with a pretty heavy dose of implication, "And that is exactly what you are going to handle." Confused by the reply, Thung Zhe asks back, "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Dung Dao slowly and calmly lays out his cruel terms. "Handing over Jiang Xiaoyong's supplies to buy your family's safety now, does that not sound like a pretty fair deal to you?" Hearing this ruthless threat, Thung Zhe stays silent, gritting his teeth in absolute burning rage. Check this out. We are cut right back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base as a blood-curdling shriek echoes out. Deep inside the base clinic, a small crowd gathers around a medical bed, staring at the restrained patient growling like a wild beast. Tren Shung's limbs and neck are tightly strapped down, preventing him from biting anyone and spreading the horrific infection. Trung Tree's group stands there with mixed emotions, silently watching their once-beloved friend turn into a monster right before their eyes. Right then, Nutmin shatters the heavy silence with a brutal suggestion to put him down. Noticing the cold detachment in his voice, Jiang Xiaoyong silently observes him with a thoughtful gaze. Standing nearby, Trung Tree can barely process it and asks back, "What did you just say?" Nutmin immediately offers a highly convincing argument that leaves him completely speechless. He is already dead. If we do not finish him off as soon as possible and he somehow escapes, everyone else in this base is going to get killed. Xiao Jia loudly protests. "He is our brother. Are you seriously going to abandon him without even trying to save him once?" That is when Jiang Xiaoyong steps in. Cutting them off, he is right. Once the symptoms show up, recovery is pretty much impossible. Hearing this, Xiao Jia cries out in utter despair, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong," without a word. He simply draws a small, sharp knife from his waist. Shoving the blade toward Nutmin, he coldly orders, "Take it." Seeing this, the man instantly looks pretty panicked. "What do you mean by this?" Jiang Xiaoyong gets straight to the point and him. Despite his previous tough talk, looking at the blade makes him freeze up. Sensing his hesitation, he steps in close with a freezing stare. "Did you not always want a weapon? Now take this weapon and set him free." Suddenly, through the heavy tension, another hand reaches out and grips the handle of his knife. Trung Tree takes the knife with a shadowed face, saying, "Let me do it, brother Jiang Xiaoyong." He is trembling, but he resolutely steps up to take the burden. "Let me do it." Being a kind soul, he summons every ounce of courage to hold the weapon, yet he simply cannot mask the raw terror written all over his face. Jiang Xiaoyong tightly grips the freezing blade and asks, "Are you absolutely sure about this? What if everything I told you guys up until now was nothing but a complete lie? Once this blade goes down, you become a murderer." Even though he is terrified inside, he looks straight into Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes and says, "I trust you." Hearing those words, Jiang Xiaoyong smiles with satisfaction at Jiang Qi and gives the cold command to do it. He steps closer, gripping his knife tightly beside the bed where Chen Chong, now a thrashing zombie, struggles so violently the entire frame shakes. Tears stream down as he forces himself to raise his hand, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, Chen Chong lets out a hopeless scream, his skin turning completely blue. The blade is inches away from plunging straight into his neck. Jiang Qi grits his teeth, his eyes completely red as he cries. But suddenly, for some unknown reason, Jiang Xiaoyong grabs his arm and stops him, leaving him completely stunned. Yet, showing absolutely no emotion, he just stares at the system screen and tells them everyone get outside. This guy's condition is quite special, and keeping him alive here actually benefits me. Right then, his system flashes an urgent notification warning. Rare mutated variant detected. Once everyone finally leaves, violent crashing noises start echoing endlessly from inside the medical room. Now it is just Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong in the room. The boy thrashes and screams at him. Somehow not fully turned into a monster yet, he is still trying to hold on to his humanity. Jiang Xiaoyong leans in close to Chen Chong and whispers, "I have a very important mission for you." Somehow the boy seems to understand, and his wild thrashing slowly starts to quiet down. Now watch this. Over in the city, a luxury car is swerving quite wildly out of control down the road. The car slams straight into a power pole, wrecking the front end as black smoke pours out. Shengzai stumbles out, clutching his head in pure frustration. "Damn it, this is just my luck." He struggles to his feet and starts limping away, muttering, "I need to get out of here right now." Little does he know, a zombie has been creeping up behind him. It lunges forward with a sickening screech, making him jump out of his skin. Oh, crap. Before he can even react, the monster sinks its teeth deep into his arm. Shengzai screams in agony, pushing the beast off with all his strength. Seizing the moment, he scrambles back toward his wrecked car while clutching his bleeding arm. Right there on the passenger seat is a solid metal rod. Grabbing it, he swings with absolute fury, smashing the zombie right in the face while screaming, "Get the hell off me!" The brutal strike sends the monster crashing to the ground, a bloody tooth flying clean out of its mouth. Adrenaline pumping, he unleashes his pure rage, brutally hammering the creature over and over without stopping for a single second. After what feels like forever, Shengzai stands there panting, covered in sweat, staring down at the mangled body of the beast. "Crap! I can't stay here," he mutters. Clutching his heavily bleeding arm, he drags his feet and vanishes into the empty streets. Meanwhile, back at the base, some stray walkers are wandering near the entrance as Jiang Xiaoyong very carefully slips outside. He scans the area with practiced eyes. Honestly, he is not even scared anymore. This has just become daily life. Behind him, a capable-looking squad follows closely. Everyone is incredibly tense, tightly gripping their bats, hammers, and weapons, taking slow, extremely cautious steps. Meng Shan, clearly struggling to adjust to her heavy protective gear, sighs and starts complaining. She groans that this bulky gear is way too heavy and extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Xiaoyong patiently explains that zombies have absolutely zero limits, making their raw, brainless strength incredibly dangerous. With how little real combat experience the team has right now, they would get torn apart without proper protection. Once everyone gets a few battles under their belt, they can ditch the heavy armor. Leading the way, he scouts slightly ahead of the group and immediately spots a lone walker wandering just up the road. Instantly, he raises his hand to halt the squad, whispering, "Is everyone ready?" We are well within its detection range now. As the team nods nervously, he looks back one last time to make sure they are set. Suddenly, the creature sniffs the air and whips around with a snarling, rotten face. Jiang Xiaoyong yells out, "We are spotted, move in!" He quickly shouts over the noise, reminding them to stick to the plan, watch each other's backs, and maintain their distance. The beast lunges directly at him, but with perfect reflexes, Jiang Xiaoyong smoothly steps aside, letting it fly right past. Even with the threat inches away, he calmly commands the squad, yelling that the moment they leap is their best opening. Aim quickly at the temple or back neck. Xiao Kai eagerly charges in, raising his blade high to chop right into the monster's forehead. But with a loud clank, the weapon bounces off its rock-hard skull. Instead, he is the one crying out in pain, clutching his heavily numbed arm. Jiang Xiaoyong shouts a warning from the rear, telling him that the top of the skull is the hardest part and will just make your hands go numb. That mistake is quite typical for beginners. Before he can recover, the zombie lunges forward, grabbing the sword right out of his grip. The rabid monster gets even wilder, literally biting down hard on the metal blade. Its teeth clamp tight onto the steel, and with his strength failing, he frantically looks back and begs, "Damn it, help me, Qi." Jiang Xiaoyong intentionally lets everyone get used to dealing with the zombies as he calmly says, "Not bad. This defense is correct. Trung Tri, your teammate needs your help over there." Before long, Trung Tri quickly charges forward wielding a baseball bat. Striking from behind to target the neck, he lands a brutal blow on the zombie. Jiang Xiaoyong stands by, watching the trio fight while giving correct advice. "That is it, but your attacks aren't strong enough yet. Everyone, keep pushing forward." Meanwhile, a sneaky zombie creeps up right behind Jiang Xiaoyong without anyone noticing. After struggling for a long time, Trung Tri turns around with a proud look to ask Jiang Xiaoyong, "Brother, did we do okay?" He smiles with satisfaction and replies, "Is that even a question?" Right behind him, the waiting zombie suddenly charges with wide eyes and a massive open mouth, trying to sink its teeth into his shoulder. Terrified for his safety, Trung Tri screams out a warning, "Watch out, brother Jiang Xiaoyong." Just as the decaying teeth are about to bite his flesh, he effortlessly catches the beast by its skull. He remains perfectly calm, casually holding the head like a seasoned professional. Holding the struggling monster with a single hand, he keeps lecturing his teammates. "Did you already forget what I told everyone? Never let your guard down and ignore your surroundings." While the crew stands frozen in shock, we cut over to Trung Trit, who has snuck pretty close to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. Hiding from the monsters behind a massive concrete barrier, he stares into the distance with pure annoyance. "Damn it! Are there mad flu infectees here already? Has that bastard Jiang Xiaoyong already figured it out?" Looking ahead, he spots an abandoned car echoing with Jiang Xiaoyong's loud voice as he constantly warns his squad to support their struggling allies. Recognizing the voice, Trung Trit slowly edges closer to the vehicle, deep in thought as he carefully plans his next move. Yes, that is definitely Jiang Xiaoyong. He crouches behind the bumper, carefully poking his head out to scan the area ahead. He whispers quietly to himself, "Is Jiang Xiaoyong actually out here with his squad hunting down those mad flu monsters?" But here is the crazy part. While he is completely focused on spying, a creeping nightmare is waiting right under his feet. This freshly awakened creature catches the scent of human flesh, its eyes glowing with hunger. Shockingly, this monster is none other than Wen Shuya, now completely stripped of her beautiful face. Her once lovely face is now entirely shredded and covered in bloody tears. Suddenly, her decaying hand snatches his pant leg, sending him into a wild panic as he falls and kicks frantically. Terrified, his entire body goes completely numb for a few agonizing seconds. Having lost all her humanity, Wen Shuya lets out a horrific screech, driven purely by a desperate hunger for flesh. She glares with bloodshot eyes and a gaping jaw, ready to tear him apart. The rotting monster suddenly pins Trung Thung Trit to the pavement, making him scream out, "Damn it, get off me!" And just like that, boom, a sudden gunshot rings out, splattering dark blood everywhere and cutting his scream short. Once saved, Trung Thung Trit quickly shoves the heavy corpse off his chest. Standing over him, Jiang Xiaoyong demands to know Trung Thung Trit, "What brings you here?" Scrambling toward him, he desperately gasps, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, thank God. I actually made it out alive to see you." But right then, Jiang Xiaoyong spots something on his arm, a fresh bite mark. Instantly, he raises his gun to the man's head. "You've been bitten." Terrified that he is about to get shot, he frantically pleads for mercy. "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, please don't shoot. I have to tell you something." Keeping his weapon raised, Jiang Xiaoyong coldly responds, "Say whatever you want, but don't take another step closer." Trembling all over, Trung Thung Trit desperately gasps, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, I already know I am a dead man walking. Soon enough, I will turn into one of those mindless beasts." But then, he suddenly yells out in anger, "That absolute bastard Dung Dao has kidnapped my wife and child. He used them to force me to come up with a scheme to trick you and steal all your resources." He pleads with complete sincerity, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, I know I am no saint, but I have never done anything truly evil. My family is completely innocent." He begs Jiang Xiaoyong, desperately trying to appeal to his humanity. "Those heartless beasts will never let my family go. Their fate will end up being 1,000,000 times worse than mine. Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, I beg you to rescue them. Just think of it as payment for all the supplies I helped you secure." Hearing this heartfelt plea, Jiang Xiaoyong begins to weigh his options carefully. Sure, the guy initially only cared about turning a profit, but looking back, he actually helped out a ton. He looks back toward his fortress, assessing their current numbers. The shelter has plenty of space left, but there are way more guys than girls, making the ratio pretty unbalanced. Just then, the system suddenly chimed, making him smile with absolute satisfaction. A new quest reward? Talk about a golden opportunity to expand his growing force. The system brings up 2 quest tabs. A brand new quest appears, "Save Trung Thung Trit's family." The reward is 25 points, and progress is currently sitting at 0%. Meanwhile, his active quest to clean the streets remains open, requiring him to eliminate all nearby infected and monsters. With a 70% bonus and 10 points on the line, Jiang Xiaoyong agrees to help Truong Thang Triet. "Do not worry, I will protect your family," he promises. Truong Thang Triet looks completely stunned. "Is that really true, Brother Dung?" "Brother Dung?" Suddenly, he drops to his knees, kowtowing in deep gratitude. "Brother Dung, I can never repay you in this life. I swear in the next, I will serve you like a beast of burden." Then, he quietly whispers, "Brother Dung, please, do it." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong asks him, "Do what exactly?" Truong Thang Triet calmly replies, "End my life. I do not want to become a rabid monster and threaten my own family." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong just stays completely silent. Suddenly he turns around, telling Man San to grab a bicycle from the warehouse and give it to him. This sudden order makes her gasp in shock, but he offers no explanation. Jiang Xiaoyong turns to Truong Thang Triet, "Get out of here. Go as far as you can. to somewhere abandoned. Confused, he asks why. Jiang Xiaoyong simply replies, "Do not ask questions. Your time is running out, so you better hurry up." Understanding the plan, he lets out a heavy sigh. "All right, I get it now. Thank you, Brother Deng." Moments later, he is pedaling that bicycle away with every bit of strength he has left. By now, the virus is slowly turning him into a zombie, but his mind is still locked onto his family. His face is already half zombie, but those tears on the other side, it is absolutely gut-wrenching to watch. Back at the fortress, Jiang Xiaoyong and the others pile up the zombie corpses in one spot. They douse the pile in gasoline, flick a lighter, and set the corpses ablaze while a tired voice complains about being worked to death all day. Right then, Jiang Xiaoyong starts evaluating everyone based on their current combat experience and overall strength. Having 2 or 3 people use basic melee weapons to hunt down lone zombies without getting hurt should be easy enough. Suddenly, the system alerts him that the street clearing quest is complete plus 10 points, bringing his total to 28. He glances over at Uncle, Thang, and Mensan. Then eyes Trung Tree's crew facing even a small group of zombies would definitely get them killed. Suddenly, he turns to walk away, calling for everyone to follow him. "Follow me." Jiang Xiaoyong leads them to a warehouse, suddenly calling out to Uncle Thang, who quickly replies, "Yes, what is it?" He hands him a key with instructions. "This warehouse has weapons stored inside. I am heading into the city tonight, so I am leaving you in charge of our safety." Taking the key, he asks worriedly, "The city is pure chaos right now. Are you going alone?" Troong Qi and Tujia immediately volunteer Brother Deng. "Let the 3 of us tag along with you." Unlike them, Luke Not Min stays silent. Facing their eager offers, Jiang Xiaoyong flatly refuses. "No need. You are not ready for this level of danger. Honestly, you would just be a burden. Uncle Thang, I am counting on you." Ready to help, Uncle Thang warns him to stay safe. "Do not worry, Jiang Xiaoyong. Just stay safe out there." Soon he is in the car, armed and ready. The system alerts him that the shop is empty manual. Refresh will cost 2 points. Let us be real. The items in this store are updating way too slowly for a survival game. Knowing this mission is going to be incredibly dangerous, he decides he needs to prepare. He triggers the manual refresh, and the system instantly deducts 2 points, updating the item list. His current total is 26 points. A level 1 dark tech supply box costs 20 points. The level 1 medical supply box is 5 points. The weapon box is 5, and another refresh costs 4. Looking at the high costs, Jiang Xiaoyong helplessly sighs to himself. Refreshing once already doubled the cost from 2 points to 4. I really need to start being more careful with my savings. Without wasting any time, he purchases the high-tech supply box, relieved that he has just enough points left. The system confirms the purchase level 1 dark tech box acquired, leaving him with 6 points. Suddenly, a blinding light floods his car. The box opens, giving him a physical enhancement serum worth 5 stats. Inside the car, Jiang Xiaoyong is really not a fan of this flashy light show. What the hell, did I just get flashbanged? Then, a strange vial materializes in his hand. Holy crap! A +5 boost to physical stats? He immediately injects it to be safe. He instantly screams out in agonizing pain as another blinding flash of light suddenly bursts before him. His system panel pops up 13 points of physical power, 260% above average, plus Mind Eye and a space ring. Meanwhile, over at Truong Thang Triet's place, inside a room packed from floor to ceiling with children's toys, Chula holds her son tight, whispering that Soe shouldn't be afraid because his dad will return soon. But right then, 2 of Duongdao's goons suddenly barge straight into the room. Absolute terror. The second she spots them, Tule screams out, "What do you want?" One thug pins her down with a sickening grin, asking what they want before sneering that they are just looking to quench their thirst, and they immediately start tearing her clothes as she weeps. "No, please don't," Tule screams, desperately thrashing around until she somehow breaks free from the grasp of Duongdao's savage goons. She begs them to let her go. Then, someone walks in and cuts it short. Brother Lai demands to know what they are doing. He asks why it is so loud, but the trashy goon just smiles and tells Brother Lai to come join them. But he shuts them down, telling them to use their brains because the job is not finished yet. Let her go right now. The thug snaps back, complaining that they have done this kind of thing plenty of times before. So what is the big deal? Angry that this idiot is talking back, Brother Lai barks that touching the man's wife and kid right now is a huge mistake. What if she ends her life? The husband will have nothing to lose. He will hunt us down to the death. Understand? Softening his voice, Brother Lai says they can all have a turn once the husband is finally taken care of. She will not get a single second of peace, he promises, leaving the disappointed underling with no real choice but to obey. The thug mutters a curse about him ruining the fun, but before walking out, he turns to mockingly tell Tu Lei to wait for him. Left alone in absolute misery, the mother and son can only cling to each other and weep while out on the zombie-infested streets. Jiang Xiaoyong drives through the night, realizing that 13 points of physical power essentially doubles his strength, sharpening his reflexes and control perfectly. He weaves through the abandoned streets like a pro, effortlessly swerving around wrecked cars and random debris without breaking a sweat. Now this is what we call an absolute upgrade. Look how cleanly he handles this dark, monster-infested street. Jiang Xiaoyong pulls over. He steps out. Heading straight into the inner city means a car is just too loud, so he needs to go on foot, but then a low growl echoes right behind him. Two brainless zombies are sprinting straight toward him, hungry for a quick meal. Without flinching, he slips to the side, hooks his arm over the monster's shoulder, and slams it hard onto the concrete before hurling the dazed beast right into the other zombie. Instantly summoning his blade, Jiang Xiaoyong grips the hilt tightly, eyes locked on the target as he charges forward with explosive speed. Two lightning slashes. He cleanly decapitates both brainless monsters right then and there. He looks at his work, realizing his raw strength and reflexes are absolutely overwhelming compared to these ordinary undead. Double stats. This is what it feels like. But he can feel even more than that. His perception has leveled up too, but right then, a frantic scream echoes from the distance, shouting that they are completely surrounded. He calculates the noise is about 800 meters away when suddenly, his system alerts him of a random encounter quest. Meanwhile, chaos looms. A grocery store is completely mobbed by zombies. A panicked voice inside cries out that they are surrounded, forcing Lai Hoenloi to bark orders to pile up more heavy objects against the entrance. Hysterical and sobbing, young Tu Hien asks his father if they are really going to die in here. Old Tong tries to comfort him with some pretty dark optimism, saying the monsters cannot get in, and even if they do, they will just get to go see his mother. I mean, can you really blame the poor kid for crying even louder after a comfort speech like that? Shut up. Lai Hoenloi snaps at Old Tong for being so incredibly useless. He asks if he even knows how to comfort a kid, while Old Tong grumbles back that if he knew how to talk to people, otherwise he would have been promoted to apartment manager a long time ago. Feeling completely helpless, Lai Hoenloi can only grit his teeth and wonder if this is truly where their journey ends today. While the monsters scream outside, a sudden commotion cuts through the chaos, leaving everyone inside frozen in fear, wondering what is happening. A massive zombie suddenly slams right against the glass door, sending Tu Hien and Old Tong scrambling back in panic before the creature slowly slides down, leaving a thick trail of blood. Total silence. There is nothing but dark crimson stains painted across the shattered storefront window. Catching his breath, Lai Hoenloi hastily whispers to Old Tong that he and Tu Hien need to start clearing away the heavy barricade. Use the elevator. Don't make a sound. Old Tong quickly nods in agreement. Cautiously cracking the door open, they step outside only to freeze at the sight of slaughtered monsters littering the floor, leaving Old Tong completely stunned. Suddenly, young Zixuan screams, "It has to be a mutant!" Hearing him, Old Song immediately asks what a mutant even is. The boy explains in sheer terror that they are far stronger and way more agile than normal zombies. That is how they are designed in comics, novels, and games. Hearing his son, Old Song snaps. Comics, novels, and games. You waste your time on that garbage every single day. No wonder your grades are always at the bottom. Seeing him scold his kid at a time like this, Li Hongli steps in to keep him focused. Old song, your emotional quotient is pretty low. What kind of time is this to lecture him? Just follow me and watch our surroundings closely so we do not get ambushed by some mutant. He takes the lead, warning everyone to watch their own angles as they slowly make their way toward the gathering point. Reaching an intersection, he halts and signals the group. Stop here. Confused. The others quickly ask what is going on. It turns out Li Hongli spotted Jiang Xiaoyong standing there, staring at a floating system screen. Encounter mission completed. Rescue successful. System points increased by 5, bringing his current total to 11 points. And guess what? The moment young Zixuan spots the kid, he panics, thinking he is definitely that dangerous mutant. But Li Hongli disagrees. He looks like a survivor to me. Jiang Xiaoyong overhears the kid and decides to tease him, saying, "A mutant? You have quite an imagination, kid. But we are not at the point where mutants roam the streets yet." Hearing the survivor speak, Li Hongli happily walks over, kindly suggesting that the kid should tag along with them now. Kid, wandering alone is pretty dangerous. In times like this, we must stick together to survive. So join us. Seeing the captain pacing back and forth like a worried mother hen looking all around, Jiang Xiaoyong asks who they are and if it is just the few of them. Li Hongli honestly replies that they are searching for supplies and many civilians are gathered at Rongxiang Garden. Hearing that, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly asks if Rongxiang Garden is close to Jinyu Mansion, since he remembers they are pretty near each other. Old Song steps up to answer instead, confirming it is not far at all, just a single street away. He then kindly extends the same invitation as Li Hongli, saying, "Little brother, there is strength in numbers, so tag along with us. Captain Li has a gun. We have plenty of experience dealing with those monsters, and we can keep you safe." Touched by their warm invitation, Jiang Xiaoyong nods and gladly thanks everyone. Soon, the entire group stands gathered on the empty street, scanning the area with extreme alertness. Old Song then turns to Jiang Xiaoyong and asks him a quick question. "Are you asking about Jinyu Mansion because you want to meet someone important there?" The kid nods, prompting the old man to ask if it is a relative or a girlfriend. Suddenly, he pats the boy on the shoulder, offering a bit of realistic comfort in this apocalypse. No matter who you are looking for, they are likely already dead by now, so you should prepare yourself mentally. Li Hongli suddenly grinds his teeth and speaks up exactly. Even if they are not torn apart by the infected, they might run into those absolute beasts. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong asks who those beasts are. Li Hongli furiously explains that a gang of thugs has taken over the Bishui Villa area in the East City. To survive, they do not hesitate to murder any other lucky survivors they find. We crossed paths with them once, and quite a few of our comrades died in their hands. As he speaks, he turns his head around to warn the boy. In short, if you meet other survivors out there, you must be extremely careful. Talk about a terrible mistake because he turned his head. He completely misses the zombie lunging right at him, forcing Yang Zixuan to scream out a warning. Reacting instantly, the captain spots the zombie lunging right at him. 2 gunshots ring out, and the monster drops dead after eating a pair of his bullets. Mixed with anger and a sigh of relief, he grinds his teeth and curses, "Damn it, screw you." Right then, several other zombies spot them, causing Yang Zixuan to panic and yell out another warning. The gunshots just drew the attention of those bastards right to us. Seeing the kid lose his cool, Li Hongli quickly scans around while trying to stay calm. "What do we do?" "Calm down." Just then, he spots an abandoned bus parked in the middle of the road and gets an idea. "That is it." He quickly rallies the group, telling everyone to get inside the bus right away. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong quietly observes the situation, calculating that running around blindly like this will almost certainly alert way more zombies. And that bus is a tight, enclosed space, perfect for holding a defensive line. The only downside is, there is no escape if they get trapped inside. He seems pretty satisfied with Li Hongli, grading the captain's quick decision-making under pressure 70 points out of 100. Seeing the kid lagging behind, Li Hongli, who is already inside, urges him on. "Get up here, kid. Hurry." The moment Jiang Xiaoyong leaps on board, The captain slams the door shut and yells out, "Kid, check the seats and make sure no walkers are hiding here." Yang Zixuan nervously peers out the window and reports that they are not giving up and are still clustering toward the bus. Li Hongli also spots thousands of zombies rushing their way, muttering in absolute terror, "Damn it. Why is it still going so slow?" These zombies kept slamming their hands violently against the bus, trying to crawl inside, while the people on board desperately held them back and cursed in anger. "Damn it!" Li Hongli yelled out as he struggled to hold the door shut. "I cannot hold on much longer." Suddenly, another hand reached out and pressed hard against the door. "Look at this strength." Jiang Xiaoyong shuts the bus door with a single casual push, leaving Li Hongli totally speechless. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyong turned and told him, "I have got the door covered. It will not open. Get everyone to break the windows and fight back." He grunted in agreement and rushed over to help fight the zombies. But right then, one of the bus windows shattered completely. The zombies immediately tried to claw their way through the broken window, but before they could, a bullet tore right through one of their heads. Lao Song drove his weapon straight through their skulls, gritting his teeth and snarling, "Go to hell, you bastards." Right behind him, Zixuan and another guy held on tightly so he would not fall out of the bus. Meanwhile, Li Hongli was getting worried about his remaining ammo. With so many monsters out there, those few bullets would never be enough. Just then, a voice called out, "Use this." He looked up, totally confused to see a crossbow in Jiang Xiaoyong's hand. "Where did this crossbow even come from?" he asked. But the kid just shrugged and tossed the weapon right into his hands. "Just grabbed it earlier," the kid replied. Soon, that crossbow helped him drop multiple zombies, with Lao Song covering his back. They fought and cursed, shouting at the monsters to eat dirt. After a brutal showdown, they finally cleared the horde and stepped off the bus. Zixuan confidently declared that surviving 2 near-death encounters in a row was definitely no coincidence. "We are the chosen ones of this apocalypse," he bragged, right as Jiang Xiaoyong chimed in with a warning. "Stay alert," Jiang Xiaoyong said, "and do not repeat those careless mistakes." Deep down, he was pretty worried about the fortress, hoping everything was going smoothly on Jiang Xiaoyong's end. Walking down the hallway, Lu Yiming suddenly volunteered to take the night watch. Zhang Qi smirked, teasing him about being so enthusiastic today. But those few words were enough to make Lu Yiming snap, angrily telling him to cut the nonsense. "I am always active. Mind your own business," he barked. Seeing his sudden outburst, Zhang Qi did not argue, just feeling highly suspicious. Why did he react so aggressively? Uncle Sheng had no objections to Lu Yiming volunteering, but offered a quiet warning. "All right, since Lu Yiming is taking the shift, the rest of you should head back and get some sleep. Be careful, Lu Yiming. Wake us if anything happens," Uncle Sheng said. Lu Yiming quickly nodded, telling him to rest easy. Late that night on watch duty, Lu Yiming stared into the dark, muttering that everyone must be fast asleep by now. He stood up, whispering to himself that he had to get this done before Jiang Xiaoyong returned. Inside Uncle Sheng's room, the old man was fast asleep. With the armory keys, Jiang Xiaoyong gave him resting right by his pillow. And just like that, the door slowly opens. You already know who it is, the traitor Lu Yiming sneaks in. Lu Yiming crept quietly toward Uncle Sheng, slowly reaching out his hand toward the keys lying next to the sleeping man. Suddenly, Uncle Sheng snapped his eyes open and bolted upright, yelling, "What are you doing?" Lu Yiming froze in pure panic. "Crap," he thought. Panicking, he punched Uncle Sheng right in the face, making him scream as Lu Yiming snatched the keys and bolted. He left the old man behind, who roared out in anger, "Lu Yiming, you little brat, what do you think you are doing? Give me back those keys!" His desperate shouts instantly woke up everyone in the building. They threw open their doors to investigate, with Meng Shan asking what was going on. Clutching his bruised face, Uncle Sheng cried out, "Lu Yiming stole the armory keys. Go stop him." Hearing this, the 3 of them immediately took off after the traitor. Uncle Sheng stood by his door, shouting after him, "Lu Yiming, what are you doing?" Zhang Qi sprinted after him, screaming for him to stop. Seeing them hot on his heels, Lu Yiming deliberately knocked over shelves and furniture to block the hallway. The massive mess completely blocked their path. Zhang Qi ground his teeth, cursing the damn brat for pulling such a stunt. As Lu Yiming sprinted past the medical bay, a sinister grin crossed his face, realizing there was no turning back now. He slipped inside and marched right up to the bed where Chen Chong was tied down, reaching for the thick ropes. Suddenly, Chen Chong broke loose and lunged straight at him, but Lu Yiming managed to jump back just in time. "Holy crap," he cursed. Watching Chen Chong wildly thrash around, he angrily wondered how the bindings had been left so loose. Did they not tie him up properly? Then, a dark idea hit him. This saved him the risk of untying the beast himself. A moment later, when Zhang Qi and the others finally caught up to the room, he suddenly froze in absolute shock. Standing right in front of him was Chen Chong, completely motionless, and he immediately knew exactly who was responsible. That complete jerk, Luke Not Min, actually let Tran Shung out of the clinic. Does he seriously want us all dead? Uncle Thang curses furiously. Damn it! I never expected that kid to be such a total scumbag. I must be going blind. Man San asks in a panic, "What do we do now, Uncle?" All of our weapons are locked in the warehouse. He quickly takes charge, directing them no matter what. We have to work together and lock that kid back in the clinic first. He immediately orders Truong Tri and Tu Ji to split up and get ready. Use the trick Jiang Xiaoyong taught us before and be extremely careful not to let him bite you then. All four of them cautiously creep forward. Seeing their chance, Uncle Thang yells for them to strike immediately. The three youngsters lunged forward, with Truong Tri grabbing Tran Sung's head. While Tu Ji and Man San pin his arms down, Truong Tri yells out that they have got him fully under control now. Uncle Thang immediately tells them to carefully shove him back toward the clinic room. Hold your breath here. They count down 3, 2, 1. Go and shove Tran Sung back inside, slamming the clinic door shut. Uncle Thang watches Tran Sung pacing and panting inside. Then the kids look at each other, asking if they are just imagining things. It felt like holding him down did not take much effort. Yeah, I felt the exact same way. Uncle Thang snaps in anger. Damn it, we wasted too much time here. That scumbag has probably already grabbed the weapons. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Luke Not Min steps out from the corner, asking who they are calling a scumbag with a smug sneer. He complains that he could not find where Jiang Xiaoyong hid the weapons, only managing to salvage a single gun from the armory. He then aims the gun right at the group, declaring that it is more than enough to handle them. Once I finish you guys off, I will search the rest later. Now move your asses to the back room. Truong Tri is completely disgusted by this shameless betrayal and demands to know Luke Not Min, what are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyong literally saved our lives. Like a classic backstabbing wolf, he casually replies, sometimes a debt of gratitude turns into hatred. Look at how arrogant he always acts just because he saved us once. Does he expect us to be his slaves forever? Uncle Thang curses him as an ungrateful beast you can never tame. While Tu Ji softly pleads Luke Not Min, please do not do this. Annoyed by their lectures and pleading, Luke Not Min snaps at them, stop talking and do exactly as I say. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to any of them, Tran Shung is staring out of the clinic door with glowing, blood-red eyes. He clutches something in his hand, slowly shuffling toward the exit, while Luke Not Min continues shouting at them to move. Meanwhile, over at Dung Huang Uyen, Lai Hoen Loi has guided Jiang Xiaoyong this far, carefully warning him that Kim Duk Fu is just one more intersection ahead. The apartment complex is a maze, and infected madmen are hiding everywhere, brother. You must be extremely careful in there. He points out where the survivors usually gather once you find your people. Bring them back to Dung Huang Uyen to meet up with us. We are up on the 8th floor. Take the side entrance of the building, not the front door. Remember that. Jiang Xiaoyong nods. I got it. Thanks. While Old Song watches him walk away, asking anxiously if they should go help. After all, the kid is pretty much our savior too. Lai Hon Loi explains they have no idea what is happening inside Kim. Duk Fu wandering blindly into a horde of corpses is basically a death sentence, which worries Old Song even more. So, is he not just throwing his life away? Li Hon Loi sighs. Shaking his head, we warned him all we could. It is just a shame, since he is such a talented fighter. Night falls over Kim Duk Fu, where zombies flood the streets. The power goes completely dark, leaving people crying out as all phone signals vanish into thin air. One of Duang Dao's thugs mutters in annoyance, wondering whatever happened to that useless deadbeat Truong Thang. Another thug snaps in frustration. I do not care, I need to blow off some steam tonight or I will not sleep, and the others quickly agree. Exactly. Truong Thang went out all alone. He is probably dead in a ditch somewhere by now. Make sure to tie his wife up when you are done with her so she cannot try anything stupid inside the room. Tula shivers in pure terror at their vile words. Exactly. We could die at any moment. Might as well enjoy ourselves now with no regrets. Brother Lai does not even bother stopping them, only warning fine. But be careful, and absolutely do not let those two die on us. The thugs smirk in agreement, and one of them asks if he wants to join in too. Ignoring the question completely, he suddenly spots something strange outside, while his lackey keeps babbling. If you do not speak up, you are going last in line. It turns out he sees a whole pile of dead zombies scattered on the ground, leaving him utterly confused. Wait! Check this out. One of Duang Dao's goons opens the door, looking down into the pitch-black stairwell and wondering if it is a rescue team. Right at that exact second, something lunges out from the dark, scaring the absolute crap out of him. One swing of the blade slices right through the minion's neck before he can even react, sending his head rolling straight onto the ground. Over in the kids' room, a gang of thugs barges inside, terrifying Xiao Li as she screams at them to get the hell out. Seeing her resist, one thug gets a sick kick out of it and tells her to stop pretending. Then, another guy grabs Soi, dragging him away as his mother screams in absolute terror. She yells, "What do you want? Let the boy go." But seeing her dare to scream in his face, one of the men slaps her hard across the cheek. They throw Soi right out the door and tell her that she is their only target. Furious to see his mom bullied, Soi screams he will fight them. But with a child's strength, he is completely helpless as Dung Dao's men kick him out of the room. They slam the door shut, ignoring the little boy as he screams that they are bad people. He begs them to let his mother go, crying that his father will not forgive them. Suddenly, the front door swings open, and a dead body hits the floor with a heavy thud. Soi turns around at the noise, his face turning pale with absolute terror at the sight. Just then, a shadowy figure standing at the door speaks up. The startled kid yells out to ask who is there, as Jiang Xiaoyong steps inside and asks if the dead Trung Thung Trit is his father. Still shaking all over, Sui stutters his reply. Back inside, Xiao Li helplessly holds herself as a thug slaps her, cursing at her to scream louder unless she is too scared her own son might hear her. He demands her to scream, or else he won't be satisfied. Another creep with a twisted face steps up, grabbing Xiao Li by her hair. He mutters that if she won't scream, he will just go first. Suddenly, the door is violently kicked open, catching one of the men off guard. He sneers that the kid is pretty strong, but as the words leave his mouth, a blade flies through the air, cleanly slicing right through his neck. One of Dung Dao's minions sees his partner standing still, yelling at him to stop waiting around and kick the little brat back outside already. The moment he finishes speaking, the other thug collapses to the ground, his head completely severed from his body. But check this out. While they stand there in pure shock trying to understand what is happening, a hand suddenly grabs his head. Jiang Xiaoyong ruthlessly hurls him backward, the impact slamming him so hard against the wall that he starts coughing up blood. The last thug left standing asks in sheer panic who he is. Without wasting a single breath, Jiang Xiaoyong kicks him straight in the face. Back at the fortress, Luke Nutmin aims his gun at the group, warning them that this is their final chance before he opens fire. Seeing things have gotten out of hand, Chu Thung quickly tells everyone to do as he says and head to the room. But Marn San tries to protest. Before she can even finish, Chu Thung immediately cuts her off to warn her. He points out the guy has a gun, telling them to just obey while he figures something out. Hearing this, Luke Nutmin sneers, asking what kind of plan they could possibly make. He decides he needs to execute someone right now to assert his authority, aiming the barrel straight at Chu Thung to end his life. He tells the old man to die first. Seeing him about to pull the trigger, Marn San screams out in absolute terror for her grandfather. Trung Tri tries to stop him, yelling at Luke Nutmin to hold on. But suddenly, A strange noise from inside the medical room catches everyone off guard. Wondering what that sound is, he looks at the doorknob, completely baffled by what is going on. And here is where things get really intense. As the doorknob begins to turn, a terrified Luk Nut Min demands to know who is inside. The medical room door swings wide open, revealing Trun Shung standing right there on the threshold. Everyone looks at the door in complete disbelief, whispering about how Tren Sung could have opened it himself. They argue that a brainless zombie like him shouldn't know how to use a key. At that exact moment, Trun Shung glares directly at the terrified Luk Nut Min, his dark eyes burning with primal rage. Shaking off his panic, Luk Nut Min points his weapon right at the creature. Cursing under his breath, he yells that a zombie who can use keys is far too dangerous to keep alive. He tries to pull the trigger, but the gun jams completely, leaving him to stare in horror at his useless weapon. Seizing his chance, Trun Shung lunges forward to attack, making the man scream in absolute terror. He screams in denial, wondering how this is possible, before his cries turn into helpless wails as Trun Shung tears him apart. He begs for help, but it is too late. After finishing the job, Trun Shung stands up and begins slowly dragging Luk Nut Min's body back inside the room. Watching this gruesome scene, Chu Thung can only ask in complete shock what is actually going on. Trung Tri points out that the boy was so gentle just a moment ago. Suddenly, Trun Shung lets out a deep breath and stops in his tracks. He suddenly pulls the key out of the lock and tosses it backward, letting it clatter to the floor right in front of the group. After that, he calmly slams the heavy door shut, leaving everyone standing there in total silence and confusion. Jiang Xiaoyong stands there watching the mother and son huddle together in fear. He tells the boy to come over, making Sui Sui look up in pure confusion. Trung Thung Trit's widow, Xiao Li, pulls her son closer in deep suspicion, nervously asking what he wants with the boy. He calmly tells the boy to just come over, realizing the man is not a threat. Sui Sui leaves his mother's arms, telling her that he will be perfectly fine. Then, he hands a knife to the young boy and tells him to take it. Hearing this, the kid goes totally numb, staring up with wide eyes. As Sui Sui holds the knife with shaking hands, Jiang Xiaoyong points right at Duong Dao's tied-up thugs and orders him to kill them. Hearing that, the thugs start shivering in cold sweat, screaming desperately for mercy, while a panicked Tula pleads brother. He is just a little kid. Right then, he looks down at the boy with mixed emotions, grips the knife, and says from today on, he is not a kid anymore. After that, Jiang Xiaoyong tries to calm Sui Sui down. Listen to me, kid. From now on, you are the only man who can protect your mother. So take all your courage and put down these beasts who hurt her. Holding the weapon, the boy flashes back to those bastards hurting his parents, and a dark wave of determination washes over his face. His eyes fly wide open, burning with a fierce, unstoppable resolve. Gripping the blade with both hands, tears streaming down his face, the kid lets out a wild scream and charges straight at Duong Dao. You can feel the tension peaking right here a second later. Blood splatters everywhere amidst agonizing screams, leaving Sui standing over the bodies. Staring at her son, Tu Lei's mind completely fractures in panic as she can only gasp out Tu Sui. With deep sadness in his eyes, the boy looks up at Jiang Xiaoyong and asks uncle, "Did they kill my dad too?" Jiang Xiaoyong replies, "Yes." Hearing that, he lets the knife clatter to the floor, bursting into tears as he runs straight into his mother's arms. Heartbroken, she bites her trembling lip, tears flowing freely as they hold each other. Having fulfilled his promise to protect Truong Thang Triat's family, he turns to leave, but she begs Savior, "Please take my son with you. I will pay any price." Hearing this, the boy immediately protests, "No, Mom, I am not leaving you. I want to stay and protect you." Seeing how desperate their situation is, Jiang Xiaoyong makes a decision. "Both of you are coming with me. I promised Truong Thang Triat I would keep both of you safe," he says, leading the way as they follow behind him with weapons held tight. Stepping over the silent zombie corpses on the floor, Sui looks down in absolute shock. What on earth could be this powerful? He never imagined anyone could take down this many monsters, and he turns to look at Jiang Xiaoyong with eyes full of pure admiration. Jiang Xiaoyong remains cold, about to say something, but suddenly waves his hand to signal them both to stop. "Wait," he whispers, catching a strange noise nearby. His focus instantly sharpens to the maximum. After listening carefully, he turns and asks sister-in-law, "Do you know where Block 8 of Dongwang Uyen is?" Tule grips her sword and answers right away. "Block 8 of Dongwang Yuan should be right where you are looking. But why do you ask?" Switching over to Building 8, a heavily armed gang is already standing outside, yelling aggressively, "Do not worry, we will sort this out. We will distribute your supplies fairly, but we want all women under 40 to step forward and come with us." Meanwhile, up on the third floor, Captain Li's group is sheltering when a panicked Lucio asks, "What do we do? Should we just surrender?" Captain Li frowns and fires back resolutely, "Absolutely not. Those beasts will never keep their word." By then, aside from Vu Duyet and Hak Vuong, none of us are making it out of here alive. Down below, the thugs scream up that they have exactly 10 minutes, and if they do not cooperate, they will not leave a single soul alive. This is getting pretty painful to watch, terrified and tearful. One of the women suggests that they should just surrender and beg for mercy, but the young girl in the black suit screams back in horror, "No way. I am not letting them turn me into their toy." Seeing everyone starting to lose their cool, Captain Li holds up a finger to signal for quiet. "Don't worry. We are absolutely not backing down. Just guard this hallway tightly, and they cannot touch us," he whispers. Meanwhile, one of the thugs outside grumbles. He grimaces and tells his leader, "Look, even though our weapons are pretty decent, their leader has a real gun, and since they are just playing turtle inside, it is not going to be easy to flush them out." The boss smirked as he tapped his gun. We do not even need to use tricks. Just go shut off the main water valve for the entire building, and let us see how long those rats can survive." Right nearby, Jiang Xiaoyong and the family are hiding behind a wall opposite the building when Soi whispers cautiously, "Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong, are those guys bad people too?" Staring coldly at the gang of thugs, he simply replies, "Yes, they are." With that, he steps out on his own, locking his eyes on them while saying they are trash, just like the ones who bullied you and your mother. Back inside, Captain Li grips his gun and decides to take the lead guard the stairwell and keep your heads down. "I am heading down to see what they are up to." The others whisper from behind, telling him to be pretty careful. Moving silently, he creeps slowly toward the window without making a sound, then cautiously peeks over the edge to look down. Damn, all 7 of them are heavily armed, and 3 actually have guns. Son of a bitch. Out of nowhere, a blinding explosion flashes. The booming sound startling Guard Li so much he ducks down, covering his ears in absolute panic. This throws his whole group into complete chaos. Suddenly, a bullet tears right through the head of one of those Bishui scumbags, making the rest of them scream in panic and ask what the hell is happening. As their lackey drops dead onto the ground, the rest of the thugs scramble in all directions to find cover. Their leader screams out, "Who goes there?" Meanwhile, looking down from the 3rd floor, Li Hongli spots a figure walking below and gasps. Squinting closer, he realizes it is a familiar face from the night before. It is that kid. Jiang Xiaoyong casually strolls forward while firing his gun everywhere, forcing the Bishui trash to desperately dive for cover. One guy tries to cock his pistol, but a bullet catches him right between the eyes, sending blood splattering everywhere before he can even aim. Watching his ally drop cold makes another hidden thug break into a cold sweat, barely daring to peek around. But then, 2 other thugs suddenly spring up together, screaming like wild beasts as they unleash a heavy barrage of gunfire. Now look at this. These guys completely miss every single shot while he effortlessly dodges them. He smirks, muttering that they are just amateurs. Behind a metal container, their furious leader pants heavily while staying in hiding. He gnashes his teeth in pure rage. Damn it! Where did this psycho come from? Instantly, Jiang Xiaoyong peppered the container with rapid gunfire, forcing the boss to duck down, clutch his head, and curse. He then screams a desperate order to his remaining men. "What the hell are you doing? Shoot him while he is busy pinning me down." Hearing the command, a lackey pokes his head out. shouting loudly to draw Jiang Xiaoyong's focus onto himself. Instantly, his sharp gaze locks onto the new target. With lightning speed, he swings his gun barrel right toward the guy who just showed his face. Just 2 precise shots to the forehead and chest drop the thug before he can pull his trigger. Seeing his ally fall, the boss still laughs mockingly, thinking he has won. "You are out of ammo, you bastard!" He leaps out from cover, aiming his gun straight at him and shouting in triumph, "Die!" But our guy just stands frozen, dropping his rifle at his feet as he glares right down the barrel of the boss's gun. The boss starts firing like crazy, but Jiang Xiaoyong casually tilts his head aside to dodge the bullets, leaving the leader screaming in frustration. In a flash, he directly disarms the scumbag leader, snaps his elbow with brute force, and shoves the cold gun barrel right up under his chin, paralyzing him with absolute terror. Without a moment of hesitation, he pulls the trigger, blasting blood and brain matter all over the room. The leader collapses lifeless onto the floor, a pool of blood spreading rapidly from his head. After a quick look, Jiang Xiaoyong kneels down to search the boss's pockets. Moments later, he boldly strides through the building's entrance, while several armed thugs hide behind the walls, ready to strike. You can bet he senses them waiting, narrowing his eyes as he cautiously prepares for an ambush. Suddenly, a thug on the left lunges with an axe, while 2 others charge in from the side, screaming. In the blink of an eye, he takes them down, leaving them groaning on the floor before yelling out for the rest to show themselves. The survivors head down, looking at him with absolute admiration as they praise his insane skills. Right then, a system screen pops up before his eyes. System notification. A new quest to recruit more members by gathering and transforming the survivors from Dongxiang Court. The limit of survivors is under 5, and the reward is 25 points. Jiang Xiaoyong looks down at the corpses and asks Guard Li who these guys were. Frowning in anger, Guard Li says they are the scumbags from the Bishui Mountain Villa district over in South City. Hearing this, he asks in surprise, "Bishui Mountain?" Guard Li then calls over 2 guys in yellow shirts nearby, Lu Chao and Chen Jie. They quickly run over, asking if he called them. He immediately orders them to tell Jiang Xiaoyong everything they know about the situation over at Bishui Mountain. The 2 take turns explaining the grim situation to him. Turns out that group is a ruthless syndicate of outlaws. Armed to the teeth with weapons and resources, they took over the Bishui Mountain Villa, forcing almost every single survivor in South City under their brutal control. Jiang Xiaoyong closes his eyes for a moment, piecing the details together. Isn't South City where Li Shushong and Cui Jing are staying? Could it be them? Suddenly, he snaps his eyes open and asks, "So, is the Bishui Mountain Group the only settlement left in South City?" Chen Jie quickly answers that it isn't, but because they have firearms, they dominate. The smaller survivor camp stood absolutely zero chance of defending themselves when those thugs came knocking. Just mentioning those bastards makes both brothers grind their teeth in pure resentment. Lu Chao adds that whenever those monsters raid a camp, they immediately slaughter half of the survivors before taking the prettiest girls and anyone willing to do their dirty work back with them. Hearing this, everything finally makes sense to him, then it must be them. Guard Li notices his deep, thoughtful expression and cannot help but ask what is wrong. Ignoring the question, Jiang Xiaoyong walks over to the 3 fresh corpses, telling Guard Li to take their firearms and search them later because they probably still have plenty of spare ammo. Next, Jiang Xiaoyong hands his weapon to old Li with a warning. "Take this rifle too and keep it safe. I am leaving 5 magazines for you." Old Li accepts the weapon with trembling hands, stammering out if this is actually real. Then Jiang Xiaoyong turns toward Bishui Mountain, eyes filled with cold hatred, muttering that the gang over there will not let this slide. "With these weapons, even a dozen thugs will not be able to touch you guys. Just hold the fort here for 2 days while I go reorganize. Then I will eliminate them." Hearing this, Lu Chao panics, wondering if he really means the Bishui Mountain gang. "No way, you can't go, brother. You are absolutely no match for them. There are dozens of them, maybe even more by now." Old Li chimes in, pleading with Jiang Xiaoyong that it is not worth risking his life for their sake. "We can just find a new base, since we are a few kilometers apart anyway." They cannot search the entire city. But Jiang Xiaoyong walks off calmly, saying they shouldn't worry because he has a personal grudge and will return soon with a truck to move everyone to East City. Hearing this, he asks again, completely taken by surprise. Jiang Xiaoyong explains that over in East City near Laochai, he has built a secure fortress and needs survivors. Realizing how safe it sounds, Old Li eagerly agrees. With a warm farewell, Jiang Xiaoyong waves to Old Li and his group, keeping Shuai Shuai and his mother close as they depart. He calls out to Shuai Shuai's mother to move out. From inside, Old Li waves back, wishing them safety. Now brace yourselves, the scene shifts south where a gruesome severed head hangs from the iron fence, guarded by heavily armed men. Right in front of the building, 3 mutilated corpses hang in the air, 2 men and 1 woman. Inside a spacious room, 4 men are sitting around a table. Zhang Qingwen puffs his cigarette and sighs, asking if they still have not secured the Jinyu Entertainment City supplies. Li Shushang points outside, forcing a fake smile. He reassures him that the men have already been sent and should return soon. Suddenly, Lin Guangkai cuts in with a sneer to criticize their progress. Lin Guangkai points out that Jinyu Mansion is packed with high-class girls, so they shouldn't just focus on the Entertainment City supplies. Holding back his anger, Li Shusheng forces a smile and asks if they aren't already on the exact same page. He claims he already instructed his men to bring back any survivors they find. Zhang Qingwen takes another puff and exhales in annoyance, telling little Li that he has failed every single task assigned to him. Though trembling with fear inside, Li Shuxiong desperately tries to play it cool, promising Zhang Qingwen that he will get the job done properly. Lin Guangkai smirks in satisfaction, while Li Shusheng quickly excuses himself, wiping cold sweat from his forehead outside. A lackey waiting outside asks if he is all right, but Li Shusheng snaps back in anger, demanding to know if the 7 men are back. The thug trembles as he reports that he sent a scout an hour ago, and the news is bad. Li Shusheng erupts in absolute fury, screaming how they could all be shot dead when the residents at Dongxiang Court are supposedly just regular civilians. They had 3 guns, so how did they fail? Fuming with rage, he issues an emergency order. He commands them to tell Daozi to gather every gunman they have, making sure absolutely nothing goes wrong this time. The scene cuts back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base, where his car arrives in the dead of night, honking its horn. Hearing the horn, Shan happily cheers that Jiang Xiaoyong is back, while Uncle Thang and Zhang Qi peer outside. Look at that, a system notification pops up confirming the shelter quest is complete, awarding 25 points for a total of 36. Everyone rushes out to greet him with excited waves. As he steps out of the car, Shan beams with a massive smile. She happily welcomes Jiang Xiaoyong back. He scans the crowd, noticing that one specific person is missing, and chuckles. He laughs, muttering about Lu Yiming, which startles Shan as she asks if he knew all along. Leaving her question unanswered for now, Jiang Xiaoyong points to Shuai Shuai and his mother, directing Zhang Qi to show them to their room before meeting up at the clinic. Zhang Qi quickly nods. A moment later, the 4 of them gather with Jiang Xiaoyong right outside the medical clinic. Uncle Thang gasps, asking if this means Jiang Xiaoyong has been on to Lu Yiming's shady schemes for a long time. Picking up a rifle, Jiang Xiaoyong explains that he actually was not entirely sure it was that specific guy. But he knew for certain that the traitor was one of Zhang Qi's close friends, leaving both Zhang Qi and Xiao Jia utterly devastated. Remembering how hard Zhang Qi cried over that betrayal in the past, Jiang Xiaoyong clenches his fists in silent fury. Zhang Qi stares at the gun in his hands, suddenly realizing something shocking about the traitor, while Jiang Xiaoyong examines the ammunition only to find rubber bullets. Looking toward the clinic, Uncle Thang asks about the child resting inside. Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly recalls the moment Chen Cheng turned into a zombie and explains it to them, uttering the name Chen Cheng. This guy is not some ordinary zombie, but an incredibly rare mutant. Leaning in close to where the bound Trun Sheng is lying, Jiang Xiaoyong whispers, "If you can understand my words, blink 3 times in a row." At first he is stiff as a stone, but hearing those words, he actually moves, blinking his eyes while growling softly. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong praises him great. Now what is 2 times 3? Blink to give me the answer. Good. He then begins to recall his knowledge about these zombies. Once the apocalypse hit, those infected by the otherworldly source had a tiny chance of turning into a rare mutant. These guys usually possess much higher intelligence and potential than average zombies, even retaining some of their past human memories. Without any guard, Jiang Xiaoyong opens the door, only to find Trun Sung already standing. Thankfully, he is that extremely rare type. Trun Sung stomps his foot onto Luke Nyatsin's head, causing everyone to panic. Suddenly, he turns his pale, vein-covered face to snarl at them, but then waves a friendly hand. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately issues a quick command. All right, stop stomping and clean this up. Hearing the command, he instantly understands, grabbing Luke Nyatsin's corpse to drag it away. Trung Tri is the first to step forward, asking Trung Shung, "Do you actually still remember us?" Hearing his voice, the zombie pauses in his tracks. Trun Sung turns around, flashing a terrifyingly bright grin while letting out a low snarl. Seeing this, Trung Tri stands completely frozen, but inside, he is incredibly happy to recognize his best friend. Suddenly, he lunges right for Trung Tri's crotch, but his friend dodges with lightning-fast reflexes and screams, "Holy crap!" Trun Shung grins with absolute joy, while a terrified Trung Tri yells out, "Damn! You really do remember. Even as a zombie, you still cannot keep your hands to yourself." Heading back to his room to rest, Jiang Xiaoyong pulls up his system panel, noticing a new notification hidden achievement. Acquire a mutant teammate has been completed. 10 system points have been added, bringing his total to 46 points. He gasps, "Wow, I actually triggered a hidden achievement? That is a great bonus. Let's see if there is anything new in the shop." Just then, another system panel pops up, Level 1 Survival Supply Chest costing 5 points. Level 1 Armed Threat Chest, 5 points. Level 2 Dark Tech Supply Chest, 50 points. Manual Refresh, 4 points. He sits up in pure excitement, shouting, "Holy crap, a Level 2 chest? This is my first time seeing one." Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he sighs, but 50 points is just too expensive. Let's open the other 2 first to be safe. The system notifications flash for both chests. Level 1 Survival Supply Chest successfully purchased, deducting 5 points from his total. Current balance 41 points. Level 1 Armed Threat Chest successfully purchased, deducting another 5 points from his balance. Current points 36. He points his finger at both chests, and a blinding flash of light instantly floods the entire room. The system continues to update him on his choices. Opening the Level 1 Survival Chest rewards him with otherworldly infection prevention medicine. The effect grants a high probability of preventing infection from otherworldly sources, but it cannot reverse a fully completed mutation. Opening the Level 1 Armed Threat Chest rewards him with 1 Barrett M82 sniper rifle and 10 rounds of 50 BMG 12.7mm ammunition. Leaning back on his pillow, he excitedly exclaims, "Damn! If a Level 1 chest has weapons this good, then Level 2 or 3 would probably give me a whole tank. And this prevention medicine, does it mean I can cure someone who gets bitten before they turn?" Jiang Xiaoyong clicks the info panel. Active quest: expand your squad. The requirement is to recruit at least 5 survivors from the Donghuang Uyan sector. Reward 25 points. He accepts it, eagerly whispering, "I cannot wait to open that Level 2 chest. Tomorrow we finish this quest." As everyone else falls asleep, check out Trun Jung quietly dragging Luke Nyatsin's body out of the base. The next morning, at the base compound, Jiang Xiaoyong gathers everyone and announces, starting from today, everyone must spend at least 1 hour a day practicing their shooting. 5 of them line up, aiming their guns at plastic water bottles for target practice. Jiang Xiaoyong walks over and pats Lao Thung, Uncle Thung. Later, get Trung Tri's group to clear out some rooms. There are survivors over in the Donghuang Uyen sector. I am going to bring them here today. He nods, "All right. Do not worry." After that, he turns to Trun Sung. "Trun Shung, follow me," he orders. The zombie growls in response. A few hours later, on a major highway, they find a crashed truck blocking the road. Dead bodies are scattered everywhere around the vehicle. As Jiang Xiaoyong and Trun Sung walk up, A zombie with a knife driven through its forehead collapses, clearly his quick handiwork. Sitting in the driver's seat is another turned zombie, snarling while trapped helplessly by his own tight seatbelt. Soon, Trun Shung rips the zombie out from behind the steering wheel, tossing it onto the dirt. Jiang Xiaoyong hands him a key, saying, "Take this." He carefully grabs it. With the key in the zombie's hand, Jiang Xiaoyong walks ahead. "Do not worry. Just take it off. When it is only us, you do not need to wear that thing." He immediately reaches up to unlock the mask, while Jiang Xiaoyong quickly reminds him, "Put it back on before we get to Donghuang Mansion, so you do not scare anyone." Cut to the southern city base. As Lai Thu Hung's goons gather right behind the vehicles, his voice suddenly rings out, shouting, "Why are we still short?" Just then, another man and woman arrive, and the crowd replies, "We are ready. Let us move, Boss Lai." Clenching his cigarette, he curses angrily, "Damn it! There is no way we cannot take over Donghuang Mansion with this kind of force." He flicks the ash onto the ground as their trucks roll out, with the thugs shouting and cheering wildly. A group of men in black coats surrounds a man who has collapsed onto the ground. "Get ready for this." One of the thugs looks up in pure shock as a speeding car suddenly crashes right in, sending bodies flying. The vehicle swerves wildly, forcing all the other oncoming cars to scatter in complete chaos. Inside a high-rise building, a group is sitting in a circle, eating their meal. Suddenly, the roaring sound of a car engine outside catches everyone's attention. Luke Not Min shouts out, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong. It must be Brother Jiang Xiaoyong returning to get us." Lai Hoenloi signals for quiet. "Shh. Do not rush out yet. Let me check first." With that, he walks over to the window to see what is going on. Voices echo from outside. "Which building?" "Number 8. The one in the back." Lai Thu Hung barks out, "Move in, let us go." Seeing this, Li Hoenloi gets furious. "Damn it. That is not Jiang Xiaoyong. It is those bastards from Big Thui Mountain." Hearing this, another man raises his rifle. "Those bastards still dare to show up here? Have they not learned their lesson? We have guns now. Let us take them down." Li Hoenloi quickly calms everyone down. "Do not underestimate them. They outnumber us by a lot, and they are heavily armed. Get into your ambush positions. I am heading up to the rooftop." Checking the distance, he thinks this is far enough. If those fools get any closer, they might actually hit something. Li Thu Hung's crew raises their weapons, ready to storm the place. Seeing this, 2 lookouts inside the building yell, "Look out! Fall back!" Suddenly, the windows shatter as the thugs below open fire. Shards of glass fly everywhere. Holy crap! Down below, Lai Thu Hung orders his men, "Hand me the megaphone." The others aim at the windows, ready to shoot anyone who peeks out. He grabs the speaker, testing. Suddenly, a bullet tears right through his goon's head. The thugs freeze in absolute shock. A rifle. Another shot rings out, hitting a second man in the leg, making him scream in pain. "Ah! My leg!" They scramble in panic. "Find cover! Quickly find cover!" Up on the roof, Lai Hoenloi keeps firing. Down below, the thugs scream, "Look out!" It is an automatic rifle. Lai Thu Hung ducks into a corner, absolutely losing his mind. Wait, did not his intel say they only had 1 gun? Even with the weapons stolen from the 7 men sent last time, they should only have 4 guns. Where the hell did an automatic rifle come from? His terrified henchman asks Boss Lai, "What do we do now?" He barks back, "What do you think we do? We retreat!" Hearing that, the guys scramble to flee, but Lai Thu Hung snaps, "Wait for my command." We run together. Damn it! One goon gets shredded by bullets and drops instantly. Lai Thu Hung just scoffs, "Serves you right, you idiot. Everyone, on my command, charge! 3, 2, 1, run!" He yells as they retreat, a twisted smirk forming on Lai Thu Hung's face. His men get picked off one by one while running. While he yells back during his escape, he must be reloading. On the roof, Lai Hoenloi is indeed reloading. The panicked thugs pile into their truck drive. "Drive now." One goon gets left behind, screaming, "Wait, I am not in yet." A split second later, a bullet rips right through his skull. Bullets keep rain pouring onto the fleeing truck. Cut to a blue car speeding down the road, causing oncoming vehicles to swerve and flip over. Jiang Xiaoyong sits inside. Out there, someone yells, "Who is that?" But he does not care and just keeps driving. Whatever, let us get the job done. First points are what really matter. Moments later, the car comes to a stop. Jiang Xiaoyong and Sheng Jia step out right onto the battlefield. Well, looks like that rifle I left for them really did the trick. That truck from earlier must have been those bandits running away. Next to him, Sheng Jia grunts, desperately trying to say something. He makes odd noises. Jiang Xiaoyong looks over and asks, "What is it? Are you hungry?" Sheng Jia keeps growling, making Jiang Xiaoyong chuckle. "All right. Letting you eat is better than letting them feed the other zombies. Go ahead." The moment he says it, Sheng Jia grins wickedly. He sprints toward the dead bodies. Jiang Xiaoyong calls out, "Once you are done eating, wait for me at the bottom of Building 8. He turns and walks ahead while Sheng Jia greedily devours the corpses, gulping them down greedily. Walking through the city, Jiang Xiaoyong mutters, "Man, Big Brother Li Hon Loi is seriously impressive. He took down a ton of them." A head pokes out of a broken window, shouting in pure joy, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, it is really him." Deng Dao's men wave and call out first, telling Jiang Xiaoyong that they will head down to join him in a bit. Deng Dao proudly shows off his achievements, asking Jiang Xiaoyong if he saw him beat back all those enemies. He brags that thanks to Jiang Xiaoyong's rifle, his old military sharpshooter skills are finally paying off. A sudden, creepy growl echoes from behind, putting everyone on high alert. Something is slowly dragging its feet toward them, a human-turned zombie. Deng Dao's men quickly raise their weapons, shouting warning about the oncoming monster. Jiang Xiaoyong stops them, calling it their own ally. Confused, the guard watches as Jiang Xiaoyong points to a body on the ground. He tells the zombie waiter to go over there and eat. Surprisingly, the limping creature actually follows his exact instructions. Deng Dao's men stare in total shock. Honestly, we would be pretty confused too. They ask if he can talk to monsters, but Jiang Xiaoyong vaguely replies that this guy is pretty special. "Get in the truck," he says. "I will explain on the way." He tells the zombie to finish eating and catch up with them. Later, the obedient creature actually muzzles himself without being asked. Watching this unfold, Tu Hian drops his jaw and swears, utterly baffled that a brainless zombie is smart enough to muzzle himself. Jiang Xiaoyong warns him to watch his mouth, or the zombie might actually beat him up. Tu Hian nervously jokes about it, as their friendly undead companion climbs on board. But as the massive zombie steps in, the heavy tilt makes the whole truck shake, raising immediate red flags for everyone. The truck tilted there. Suddenly, the zombie clumsily holds up a set of keys for Jiang Xiaoyong. "Keys!" Jiang Xiaoyong gasps, asking if he can actually talk. The zombie struggles, slowly grunting out the word, "Talk." Jiang Xiaoyong falls silent. He just devoured 6 whole corpses. Since Trun Sung is evolving, they need to return quickly and dump their points into pure raw power. The driver shouts to hold on as they head back, while Jiang Xiaoyong keeps plotting his next move. Meanwhile, inside a tense office, a furious Lam Quang Kai is absolutely tearing into his useless subordinate. He screams, "What did I tell you? You can't get anything right." Li Shuxiong desperately defends himself, pleading that those guys are armed with automatic rifles. Trung Kain Vun scoffs at the excuse, asking where a rookie cop would even get automatic weapons. He claims it is the absolute truth, begging them to send their own men to check if they do not believe him. Lom Quang Kai furiously kicks him onto the floor, screaming at him to get out. As he leaves, Lam Quang Kai grumbles that he's been sick of this useless idiot for a while. He suggests striking now while their target's forces are crippled, making a dark gesture with his hands. Dong Hook exposes his true motive. He just wants the guy's woman. Lam Quang Kai laughs it off playfully. Chung Kang Vun tells Lam Quang Kai to play it cool, while he looks for a clean opportunity to strike. Little do they know, Li Shuxiong is lurking right outside, hearing every single word. He seethes with pure rage. Back at his villa, he trashes the room, making his worried wife ask what happened. She tries using her charm to calm him down, but her coddling only makes him lose his temper even more. "Pack your bags," he snaps. She asks where they are going. but he refuses to answer directly. Warning her that this place is no longer safe, he suddenly calls out for his guard, Thon Tu. Thon Tu instantly appears, receiving orders to gather the remaining crew and prepare to move out by dawn. He outlines a quiet plan, while his wife stands beside him, feeling a growing sense of dread. Back at the truck, everyone unloads. The second Tu Hien steps out. He gasps at the massive, high-tech fortress. Instantly, the system alerts Jiang Xiaoyong that his recruitment quest is complete, easily hitting 8 out of 5 members. He gets 30 points, hitting 65. That's a pretty sweet bonus if you ask me. Jiang Xiaoyong orders the zombie, Tren Shung, to join him tomorrow night as they head down to South City. Curious, the guards ask what they will do in South City. He tells them they have an old grudge to settle with those guys at the Big Thui Mountain Villas, before heading to bed to access his system. He is offered a level 2 black tech sacrifice option for 50 of his hard-earned points. Spending 4 points to refresh, Jiang Xiaoyong taps the screen to purchase the upgrade, hoping it pays off. My first level 2 chest. Do not disappoint me. Opening this level 2 black tech sacrificial chest rewards Huang Jiang Xiaoyong with 20 vials of physical enhancement potion. Is he thrilled to get them? Oh yes, absolutely. Seriously, this level 2 chest is insane. You can literally hear him screaming in pure excitement. Downing the potions instantly supercharges Huang Jiang Xiaoyong. With 33 physical points, he is now 6 times stronger than any normal human. He even hears a mosquito buzzing nearby. With lightning speed, Huang Jiang Xiaoyong plucks the bug right out of the air. Staring into his terrifyingly friendly gaze, the poor bug freezes up, not even daring to make another sound. He lets it go, and it flies off instantly. Outside, a beautiful sunset paints the streets in deep shades of purple and gold. While the guards keep watch outside, Huang Jiang Xiaoyong walks right past them. One of Duong Dao's underlings asks if he is heading to the southern city. Huang Jiang Xiaoyong nods, yes, that is right, Brother Lai. Lai gets the hint and tells him to speak directly. So, Huang Jiang Xiaoyong gets straight to the point. You have the best shooting skills. Please train our people. Lai smiles and promises that it is his specialty, so do not worry. With that sorted, Huang Jiang Xiaoyong calls his squad to move out. He tells Tran Shung to get moving. Their car speeds away as night falls under a blanket of stars. Lai Thu Hung asks how things are going on the other side. Thon Tu replies, do not worry. Boss Lai should be in position by now. Lai Thu Hung immediately orders them to move out. 2 goons lead the way, with a furious Lai Thu Hung following right behind. Suddenly, headlamps from a car flash on right in front of them. The blinding light forces Li Thu Hung and his goons to cover their eyes. A crowd blocks their path, led by Dong Hook. Inside the car, Truong Kan Van is watching closely. Lam Quang Kai and Toi Tin are there too. Lai Thu Hung's goon asks what is happening, but Dong Hook raises his gun and asks where they are heading. At this point, Lai Thu Hung finally recognizes Dong Hook standing before him. He quickly forces a fake smile, explaining that they are just heading to Dong Huang Uyen to try their luck under the cover of night. Dong Hook smiles coldly. Going to Dong Huang Uyen, huh? At that exact moment, one of Dong Hook's men drags Thon Tu's body out of the dark. He tosses Thon Tu right in front of Li Thu Hung. Now check out his crew's reaction to seeing their dead friend. Furious, Li Thu Hung punches his own underling in the face and roars, open your damn eyes and look closely. This is not even Thon Tu. He scratches his head, forced laughing as he asks Dong Hook, Boss Hook, who is this? I do not know him. Dong Hook does not waste words. He and his men instantly aim their weapons right at Li Thu Hung and fire. Gunshots instantly ring out, followed by agonizing screams. Li Thu Hung clutches his head, shaking in absolute terror as he slowly turns around, only to find his entire crew already lying dead on the cold ground. Li Thu Hung stammers in a panic, I really do not know him. Boss Hook? What are you doing? Dong Hook just smirks, pointing a finger at the car waiting behind him. You have got a massive mouth. Take a good look at who is inside. Finally, the car dims its blinding high beams. When Li Thu Hung realizes who is inside, his eyes widen in pure shock as he grits his teeth with rage. He sees Toi Tin forcing a smile next to Lam Quang Kai, with Chief Trung sitting right behind them. They are both grinning triumphantly. Lai Thu Hung roars in fury at Toi Tin. But Lam Quang Kai cuts him off. Do not deny it. Tin Tin already told us all about your betrayal. Blinded by rage, Li Thu Hung tries to charge forward but is instantly pinned down, utterly helpless. You backstabbing bitch, how dare you betray me? Lam Quang Kai glances back to ask Chief Truong how they should handle this guy. Truong Con Van remains silent. He simply makes a sharp throat-slitting gesture. Instantly, a thick, heavy rope is thrown around Li Thu Hung's neck, choking him. Dong Hook's goons pull the rope, hoisting Li Thu Hung high into the air as he struggles desperately to break free, but his heavy, bloated body works against him. Li Thu Hung quickly suffocates, coughing weakly as he gasps for air. Just like that, Li Thu Hung is left hanging from the main gate of his own home until he dies. By the time Jiang Xiaoyong's vehicles arrive, he and Tran Shung stealthily sneak toward the mansion. They look up only to see Lai Thu Hung's body dangling helplessly in the air. Jiang Xiaoyong signals Tran Shung to halt, keeping his eyes glued to the dying man twitching above. Served him right. But it is a bit of a shame he did not get to end him personally. Flipping a tiny pebble, Jiang Xiaoyong slices the rope, sending Lai face first to the dirt. He grabs the purple, lifeless head by the hair. You absolute piece of trash. Since your ending was actually pretty tragic, I guess I will avenge you myself. Meanwhile, in a completely different room, vulgar laughter and suggestive groans start echoing through the dark. Wearing barely anything, a blushing Toi Tin is tied to the bed, whining about how mean he is being. She asks if this is how she gets treated after helping so much, demanding to be untied. Truong Con Van leans in close, asking if she loves her reward. He moves in as Toi Tin lets out a quiet moan beneath him. Lam Quang Kai was also unzipping his pants, getting ready for some action, when he suddenly heard a weird sound outside the window. What could that be? Looking outside, Lam Quang Kai feels a momentary shock wash over his face. Below in the yard, all of his accomplices have already been wiped out. Right then, a series of violent bangs rattle against the front door. While he and Kan Van are completely distracted, a familiar figure suddenly leaps onto the wide-open windowsill. What is going on here? Asks Jiang Xiaoyong, his icy glare oozing pure, murderous intent. Right after, he presses a knife directly against Lam Quang Kai's neck, leaving him utterly stunned. One clean swipe. He slashes his throat and ends him. As the body collapses, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly leaps inside, seeing his friend fall. Kang Van screams in panic. Lam Quang Kai. Damn it! Who are you? Cui Jing looks at him, completely stunned. Without giving them a single second to react, Jiang Xiaoyong throws his knife forward with massive force. The flying blade strikes true, pinning itself straight into the back of Kan Van's neck. Watching him drop dead, Cui Jing lets out a terrified shriek, her eyes frantically tracking his movements as she whimpers in pure terror. Jiang Xiaoyong, why are you doing this? What do you want? She stammers. He looks at her handcuffed to the bed and mocks, you guys are having a wild time, aren't you? He walks over to the door, gently grabs the doorknob, and asks with a sarcastic smirk. Here's where it gets absolutely twisted. Mentioning the Thur Hung monster instantly makes Cui Jing cry, repeating the name in pure, paralyzing terror. Thur Hung, she whispers. Too late. He flings the door open, letting the Thur Hung zombie charge inside. Watching those horrific hands reach closer and closer, she completely breaks down, weeping in helpless despair. As the zombie sinks its teeth in, Cui Jing screams for mercy. Jiang Xiaoyong, I was wrong, please. But only cold silence answers, leaving her alone with the monster. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly pulls the door shut, locking her agonizing, ear-piercing screams away from the rest of the world. With the job done, he goes downstairs and orders Trun Sung to clean up. Go eat these bodies. Trun Sung nods gently, mumbling that he can only eat one person. But while his ally is feasting, Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly senses some strange movement nearby. Jiang Xiaoyong acts fast. He instantly activates his enhanced hearing to scan the area. Not far away, inside a nearby building, Survivors have boarded up every single window with heavy wooden planks. Right then, a chef is climbing up the stairs toward them. He is the head chef of the Bich Thui Villa area, clutching a massive cleaver while looking around suspiciously. Right away, one of his lackeys grabs a young girl and drags her forward. "This one has tender skin," the lackey says. But the chef rejects her, claiming she is way too skinny. Instead, he points at a young boy despite his mother's desperate screams. "Let's take him," he says, dragging the kid away. "This boy is plump," he grins. The mother pleads, "Let him go." But the chef ruthlessly shoves her down. "Get lost," he barks. Seeing his mom get hit, the little boy runs over, sobbing as his mother begs for mercy. "Please don't do this. Spare my child," she cries. "I beg you, please." She reaches her hands out toward the cowardly crowd, begging them, "Save my son. Have some mercy." Suddenly, a deafening blast echoes, freezing everyone in place. Looking at the freshly blasted holes in the door, they yell, "Who's out there?" Gripping his massive cleaver. The chef mutters in confusion, "That's a shotgun. Who the hell still has one of those?" His lackeys quickly reply, "That's impossible. Only the boss has a gun like that." Now safe. The terrified mother and son hug each other tightly. As the door creaks open, the tension in the room rises to a boiling point. The chef quickly points at the goon from earlier. "Go check it out right now." Terrified to hear his name called. The goon stammers, "Me?" The chef snaps back. "Cut the crap, get over there." After hesitating, the goon slowly creeps toward the entrance. But the second he gets close, a monstrous hand suddenly bursts inside. Talk about instant karma. That hand pulls him right into the dark as the remaining thugs panic, screaming for everyone to start shooting. They empty their clips, spraying bullets wildly into the wooden door, but nobody is standing there. As they pause, a dark shadow flashes past the window, and they immediately redirect their gunfire toward it. "Watch out!" The second the gunfire dies down, Trun Shung crashes through the entrance, aiming straight for the Bik Thui Villa chef. Before the shocked chef can even react, the zombie lunges forward. With a fluid mid-air spin, Trun Shung snaps his neck instantly. The moment his feet touch the floor, he charges at the rest. In the pitch-black night, terrified screams fill the villa as a thug shrieks, "It's coming for me! Somebody help me!" After the brutal slaughter ends, the cowering survivors stare at Trun Shung, standing there in complete disbelief. Why didn't this zombie kill us, they wonder? Covered in bullet holes but bleeding absolutely nothing, Trun Shung stands tall. Right then, Jiang Xiaoyong catches up and praises him for a job well done, all without removing his chains or mask. Even restricted like that, his moves are smooth. Happy to be praised, Trun Shung proudly shows off, looking cooler than ever. Witnessing this, the shocked onlookers gasp in disbelief that a zombie is actually talking. Under their terrified gazes, Trun Shung truly looks like a real monster. A little girl inside the Bik Thui Villa area clutches her mother in pure terror. Seeing just how deeply frightened they are, Jiang Xiaoyong steps in to calm them down, explaining that they shouldn't worry because his friend won't attack anyone. Tears well up in the little girl's eyes as she whimpers that he is a high-level monster who kills without blinking, leaving Jiang Xiaoyong quite surprised. Jiang Xiaoyong then walks over to the little girl and sits down. He asks if they have ever seen someone like his friend. The mother confirms they have. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong asks where. At the home decor center in the East District, the girl's mother replies. He mutters, "So early? I thought it would take at least a month or two for them to appear. Plus, that decor center is quite close to Old Tea Leaf City." Standing behind, Trun Dung chimes in and asks what it is. Jiang Xiaoyong answers, "Mutants just like you." He explains that depending on the individual, they retain their logic and memories to varying degrees. This makes their hunting skills far superior to any regular zombie. But because the mutation is unstable, most of them develop fierce tempers, making them incredibly dangerous. Hearing this, Trun Shung's face instantly turns pale with worry. He hesitantly starts to speak. "So, Wu, what about me?" Jiang Xiaoyong rests a hand on his shoulder and reassures him, "Don't worry. You're pretty lucky. I won't let you lose your mind. Now check this out." Jiang Xiaoyong turns to look at the crowd and asks if other survivors still live in this Big Thuai villa. A resident quickly replies, "Many people are still locked up inside the real estate sales office." Another woman nearby chimes in, saying there might even be some people still alive down in the basement. Not wasting any more time, Jiang Xiaoyong leads the group straight down to the basement. He slowly opens the door. The moment they see inside, every single person freezes in absolute horror. "What is this?" Jiang Xiaoyong asks. Inside lie the bodies of poor victims, butchered by monsters in human skin. Staring at the horrific scene, he realized they capture nearby survivors every single day and butcher them. "Is this why there are no other survivor camps in the southern district?" Jiang Xiaoyong asks. "But let's be real here, how could they possibly eat all the people they've slaughtered?" Jiang Xiaoyong asks, "But with this much slaughter, can they eat it all?" The man behind him answers, "They ship the meat out regularly. We don't even know how many of them there are." Looking at the bodies scattered across the floor, Jiang Xiaoyong recalls the words the man just spoke. He knows how many there are, and they definitely can't eat this much. Are they raising zombies? He looks at the man and speaks. Right now, they start talking about the real estate sales office. "Tell me the whole situation," Jiang Xiaoyong immediately demands. "The sales office is over by the south gate, almost 1 kilometer away from here. Captured people get locked up over there first. Only the rejects and those who are completely broken get brought here to be slaughtered." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong looks slightly surprised. Suddenly, the system triggers a surprise notification that the Anin version of the Utopia system is now activated. With the mission, expand the community. The mission requirement is, try your best to raise the community rating. The current rating is 2, with 20 reward points and 36 total points. Cutting to the real estate office, the shadows of 2 men are visible outside the entrance, and one of them holding a club speaks. "I faintly heard gunshots coming from the north gate just now." The man standing behind him immediately replies that they are just using live targets for target practice. Right as those words leave his mouth, a zombie suddenly appears behind them, landing softly on the ground. Then, horrific screams echo through the night as they meet a tragic end, and honestly, these two never stood a chance. Inside, about 3 or 4 girls are still alive. They are all currently trapped inside the Bich Thuy Villa area, wearing incredibly skimpy clothes, despite this freezing cold winter weather. Suddenly, a knock on the door sounds from outside, throwing all 4 girls into absolute terror. One of them anxiously asks what is going on out there, and the other quickly replies that they can do whatever they want. "Just do not come in here." But the door finally swings open, and now the short-haired girl is completely consumed by fear. She frantically screams at them to stay back, but fortunately, the person walking through that door is none other than Jiang Xiaoyong. Seeing the survivors inside, he simply tells them to get out. One after another, the girls line up and follow right behind Jiang Xiaoyong, before the short-haired girl asks if he is truly willing to give them shelter. "That is right," Jiang Xiaoyong answers. But then he adds everyone still has to do their part and work. Hearing this, the crowd gladly agrees that is no problem at all. "We still have all our limbs." "Absolutely. Me too," they chime in. With that, everyone finally starts moving out of the old real estate office. Jiang Xiaoyong says, "We cannot delay this. We are leaving right now." Soon their vehicle starts rolling, arriving at the destination in the blink of an eye as everyone begins climbing out. Up on the balcony, Trung Tri and Marn San look down. Marn San calls out, "Jiang Xiaoyong is back. I will open the gate." But Trung Tri stops her. "Hold on, Jiang Xiaoyong did not drive straight in. Let us see what he is planning first." Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong tells the crowd that the place over there is their fortress, but he cannot let them inside just yet. One survivor nods, "The world is pretty cruel, we understand." Then another asks where they will stay, and Jiang Xiaoyong answers, "Right next to the fortress, there are temporary shelters and steel wire fences. They are not as safe, but conditions are much better than typical camps." Jiang Xiaoyong quickly continues, "This Dirp Tra old street area still has plenty of empty land and abandoned buildings. As we slowly renovate, things will get much better." Hearing this, they all bow deeply to thank him. "We cannot thank you enough, Savior," one man says. By the next morning, a massive transport truck is seen rumbling down the highway. Sitting inside, Li Jingrui grumbles, "Why is nobody picking up the phone? Is that bastard Trung Kain Vun playing some kind of mystery game again?" No, that is not right. When Li Jingrui kicks the door open, get ready for this. The sight inside instantly makes her furious. Inside the dark room are countless starving zombies trapped together, waiting. Spotting a human, a zombie roars as the entire horde lunges straight toward Li Jingrui, like she is some kind of delicious meal. Showing absolutely zero fear, she stays completely calm and directly blasts away the beefy zombie that lunged first. Next, Li Jingrui uses her blade to finish off the rest of them, cleanly wiping the blood off with a handkerchief. Her lackey, standing nearby, asks, "Boss, Trung Kan Vun is dead. What about the meat now?" She turns and replies, "No choice. We will do it ourselves. But before that, I want to kill the bastard who broke our rules," Li Jingrui declares. Holding her sharp dagger, Li Jingrui stares at the piles of bodies scattered across the yard as a henchman walks out to report. "Boss, there are no survivors." She immediately asks about the meat, and the minion nervously answers that the meat is all gone. Li Jingrui glares and orders him to bring the truck around to load up the supplies. Soon, a heavy truck pulls into the yard. The lackeys quickly pack their loot onto the vehicle, while Li Jingrui stands further back with crossed arms, scanning everything closely. Suddenly, her eyes narrow as if she has spotted something. The henchman notices her staring intensely down at the dirt and asks, "Did you find something, boss?" Li Jingrui kneels to inspect the tire tracks, smirking, "Let us see who actually has the guts." Elsewhere, Jiang Xiaoyong sits down, staring at the system screen in front of him to check the quest. The quest is to expand the community by boosting the score. The current score is 2. Reading this, he wonders how exactly he is supposed to raise this score. Population size must be a pretty key metric, right? Sitting high up on the watchtower, Jiang Xiaoyong realizes there is plenty of land, thanks to that incredibly picky landlord from before. His eyes widen as he suddenly remembers that rare breed. Now watch this, the gates creak open as Jiang Xiaoyong's trio walks right back in. Seeing him arrive, the survivors living inside instantly cheer, "Our savior! Our savior! You are finally here!" A short-haired woman immediately rushes over and drops to her knees. But Jiang Xiaoyong quickly stops her. There is absolutely no need. Turning to the mother of the girl who was held at Bichthoy Villa, he asks, "Where exactly did you see that supermonster?" She looks at him, explaining that it was inside the Hoa Nguyen Phat store over in the Decor district. "We went there looking for supplies but ran right into that thing." With teary, terrified eyes, she recalls how several of their group were brutally slaughtered by the beast. In the sheer panic, everyone got completely separated. While my daughter and I were running, we bumped into the Bichthoy Villa gang. We thought we were saved, but they turned out to be pure evil. Listening closely, Jiang Xiaoyong's brows furrow deeply as he repeats the name under his breath, Hoa Nguyen Phat. Standing nearby, Marn San anxiously speaks up, "Jiang Xiaoyong, we still have plenty of supplies left. There is no need to provoke that monster. Trung Tri disagrees if we just sit here eating. Even a mountain of food will eventually run completely dry. So obviously, the more supplies, the better." Jiang Xiaoyong turns to analyze the situation with them. The main issue is that the Decor district is less than 2 kilometers away. We cannot just ignore a monster sitting right on our doorstep, constantly threatening our very survival. The laundry basin slips from the woman's hands, clattering to the ground as she desperately tries to stop him. "Don't go, benefactor. That monster kills without blinking." Zhang Qi looks at the girl and says, "Don't worry, we've got a pretty solid plan in mind." Then Jiang Xiaoyong tilts his head, looking right at the guy behind him, telling Zhang Qi, "Call wrong out. Let's go meet that freak." Right now, a completely different group of survivors is heading toward the entrance of a massive building. One guy in the crew speaks up, "See, I told you guys. I knew there was a huge supermarket around here." But the man in the mock-neck sweater warns them, "Don't get too optimistic, because everything inside might have been completely cleaned out already." Walking at the front, Wan chimes in, "Don't be so gloomy. We've hit quite a few supermarkets, and they always have some scraps left over." The others nod along with her, feeling their confidence quickly surge back up. She's totally right in a ruined world. People with their kind of guts and power are pretty hard to find. As the group steps inside the building, they're immediately swallowed by total, pitch-black darkness. Staring at the empty shelves and scattered trash on the floor, someone points out it's been looted, but there's still quite a bit left. Suddenly, one of them slams a metal pot against the building's fire alarm, making a deafening racket echo through the halls. Everyone immediately gets into a fighting stance as Wanwan screams out, "Hey, is anyone there?" Frowning, she tightly grips her iron claw weapon, staring straight ahead as a small pack of bloodthirsty zombies suddenly rounds the corner, charging right at them. Wanwan yells out, "They're here. These ones are crazed. Get ready to fight and stay on guard." Loud, chaotic sounds of combat echo through the dark space. After a brief struggle, the zombies are all put down, dead on the cold floor. Wanwan lets out a sigh piece of cake. The man in the mock-neck sweater figures that, since there are so few, the previous looters must have lured the bulk of the horde away. The guy standing right behind him can't help but celebrate, shouting, "We hit the absolute jackpot today." But the mock-neck sweater man keeps staring ahead, warning everyone to stay alert and keep moving deeper into the shadows. And here's where it gets tense. They have absolutely no idea a shadow is watching their every move. An evolved zombie with glowing red eyes smiles, utterly amused by their arrival. Fresh prey has finally arrived. When the group stumbles upon shelves still packed with supplies, they immediately start cheering. They yell, "This is like Christmas, grab it all. This is enough food to last us for years." Meanwhile, Wanwan spots something exciting and points. "Look over there!" she screams out in pure excitement. "Beds! Actual beds!" Without a second thought, she runs over and throws herself onto a mattress, shouting, "I don't care. I'm staying here." The rest of the crew starts celebrating too. Setting up camp here actually sounds like a great plan. Then, the man in the suit speaks up, "I'm going to grab a quick smoke." The mock-neck sweater man smiles and nods, "Let's go. I'll join you." A lighter clicks open, and a bright golden flame flickers to life. The mock-neck sweater man looks at the guy puffing on his cigarette. "So, what do you think? Are we really going to live here?" The suit man starts analyzing the situation. "This mall has way too many entrances to defend properly. And with all these resources, other groups will definitely target us. But when we were heading over here, I noticed a pretty decent two-story building just across the street that looked safe." Just as he says that, a razor-sharp claw thrusts straight through his chest from behind. The mock-neck sweater man watches in absolute horror as his friend's bloody chest ruptures right before his eyes. The evolved zombie grins like a maniac, whispering fresh, tender meat. "This is going to taste absolutely delicious." Instantly paralyzed by fear, he turns around to run, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Help me! Somebody help!" Back in the main hall, the others hear the screams, turning their heads in total confusion. What's going on? He doesn't get far. Right before our eyes, a dozen brutal claws pierce straight through his entire body. Lifting him high into the air with both hands, the beast uses its sheer monstrous strength to rip his entire body completely in half. Wanwan freezes in utter terror, her voice shaking as she stammers, "What? What is that thing?" Instantly, someone else realizes the danger and screams, "Run! Get out of here right now!" Her legs move on instinct, running as fast as they can carry her. Right behind them, the evolved zombie pursues with a sadistic laugh, closing the gap with terrifying speed. "You can't escape. None of you will make it out alive." The woman lagging behind instantly becomes its next victim. Running right behind Wanwan, another man screams in desperation, "Please stop! I don't want to die here." But he can't outrun the monster's deadly grasp either. Now, only Wanwan is left, pushing her body to the absolute limit toward the door. Staring ahead, she desperately tells herself the exit. "It's right there. I'm almost out." Suddenly, a sharp cry of pain cuts through the air as Wanwan collapses heavily onto the floor. Gritting her teeth, she looks up with tears in her eyes, staring at the terrifying shadow looming over her. A blood-curdling scream echoes in the darkness. Uyen. Uyen is so terrified that long tears stream down her face, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. Staring at the zombie-like figure that suddenly appeared right in front of her, she covers her face, crying and screaming, "I don't want to die." But then Jia simply ignores her and walks right past, leaving Uyen to tilt her head in confusion. A voice suddenly rings out nearby, telling her not to be afraid. Uyen looks up, seeing Jiang Xiaoyong and Trung Tri standing right there. He smiles and reaches out to her, saying, "You are the land buyer." Pulling her up, Jiang Xiaoyong asks, "Wait, are you the real estate girl?" He scratches his cheek, searching his memory. "Your name is Nin Uyen, right?" Eerie sounds suddenly echo through the area. Terrified, she immediately clutches her head, crying out that there is a monster. There is an insanely terrifying monster inside this mall. Run now. But Jiang Xiaoyong just smiles, "Don't worry. The creature is already safely blocked." Anxiously, Uyen turns around to look behind her. Her eyes widen in complete shock at the insane sight unfolding before her. "Just look at this." The evolved zombie's arm gets blocked, and he grins at Jia. "Do you want to monopolize this?" From behind, Jiang Xiaoyong asks if Jia can handle this himself, and staring straight ahead, Jia replies, "Let me try first." He swings his arm, sending the zombie flying. The beast sticks out its long tongue, grinning with creepy excitement. "Meeting my own kind for the first time feels amazing," the evolved zombie thinks, as he lunges straight toward Jia. He throws a devastating punch right where Jia stands, but Jia leans backward, dodging the strike with ease. Laughing crazily, the evolved zombie keeps attacking, wondering if cannibalizing his own kind would make him evolve even faster. While he is busy gloating, a heavy fist suddenly appears right in front of his face out of nowhere. Jia delivers an absolutely brutal strike that slams the zombie's head straight into the hard floor, veins bulging across its furious, twisted face. "Curse you. I didn't expect you to actually have some power," he mutters. But right behind him, Jia's leg is already raised high. He slams his foot down onto the floor, sending flying dust and debris in all directions. Frowning, Jia quickly scans the surrounding area to find the evolved zombie. Looking up, he spots the monstrous creature clinging tightly onto the ceiling with its entire body. The monster lets out a massive, deafening roar. All the power gathered from hunting and hoarding recently is finally paying off. Standing below, Jia glares at the threat that suddenly drops right in front of him. Out of nowhere, the zombie, laughing like a complete psychopath, charges straight toward him at terrifying speed. The two clash in a high-speed chase, trading blows rapidly across the building lobby. Watching from the side, Trung Tri's eyes widen as he yells, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, Jia is losing. Why is this monster so incredibly strong?" His expression remains totally calm as he stares ahead. This trip was definitely worth it. If we let it hunt any longer, it would be a real pain to deal with. He pulls a gun, leaving Uyen standing behind him with her mouth wide open. What is going on? How did a gun just appear out of thin air? Raising the weapon, Jiang Xiaoyong takes aim. "Jia, if you hold him for just 1 second, I won't tease you later." Jia grabs both of the zombie's arms, making him scream in absolute fury, "Let go of me." In that instant, Jiang Xiaoyong fires a shot straight at the target. Watch this, the bullet strikes with perfect accuracy, piercing right through the zombie's forehead as he stumbles backward. The evolved zombie digs his foot deep into the ground to stabilize his trembling body. With a deep, hollow hole in his forehead, he looks up, laughing insanely. "That hurts. You bastard. I can't believe you actually injured me. I will kill you. I will tear you to pieces." Trung Tri's eyes go wide, his voice beginning to stutter. His actual brain got shot, and he is still standing. So without saying a single word, the quiet Jiang Xiaoyong just keeps firing at the zombie. Multiple bullets tear right through the zombie's body, yet he simply opens his mouth and continues to laugh hysterically. Maniacal laughter echoes, and after who knows how long, the evolved zombie finally collapses onto the ground, beaten completely black and blue but still weakly chuckling. Trung Tri asks, highly unsure, is he dead? Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong looks at his companion. Jia, try eating this monster. He nods, yeah. Right then, a notification pops up. This is the Utopia Community Expansion Quest, requiring us to increase the community evaluation rating. Quest progress. Eliminate the dangerous threat factor. Community rating +1. Current rating is 3. Reward 10 points, making his current point total 46 points. Staring at the screen, Jiang Xiaoyong wonders this actually counts. Smiling, he looks ahead. Since we are already here, let's not waste the trip and see if we can empty this entire supermarket. Behind him, Uyan gasps. Take everything? He raises his hand, storing every single item from the shelves directly into the ring on his finger. Looking up, Trung Tri asks in wonder, this is crazy. What kind of magic is that? But Jiang Xiaoyong just keeps glancing to the side. Instead of letting these bodies sit here and turn into zombies, shouldn't we feed them to those hungry monsters outside? Right outside the shelter area, a car kicks up dust on the road as someone inside calls out, "Wait, stop right here." Tinger crosses her arms inside the moving car. "What is going on?" she asks her subordinate. Through the lens of his binoculars, he spots San keeping watch up on the high observation tower, before slowly panning his gaze down to the busy ground level where a lot of people are constantly moving around. Turning around, the lackey reports their population is pretty huge, but their weapons are completely outdated. Their only advantage is that the factory looks pretty heavily fortified, making the driver lean back and ask how this weak bunch managed to wipe out Zhang Qingwen and Lin Guangkai. Tinger smirks. It is obvious. They just let the zombie horde inside. I told them before that using that villa as a base was highly unsafe, she says, leaning back comfortably in her seat. With a cold laugh, she chuckles that heaven must pity their hard life, handing them both free prey and a solid base. Her lackey snickers along, saying it almost feels too easy, while the driver glances back to ask what the plan is. "Do we strike right now?" the driver asks. But Tinger stops him, saying they need to head back, gather heavy weapons, and bring real backup first. Screeching its tires, their car pulls a sharp U-turn on the road, leaving behind a thick cloud of dark gray smoke. Meanwhile, a blue car speeds down the road. It is Jiang Xiaoyong's squad. Inside, Wan asks with pure excitement if it is really true, and Zhang Qi assures her that they absolutely have soft beds and hot water waiting. She lets out a happy squeal. But Jiang Xiaoyong, who had been dead silent the entire ride, suddenly lifts his gaze toward the road. He cuts off their happy chatter. "Watch out! Heads up! We have company ahead. Get your weapons ready," he orders, making Zhang Qi draw his gun instantly to brace for a fight. Suddenly, a white car speeds up right next to them, running neck and neck as Jiang Xiaoyong narrows his eyes to examine the driver. From inside that white car, Tinger is also staring right back at him with cold intensity. But check this out, right as things get tense, a system alert flashes in front of Jiang Xiaoyong. The system alert warns him of approaching hostiles, demanding he defend the shelter against an invasion for a sweet reward of 50 points. He frowns, recalling Tinger's face from the road. Is it those people? Their vehicle finally rolls into the safety of the shelter, where everything up on the high lookout tower seems perfectly peaceful. Jiang Xiaoyong looks up at San, who is keeping watch with her rifle, and asks if any strangers were lurking around. She points off into the distance, mentioning it seems a car came by earlier but did not head their way, adding that she initially thought it was just them returning. Asking him if something bad has happened, she prompts Jiang Xiaoyong to immediately order her to find Uncle Sheng and Old Li to gather absolutely everyone right now. Meanwhile, over at the coal processing plant in the southern suburbs, a walkie-talkie on a nearby table begins to crackle with heavy, buzzing static, and after a long moment of noise, a broken voice finally manages to cut through. Calling all survivors, please head over to the southern suburb coal plant. The voice says they have a base here but need hands, making a man in a yellow jacket look around with hope. Believing he is in the right place, he turns to see a white car pulling up and waves his hands in excitement. He calls out that it is survivors, just as the white car stops and Tinger steps out onto the pavement. She asks if they came to join after hearing the radio. Yes, they did. The whole gang of men stare with wide, greedy eyes as Tinger walks over, flaunting her striking looks right in front of them. She tells them they arrived just in time and orders them to follow her, leaving the yellow-jacketed man completely starstruck. He stammered out his thanks, but Tinger tells them the base is close, and the car is full, so they must walk. Trading highly suggestive looks with his buddy, the yellow-jacketed man casually agrees, and the entire group soon follows her deep inside a nearby warehouse. The survivors stare around at the massive indoor space. It is huge. They cheer about finally finding a massive place to stay, but then watch this guy's face completely change to a weird look. He mutters about needing to step outside to relieve himself, but Ting stops him, pointing out a bathroom right inside. The guy nods with a greasy grin. Yes, yes. Soon, his urine hits the toilet. He tilts his head back with a cocky smirk, casting a sly glance over his shoulder. Ting stands right there with her arms crossed, calmly watching his movements. He zips up with a highly suggestive, nasty grin. Hey, beautiful, I know what you want. Don't be shy because I can show you a real good time. Before he can even finish his sentence, his words turn into a wet, choking gasp as a completely emotionless Ting drives a sharp dagger straight into his throat. The man's body collapses onto the floor, a dark red liquid pooling from his neck and spreading quickly across the clean white tiles. She looks down at the corpse with pure disgust, thinking he was some prize, only to realize he was completely pathetic. Outside, the driver sees Ting walking up and reports that everything is finished, so she looks back and gives her next order. Yeah, drag the guy out of the bathroom. Staring at the pile of bodies, she tells him to also call Lao and Lao San. Meanwhile, over on Jiang Xiaoyong's side, the entire group is gathering together inside a single tense room. Huang Li looks at him with a frown, asking if someone is targeting them and who they are, but Jiang Xiaoyong admits he still knows nothing about the enemy. From now on, they might face raids every single day, so he turns and starts pointing to assigned tasks to the group. Zizi and Rong, he orders, follow me out in a bit to clear that abandoned building over in the southeast. That way the refugees outside can move in, because if the enemy hits us now, those poor people are just going to be cannon fodder. San raises her hand to volunteer, telling Jiang Xiaoyong she wants to go, while Xiaojia stands right behind her and says the exact same thing. Lu Chao and Chenji step up to join in as well, while little Shuai throws a hand high, shouting that he wants to go too. Xiao Li looks down worriedly, asking what a little kid like him is doing trying to join in the fight. Wan glances at the boy before looking over at Jiang Xiaoyong, hesitantly raising her hand to say that with this crazy energy, she wants to go too. Jiang Xiaoyong looks around and decides there is probably no real danger, so Uncle Sheng and Old Li can guard the base while the rest of the crew tag along. And here we go, the whole squad is armed and falling in right behind him. They slip inside the dark, abandoned building one by one, and leading the charge, Jiang Xiaoyong expertly drops a zombie with his sniper rifle. The rest of the crew jumps in, swinging whatever weapons they have to clear out the remaining undead. Once the dust settles and the zombies are cleared, he asks if anyone is hurt and tells them to check, while they pant heavily and shake their heads. We are good, they reply, as Jiang Xiaoyong walks to the window and warns that a raid is coming, so they must stay here for now. A girl in the crowd steps forward and insists that they are fully capable of fighting alongside him. The man next to her agrees, shouting that they can help too, which makes Jiang Xiaoyong look down and rub his chin in deep thought. All right, he finally agrees, telling them to clear the area before adding that he will send over guns and ammo for when the enemy inevitably strikes. We will stay in touch over the radio, so make absolutely sure you follow my direct commands. The man nods immediately, saying it will not be a problem. Back with Ting her henchmen are busy unloading gear from the vehicles when a loud voice suddenly calls out from right behind them. Third Master arrives with his mutated fighter in tow, asking if everything went smoothly with the plan. The creepy mutated freak next to him keeps muttering about eating human flesh, while Ting glares at him with her hands on her hips. Nothing went right, she snaps, explaining that Bishui Mountain got completely wiped out, and they are on their own now, leaving Third Master stunned. He asks who could have done it, while his mutated beast suddenly screams out about having no more human flesh to devour. Ting frowns and explains that a pretty large faction in the eastern suburbs did this, so tomorrow morning she and Lao will lead an assault to exterminate them. Under the pitch-black night sky, Jiang Xiaoyong stares at his screen inside a lit room, checking if his 46 points can unlock any new supply chests. The glowing system interface displays the shop right in front of his eyes. A Level 2 Awakening supply chest costs 25 points, while a Level 2 Doomsday Sentinel chest goes for 15 points. The Level 1 basic food supplies cost 5 points, and he can also choose to do a manual shop refresh for just 2 points. Jiang Xiaoyong smiles, thrilled that there are finally some new items, before sliding his finger across the screen to check the rest of the list. He sees 2 Level 2 chests requiring 40 points total, hoping for some good loot as steam suddenly begins to rise from his skin. The system warns that Physical Overload Level 1 is active, boosting his stats by 25% before a heavy debuff kicks in afterward. He smiles, realizing that with his current base stat of 33, a 25% boost is insane. It pushes his stat past 40, meaning he can temporarily unleash a power level 8 times stronger than an average human. He clenches his fist to feel the raw power, completely hyped to test out this new strength, while far away on the road, a line of cars speeds past, leaving thick white smoke in their wake. Check this out, a convoy of 3 cars and 3 bikes is already tearing down the highway. Inside the lead car, a thug holding the radio looks over and tells Ting Rui that she is on the air. Ting Rui crosses her arms and speaks into the mic, laying out the ruthless battle plan to run down all the helpless refugees outside first. The driver listens intently to her cruel strategy, hearing that once Lauer breaks down the main gates, everyone must use the modified cars for cover and lay down suppressive fire. The mutant sitting beside her chuckles with twisted excitement, muttering that he is hungry and ready to hunt down some flesh. The convoy speeds ahead at a crazy pace, heading straight into the forest up front. Back at the factory base, everything looks totally quiet and normal. Up on the high rooftop, Huan Lor gazes down, scanning the area. It is highly hidden, but the view is worse than a watchtower with massive blind spots below. Jiang Xiaoyong smiles and tells him, "Do not worry. We are not guarding this spot just for the view." Huan Lor looks completely confused, staring at him. What for? Instead of answering directly, Jiang Xiaoyong asks him, "Did not you mention you worked as a sniper for a few years?" He scratches his head, explaining, "You got it wrong. It was not a few years, just a few months. That minor skill of mine was just to temporarily cover a shift back then." But Jiang Xiaoyong presses on, "So, can you shoot straight from 1 to 200 meters? Huan Lor confidently points at himself, "Hey, you are seriously doubting me. Without strong wind, I can hit any target within 500 meters. He smirks. "That is enough." Suddenly, a voice shouts behind him, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, the gear has arrived." The newcomer pants heavily, complaining, "Oh my God, what on earth is this? It is seriously so heavy." Trung Tri bends over to catch his breath, putting the crate down, while Jiang Xiaoyong kneels to open the wooden box. Huan Lor looks in confusion, but look at his face when he sees what is inside. He literally screams out, "Is that a Barrett?" He asks frantically, "Good God, Jiang Xiaoyong, normal people cannot just get their hands on this. Where did you find it?" Jiang Xiaoyong just gives him a cold look and warns, "We only have 2 magazines, 10 shots in total, so be careful." Huan Lor stares at the massive rifle in his hands, completely dazed, and stammers, "I get it. I totally get it. Oh my God." Jiang Xiaoyong tilts his head toward Trung Tri, asking if the others are in position, and Trung Tri nods they are set. "Tell us what to do next." He says, "Good. Tell everyone to stay alert. The enemy could show up at any second now." Over at the watchtower, San reaches up and taps the earpiece on her ear. She reports an anomaly. A voice through the comms replies, "Copy that," while Huan Lor rests his heavy rifle on the railing, aiming down. He says, "I see them. Enemy raid incoming. Get ready," while Jing Rui and her crew are moving inside their vehicles. A henchman lowers his binoculars, sounding confused, weird. All those refugees usually lingering outside the wall are completely gone. The driver asks him if they got butchered and eaten, suggesting maybe we should stop the car and check things out first. Jing Rui leans forward from the back seat to stop him. "No, keep charging. We are close enough to the target. If they spot us, launching an attack will be a massive headache." So the driver immediately obeys her command. He speeds straight toward the defensive wall, while Jing Rui orders the rest of the fleet to charge and find cover right under the barricade. San immediately shouts, "Commands to the squad. The enemy is within our firing range. Open fire now." Instantly, the defenders on the railing under Jiang Xiaoyong pull their triggers, unleashing a relentless hail of lead down on the cars. Jing Rui and her convoy are instantly caught in a terrifying rain of bullets. 2 heavy rounds crash through the windshield, hitting a driver in the chest, causing his out-of-control vehicle to veer wildly off course. And just like that, a massive explosion completely disintegrates the car, while a frantic warning crackles right through Jing Rui's radio receiver. "We are compromised." She grinds her teeth and curses in disbelief. Damn it, how did they even spot us? The remaining cars swerve frantically to dodge the incoming barrage. As a minion yells, "What do we do?" And she barks back her orders. "Keep pushing forward and take cover right under their wall." Finally, 3 of their vehicles manage to slide right underneath the defensive wall where our snipers cannot reach, and a massive foot slams onto the dirt as a giant steps out. This mutant thug wields an enormous, roaring chainsaw, letting out a wild battle cry as he yells, "Shred them! Shred them all!" He swings the massive blade, slicing hard into the front gate, which San immediately spots from her vantage point up high. "Oh no! There is a total maniac breaking the gate," she screams, raising her gun to rally the rest of the crew. "Shoot him down! Stop him from breaking through!" she yells, while Jing Rui's goons peek out from behind their armored cars. She yells to her men, "Keep firing. Suppress them with everything you have to cover Lao Nier." San and her defenders up on the platform get pinned down, and a stray bullet tears straight through Xiao Jia's shoulder, making the kid scream in sheer agony. Trung Tri whips his head around in pure panic, shouting, "Xiao Jia!" He pulls the bleeding Xiao Jia backward into cover, muttering, "They have got submachine guns too. Their firepower is absolutely no joke." One of the fighters turns and rallies the team, "Do not back down. Hold the line. We have plenty of ammo." Down at the entrance, sparks fly wildly as Chu Thung watches the heavy metal and screams they are cutting through. A young man standing behind him adds in a panicked voice, "If that gate breaches, we are going to be completely cornered." On the other side, Jiang Xiaoyong calmly says into his earpiece, "Don't worry. I have a plan." He was inside the room this whole time, but now he flings the door open and charges forward at full speed. Outside, one of the henchmen reports to Tin Nui, "Half of the ammo we brought is already gone." She grits her teeth and yells ahead, "Lao Nai, are you done yet?" The evolved giant, veins bulging from extreme effort, screams, "Almost done," he roars. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips the door wide open, sending thick black smoke billowing out. San rushes down from the observation deck, shouting orders to the crew. The door is breached. "Get reinforcements over here now." Tin Nui smirks with pure delight. Let these greenhorns finally taste the absolute terror of a true evolved human. She looks back and signals her gang, "Everyone move in and stay right behind Lao Ni. Take cover once we are inside." Meanwhile, the evolved giant slips his hands into the crack and forces the heavy metal door wide open. Standing in the corridor, Jiang Xiaoyong speaks into his comms, "Lai Ho and Loi, get ready and wait for my command." High up on the rooftop, Ho and Loi gets into sniper position as Jiang Xiaoyong asks, "Do you see that massive guy leading them?" Right on cue, the sniper scope crosshairs lock directly onto the massive chest of the evolved beast. Ho and Loi replies, "Got him in my sights." Meanwhile, the towering mutant storms inside the base, roaring like a wild animal. Uncle Thang stands completely frozen, staring at the monster in sheer disbelief. The defender standing right behind him stares in total shock, hesitantly asking, "Is that monster even human anymore?" Snapping back to reality, the 3 of them immediately raise their rifles and open fire on the intruder. The brute just huffs as a hail of bullets hits him directly, yet his body does not show a single scratch. The rounds sink into his flesh for a brief second before dropping harmlessly to the floor. Uncle Thang gasps, "Can he heal instantly?" Standing safely behind her giant shield, Tin Nu sneers, eyes popping out. Huh? This is their first time seeing an evolved human. Over the radio, Jiang Xiaoyong warns Ho and Loi that big dumb brute has crazy regeneration, Regular rifles are not going to cut it. Squinting through the scope, he pulls the trigger, try this on. And this is the moment you have been waiting for. A devastating round streaks toward the target. The bullet drills straight into the giant's forehead, completely blowing his head apart as his massive body crashes lifelessly to the floor. Tin Yu and her entire gang instantly freeze in horror. What on earth just happened? Cold sweat drips down Tin Yu's face as she stares at the corpse. She never expected these weaklings to have firepower like this. How is this even possible? While the invaders are still completely disoriented, Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly flanks them from behind and aims his gun. He unleashes a hail of bullets, sending them scrambling in terror as someone screams, "We've got enemies behind us. We are surrounded." Tin Yu spins around and curses in pure rage. Damn it! I totally miscalculated and underestimated these pests. She fires a few wild shots to cover herself, screaming for a full retreat back to the vehicles. Gritting her teeth, she spots Jiang Xiaoyong blocking her path, aiming his rifle right at her chest. She instantly recognizes him as the kid from the vehicle. As one of her thugs runs alongside her, a hand suddenly reaches out and yanks him sideways. Tin Nui uses her own subordinate as a human shield, letting every single incoming bullet tear right into him. Jiang Xiaoyong frowns at her lightning reflexes. Is she an evolved human too? Without missing a beat, she hurls the dead weight of her ally straight at him, but he easily dodges the corpse. By the time he recovers his stance and looks back up, Tin Nui is already sprinting toward their white getaway car. She thinks she is getting away, but wait, high above, Hoen Loy has her locked in his scope. Thinking of running, he tracks her fleeing back, muttering, "Let's see if my heavy sniper rifle agrees first." Letting out a blood-curdling shriek, she looks down only to find her leg has been completely blown off. Losing her balance, Tin Nui faceplants hard onto the dirt right in front of the car. Up high, Hoen Loy quickly chambers another round TSK. Missed the kill shot. Down below, a henchman reaches out of the door to drag her in. Boss Tin Nui looks up in absolute panic, screaming at him to drive as fast as possible. The car spins around and speeds away under a constant rain of bullets. Watching the vehicle vanish into the distance, Hoen Loy sighs in frustration. Damn it, she got away. Over Jiang Xiaoyong's comms, an ally anxiously asks, what if they come back later with a bigger crew? He calmly replies, "It is fine. My system screen just popped up saying the first phase of the Villain Bane quest is complete. Mission requirement was to resist the invasion, earning 50 points, and the next stage is already unlocked. Expand the community. Putting everything on the line pays off. The community score climbs, progress is made defending against the invaders, and trust surges. Community rating goes up by 2, bringing the current score to a solid 5. With a 20-point bonus, the total hits 76. Looking at the retreating car, he speaks up, "I know where they are." Another screen pops up with a new mission. Scourge of Evil Round 2 requires attacking the enemy stronghold and wiping out the cannibals. The reward is 50 points. Uncle Thang, San, Truong Tree, and the others start cheering and laughing to celebrate their victory. Jiang Xiaoyong looks at them and asks, "Did we lose anyone?" Truong Tree answers quickly, "No casualties, but a few are hurt." He immediately starts mapping out their next steps. Move the wounded to the clinic, disinfect them immediately, and drag all the enemy corpses to the cold room for Transung. He turns to look in one direction, then heads out to bring the refugees from the abandoned building back. Safe for now. Jiang Xiaoyong smiles at his status screen. With 76 points racked up, it is spending time tonight. Meanwhile, over on the other side, the white car screeches to a halt outside the warehouse entrance. 2 henchmen support Tin Yi from both sides, helping her down since she is missing a leg. Holding a metal pipe, Tam Jia walks out of the warehouse toward them and asks what happened here. She grits her teeth in fury, muttering that they underestimated the enemy and their heavy weapons. Tin Yi angrily snaps at him. "What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and bring me some human meat right now." Tam Jia just smirks, standing completely still with zero intention of moving. She takes a step forward and points. "What are you waiting for? Go get it, you useless trash. You are not even worth second brother's toe." Tam Jia sneers, pointing back. "Wow, you pathetic brat. You are completely ruined. And you still talk to me like that? Tin Yi flinches, stepping back. Are you trying to start a rebellion? She still tries to boss him around, yelling men, grab him. When nobody moves, she looks back to see her men completely ignoring her. Tamjia glances down at the metal pipe in his hand. You are hurt. Second brother is gone. That makes me the strongest one left around here. Besides, the boys have tolerated your attitude for way too long. He looks up and yells, right, everyone? Tin Yi glares at the surrounding thugs, trying to threaten them bastards. Get back. Are you all revolting? Do not push me. But as they slowly surround her, sheer panic finally takes over. No, please, stop. Tamjia lets out a creepy laugh, raising the heavy, gleaming pipe to strike. The mob unleashes their fury, savagely swinging their metal pipes down on her. Completely helpless, pinned to the cold ground, Tin Yi can only curl up and endure the brutal beating. Eventually, she lies completely still. Tamjia chuckles, wiping his hands with a cloth. When a henchman steps up and calls him Tamjia, he loses his temper, spinning around to snap, "What did you call me?" Terrified, the lackey drops to his knees, begging, "Boss, boss, I am so sorry. It was a slip of the tongue." He glares and waves him off. "Spit it out." The lackey looks up with deep worry, now that she is dead, and second brother is gone. Plus, we lost so many guys. Our combat power is heavily depleted. What if we run into that guy? And look at this, Tamjia scratches his cheek as he remembers that creepy tentacle monster. Shrugging it off, he turns and walks away. It is fine. We can always go join up with those Shijiang guys. A dark corner. The black car pulls up quietly, slipping into the shadows of the factory yard. Following close behind, Truong Tree whispers in awe, "Man, Jiang Xiaoyong, you were totally right. This place really is a stronghold." Jiang Xiaoyong puts a finger to his lips, signaling him to keep quiet. Shh. Move in silently. Not a single sound. Dead silence. After a while, they begin whispering again. Did those guys already run away? They probably fled because they feared we would chase them down. Hone Loi points to Tin Yi's battered corpse. That is the woman I shot. Did they seriously just turn on their own? Jiang Xiaoyong chuckles coldly at the body. No surprise here. Honestly, this makes complete sense to me. Trung Tree looks over at him. Jiang Xiaoyong, that big guy we faced earlier, was definitely on another level compared to Shuangjia. Hoen Loi chimes in, right, Jiang Xiaoyong, and I think I heard them yelling something about an evolver. What even is an evolver anyway? How does someone even become one? Folding his arms, he stares at the ground and mutters 3 words, "Eat human meat." Total shock. Hearing those words, both Hoan Loi and Truong Tri freeze on the spot. Eat human meat. He looks up, explaining the situation to both of them. That is right. To become an evolved human and gain monstrous zombie powers, the most direct way is eating human flesh. Trung Tree hesitantly asks, looking right at him, "So are you one too?" Brother Jiang Xiaoyong Huan Lori asks, wondering if they must resort to eating human flesh to survive this brutal apocalypse. Searching his pocket for something, Jiang Xiaoyong tells them not to worry. Although eating your own kind is the most direct way, it is definitely not the only way. He pulls out a strange red stone-like object, leaving both Trung Tree and Huan Lor completely clueless. Do you guys have any guess what this is? Jiang Xiaoyong starts explaining that after all, whether we talk about evolved humans or zombies, they are both considered mutated entities. In order for these mutated entities to evolve further, they must absorb mutant energy. For normal humans, this mutant energy is scattered inside their flesh and blood, pretty scarce, but still better than nothing. But for evolved humans and rare mutants, their energy is highly abundant and actually condenses into a physical energy core. As this apocalypse gets worse, even normal zombies can condense these mutant cores. Huan Lori rubs his chin, guessing that if that is true, then does that mean zombies also carry this energy inside them? In that case, we can just straight up eat those zombies. Cough. Cough. Trung Tree stares at him in absolute disbelief, saying that if Uncle Huan Lor wants to eat that, he can go ahead, but count him out. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly chimes in, explaining that normal humans definitely cannot eat zombie flesh. Doing so will cause instant infection, and only mutated entities like us can consume other zombies to grow stronger. Right then, a system notification screen suddenly pops up in front of him. Quest 5, Bane of Evil, is complete. The requirement was to attack the enemy stronghold and eliminate the cannibals. Reward 50 points, bringing his current total to 126, making him marvel at how instantly the system settled it. It seems even if any enemies survived, they no longer pose a threat. Suddenly, a sharp warning shout to watch out rings in his ears. Instantly dodging sideways, he draws a sharp dagger and drives the blade cleanly right into the skull of the zombie rushing toward him. He swings his hand back, staring at the fallen zombie on the ground, surprised by how silently it managed to sneak up, getting way too close. Jiang Xiaoyong slices a line right down the zombie's chest, exposing a strange object glowing with a faint red light inside. He stares intently at this newly harvested stone core. And just like that, the real zombie hunt has officially begun. Presenting both stone cores to the two standing behind him, Trung Tri quickly waves his hands, saying he does not need them and to give them all to Uncle Wan Lor. Wan Lor stares down at the two glowing cores in his hands for a long moment, his brow furrowing deeply. His eyes reflect intense hesitation before he finally lets out a loud shout. He shoves both stone cores right into his mouth, shouting to screw it and just take the gamble, before swallowing them down and letting out a sharp gasp. Grinning widely, he flexes his massive muscular arms, declaring that the feeling is incredibly refreshing. Jiang Xiaoyong warns him that although the sensation feels amazing right now, since Uncle Huan Lor just joined the ranks of evolved humans, his strength is still way too low to roam this dangerous apocalypse carelessly. Huan Lor grows serious, nodding to reassure him that he understands completely and not to worry, while Jiang Xiaoyong turns toward the car, telling everyone the danger is resolved and it is time to head back. Meanwhile, over at the Feng Tai steel factory, a group of people is heading straight toward the main entrance gate. The guard standing at the gate watches the approaching crowd, shouting for them to halt and identify themselves. Tamjia smiles, introducing himself as the third leader of the coal factory, prompting the guard to glare at him before turning around. Repeating his title, the guard tells him to wait so he can report to the leader, before leading Tamjia and his men further inside. Two people are already waiting for them inside, and Darbong smirks, letting out a couple of cold chuckles. Laughing, he asks Tamjia why he came all this way, while Chi Ling, standing nearby, wonders where the sister-in-law and second brother are. Tamjia scratches his cheek, avoiding their gaze as he stammers out a shaky explanation. He explains they were ambushed, and to protect them, sister-in-law and second brother could not escape, which makes Darbong nod in silence while staring. He then orders his men to escort Tamjia and the coal factory crew over to the safe room. As the entire group gets escorted inside, Darbong and Chi Ling continue to laugh and chat cheerfully behind them. Deep inside the residential quarters of the factory, a highly anxious voice suddenly calls out to him from behind. Calling him third brother, he turns his head to glare, demanding to know what he just called him. The subordinate quickly apologizes, addressing him as boss, admitting he has a terrible feeling about this place, while Tamjia simply grits his teeth. Snapping at him for being paranoid, Tamjia scoffs, but the subordinate peers out the window, telling the boss to inspect this safe room closely. Those heavy iron door bars look exactly like a prison cell. Suddenly, that guard from earlier slams the door open with brutal force, sending a massive shockwave of fear straight through everyone inside the room. He steps inside, eyes Tamjia and his men, and barks an order, "Get outside. Now." Then, he marches them right back to the factory entrance they just came from. Dai Bang and Chi Ling are still standing there waiting, but now they have about a dozen heavily armed men backing them up. Terrified but trying to act dumb, Tamjia forces a fake smile and asks Chief, "What is going on? Did something happen?" Chi Ling just stares at him while casually twirling a lock of her hair and asks, "What kind of end do you think awaits a traitor who takes out their own boss?" Panic setting in, Tamjia frantically waves his hands as the crowd slowly closes in around him. He stammers, "What is the meaning of this?" Dai Bang, Chi Ling, there must be a pretty big misunderstanding here. Behind Chi Ling, Lai Trin stands with a furious, dark expression. I let out a cold smirk, gesturing to my man misunderstanding. Lai Trin, explain it so he actually dies with his eyes closed. He steps forward and announces I went over to the coal yard and found Lai Tin Nu lying dead right there on the ground. Their second-in-command has completely vanished, with no body to be found and absolutely no trace of where he went. There are no signs of a struggle anywhere in that yard. Lai Trin points a finger and yells, "The only logical explanation is that you turned on each other during the battle and murdered Lai Tin Nu." Drenched in cold sweat, Tam Jia desperately stammers out, "No, that is not true. You guys have absolutely no proof. This is just your wild guess." Standing right next to Qi Ling, Dai Bang bursts out laughing, "Proof? What kind of world do you think we are living in to ask us for proof? Now watch this play out. If we had not valued the skills of Li Tin Nui and your second-in-command, we would have wiped your entire crew out a long time ago." With a sinister grin, he orders, "Wipe them all out." Suddenly, one of the men steps forward with cupped hands, begging, "Please spare my life. I have valuable intel." Hearing this, she asks with complete indifference, "Oh, and what kind of information would that be?" He hurriedly points behind him and babbles there is a massive survivor camp in the east with tons of people and supplies. Sister Nu and our second boss got absolutely crushed by them. "Do not kill me. I will lead you there." Qi Ling casts a sharp side-eye at him and asks how does their power compare to ours. He quickly replies, "They are pretty much evenly matched with us." She glances over at Dai Bang and mutters, "Sounds like a real thorn in our side." With a pretty serious face, he quickly adds, "They still do not know the way to become an evolver. Throughout their entire camp, I did not spot a single evolver among them." Hearing this conversation, Lai Trin quietly ponders the method to become an evolver, but he remains suspicious, and the intense interrogation is clearly making the informant panic. If they do not have even one evolver, then how on earth did you guys lose so badly? He steps back in fear, stammering they have heavy military weapons. Normal bullets could never harm our second boss, but they dropped him with just one shot. Qi Ling throws him a rare compliment, making his face immediately light up with hope. "Yes," she says, "quite a useful tip." The man points to himself and asks, "So, what about us?" Flash of a wicked grin on her face, Qi Ling coldly commands, "Execute all of them." Hearing this, the captives freeze in utter shock, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Gut-wrenching screams and desperate cries for mercy immediately begin echoing throughout the cold factory walls. "Wait, please. I already gave you the intel. You cannot do this to me. Spare my life, please." Look at that brutal scene. Blood splatters all over as the screams fade, and Dai Bang stands there casually staring down at Tam Jia bleeding on the floor. He mutters, "What is the play? A threat of this scale absolutely needs to be crushed as soon as possible." Qi Ling chimes in, "They have heavy weapons, so rushing in right now is way too risky. We need to focus on raising our own evolution levels first, to be completely safe." From an overhead angle, we see Dai Bang and the others standing around Tam Jia, whose lifeless body is surrounded by dark, ominous pools spreading across the concrete. Dai Bang adds one last thing. "Send some scouts to check them out first, and make absolutely sure they have no clue how to trigger their own evolution." Meanwhile, in another location, Jiang Xiaoyong is staring intently at the system bulletin board, wondering aloud what exactly he can buy with 16 points. The screen flashes with clearly organized data and numbers, causing his face to immediately light up with absolute excitement. Current points are 126. Level 1 basic supplies with sugar, oil, and protein cost 5 points, while Level 2 black tech supplies will cost 50 points. And a manual refresh is 4 points. Jiang Xiaoyong gasps happily, "No way. It is another Level 2 black tech supply box. Talk about insane luck." He quickly reaches out and taps the system interface, triggering a fast sequence of confirmation screens popping up one after another. The notifications show he successfully exchanged for the Level 1 basic food supplies, deducting 5 points, and the Level 2 black tech supply, deducting 50 points. His current balance is now 71 points, and the system continues showing notifications for the basic supply box. Activating the basic Level 1 supply box rewards him with 500 kilograms of lotus root powder from brand B, along with 200 kilograms of margarine, 150 liters of cooking oil, and a level 2 black tech stamina boost potion giving plus 20 physical stats. Suddenly, the system glitches out with a loud scream. A sharp knock at the door quickly catches Jiang Xiaoyong's attention. He calls out, "Come in." From the doorway, someone looks at him on his chair and says, "Brother Jiang Xiaoyong." Jiang Xiaoyong tenses up, asking what is wrong. She says they caught a suspicious guy. Sighing, Jiang Xiaoyong stands up to go check. Cut to where a hung is being held, closely guarded by Truong Trin and Hoan Loi. He glances back, insisting he is not an enemy and asking to see their leader. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong walks in and asks, "Looking for me?" Seeing him, a hung excitedly asks if he is the leader. Jiang Xiaoyong nods that is right. "What is it?" He asks for Jiang Xiaoyong's name. With a cold look, Jiang Xiaoyong simply replies, "Kuang Jiang Xiaoyong." A hung laughs, introducing himself as a hung from the Taifeng Steel Factory. Just then, Old Tong steps up to join the conversation. Old Tong asks if he is from Taekwang. He quickly nods, "Yes, that is right." That catches Jiang Xiaoyong's attention, and he asks if Old Tong knows them. Old Tong turns, explaining that Taekwang lies to the southwest. Their western steel factory is the biggest around. It seems that, just like the southern coal mine, it has become another survivor sanctuary. Jiang Xiaoyong asks how far away it is. Old Tong says it is about 3 kilometers further than the southern coal mine. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong steps right up to a hung, eyeing him suspiciously. He demands to know why he traveled so far to get here. He still manages to keep his composure and replies, "Since the world is in chaos, survivors must stick together, right, Brother Deng?" Jiang Xiaoyong just listens with a completely cold, indifferent expression. Jiang Xiaoyong tells him to keep talking. Looking tense, a hung claims their leader sent them to find survivors and bring them back if possible. Tu Ji clearly does not buy his weak story. She glares at him with pure suspicion and steps forward to intervene. Handing a piece of paper to Jiang Xiaoyong, she warns him not to listen to this guy's obvious nonsense. She explains that the intruder was sneaking around their perimeter, mapping out their entire layout. Taking the paper, Jiang Xiaoyong quietly examines the sketches with a sharp, steady gaze. Instantly, a glowing blue holographic lens appears over Jiang Xiaoyong's eye as he activates his mind's eye. Through the lens, Jiang Xiaoyong reads his hidden feelings, catching the guy's tense, calculating expression. Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly laughs and calls out his name. Without warning, he whips out a pistol and presses the cold barrel right between the terrified scout's eyes. With pure bloodlust, Jiang Xiaoyong snaps, "We both survive in this apocalypse. Did you think I was stupid? Tell me the truth, or I will shoot you right now." Hearing this, the scout gulps in absolute terror, sweat pouring down his face. A hung panics, swearing they only did it to secure a backup escape route. "You have to be careful with others," he begs. Seeing his honesty, Jiang Xiaoyong asks Trong Chi if this guy knows about Boss Sheng. Trong Chi leans in close, whispering that the captive definitely does not know since Boss Sheng never shows himself. Jiang Xiaoyong turns away, casually waving his hand to let him go. Old Tong is shocked, asking if they are really releasing him. Even a hung stammers in disbelief. Is this for real? Jiang Xiaoyong tosses the map back, ordering them to hand it over and let him leave. Overjoyed, a hung bows repeatedly, thanking Brother Deng. He grabs the map without wasting a second and bolts out of there at full speed. A dangerous smirk creeps onto Jiang Xiaoyong's face. You know what's coming. He chuckles to himself. Taifeng Steel Factory. How many system points are you guys actually worth? 5 months quickly pass by. Outside the Taifeng Steel Factory, 2 workers are pushing heavy carts loaded with waste toward the dumping grounds. One worker quietly mentions that he heard people have started going missing around here again. Hearing this, a worker named Tue Tron immediately looks uneasy, his face pale with sudden fear. Picturing a horrifying monster with massive tentacles, he shivers as that creature started stirring again. Suddenly, a strange noise echoes from the trash heap, startling both of them as they gasp out, "What was that sound?" Driven by curiosity, Tu Tron slowly creeps closer to investigate. Sensing danger, his coworker tells him to stay back and call the guards. Suddenly, a razor-sharp metal blade flies out at blistering speed. Before he can even react, the flying object slices clean through his throat, sending a fountain of red blood spraying everywhere. Elsewhere, Lai Trin leans comfortably against a wall, casually puffing on a cigarette in total peace. Suddenly, a desperate scream of terror shattered his peace. "Somebody help me!" The panicked worker dashes forward, forcing Lai Trin to quickly raise his weapon and demand with a serious glare, "What is wrong?" The worker frantically yells that a monster just killed Xiao Chen, catching Li Cheng off guard as he asks if it is the tentacle monster. Sweating profusely, the worker gasps, asking if it is indeed the tentacle beast, confirming it definitely is. Li Cheng demands to know where, and when the worker points toward Hojiak, he grits his teeth in fury, muttering how the beast could have attacked without any warning. Turning to the crowd gathering around him, Li Cheng calls out to them. He orders everyone else to hide immediately, telling the evolved humans with escape abilities to follow him as he leads a small group toward the massive scrapyard. Li Cheng and his squad move forward with extreme caution, keeping their senses sharp and scanning the area for any danger. He shushes them, whispering that it is the tentacle beast. Warning them not to fight if they run into him, Li Cheng tells them to retreat instantly. He frowns as he surveys the messy scrap pile, muttering that the monster might not even be here. Carefully nearing the scrapyard, Li Cheng silently inspects the footprints leading away from the pit, while one of his followers curiously asks if the tentacle monster has already left. The worried worker also wonders aloud if the beast simply moved on after successfully catching its helpless prey. While the two of them keep arguing, Li Cheng completely ignores them, focusing entirely on examining the mysterious footprints. Ever since Big Thwai Mountain and the southern suburban coal plant were wiped out, the rate of their people disappearing has skyrocketed. That goes without saying, since the prey was split among 3 camps, and now they are the only ones left. His face darkens with a bone-chilling cold as he realizes it was not the tentacle monster. Meanwhile, the main base looks incredibly peaceful and pristine, showing a beautiful contrast to the chaos outside. Right here, Jiang Xiaoyong stands atop the wall, gazing down at the entrance road as he notes they have already survived much longer than in his past life, making rebuilding civilization actually seem possible. Suddenly, the system alerts him with the Utopia Angson version mission details. The community expansion quest requires them to raise their community score, which currently sits at 38. With a serious look, he realizes that months have passed, yet the system mission regarding the Shifeng steel factory still hasn't triggered. A friendly voice suddenly cuts off Jiang Xiaoyong's train of thought as San waves from below, shouting up to him that their hunting team has finally returned. Leaping down with effortless grace, he showcases his incredible agility. Landing flawlessly right in front of San and Jiang Qi, Jiang Xiaoyong shows off his impressive physical conditioning. He asks if anyone spotted their hunting trip, prompting Jiang Qi to confidently point a thumb at himself, giving him a very reassuring answer. Tell him to rest easy, because with their current power levels, they would easily spot anyone trying to follow them, while Jiang Xiaoyong glances down at Shuai Shuai, asking how the kid did. Did he adapt well? The kid just smiles back. Full of confidence, Shuai Shuai throws a punch into the air, proudly telling his uncle Jiang Xiaoyong that he did absolutely amazing. Wanwan stands beside him, gently patting his head as she lovingly confirms that Shuai Shuai took down a zombie all by himself today. Impressed by the boy's achievement, Jiang Xiaoyong praises him and tells them to put the mutant core into storage. Right at that moment, a new system notification pops up for Phase 3 of the Villain Bane quest, offering 80 points for neutralizing threats and supporting potential allies. Staring at the prompt, he can't help but wonder. He wonders if these potential allies refer to the survivors at the Shifeng steel factory, before the scene shifts to him discussing this matter seriously with Heng Li. Heng Li asks in disbelief if he is really planning to infiltrate the steel factory completely alone, warning him that it is way too dangerous, while Old Song and Zhang Qi look on with deep worry. Old Song agrees, noting they keep sending scouts over, and only heaven knows what kind of malicious intentions they are hiding. warning him that if he gets hurt, they won't stand a chance. Old Song speaks up, but the young man simply smiles, telling them not to worry, since his current power is so high that even an explosion wouldn't scratch him, let alone those guys. Jiang Xiaoyong then turns to Uncle Thang and Old Li, asking them to keep a close eye on the fortress and Lin Town. Uncle Thang nods in agreement, understanding the heavy responsibility. He tells him not to worry about the base, but urges him to stay safe because they cannot lose him. Meanwhile, at the smoke-filled factory, a frantic worker demands to be let inside to report some urgent news, while two guards stand outside blocking the entrance. The suited guard extends his arm to block the door, firmly stating that nobody gets in without the explicit permission of their two leaders. But watch his face suddenly. His eyes shrink in pure terror as veins pop out on his forehead. Li Cheng suddenly charges forward and grabs the suited guard by the throat, prompting the other guard to scream out, asking if he has lost his mind. He panics for a second, his expression shifting as he finally regains his composure. Letting go of the collar, Lai Trin awkwardly helps the suited guard and says sorry. Clutching his neck in exhaustion and anger, the suited guard yells, "What the hell, are you crazy? Don't think we won't beat you up just because the leader values you." Meanwhile, Li Trin is still totally lost in thought, wondering what just happened to him. His temper has been spinning out of control quite often lately. Just then, a voice calls out from inside the room. "Is that Lai Trin? Let him in." Hearing the order, the blue-shirt guard glares at him and speaks. "Right, go inside." Lai Trin steps through the door and immediately looks completely shocked by what he sees. Inside, Sister Qi Ling is standing right next to the desk. She turns to him, asking, "What is it?" Lai Trin looks at her, saying, "It's about that tentacle monster hunting in our area. I have a different theory." Sister Qi Ling asks curiously, "Oh, and what's that?" He says, "I examined the scene and found female footprints, but the victim this time was a man." His words make her go dead silent, staring right at him before she says, "So you think the killer is someone else?" Hearing her response, Li Trin immediately replies, "Exactly." Her eyes flash with a cold, murderous intent as she warns him, "Fine, I got it. This is useful, but do not go spreading this news." Lai Trin asks why, and Sister Qi Ling replies, "One monster already caused enough panic. We don't need more." Lai Trin still wants to argue, but she cuts him off instantly. "No more talk about this. I promise things won't get worse." With her guarantee, Lai Trin has no choice but to stay quiet. She suddenly leans in very close to him, making his face turn completely bright red. Sister Qi Ling teases, "What's wrong? Did you want something else?" Lai Trin panics and quickly runs away. He waves back, calling out, "Sorry, Sister Qi Ling," just as the door slams shut. Outside, Lai Trin sighs and mutters to himself, "Damn it, I totally forgot to ask her about that important matter again." A mocking laugh echoes from behind the door, telling her, "You were careless to leave those female footprints behind." Sister Qi Ling scowls in annoyance and snaps, "You'd better watch it. From now on, you're handling this job." Inside, the massive figure of Dai Bang is standing next to a large barrel, covered in messy blood splatters. He holds a knife, keeping busy while saying, "Fine, I'll go kill them, so you handle the cleanup." Inside a basket, a peeled human face is visible, dripping with fresh blood. Let's check out what's happening outside. A dead mutant lies on the ground as a lone foot approaches. Outside the massive ironworks, Jiang Xiaoyong stands tall with his blade, surrounded by a pile of defeated mutants lying on the ground. His face turns serious as he mutters, "Almost there. Better keep a low profile." A pair of scissors appears. Holding the scissors, he raises them up and chops off a messy chunk of his own hair. He then rubs his fingers in the dirt, smearing dark, dusty streaks all over his face. After a quick makeup session, Jiang Xiaoyong now looks like a weak, pathetic student wearing round glasses. As he walks toward the factory, a guard spots him and shouts, "Stop right there." The guard from the West Wind Ironworks warily snaps, "Who are you?" Jiang Xiaoyong just smiles calmly in response. "I saw signs of human life nearby, so there really are survivors. This is absolutely amazing." The guard's expression shifts as he points a finger at the kid, "A wandering survivor, huh? Let me ask you this. How did you even survive out here for this long? Putting on an award-winning performance, Jiang Xiaoyong lowers his head and speaks with deep sorrow. My old shelter originally had 10 people, but a zombie horde wiped them all out, and I barely escaped alive. The guard probes him further, so you don't have any powers? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong acts completely clueless. He acts like a weak, clumsy, sickly guy who doesn't understand anything at all. He quickly tries to prove his worth. I actually have some strength. I survived quite a few zombie attacks and learned how to fight back. I'll do whatever it takes to be useful. The guard looks at Jiang Xiaoyong with pure contempt, muttering, "Who asked you that? You don't get it, but whatever." He points toward the entrance. "Follow me if you want to join." His eyes turn cold again the moment the man from Shifeng Steel Works turns his back, casually mentioning that he has to pass a search first. He keeps a straight face while laughing on the inside, thinking that this Shifeng Steel Works is clearly no paradise. Suddenly, a voice rings out from behind their backs, forcing both Jiang Xiaoyong and the guy from Shifeng Steel Works to spin around and look. What is going on? Oh, it is Li Cheng. He demands with an air of absolute authority, "Who is this unfamiliar face we have here?" Hearing Li Cheng, the guy from Shifeng Steel Works stammers out, Brother Li. He is just a wandering survivor. I was taking him somewhere quiet to search him." Hearing that pathetic excuse, the kid just scoffs. "A search, is it?" But Li Cheng immediately snaps back at his subordinate's blatant lie. "Why would you need a private spot for a search? You can easily search him right here." Listening to them, Jiang Xiaoyong realizes that the lackey definitely wanted to drag him to a secluded corner just to wipe him out. Li Cheng steps right up to him and demands, "Get over here. Hand over all your weapons, and you can enter." But Jiang Xiaoyong stands his ground. "Hand over my weapons? How do I know you guys are not just baiting me inside to slaughter me?" Hearing this, the man says in a reasonable tone, "Look, in this apocalypse, people get twisted. So it makes total sense that you are on edge. If you do not hand them over, we will not force you to stay. So just leave." Hearing Li Cheng's fair words, Xiao Feng draws his blade. "Fine. I will surrender my weapon." After tossing it over, he raises both hands high to let the man pat him down. Watching Li Cheng's every move and listening to his tone, Jiang Xiaoyong notes that this guy actually has some decent standards. It looks like this Shifeng Steel Works is actually a step up from those lowlifes at the southern suburb coal mine in Bashui Mountain. He picks up the knife, inspects it closely, and asks, "You survived the apocalypse with just this blade? Tell me, kid, are you an evolved human?" Jiang Xiaoyong clenches his fists, faking a wave of pure excitement as he repeats, "An evolved human. Yeah, I definitely feel like I have gotten a whole lot stronger lately." The man turns around and gestures, "Follow me. Our rules state all evolved humans must report to the leader first." A locked room. 4 blank, cold, lifeless walls. Li Cheng heads out the door, pausing to tell him, "Just wait in this reception room for a bit." He scans the surrounding space of this lifeless, freezing concrete box, letting out a highly mocking smirk. Calling this a reception room when even the door is heavily reinforced? It is literally a prison. After quite a while, Da Peng walks in. "Sorry to keep you waiting. What is your name?" Feeling the heavy pressure of the man's calculating stare, Jiang Xiaoyong puts on his best act as a weak, fragile scholar. "It is Jiang Ye." Li Cheng locks his eyes onto him and probes. "My guy tells me you are an evolved human, is that true?" Now watch this. Out of nowhere, a massive axe flies straight toward his face, leaving him with absolutely zero time to think or react. Jiang Xiaoyong has no clue what is happening, but thanks to his lightning reflexes, he barely manages to dodge the danger. The weapon buries itself deep into the back wall, and Jiang Xiaoyong slowly turns his head to look at the trembling blade. He looks from the weapon back to Da Peng, who is wearing a highly sinister grin, and thinks, "Attacking me already? No. Wait. He is just testing my limits." Jiang Xiaoyong puts on a furious face, pointing directly at the stuck axe to complain. "Hey, what is your problem? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?" The man bursts into a loud, gleeful laugh. "Looks like my gut was right. You are definitely evolved." Jiang Xiaoyong plays along, pointing at his chest with a deeply offended look. "And what if I was not? Wouldn't I be dead right now?" Hearing the complaint, Da Peng replies with complete indifference, "If that happened, your death would not have been a loss anyway. Now, he tries to pry more details out of him. Since we are both evolved, you must also know the secret method to trigger this evolution. Jiang Xiaoyong simply nods, yeah, I know. Immediately, memories of Sister Ling, Li Cheng, and their Steelworks crew flash through Da Peng's mind. Da Peng drops his friendly act, pulling a terrifying, menacing face as he growls. If I ever find out that anyone else knows about this, then I will. His voice cuts off as he charges like a gale. Da Peng reaches out with a wide hand, aiming straight for the kid's throat as he mutters, I will kill you. Inside, Jiang Xiaoyong tenses up. A hidden blade slips right into his palm as he silently sighs. Lucky for him, he only used a hand to threaten me, or I would have sliced him. Jiang Xiaoyong's neck is completely trapped in Da Peng's massive, inescapable grip. He thinks to himself, if I just end this guy right now, who knows if I will still be able to collect those 80 system points. The leader glances down at the blade. Jiang Xiaoyong is tightly gripping, releasing his neck as he chuckles impressive speed. You even drew a weapon already. Da Peng drops a heavy hand on his shoulder, saying you definitely have talent. But my true abilities are far beyond anything you can comprehend. So do not even think about defying me. Got it? Hearing the threat, Jiang Xiaoyong simply nods. Got it. Hearing his response, Darbong adds, I won't hold the weapons you brought in here against you anymore. Stepping outside, he heads straight over to instruct his two subordinates, while Jiang Xiaoyong follows behind and closes the door. Darbong orders take young Jiang Ye to wash up, change his clothes, and bring him to the meeting room. Respectfully, the two subordinates respond with a yes. A knock sounds, and a voice from inside immediately calls out, come in. Leading Jiang Xiaoyong over, the soldier reports to the factory bosses, Big Brother Darbong, the newcomer has arrived. Gesturing toward the boy, Darbong introduces him. Everyone meet Jiang Ye, our newest member. He then turns around to introduce the woman behind him. Huang Qiling is one of the leaders here, just like me. The other two are shelter officers, Li Cheng and Huang Ban. The moment he finishes speaking, she immediately instructs the man beside her. She asks Huang Ban, is it all right to put this newcomer under your squad? He agrees without showing any emotion whatsoever. He replies, no problem. She then turns to chat with Jiang Xiaoyong. Kid, you are pretty lucky to find the strongest shelter around here. You won't have to worry about surviving anymore. But if you want to eat well, you must make yourself useful. Without hesitating, he nods respectfully. I will follow your arrangements. Right after, Huang Ban walks up, pats his shoulder, and speaks. It is perfect timing. Today is our turn to patrol, so rookie, follow me. The scene shifts outside the Taifeng base, where he loudly calls out to two other guys, a Kung, a Hung, let us head out for patrol. They respond with an okay. Oh, it is you. Fat Kung runs over to ask Huang Ban, keeping his distance from the other two trailing behind them. He asks Uncle, is this kid really assigned to work under you? Highly annoyed, he helplessly sighs. What else can we do? He basically knows everything, so he has to be in our squad. Meanwhile, trailing behind, a Hung looks at Jiang Xiaoyong with deep suspicion. Why does he look so familiar? Now watch. Huang Ban suddenly turns around to strike up a conversation. Hey kid, Big Brother Darbong hasn't really explained the shelter's setup to you, has he? He bluntly replies, no. He only warned me to keep my evolution a secret. Hearing this response, he nods with a satisfied grin. Yep, that is exactly right. The only ones who know the cannibalism secret in this place are Big Brother Darbong, my sister, and the four of us. His very next words carry a heavy, unspoken threat for the boy. A Hung is the cousin of Big Brother Darbong, and Fat Kung is the grandson of Huang Qiling and me. We are all one big family, meaning this secret can only leak from your mouth. Do you understand your situation now? With absolute calmness, Jiang Xiaoyong replies, I definitely won't say a word. Right then, he notices the man behind him and thinks to himself, wait, isn't a Hung the same guy who was captured by the president before? Shaking off his thoughts, he realizes something and quickly asks, so what about the remaining officer? Huang Ban answers immediately, his name is Li Cheng. He is an outsider but highly talented and incredibly strong. Most importantly, he must never find out our secret. Understand? Otherwise, he pauses for a long moment, his face turning terrifying as he threatens him neither of us will survive past today. Witnessing this reaction, he confirms a suspicion in his heart. It seems Li Cheng's potential is truly immense, and they are holding him back by restricting his resources. Otherwise, he would quickly surpass the power of both leaders. Walking for a bit, Huang Ban suddenly shouts, "All right, we are here." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong repeats in sheer confusion here. A small camp hidden in the middle of the forest appears before them, and he begins explaining. There are 7 survivors living in this campsite. We have been watching them for 3 or 4 days, and none of them seem to be evolved. Curious, the boy probes further. What are we going to do? Hunt them down? Wagging his finger, Huang Ban scoffs, hunting them. And check this out, it's not even hunting. We are raising them like cattle. Fat Kung laughingly throws his arm around him. Kid, you are an evolved human now. You need to adjust your mindset quickly and stop being so rigid like Li Cheng. We are evolved. Strictly speaking, we are no longer even the same species as those ordinary humans down there. We are at the very top of the food chain now. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong's expression turns quite cold as he asks a loaded question. So you want to drag them back to the camp, cage them up, and slaughter them for food later on? Huang Ban raises his hand to stop him. No need to bring them all back. Just 5 or 6 is enough. The rest we handle on the spot. This makes him even more confused. Handle them on the spot? How? Eager to show off, he chuckles and says, "Watch and learn, kid." On the other side of the camp, a practiced hand smoothly spreads cement onto a wall. After finishing that patch, a handsome boy dripping with sweat gasps for breath. It is finally almost done. This job is exhausting. Suddenly, one of the workers spots something strange and begins to stammer. Following his pointing finger, the young men nearby spot a pack of bloodthirsty monsters charging straight at them, causing everyone to scream in absolute terror. A horde. A literal zombie horde. Everyone panics so hard they completely lose their minds. Damn it! How did a whole swarm attack us without a single warning sign? Arm yourselves, quick! But their defense is way too late, as the zombies pounce on them one by one. One guy screams in absolute terror, firing his gun blindly at a zombie lunging right at him. Get back! Too late. Despair completely consumes those young guys. This is bad. There are just too many. Soon, only horrific screams echo. Watching this, Jiang Xiaoyong coldly asks the man next to him about baiting the zombies. Is this the great plan you guys were bragging about? Suddenly, he senses something on the building behind him and instantly spins around. What on earth was that? But looking closer, there is absolutely no one standing by that open window. Confused, Jiang Xiaoyong mutters to himself, was it just an illusion? Suddenly, a loud voice snaps him out of it. Hey, Jiang Ye, what are you just standing there for? Huang Ban points at the surrounding corpses and asks him to help clean up, so he quickly walks over and nods. Yeah, on my way. Meanwhile, not too far off, right inside that building he was just staring at. Check this out, he has no idea a terrifying monster is lurking inside, waiting to make its move. The survivors rescued by Huang Ban's group quickly point out some supplies left in the warehouse, so he immediately orders the kid behind him. Jiang Ye, stay here and gather all these supplies by the gate. I will get a cargo truck over soon to load them. He leans in and whispers a chilling order, pile up the dead bodies of the survivors. We are moving them too. Once the orders are set, Huang Ban barks to the remaining civilians, the rest of you, follow us. Just like that, the group departs, leaving only a lone figure standing in a field of corpses. Seizing the moment, Jiang Xiaoyong chuckles and summons his dagger. This is perfect. Following Huang Ban's departing squad, a young survivor speaks up to thank them for the rescue. We survived. Thanks to you guys, we actually kept our lives. Right after he speaks, a girl turns to Fat Kung and asks, Brother, is there water where we are going? Can we wash up? He immediately wraps his arm around her with a sleazy grin. Not just water. We have hot water and body wash to get you squeaky clean. The young girl blushes in his tight embrace and softly gasps, really, that is so wonderful. But right then, a Hung suddenly senses some kind of presence behind them. He slowly turns his head, scanning the area with deep suspicion. Noticing his strange behavior, Huang Ban asks, what is wrong? Something is here. A Hung whispers back, "There is something out there." Hearing this, Huang Ban quickly yells, "Stay alert!" But Fat Kung is still busy flirting, squeezing the young girl and saying, "Stand behind me. I will protect you." Up high, the creature A Hung sensed looks down as they struggle to stay alert below. Fat Kung scoffs, "I do not see anything. I do not feel a thing." He lets out a mocking laugh seriously. "A Hung, are you just getting paranoid?" Annoyed by the mockery, he quickly turns back and snaps, "I am not wrong. There was definitely something." No time. Before he can finish, a sharp spike suddenly impales his neck. Watching the weapon pull back, Huang Ban screams in absolute horror. "A Hung!" The tentacle monster. They panic, scanning the dark corners for the beast. Did it vanish? Its speed is unreal. Right behind you! While he is frantically searching, someone spots the creature and screams out a warning. As Huang Ban spins around, the monster is already in his face. Meanwhile, back at the pile, Jiang Xiaoyong is focused on slicing open a zombie. Pulling out 2 glowing crystals, he cheers. There are actually 2 ability cores inside these zombies. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Suddenly, a desperate shriek catches his ear. "Help me!" Huang Ban is dragged into the air by a massive tentacle, his voice shaking. He is dead. The merciless tentacles wrap tighter, instantly crushing the absolute life right out of him. Watching Huang Ban's blood spray everywhere, the terrified civilians let out a collective, horrified scream. Not just them, even Fat Kung can only bite his lip in sheer terror, his smug attitude completely gone. Having slaughtered Huang Ban, the monster now locks its eyes directly on him. Panicking, he instinctively stumbles backward. "You have got to be kidding me." In a flash, Fat Kung grabs a slender arm behind him. Without a single thought, he throws the beautiful girl he swore to protect right into the path of those deadly tentacles. The tentacle beast wraps her up tight, hoisting her body high into the air. Those deadly tentacles grip tighter and tighter around the poor girl, squeezing relentlessly until her eyes bulge with veins and roll back in agony. Just then, a sharp, cold slicing sound rings out. The limp girl drops, slamming hard against the cold ground. A familiar figure steps in front of them like a true savior. Spotting him, Fat Kung gasps in complete shock. He stammers Jiang Ye, but the boy calmly points at the monster behind them and asks, "Is this the tentacle guy you guys talked about?" Shaking, he stammers back, "No, it is not. This is actually the son of the tentacle monster." The boy looks quite puzzled. "The son?" Trying to pull himself together, Fat Kung nods. "Yeah, that is just what we call it," he explains slowly. The creepy tentacle monster is always mumbling about his son. By calling them son, it refers to how it mutates ordinary zombies into creatures with the exact same traits. So, we basically call these mutated beasts the sons of the tentacle monster. Fat Kwang pauses. He quickly calculates his next move. The tentacle monster's son is insanely powerful. Even Dai Bang would struggle to face him alone. There is no way a kid like Kwang Da can beat this thing, so he decides to run. Without hesitation, Fat Kwang spins around and bolts. He yells out, "Kwang Da, hold him off while I get help." And just like that, the cowards he just rescued all scramble to run away too. Kwang Da watches the cowards run with pure disgust, completely ignoring the monster behind him that is already regrowing its massive tentacles. He mutters to himself, "Are they seriously selling me out just to buy some time?" Suddenly, those fleshy tentacles whip forward and tightly bind him. He slowly turns his head, looking down at his bound limbs with total calmness. Honestly, Kwang Da finds this beast pretty amusing, thinking the whole concept of this monster is actually quite interesting. But watch this. He grabs those slimy tentacles and pulls them taut with raw force. The sheer force yanks the monster forward, dragging it toward him as he grins and says, "You have finally managed to get my attention." The beast digs its claws into the dirt, desperate to break. Now it is a straight-up game of tug-of-war between man and beast. Kwang Da laughs, shouting that he has been waiting to test his newly unlocked ability on a worthy target. He slams his foot down, locking into a solid stance. Lightning crackles in his eyes as he roars out the name of his skill overload instinct. He yanks the tentacles with raw power. The massive beast flies straight toward him. It slams down hard. dragged forward until Kwang Da raises his foot and stomps its head, stopping it cold. Kwang Da looks down at the thrashing beast. Only low, pathetic growls escape its mouth. Just a few meters away, the girl he saved is watching the scene, her eyes wide with absolute terror. She watches in shock as he literally rips the tentacles off the beast with his bare hands. Within seconds, the monster is completely torn to pieces, leaving nothing but a bloody mess. Covered in monster blood, Kwang Da calmly walks over to the trembling girl and asks, "Hey, are you all right?" But seeing him look like a savage demon, she lets out a terrified shriek, forcing him to quickly wipe the blood off his face. He tries to calm her down. "Don't panic. Look, I am a human, not a monster." Meanwhile, the cowards who abandoned him finally make it back to the gates of the Taifeng factory, gasping for breath. Hearing the commotion, the leaders rush outside to check. Dai Bang immediately demands to know what is happening, while Hong Qiling asks where Tuban and Ahung are. Terrified and trembling, Fat Kwang stammers out that Tuban and Ahung were brutally killed by the son of the tentacle monster. Lai Trin looks around, asking about the newcomer, Kwang Da. Fat Kwang shakes his head, claiming there is no way he survived that encounter. None of those three were any match for that mutated monster. Hearing this, Dai Bang's face twists with pure fury. He glares at the cowards with absolute hatred, his voice turning deadly cold as he slowly speaks, sending shivers down everyone's spines. He doesn't hesitate. He throws his massive axe straight forward to vent his rage. The blade flies, instantly slicing one of the young guys in the crowd into bloody pieces. Huang Qiling quickly steps in to hold him back, pleading with him to calm down before he kills anyone else. And check this out. A massive pile of severed tentacles is suddenly dumped right at their feet, leaving every single person in the room completely speechless. It is Kwang Da, standing there calmly beside the young girl he just rescued from the factory. Lai Trin looks at him in relief, shouting that he is glad Kwang Da is alive, while Hong Qiling points at the severed tentacles on the ground. Kwang Da casually kicks the pile and explains that he already took care of that tentacle monster's son. He adds that he successfully avenged the girl's lost family. Hearing this, Dai Bang and Hong Qiling fall silent, wondering if this kid's power is actually that high. Kwang Da cuts in. He immediately suggests a practical plan before they can even process it. He tells the two leaders to get some trucks and men ready so they can go collect all the valuable loot. Later, they gather inside an empty classroom. Dai Bang is grilling Fat Kwang, demanding to know if that monster was truly stronger than Lai Trin. Fat Kwang grits his teeth, claiming the beast nearly wiped them out in seconds, questioning if Lai Trin could ever pull off such a feat. He fears that even the two leaders might struggle against it. Afterward, Dai Bang turns to Hong Qiling to discuss their previous encounter with the kid. He points out that when he threatened the kid earlier, Kwang Da barely drew his weapon in time. How could someone like that suddenly possess such terrifying power? Hong Qiling narrows her eyes. She quickly comes up with a different theory. She suggests the monster probably relied on a dirty sneak attack, meaning his power might not be as crazy as they think. Dai Bang slowly nods along. Even so, they agree he is too dangerous to keep around, especially if he ever decides to team up with their rival, Lai Trin. Suddenly, a knock at the door cuts off their conversation. Huang Qiling signals for silence, then gives the order. She calls out to enter. Li Cheng walks inside, greeting the leader, prompting a confused Darbung to ask what is wrong. Brother Li. First, he offers some comfort, asking Brother Darbung and Sister Qiling to please hold back their grief. But the man brushes the concern aside, urging him to get straight to the point since they have seen enough of this in the apocalypse. Li Cheng gets right to it, stating that Jiang Ye's power is probably pretty close to his own. He suggests making him an officer, but Darbung instantly objects, saying they cannot do that because of his unknown background. Surprisingly, Huang Qiling raises her hand to cut him off. She quickly speaks up, agreeing with Li Cheng's proposal. She points out that with Jiang Ye's strength, he qualifies as an officer, but he still needs to contribute to earn everyone's trust. Hearing this, Li Cheng objects, asking if killing one of those tentacle guys does not count as a major contribution. He has no idea how deep her ambition runs, especially with her tough demands. If he can eliminate the main tentacle monster to prove himself, it would kill two birds with one stone. But Li Cheng desperately argues back, pointing out that she is asking him to do something that even the two leaders failed to achieve. Honestly, how is that even fair? Wang Qiling leans back, crossing her legs with a sly grin, telling him not to worry since they are not sending him to die. They will gather their entire force to wipe out the tentacle threat once and for all. Just then, a familiar voice. "Oh, so this operation revolves around me, huh?" The scene shifts as the leaders now stand before Jiang Xiaoyong. After listening to their plan, he calmly asks if it is really okay for a newcomer like him to take all the credit like this. Huang Qiling tilts her head with a smile, asking him what could possibly be wrong with that. After all, the strength he showed might not even be inferior to hers or Dar Bung's. The man quickly chimes in to agree with her. If this mission succeeds, the third seat of the base belongs to him. He says this while throwing a mocking glance at Li Cheng. He asks if Brother Li has any issues with Jiang Ye rising above him based on raw strength. Ignoring the jab, Li Cheng calmly responds. He has no complaints at all. Dar Bung raises two fingers, declaring it is settled. They will move in 2 days. Little do they know, Jiang Xiaoyong has been using his power to observe them, secretly laughing at how sincere their offer sounds. Quite touching, right? If only it were actually real. Looking at the status icons above their heads, he triggers his mind-eye skill. Meanwhile, at a factory late at night, a broken machine sputters. Inside, Xiaojia swings the door open to urgently report that the walkie-talkie left behind by brother Jiang Xiaoyong is receiving a call. As everyone watches anxiously, Li Huanlori picks up the device and asks how things are going on his end. Static crackles. Then a voice cuts through, telling them to listen up. Standing atop a massive crane, Jiang Xiaoyong tells them to bring brother Sung and their strongest fighters to the southern suburban park the morning after next. Looking down from the heights, he declares that it is finally time to wipe out the threat in the southern city for good. A crowd gathers around Huanlor. He looks over to tell Uncle Thung that since he is older, he should sit out this deadly mission, especially since the base still needs him. Uncle Thung quickly agrees but warns them. He says old Li's group must stay safe. This operation is totally different. Huanlori nods seriously, acknowledging the warning. He turns to the crowd and calls out the names of Trung Tri, Teal Khai, San San, Tu Hien, Lu Xiao, and Trun Kirt. Along with Trun Shung, these 7 will accompany him. The chosen fighters answer in unison, agreeing to go. Right at that moment, Soi pipes up out of nowhere. He wants in too. Xiao Li quickly scolds him, telling him that war is for adults, and a little kid like him has no business interfering. Soi snaps back, saying he is not a kid anymore but a grown man. Old Tong looks at him and speaks up to defend the boy. He tells Sui's mother to relax, because with the boy's current abilities, forget about normal zombies. Even within their own core team, he cannot be considered weak at all. The boy silently praises him in delight, while Huanlori also tries to ease the mother's worries. He adds that facing this early is not bad, promising to personally keep an eye on him. The scene shifts to 2 cars parked at a park entrance. Darbung steps out from one of the vehicles, declaring that this is the spot. Once everyone gets out, Jiang Xiaoyong stands right next to him and asks how they are going to lure the monster out. Darbung casually responds that there is no rush since they have their own ways. While waiting, the boy keeps a close eye on their surroundings. A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyong senses something strange and tenses up. On top of a nearby building, a faint, unusual light begins to flicker. Huanlori's group is gathered right up there, peering down through binoculars. San steps close to him, asking Uncle Li if he can see anything clearly. "Should we get a bit closer?" Huanlor calmly answered. Jiang Xiaoyong specifically warned us not to get too close to the suburban park before taking action. He seriously gave his instructions, setting up the ropes to be ready for the move. We will infiltrate from the flank. Down below, Huang Qiling ordered a skinny boy, "Hey kid, get over here." The boy approached, looked up at her and asked, "Leader, what are your orders?" Huang Qiling flashed a sly smile and spoke, "Head into the park." Terrified, the The boy stammered in response, but was not it said we only came to carry the loot? Li Cheng looked at her and asked in confusion, Sister Qi Ling, what is going on here? Huang Qi Ling replied with a devious grin. That monster keeps rambling about his son. If he wants a son, then we will give him one. She also did not forget to reassure them. Do not worry. As soon as that tentacle beast shows up, we will capture it. This kid will not be in danger. But the terrified boy waved his hands, shakingly refusing. Leader, I am not going. I do not want to be bait. Suddenly, someone stepped forward. Darbong walked over, grabbed the boy by his collar, lifted him up, and barked, Stop whining. If you keep stalling, I will kill you first. With that, he mercilessly threw him into the park. The poor boy, writhing in pain, could only lie on the ground groaning. And here is where everything gets chaotic. Huan Lor saw the trouble, calling for immediate action as his crew rappelled down the building. Clutching his injured arm, the boy struggled to stand up, looking out and begging, Help me! Suddenly, a screeching cry for his son echoed through the park. Out of nowhere, a monster dropped down right behind the poor kid. The boy shrieked in panic, I do not want to die. The beast's eyes flashed with a terrifying urge to kill. Seeing the target emerge, Li Cheng urgently ordered, Okay. The tentacle monster took the bait. Save him now. But just as he was about to move, a hand reached out to stop him. Huang Qiling looked at Li Cheng with a smile, saying we agreed not to steal Jiang Ye's credit. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong just smiled and replied, I know. He slammed his foot down, shattering the stone pavement beneath him. Like a flash of lightning, Jiang Xiaoyong dashed toward the boy, who was already locked in the tentacle monster's sights. He grabbed the boy by his collar just as deadly danger closed in from behind. With one hand, Jiang Xiaoyong flung him away, sending him screaming in terror. Instantly, Li Cheng appeared and caught the boy, the sheer momentum pushing them both back. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong's glasses fell to the ground, shattering. The beast's massive tentacles wrapped tightly around his body. The monster roared furiously right in Jiang Xiaoyong's face, Give me back my son. Remaining completely calm, he only looked up at the creature and muttered, What? You? Outside, Li Cheng was desperate to help. He shouted out, Hang in there, Jiang Ye. But a split second later, Darbong and Huang Qiling pinned his arms back, forcing him to his knees. He turned his head and frowned, Hey, what are you doing? If we do not act now, Jiang Ye is dead. The woman replied with a smug smirk, Let him die. Huang Qiling looked at him, completely trapped in the monster's tight grip, feeling smug. She thought he could actually fight the tentacle beast, leaving both sides wounded. But in the end, he was just another victim to be abused and killed. Hearing this, Li Cheng angrily demanded, So you guys had bad intentions from the very start. But why? Jiang Xiaoyong's voice rang out, cutting him off. He said calmly, Let me tell you why. Oh, this is a massive twist. His words left them in shock, and despite the deadly danger, Jiang Xiaoyong just dropped the most chilling truth. Glancing outward, he added, Because I know your secret, you guys are cannibals. Horrified, Li Cheng stammered in disbelief. Cannibals? Suddenly, a voice broke through the silence. Open fire. The two of them hurriedly let go of Li Cheng to dodge. Darbong yelled, It is an ambush, while Huang Qiling shrieked in shock. Who is there? Huan Lur's group kept firing relentlessly at their target. Meanwhile, another squad split off and rushed toward the beast that was wrapping up Jiang Xiaoyong. Sui held a flaming glass bottle and shouted, Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong, we are here to help you. He decisively hurled the bottle at the monster. The creature casually shattered the glass bottle with a flick of its tentacle, but then he stared blankly in one direction, ignoring the flames around him. With eyes only for Sui, the monster cried out in sorrow, My son. Trung Thung Zhe stood stunned, staring at the kid, hesitantly calling out, but Sui did not answer, cursing that he did not expect this beast to be so strong. Hearing this, Trung Thung Zhe roared in fury, Do not use bad language. Standing nearby, Trung Tri warned him, Watch out, this guy is no ordinary zombie. Out of nowhere, Deng Jia charged straight ahead. Seeing this, Trung Tri yelled out in concern, "Deng Jia, be careful." But with incredible agility, Deng Jia dodged every single strike from Trung Thung Zhe as another hidden squad watched the fight. Fat Kung spoke up, "What on earth is that? Another mutant?" Witnessing this spectacle, Hoang Chi Ling was utterly astonished. A mutant fighting alongside the living? By now, Trung Thung Zhe's thrashing tentacles had almost completely surrounded Deng Jia. They squeezed his body tight, but with his pure, immense power, he easily ripped the tentacles apart. He is about to play dirty, using another tentacle to launch a sneak attack, when his teammate screams out, "Get out of the way! Watch out!" Spinning around in a flash, he blocks the massive tentacle strike, but the sheer force of the impact still sends Jiang Jia flying backward. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong bursts out laughing and teases him. "Well, Sung Jia, looks like you finally met your match." Dai Bang watches the intense struggle, completely baffled that this Huangda kid is still in the mood to joke around. Jiang Xiaoyong stops playing around, pointing a single finger to instantly shred the tentacles to pieces, leaving Dai Bang utterly shocked as they tear apart. Those were actually the monster's main tentacles. Just then, Fach Kwang remembers something important, telling everyone to hold on. While Soai is deep in thought, he mentions that the kid earlier called Huangda by the name Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong. Dai Bang looks over, confused, asking what's wrong. Fach Kwang grits his teeth, recalling that Ahung once mentioned the leader of the Tradip city shelter was named, and Hong Chi Ling cuts in, "Jiang Xiaoyong. Are you sure you are not misremembering?" He firmly confirms, "Yes, it is definitely Jiang Xiaoyong." Hearing this, Dai Bang is absolutely furious, realizing that kid just played them. She is also completely losing her temper. If that is true, then this group must be the main fighting force from that shelter. Hong Chi Ling carefully observes the whole scene, her eyes scanning over Trung Tri's group, and then toward the other kids over here. Sizing up everyone there, Huang Qiling estimates their strongest fighter is only about as powerful as Lai Trin, though their weapons are incredibly advanced. Next, she glares at Jiang Xiaoyong, thinking the most ruthless one is Huang Da. Wait, no, it is Jiang Xiaoyong. Shung Jia keeps pressing the attack, throwing his full weight against a mutant creature with strength that completely matches the tentacle beast. If you look closely at their lineup, it's pretty obvious their chances of surviving this clash are slim. Even if they manage a Pyrrhic victory, both sides will suffer heavy losses. Fa Kuang hears this and asks anxiously, "Then what do we do?" Hong Qiling pauses for a moment before shouting out, "I have a plan, Dai Bang, hold them off and cover me." Hearing the order, Dai Bang grabs his giant axe and steps forward. He runs up, throwing the heavy weapon forward with all his might. The axe flies at such an insane speed that it literally catches fire, hurtling straight toward our team. Everyone screams to watch out as Hong Qiling's squad fires a relentless barrage, filling the sky with thick gun smoke. Hiding behind a tree, Lai Hong Loi grunts in frustration at the raining bullets. Damn it! What is that squad trying to pull with this cover fire? Taking advantage of the chaotic shootout, Hong Qiling dashes towards Soai when a sudden warning rings out. "Look out!" Tu Jiai quickly leaps in front of Soai, yelling, "They are targeting us!" Huang Qiling swings a brutal kick right into his face, sending Tu Jiai flying back. He groans in pain. She is way too strong, a real evolved human. Wearing a menacing look, she stalks over to Soai. Huang Qiling effortlessly lifts the boy high up into the air. She grins savagely, telling him, "You are coming with me, brat." Watching from a distance, Mansan cries out in pure panic, Soai. Glaring at her, Soai refuses to be a hostage, which she actually finds to be pretty amusing. "This brat has some real guts," she laughs. Hong Qiling delivers a hard punch right to his cheek, making Truong Thang scream in horror for his son. Taking advantage of a split-second distraction, Shung Jia leaps onto the enemy's shoulder with a hostile growl. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong turns and calls out, "That's enough, Shung Jia. Let him go." Shung Jia looks back, confused. Jiang Xiaoyong points toward Hong Qiling, explaining that she is ready to risk everything now. Getting in her way right now is not a smart move. Hong Qiling screams a threat, telling them to drop their weapons if they want this kid to live. Terrified and desperate, Lai Hone Loi yells, "Let the boy go! Take me as your hostage instead." Hong Qiling looks back and sneers. "Seeing how panicked you all are, I knew right away I grabbed the perfect target." Seeing this, he frowns and curses. "Damn it. If anything happens to Soi, how am I going to face his mother?" Immediately after, she squeezes Soi's neck to tighten her threat. "Drop all your weapons on the ground right now, then back up at least 100 meters. Li Hoan Loi has no choice but to raise his hands, telling everyone to do what she says. A thrilled Hong Qiling screams, commanding the monster to follow them. Suddenly, a panicked warning cuts through the air as a tentacle splits into 4, whipping straight at her. "Watch out, Sister Qiling." Turning her head, Hong Qiling sees the threat right in her face. The sharp appendages slam heavily into the dirt, but she luckily leaps high to dodge them. Without stopping, the deadly tentacles lash out at the surrounding crowd. Seeing the chaos, Dai Bang immediately screams out for Fa Kuang. Landing back on the ground, a deeply confused Hong Qiling mutters, "What is going on? Wasn't that monster supposed to be pinned? And check this out, look at how relaxed Jiang Xiaoyong is nearby." As Hong Qiling spots Shungjia casually waving at her, she growls under her breath, "They are just watching a show." Spotting the boy trapped by the tentacles, Li Hoan Loi panics, yelling for Soi to get out of there. But Shungjia calmly speaks up from behind. "Don't worry," he says. Soi is in absolutely no danger." Li Hoan Loi looks back, completely baffled. "No danger?" Zhang Sheng uses his tentacles to lift Shui up to him. Smiling warmly, the monster calls out to his son, Shui. The boy can only gasp in absolute shock. Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong pokes his head out from behind, asking, "How's that?" "Zhang Sheng is dead, but I kept my word. Your wife and kid are doing great." Shui looks at him in sheer disbelief, stammering. "It really is Dad," he says, immediately confirming the monstrous figure is his father. "That's right, that's your dad. Turns out my guess was spot on. He's got a constitution just like Shung Ra." Tears streaming down his face, Shui tightly hugs Zhang Sheng and cries. Da Beng's father scowls and screams in sheer frustration. "What kind of sick, twisted drama is this? We failed. Fall back." Hearing the voice, Zhang Sheng shoots a razor-sharp, menacing glare directly in their direction. A massive swarm of tentacles lashes out at the group. Seeing them coming, Wang Dabeng instantly turns to run, but in the blink of an eye, the tentacles bind him completely. Wang Dabeng instantly screams out to the others, "Hurry! Cut these damn tentacles off me!" Gnashing his teeth, he looks back and roars out, "Huang Ling, what are you waiting for?" Seeing her abandon him to escape, Wang Dabeng bellows in pure rage, "You bastard! You sold me out!" Huang Ling bolts as fast as she can, thinking to herself that even if they fought together, they wouldn't stand a chance against this tentacle monster, especially with those other guys there. Her only escape now is leaving while Wang Dabeng keeps it busy. But look at this, her eyes widen as a green light suddenly flashes. Huang Ling feels a cold tentacle tighten around her ankle. She is absolutely doomed. In an instant, she is yanked backward, her face slamming hard onto the floor as she is dragged away. Her glasses shatter, pieces of glass scattering across the cold ground. Lifting her bloody face, she glares up and screams out, "Damn it!" But the tentacle ruthlessly drags Huang Ling straight back toward Jiang Xiaoyong and the others. Watching her get dragged back, Wang Dabeng laughs mockingly, "Trying to sell me out, huh? Well, look at you now." He then turns his head and yells over Li Cheng, "Now we only have each other to rely on." Li Cheng can only grit his teeth and curse, "Damn it, we are out of options." Suddenly, a heavy hand firmly slaps down on his shoulder. Turning around, he gasps in shock to see Jiang Xiaoyong. "Wait, when the hell did you get behind me?" Jiang Xiaoyong quickly stops him, promising, "Do not fight, and I will make sure you walk out of here alive." Seeing him hesitate, Wang Dabeng rages, "Li Cheng, you bastard, are you turning traitor too?" Suddenly, Wang Dabeng is lifted high into the air by tentacles controlled by Jiang Xiaoyong. Before he can react, the tentacles slam him brutally onto the hard ground. Face covered in blood, he coughs violently as more tentacles rise behind him. They aim directly at him, crashing down with immense force on the helpless Wang Dabeng, sending fresh blood splattering everywhere. On the other side, Huang Ling is dragged right before Jiang Xiaoyong, thrashing wildly and screaming, "Let me go!" She grits her teeth in excruciating pain as the tentacles constrict around her, tighter and tighter. Fresh, warm blood begins to pour uncontrollably from Huang Ling's eyes, nose, and mouth. The mass of tentacles rapidly spirals upward, fully swallowing her face and wrapping around her entire body before delivering one final, crushing squeeze. Jiang Xiaoyong casually loosens his grip, tossing her crushed, lifeless body to the ground like trash. Right then, a system screen flashes before Jiang Xiaoyong. The Villain's Bane Mission Part 3 is officially completed now. Objective met, threats eliminated, and potential allies supported. Reward is 80 points, bringing his current total to 151 points. Looking at the screen, he chuckles, whispering, "So the potential ally is Jiang Xiaoyong, huh?" Jiang Xiaoyong then turns his head to Li Cheng, asking, "All right, do you have any questions for me?" Hesitant and unsure, Li Cheng asks, "Are you guys from the East City's Tea Leaf City settlement?" Jiang Xiaoyong calmly replies, "That's right." Li Cheng lowers his voice, asking, "What did you mean earlier when you talked about eating human flesh?" Jiang Xiaoyong locks eyes with him, asking the one question we've all been wondering: did you think evolving was just pure luck? Hearing this, Li Cheng gasps, his eyes wide wait. "Are you saying the only reason we managed to evolve is because of—" Suddenly, a memory of that meat container flashes in his mind, along with a little girl's voice begging, "Mommy, I want some meat too." The mother beside her quickly grabs her shoulders, soothing her, "Be good, don't fuss. The uncle needs that meat to have the strength to protect us." She then gives a strained smile, adding, "Mr. Li, I am so sorry. Children just don't understand anything." Li Cheng immediately holds out the food box, replying, "It is fine. Let the little girl have a bite." Panicking, the mother waves her hands in refusal. "No, it is quite all right, Mr. Li, really." Remembering this, horror washes over his face as he mutters in despair. Right then, a crowd from the steel factory comes rushing in, shouting in panic, "He's back! That tentacle monster is here again!" And several people have already gone missing. One of them asks in sheer terror, "Did you actually see the tentacle monster with your own eyes?" The man quickly shakes his head. "Of course not. If we had seen it, would we even be alive to talk about it?" With tearful eyes, the mother frantically screams, "Where is my daughter? Has anyone seen my little girl?" Reaching this realization, Li Cheng turns his head and starts vomiting uncontrollably. Wiping his mouth, he suddenly leaps up and scrambles over to the lifeless, mangled body of Huang Ling. Consumed by pure rage, Li Cheng punches the ground, roaring, "Damn it, you absolute animals." Long after the dust settles, he is left gasping for breath, drenched in blood. Gritting his teeth, a furious Li Cheng turns to look back at Jiang Xiaoyong's group. He asks if they also rely on cannibalism for power, but Li Huanlor immediately waves his hands and asks what he thinks they are. "We are nothing like that," they say, as Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly flicks his wrist and tosses a glowing red stone into the air. "Don't worry, we know a lot more than you do, and have other ways to gain power," he says as Li Cheng catches the red stone, listening as the voice continues. Relying on this, he mutters, furrowing his brows while listening closely to Jiang Xiaoyong explain everything. Mutant cores can be harvested from zombies and other evolved humans, and while they are not as common as human flesh, they work much better, with absolutely zero side effects, he explains, making Li Cheng look over and repeat, "Side effects?" Jiang Xiaoyong calmly explains that he has probably felt it already, ever since he became one of the evolved, how his emotions easily spiral out of control, and how violence and slaughter start to make him feel excited, to which he calmly agrees. Li Cheng slumps onto the ground, stammering to ask what happens to him now, while the other looks down, noting the past cannot be changed. But if he stops eating flesh right now, at the very least, his violent and twisted urges will stop getting any worse. Next, Jiang Xiaoyong turns to Thung Trit and his kid things are about to get pretty weird. He stares at the man, asking if Thung Trit can even speak properly. But Thung Trit raises a hand and struggles to say, "Boss Hung, thank my son for saving me." Highly irritated, Jiang Xiaoyong snaps back, "What the hell? Are you trying to play family dynamics with me right now?" But the man shakes his head frantically, stammering about his son instead. Waving his hand to stop him, he tells him to shut up because he gets the point, then covers his mouth with a cough and adds that just like Deng Jia, even though the mutation messed up his speech center, his mind is still pretty clear. Still, his current appearance is pretty terrifying, and bringing him back to the main base might be a bit too much. Thung Trit smiles and softly declines, mumbling that he has grown used to this place and his worries for his son are gone, making the young man double-check if he truly feels safe now. He gives a wide grin and raises his thumb, praising Boss Hung for his massive intellect. Irritated, Jiang Xiaoyong snaps back, telling him that is just called being smart. Turning back, he suggests to Li Cheng that since the threat is finally dealt with, the survivors back at the Taifeng steel factory will have to be led by him. With a grim expression, he immediately objects, saying he cannot lead since he is someone who has tasted human flesh. If he stays in charge of the Taifeng steel factory, nobody will ever be safe, which makes Jiang Xiaoyong stroke his chin and fall into deep thought. Looking over, he proposes that Li Huanlor should step up to become the leader instead. He believes the Taifeng steel factory should be under his leadership, to which he casually agrees as Jiang Xiaoyong continues outlining the rest of the plan. As for Li Cheng, he will be coming back with him to Tradirp Theng, he says, walking over to pat his shoulder. Leaning in, Jiang Xiaoyong promises to help watch over the demon inside his heart, while at that very moment, the border town of S-City is completely swallowed by overgrowing greenery. Deep inside the city, a group is desperately running for their lives while terrified screams echo right behind them. As someone begs for help, Hung Kai pulls his companion away, telling him that guy is already beyond saving as the threat closes in. Left behind on the ground, another survivor feels the mutated plants closing in and can only sob as he frantically scrambles to flee. The fallen man gets completely wrapped up in aggressive vines, screaming in absolute agony for someone to save him. In the end, he can only scream in agony as the mutated plants tear him to pieces. Slumping against a tree trunk, a completely exhausted Xiao Tong cries out that she cannot run anymore, but Hung Kai grabs her hand to drag her forward. He warns her that she has to keep moving, or she will get ripped to shreds. But another teammate suddenly raises a hand to halt them. "Wait," he mutters, prompting a confused question about what is wrong, but the teammate simply gestures for silence and tells them to listen closely. A sudden gust of wind brushes past their ears, bringing tears of relief to his eyes as the others scream in pure excitement. Hearing the wind means they are finally reaching the edge of this terrifying forest and might actually make it out alive. Suddenly, a loud rustling erupts right behind them, prompting Hung Kai to immediately grab Xiao Tong and pull her along. "They are right on our heels, we have to move," he yells, looking back at her as safety comes into view, telling her they cannot die here. The group pushes themselves to run even faster now. Pointing toward a sudden glare, a teammate screams that there is light ahead, meaning they are almost out of the woods. Xiao Tong points ahead and cheers that they finally made it and are finally going to be saved. But a sudden warning cry to watch out rings out as thick vines whip forward, wrapping tightly around Xiao Tong's neck in the blink of an eye. The plant's bulbous nutrient sac hoists her high into the air before snapping its massive jaws right around her waist. Huang Kai watches in sheer horror as Tu Dong's lower body falls to the ground. Tears streaming down his face, he screams. He cries out for his Tu Dong. Beside him, a teammate grabs Huang Kai, yelling at him to wake up. Hearing the shrieks of their pursuers drawing closer, the teammate curses under his breath. Those plant mutants have caught up again. He immediately slaps Huang Kai hard across the face, sending his head spinning. Frowning, the teammate yells that Tu Dong is dead, and if he does not want to be buried with her, he needs to calm down. Then, closing his eyes, he mutters an apology. In the end, only Huang Kai and 3 others make it this far. Right behind them, The relentless plant monsters are closing in. Step by step, the creatures track the group all the way here. The moment their feet touch the ground, strange vines sprout and spread instantly. From beneath their feet, the grass rapidly creeps forward toward the city just ahead. The four of them bolt toward the neighboring city. Spotting the path ahead, Tudong's teammate shouts out that he actually knows this place. Looking around warily, he yells that this is the suburban park of City M, meaning they finally made it to City M. Another teammate glances around, wondering why it is so eerie and empty. The third survivor quickly chimes in with the same concern. He is right. It looks totally abandoned. The teammate glances over his shoulder as he speaks. Since their own City S suffered such a massive disaster, it makes perfect sense that neighboring City M got evacuated too. Suddenly, Huang Kai points ahead and asks what that thing over there is. Following his gaze, the group spots a mysterious figure hiding behind a utility pole. A teammate immediately walks over with a relieved smile, saying it must be a survivor, meaning the earlier escapees made it out too. He calls out to ask where the evacuation point is. But when Thang Chie turns his head around, Huang Kai and his group scream in pure terror, a plant mutant. Screaming at the top of their lungs, they turn and bolt. Thang Chie narrows his eyes in confusion, watching them flee. After running for a while, the survivors finally stop, asking if it is following them. Looking back, Huang Kai wheezes that it does not seem to be. His teammates are all hyperventilating, completely bewildered by what just happened. Why on earth are there plant mutants outside the forest? One teammate raises his trembling hand, asking if the outside world has already fallen too. Huang Kai looks deeply puzzled, wondering why the forest itself has not expanded. Another survivor asks in sheer panic what they are supposed to do now. Right on cue, the terrifying shrieks of the plant mutants ring out again. As the beasts charge, the four scream in horror, pointing at more plant mutants. Another shrieks that they are on this side too, while a third curses that they are completely surrounded. Huang Kai collapses to the ground, clutching his head in despair. It is all over. He whimpers they should have stayed in the forest, where they might have survived for months, and Tudong would still be alive. The plant mutants open their jaws, breathing out green smoke as they lunge. A teammate raises his dagger, his voice trembling as he says he does not want to be ripped apart or die like this. Suddenly, a massive tentacle whips past his head, effortlessly sending a nearby mutant flying. Just look at this. Thang Chiet casually walks toward Huang Kai's group. Frowning, he asks what on earth is going on. Meanwhile, inside a heavily fortified base, Jiang Xiaoyong stands on the balcony, looking down and remarking that the wind is incredibly strong today. His system screen suddenly pops up. The Utopia Community Expansion Quest is currently active, and his main objective of establishing the Shifeng Steel Factory branch is now fully complete. Quest evaluation score +20, bringing his total score to 62, bonus points +80, current points 231. Hearing this, he laughs, celebrating another 80 points and joking that he has too much to spend. Jiang Xiaoyong taps the screen to see what awesome new items are available. Reading the text, he gasps that level 3 chests are absolutely insane. Level 2 chests unlocked physical overload. Let us see what amazing rewards are inside level 3. The moment Jiang Xiaoyong taps the screen, a notification pops up, opening the level 1 armed threat supply chest. He receives an armored jeep. Now, opening the level 3 ability awakening supply chest, he receives a level 1 enslavement mark. This special trait allows him to brand an enemy and turn them into a loyal servant. Maximum servant capacity is 1. Opening the level 2 black technology supply chest, he receives a physical enhancement potion +30. Stroking his chin, he ponders that he can only enslave one person, though Truong, Thang Chiet, and Li Trin are already quite stable. He decides to observe them for a while. Then, the system flashes another notification that the Utopia Community Expansion Quest is ongoing. The current objective is to let the independent settlement defend itself against a single hostile invasion attempt. Progress is ongoing. Reward is 10 evaluation points. New quest: weed control. The objective is to eliminate the threat posed by the weeds. Reward is 100 points. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong cannot help but wonder. Weed control? Eliminate the threat posed by weeds? He stares out into the distance, muttering to himself. Does this mean they want me to go out and pull weeds? Suddenly, the radio crackles to life. Catching his attention, brother Jiang Xiaoyong. Do you hear me? Something's happened to Shuai's dad. Everyone at the base turns toward the sudden commotion. A zombie? What is going on here? Could this creature be just like that other zombie from Boss Jiang's group? Shengxi walks over confidently, bringing along a plant mutant and 4 other survivors. He watches the crowd opposite in dead silence, waiting. Just then, Shuai runs up crying out for his dad, with Xiao Li rushing over excitedly too. Seeing them run over, Lao Zhang Shengxi shouts out, "My son, and my wedding." Uncle Sheng repeats those words in shock. And his wedding? Jiang Xiaoyong explains, he means his wife. His speech center is totally fried by the mutation. Right now, he's basically suffering from aphasia. Shengxi pulls Xiao Li and Shuai into a tight hug. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong reaches out and snaps a branch off the plant mutant. Is it really this thing? He suddenly raises his hand, blabbering about a main dish, food, borders, and meat, stewed with vegetables. He asks again, totally confused. But his teammate quickly steps in and tells him, "Boss, let me explain this to you. We came from S City. Right now, S City is completely swallowed by a forest, and that's not even all. Tons of people mutated into these plant-like creatures." Jiang Xiaoyong can only stare in disbelief. Plant mutants? The guy keeps talking, warning him that their Miss City doesn't look all that safe or peaceful right now either. Jiang Xiaoyong stands up immediately, pointing out that since they traveled all this way, they must have seen the state of things. Most people have already turned into mindless zombies, and his buddy quickly nods in agreement. Jiang Xiaoyong turns back and calls out to Uncle Sheng, telling him there is an armored jeep hidden behind some ruined walls 2 streets east. Send some guys to drive it back here in a bit. The old man quickly agrees. He looks at the 4 newcomers and tells them to follow him to the border between the 2 cities to assess the situation. Soon, Jiang Xiaoyong leads the group to an area completely overgrown with thick vines. Xiaodong's teammate points ahead and shouts that these massive vines have actually grown even taller since they last saw them. Jiang Xiaoyong frowns at the overgrown path. Into the forest we go. Wait, is he actually serious about heading in there? Xiaodong's teammate panics and screams that the forest is way too dangerous, asking why they even bothered escaping in the first place. Jiang Xiaoyong glances back, warning him that if they just leave it alone, it's over. The Shifeng steel plant will be completely swallowed up, ruining any chance of survival or production for everyone here. Then, his voice drops, but we have a much more important job first. Jiang Qi looks totally lost and asks what that could be. Jiang Xiaoyong looks back, explaining he wants to help them build the strength to survive on their own. He turns to the crowd and instructs them to gather Lao Li and everyone else from the Shifeng steel plant. We are going hunting for the next few days. Elsewhere, a zombie viciously tears into a corpse. Suddenly, it senses a sudden spike of energy and quickly whips its head around. The zombie just glares into the darkness, completely still. A flash! Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes light up as a bright glow appears behind the creature. He sweeps his hand up, slicing a sharp purple beam right through the monster. Armed to the teeth, Jiang Qi's crew immediately open fire on the surrounding horde. Bullets rip through the undead, leaving smoking bullet casings scattered all over the ground. Jiang Xiaoyong crouches down to inspect the fresh zombie corpse lying on the dirt. Horrific shrieks echo all over the ruined city. More zombies. Dahao kicks a dead one aside, asking where the survivors are. Is everyone seriously dead? Suddenly, a zombie lunges at him with its jaws wide open. Dahao reacts instantly, throwing a heavy punch. I really don't want to roast zombie meat. Can't I just run into some actual humans? And check this out, his eyes suddenly lock onto a corner, and he takes a deep, greedy sniff. Survivors. A man spots his buddy aiming at a nearby zombie and yells, "Do you want to die?" The boss warned everyone not to open the doors or go outside right now, but his buddy just scoffs and turns to leave. What is the big deal? Boss Jiang's crew already cleared out most of the zombies around here. The man inside snaps back, cut the crap and get inside. Dahao smirks in the shadows, realizing there are definitely living humans nearby. And even better, licking his lips he grins. Pure survivors. They have never eaten human flesh. Dahao creeps forward, frustrated, knowing these guys are armed to the teeth. Going in alone is too risky, so he needs to hold back for a few days. He scowls, drooling heavily and muttering about how annoying this is. Meanwhile, inside a room, a system voice chimes refresh successful, exchange successful. With his points now sitting at 3, Jiang Xiaoyong speaks up, asking Uncle Sheng to gather everyone in the meeting room. Uncle Sheng quickly agrees. Looking down at the table, he can't help but marvel at the crazy rewards of cooperative hunting. Making this much in just 3 short days is pretty insane. Jiang Xiaoyong turns to his side and calls out, "Li Hongli, Zhang Qi, you two split these mutant cores evenly." Li Hongli raises a hand to stop him, asking if this is really a good idea. This was mostly brother Jiang Xiaoyong's doing anyway. Beside him, Zhang Qi chimes in right, and everyone worked hard, so it shouldn't just be the 2 of us. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately puts his hand up. No excuses. They are not short on firearms and ammo. Creating a few top-tier powerhouses makes way more sense than having everyone remain as clueless, low-level evolvers. Another teammate chimes in to persuade them, "Old Li, if he tells you to take them, just do it." Has Jiang Xiaoyong ever been wrong? Someone else joins in, declaring that they all completely trust Jiang Xiaoyong's decision. Jiang Xiaoyong turns his head and calls out, saying there is also San-san, and she quickly responds. He tells her to follow him, and she reaches out to open the door. She brushes her hair back, nervously asking what he wants to do. Jiang Xiaoyong places a finger on his lips, whispering for her to keep it down. Outside, Zhang Qi's group is eavesdropping. Then, they hear him. It might hurt a bit. He tells her to bear with it. Suddenly, the door flies open. Zhang Qi and the gang stand there busted, blushing like crazy, while trying to steal a peek inside. Zhang Qi looks up, seeing him at the door, and stammers, asking Jiang Xiaoyong if he is done already. Jiang Xiaoyong grabs his arm and pulls him inside. "Brat!" Zhang Qi screams, begging him to go easy. Then, he kicks the guy right inside. As Zhang Qi lands, he notices the syringe and San-san pressing a hand to her arm, leaving him startled. He scratches his head and asks San-san if she just got vaccinated. Jiang Xiaoyong points at Zhang Qi, noting that since he just consumed so many mutant cores, he is now considered an elite powerhouse among them. He scratches his head with a grin, thanking Jiang Xiaoyong for his favor. But Jiang Xiaoyong cuts him off, telling him to spar a few rounds with San-san. Zhang Qi is completely taken aback. No way. Jiang Xiaoyong laughs out loud, mocking someone for bullying girls, then tells San to teach Trung Tri a real lesson, assuring her that Trung Tri can handle her full power. Full of confidence, Trung Tri throws his head back laughing, boasting that it is easy because he is ridiculously strong now, telling her to go completely all out. Immediately, San delivers a massive slap that sends Trung Tri flying backward, as Xiao Jia and the others scream while trying to catch his launching body. Holy crap! Jiang Xiaoyong looks at her and explains that he gave San some physical enhancement potions. Right now, other than me and Sung, none of you stand a chance against San, as Trung Tri holds his swollen red face, crying out in absolute agony. I really thought you and old man Lao Lai were the absolute closest to Jiang Xiaoyong, but turns out we were wrong. Tu Jai points her finger at him and laughs. What nonsense. Jiang Xiaoyong is not gay, so why would he be closest to you? Jiang Xiaoyong then looks at everyone below, telling Truong Thang and Li Trin to step forward and come with him. He points at his young teammate, ordering him to follow him into S City. But the guy pointing at himself asks who? Me? The teammate immediately waves his hands, frantically refusing. It was too hard to escape, so I am not going back. Li Trin crosses his arms, looking back at him with pure judgment. We helped save your people, yet you are too cowardly to go? He turns back to argue. What teammates or family do I even have? Please, do not make me go back. I will do slave labor here. Suddenly, a voice rings out behind them. Jiang Xiaoyong startles, looking over. Me. Hung Kai points a thumb at himself, promising to go with them. Meanwhile, out in the western suburbs of M City, Dai Hao looks around, searching because he remembers this place. He slams his fist against his head, cursing out loud. His brain is getting slower by the day, and without fresh human meat, who knows how bad the consequences will be. Wait. Look at this, a sudden scream echoes nearby, and Dai Hao immediately runs straight toward the source. He was right, his memory did not fail him. Dai Hao reaches out, pulling open a door where painful groans are coming from. A group of bald thugs are holding Hu Huyen and Cao Van. Dai Hao quickly covers his mouth and clears his throat to get their attention. Another guy scowls and shouts, "You brat! You actually dare to come back here?" He immediately waves his hands, telling them to calm down. "I am not here to steal. I came to share some news." Hu Huyen tilts her head, asking, "Sharing news? Are you really that nice?" Cao Van raises his eyebrows, coldly chiming in, "We are all half monsters here, so do not try to trick us." Dai Hao excitedly explains, "It is absolutely true. There are plenty of pure human survivors out there, but they are armed, and I cannot take them on alone, which is why I came to seek your cooperation." The bald leader steps right up to his face, suddenly smirking. "Fine. I will trust you this once, but if you lie, you are our next meal." Dai Hao happily replies, "Of course, I would never lie to you guys." Hu Huyen stands up, raising a hand to welcome him. "Since we are teammates now, come join us and let us enjoy this together." He licks his lips, eagerly reaching for her chest with a wild, ecstatic grin. Meanwhile, Hung Kai looks around and warns them to be careful, as danger could be lurking behind every pile of leaves and up in the trees. Jiang Xiaoyong glances back and asks what his name is. With a dead serious look, he replies that his name is Cha Hun Kai. Hearing this, he laughs and calls him a real man, noting that even though his squad was terrified, he still dares to come along. Frowning deeply, Hung Kai explains that those plant monsters killed his girlfriend, and now he is out for blood. Plus, his parents are still trapped in the forest. If there is even a slight chance of saving them, he has to try. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong looks back and says he will lead the way. Li Cheng will cover the rear, while he and Trung Thung Trit flank them on the left and right. That leaves Hung Kai in the middle as their only guide. If he dies, this entire trip ends up being a total waste of time. Hearing those words, Hung Kai thanks him for stepping up to help. Without even turning around, he replies not to get it twisted. Their goal is not helping him, but stopping this spreading forest. Suddenly, a vine drops from above, brushing right past Jiang Xiaoyong's head. Glancing over, he yells out, "What is this sticky stuff?" Frowning in sheer panic, Hung Kai screams out, "It is one of them. Hurry up and get out of the way." In the blink of an eye, the vine coils tightly around Jiang Xiaoyong. Hung Kai watches in horror as a plant monster opens its massive mouth, waiting to swallow him whole. But wait, you're not ready for this. Because suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong grabs the pulling vine with both hands, gripping it with insane raw strength. Within seconds, his feet slam firmly back onto the ground. He stands tall, casually holding that terrifying vine with just a single hand. With a massive grunt, he yanks the vine hard, dragging the entire plant monster out from its hiding spot. Standing nearby, Hung Kai gasps in complete shock at how incredible he is. The severed stem and vine crash down right in front of him. Hitting the ground, it wriggles around, desperately looking for an escape route. Jiang Xiaoyong watches the vine try to slip away. Trying to run, he thinks, surprised it can still move. Looking up, he shouts a command. "Do not let it run. Trung Thung Trit, can you really stand another creature showing off tentacles right in front of you?" Instantly, Trung Thung Trit sends his own tentacles flying straight at the beast. They wrap securely around the plant monster and yank it downward with heavy force. With a casual wave of his hand, he yanks the creature straight down. In an instant, the massive plant monster crashes heavily onto the forest floor, landing right in front of Jiang Xiaoyong and the crew. The beast opens its jaws, releasing a thick cloud of green mist. Breathing some in, Jiang Xiaoyong gasps, noting how sweet it smelled, before suddenly looking back. Glancing back, Jiang Xiaoyong warns the others that the mist coming from this thing has a pretty strange smell. Now look at this, because this is where things get really creepy. He spins around, but everyone is gone, replaced by a bizarre rainbow mist. Shaking his head, he cries out in panic, "What is happening?" This feeling is so incredibly bizarre. Spotting two figures standing completely still, Hung Kai nervously asks his saviors what is wrong with them. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoes from the bushes. Peering through the leaves, he spots a dark silhouette and wonders what it was. His jaw drops when a girl named Xiao Tong pokes her head out of the grass, calling his name. In pure disbelief, Hung Kai gasps, "Are you really still alive?" Waving him over, she calls out that it is too dangerous over there, urging him to hurry and cross. She adds that everyone is waiting with her. Without a second thought, Hung Kai starts walking over, shouting that he is coming. Back at the base, Darhao leads a gang of bald thugs forward. Pointing straight ahead, he asks if they can see it. Gulping greedily, a long-haired thug drools over the prospect of pure human flesh. While Darhao glances at the heavily guarded perimeter and warns him, he tells him to stay calm, but seeing the idiot charge in anyway, he curses him out as a complete bastard. With a smug grin, the long-haired freak laughs, screaming that he cannot wait to dig in. A guard stationed outside jumps in surprise, while another spots the intruder and calls out, "Hey, who do you think you are?" Seeing the lunatic charge, the crowd screams to watch out, but the long-haired freak sinks his teeth deep into the guard's shoulder. Panicked voices scream out, asking if it is a zombie, yelling to shoot him down immediately. Inside the office, Juan Lar is checking the books when the commotion catches his ear. Frowning, he gasps, "This is bad." The terrified guards keep cursing and firing, but their bullets only leave clean wounds as the monster keeps walking forward. Ignoring the gunfire, the freak lunges directly at a young gunman. Just in time, Juan Lar rushes out and kicks him square in the chest. The impact sends the long-haired monster flying backward. He slides across the dirt, glaring back up at Juan Lar and his guards. Grabbing a rifle, Juan Lar immediately opens fire, forcing the beast to curse and leap backward to dodge the hail of bullets. Damn it! Juan Lar turns around and urges his men to get the wounded guard to the infirmary to stop the bleeding. On the other side, the long-haired guy clutches his bleeding stomach wound and groans in pain as he stumbles back. But he can't hold on anymore and collapses hard onto the dirt. Hu Huyen stands hands on hips. Looking down, she smirkingly asks what the big rush was. "Look who got hurt," she says. The long-haired guy grits his teeth and barks back, telling her to shut up and go find him some meat to help him recover. The bald guy scoffs, asking who he thinks he is. The injured man screams back, "We have no time. Stop this useless talking. Hurry up!" he screams. Suddenly, Cao Van drives the sharp heel of her shoe right into his neck, making him gasp out in agony, asking what she is doing. She casually replies that having one less mouth to feed is always a good thing. "You piece of trash!" he gasps out in fury before dying. The others look at his body, wondering how to break this deadlock. Those targets are hiding inside the factory, and they're pretty heavily armed. Cao Van glances back and says it's pretty simple. The bald guy quickly asks what she means by that, but she just brushes him off with a shrug. "Have you lost your minds?" she asks. "We are humans, not zombies." Cao Van smiles faintly, adding that they should just walk right in through the front door. Deep in the forest, Hung Kai stops, totally confused. Why does he feel so incredibly lightheaded? Across from him, Tu Dong keeps shouting for him to stop hesitating and come over. Her eyes turn completely bloodshot as she desperately screams at him. "Get over here right now," she screams. But then look at this. A sharp dagger flies in from absolute nowhere. It cleanly slices off the fake Tu Dong's head. Clean off. Hung Kai stands frozen, watching her body collapse. Tears streaming down his face, Hung Kai screams out her name. Jiang Xiaoyong rubs his eyes and mutters that it's impressive how even he got caught in the trance. He whips his head around, crying out and demanding to know why he just killed his beloved Tu Dong. "What do you mean you're Tu Dong?" he barks back. "Open your eyes and look at what that thing really is." Hearing this, Hung Kai turns his head to look again. He catches sight of a strange, shimmering light. Total shock. He freezes in his tracks. Hung Kai trembles as the figure turns into a mass of writhing vines. Jiang Xiaoyong walks over and smacks him on the head, telling him to wake up from his dream. Lai Trin wakes up next, squinting as he groans, asking what happened and saying, "It feels like years have passed." Thang Chich also looks down at the ground, remembering the historical records of high-speed transport machines sending children back to Earth. Looking down at his dagger, Jiang Xiaoyong says that Flower must have released some kind of toxic gas to trap them in a massive hallucination. Lai Trin watches him stab the vines. "Wait, what?" He asks what exactly he is trying to do. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly explains that he wants to check the internal structure of this bizarre monster. He wants to see if it actually has a core inside. Watching black blood splatter, he yells out that it's just a puppet and not the main body itself. Jiang Xiaoyong points forward, noting that these thick vines run pretty deep into the ground. It seems the main body isn't near here. He freezes. What is that on the ground ahead? Staring at a small section of the vine peeking out of the soil, Jiang Xiaoyong makes a deeply confused noise and pulls a tiny root upward. He realizes what this is. Jiang Xiaoyong murmurs that these look like potatoes or taro, probably acting as a nutrient storage system for the plant. He immediately stores them away in his spatial inventory, thinking they might actually be edible later. Jiang Xiaoyong glances over at his companion, asking Chao Hung Kai what he knows about these aggressive plant creatures. With a very serious face, Hung Kai replies that he only knows they're highly dangerous and eat anything alive, but Elder Ha definitely knows something. Jiang Xiaoyong frowns and asks who this Elder Ha is. Hung Kai quickly explains. Elder Ha is a top expert from the Institute of Agricultural and Forestry Sciences. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately asks where he is and if he's still alive. Hung Kai continues speaking. Before I escaped, he was sheltering with us in a high-rise building, but I have no idea if he's still alive now. Jiang Xiaoyong looks ahead. That works. Lead the way, he says. And back at the base, Hu Huyen runs up gasping in her black coat. She intentionally trips on a nearby rock, crying out as she faceplants. Honestly, you've got to respect how smooth her acting is. The guard on duty is totally taken aback. Instantly, an announcement blares out that a lucky survivor has just arrived. Seeing his partner rush forward, the first man calls out, "Stop right there." Hu Huyen sits on the dirt, completely still as she watches them. One worker anxiously suggests reporting this first, just to be completely safe. The other guard points at her, snapping back that they don't have time to report, since she is clearly in pretty bad shape and needs help immediately. He hesitates, but his partner brushes it off, telling him to stop whining because leaving her out there means the zombies will eat her. The young guard rushes over with concern, asking if she's all right. Hu Huyen winces, weakly begging them to save her. He quickly promises she is safe now. Meanwhile, Dai Hao watches Hu Huyen being carried inside by the two men, clicking his tongue and chuckling at how incredibly talented she is. She is really something, he mutters. But suddenly he frowns. Why is Cao Van flexing her legs in those red heels? She runs a hand over her chest, laughing as she boasts that she is way better than that girl. Over on his back, Hu Huyen licks her lips with a sly smile. Nearby, Lai Trin looks around in total confusion, wondering how on earth it got so dark so fast. Standing right beside him, Hung Kai explains that night is falling, and the forest canopy is so thick that practically no sunlight can penetrate the trees. Jiang Xiaoyong frowns and asks how much farther they have to go, prompting Hung Kai to point toward a distant neighborhood and reply they are almost there. Suddenly, a voice calling his name makes him look over as someone shouts, "Hung Kai." Turning his head, he sees an old woman poking her head out. It is Aunt Duong, but Hung Kai immediately frowns, whispering that something is not right. He vigorously rubs his eyes over and over in disbelief. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong smiles to comfort him, saying that they only breathed in some hallucinogenic powder earlier. So this is no illusion. They are real, living people. Standing behind Aunt Duong, Ha Duong raises his weapon and yells out, "I told you not to take risks. Are you determined to get us all killed?" Another person screams in panic, "Are we just going to watch Chao Hung Kai get turned by those monsters?" Hearing this, he screams out in panic. He is beyond saving. He has been gone for so many days and suddenly shows up here. There is no way that is still him. Aunt Duong glares back and snaps, "Stop talking nonsense. Get ready to fight. 1, 2. With that, the four of them charge straight toward Jiang Xiaoyong. Thang Chiet screams out to kill, but Jiang Xiaoyong quickly stops him. "Calm down. Do not attack." A volley of arrows flies straight at Jiang Xiaoyong and his crew, but he simply raises his hand, forcing the arrows to drop harmlessly to the ground. Jiang Xiaoyong yells with absolute seriousness, "Stop and calm down." Seeing this incredible display, Aunt Duong and her people freeze right in their tracks. Hung Kai quickly steps forward to plead, "Aunt Duong, please calm down. They are not our enemies." Aunt Duong commands her people behind her to hold their fire, as Hung Kai quickly explains that these outsiders are actually the ones who saved them. She frowns deeply, demanding to know what happened to the rest of his scouting party, and especially what happened to Tu Dong. With a heavy, sorrowful face, he reveals that half of their squad is dead or injured, and Tu Dong is gone too, though the rest managed to escape. Hearing this tragic news, she immediately asks about the current state of the outside world, but Hung Kai suggests they head back to discuss everything in detail, since this place is unsafe. Aunt Duong and her crew exchange silent glances, their suspicious eyes locking onto Thang Chiet and Dung Ra, who are standing nervously in the back. Jiang Xiaoyong smiles to reassure them, "Do not worry. They are family." He then turns back to the duo, telling them to say a few friendly words to put these people at ease. Dung Ra pulls off his mask, laughing shyly as he introduces himself as ugly but extremely gentle, while Thang Kiet leaps into the air with a bizarre, energetic shout. Furious at their antics, Jiang Xiaoyong snaps, "What on earth are you two doing?" Hung Kai can only laugh awkwardly and explain that despite their weird behavior, these two are also their saviors who literally kept them alive. Aunt Duong and her group reluctantly accept them, telling them to come over, while elsewhere, San San stops her motorcycle right in front of the steel factory. She immediately pulls out her walkie-talkie to report Uncle Lai. "I have reached the steel factory gates. Please let me in." But wait. She senses something. San San casts a sharp glance aside, forcing Dai Hao and his two companions to quickly crouch down behind a car. Right then, Hoen Loi opens the door of the base and waves her in, calling her name. Watching her walk inside, the bald guy sighs in relief that they were nearly spotted, while Cao Van excitedly asks if they noticed she is an evolved human. He specifies that she is a pure, evolved human, asking in complete disbelief how such a rare being could possibly exist and how she managed it. Licking his lips hungrily, Dai Hao mutters that he has no idea, but he is absolutely certain she would taste incredibly delicious. Cao Van smirks in agreement, adding that devouring her flesh would surely make their own powers skyrocket to a whole new level. Inside, Uncle Lai warmly greets her as she arrives, but she immediately notices a pile of used syringes and starts questioning him. She asks if the wounded have been treated and if they are in the clinic, and after receiving a confirmation, she heads inside to find him lying quietly on a bed. Holding up 2 test tubes, she tells Uncle Lai that this is the anti-infection medicine they need. She adds that before leaving, Jiang Xiaoyong instructed them to use this if anyone got bitten, while Hoen Loi tightly grabs the tubes and speaks up. He points out that they were bitten hours ago but still show no symptoms, which proves whatever attacked them might not have been a zombie at all. Startled by this, she asks what else could possibly be out there biting people if it is not a zombie. Hu Huyen immediately chimes in, shouting that she knows the western suburbs are crawling with dangerous mutants. They are not like normal zombies and are not infectious, but they are incredibly violent and will bite anyone. Looking her over, Hoen Loi asks who she is, prompting Hu Huyen to eagerly introduce herself as a new member who fled from the west. So he asks what else she knows about these mutants. Terrified, Hu Huyen cries out that they are far scarier than any normal zombie. They eat humans, and they are intelligent. Some of them chased me the entire way. Luckily, I knew how to ride a bicycle. Otherwise, I would never have made it out alive. Heng Li turned his head back, his voice dropping as he asked, "So the people who attacked them were actually led here by you?" Hearing that, She cried out in panic. I am so sorry. I did not mean to do it. I just wanted to survive. I am sorry. The person beside her quickly chimed in, that is right, Brother Lee. You really cannot blame her for this. He heard this and raised his hand. I did not mean it that way. Do not misunderstand. Knowing their background just makes them easier to deal with. Xiao Xuan immediately chimed in. I also know they will not just give up. And pretty soon, they will not be able to resist launching an attack, so we must prepare. Hung Li raised a hand and ordered, this information is extremely useful. All right, everyone go back and get some rest. Hearing that, she turned to leave, saying understood. Leader. Shan watched Xiao Xuan walk away as Heng Li gave orders to bring some food to the injured survivors. Just to keep things safe, we need to monitor you guys for one more night, so please bear with us. Lying on the bed, he coughed and replied, it is fine, Brother Li. Meanwhile, Shan kept staring at Xiao Xuan as she walked away. Heng Li turned around and asked what is wrong. Shan glanced in that direction and whispered, this new woman, she feels a bit off. He immediately pressed further, how is she off? Shan kept staring over there and replied, I cannot really explain it. Maybe I am just overthinking it. Hung Li comforted her, saying you are probably just stressed. And Jiang Xiaoyong really pushed it, dumping such a heavy mission on a young girl. Aunt Yang led the group right in front of a tall building and shouted out, we are here. Jiang Xiaoyong looked up, totally confused as to why they chose this specific spot to gather. The factories and warehouses they passed earlier had fewer entrances and were way sturdier, making them much better options for a base. Xing Kai heard him and explained, Benefactor, you do not understand. The disaster here in S City is different from yours. If we picked those places, we would all be dead in under a week. He frowned as he explained, gesturing toward the area. And here is the scary part, the lower you go, the thicker that fog gets. And breathing it in turns you into a plant monster. Only by staying on the 10th floor or higher, where the fog is thin, can we survive. Aunt Yang pointed to the stairs and shouted, quick, get upstairs. We can talk more up there. Xing Kai then turned to Elder He Qi and introduced him. Elder He Qi, this is our savior. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at him and spoke up, greetings. Elder He Qi, I came to share the situation of neighboring M City. Jiang Xiaoyong looked right at him and explained, so that is the story. And unfortunately, the world outside the forest is not any better. He turned his head back and called out, Zhang Shengzhe, come on in. I already explained your situation to everyone here. Zhang Shengzhe and Cheng Jia then stepped inside together. Elder He Qi looked up and asked, what about T City, B City, or even other countries? Jiang Xiaoyong looked down and replied, as of today, we have not seen any organized rescue efforts. Everyone is just struggling to survive on their own. He then held up a nutrient storage module and asked, by the way, Elder He Qi, I heard you study these plant mutants. Do you recognize this item? He pointed toward it and replied, that is the tuber of a plant mutant. It is edible, and Aunt Yang went out to find precisely this. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled, and as expected, Elder He Qi continued, explaining that they only discovered this recently, and they would never dare eat it if food was not so scarce. It tastes kind of like taro and is packed with calories, making it a pretty decent meal during this apocalypse. But get this, right in the middle of their talk, He Yang bursts inside, pointing out the window and screaming that they are surrounded. Elder He Qi gasped and asked, surrounded us here? What do you mean? He Yang yelled out in sheer panic, there are so many of them. They are swarming straight toward our building, and their numbers are growing fast. Ming Kai quickly rushed to the window to look down. A flower carriage. It is a flower carriage. Jiang Xiaoyong turned around and asked, what is a flower carriage? Is it that terrifying? Elder He Qi lowered his head, his face turning pale as he replied, it is worse than terrifying. We might actually all die here today. Suddenly, determination filled his eyes as he looked up. Elder He Qi raised his voice and yelled to the group, everyone, listen to me very carefully. Women and youth get to the top floor and hide in a locked room like a restroom or closet. The rest of the elderly will stay down here with me. Xing Kai watched in shock, his eyebrows drawing tight together. Meanwhile, Elder He Qi turned toward the retreating crowd and bellowed, move now. Getting even one or two survivors out alive is far better than us all dying together. The young people in the room immediately scrambled to get out. Elder He Chi then turned his head to look over at Jiang Xiaoyong. You do not look that old either, so get upstairs with them, instead of staying here as a sacrificial lamb. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled and replied, It is fine, Elder He Chi. I am actually curious. Jiang Xiaoyong slowly raised his hand, channeling his superhuman energy, wanting to see just how terrifying this threat really is to scare everyone this badly. Ha Te walks over to the window, peering down to survey the area. With a grim expression, he mutters before we even find the main body of the Zihoa. These plant mutants will have torn us to shreds. Jiang Xiaoyong joins him at the window, staring down as he asks, Does the Zihoa have the ability to control these plant mutants? Looking at the swarming monsters, Ha Te replies, Yes. It relies on something like a pheromone attractant. An organized, large-scale movement like this proves the Zihoa is nearby. And what is worse, it is clearly targeting us. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong throw the window open, the old man gasps, What are you doing? Aiming his gun straight down, the young guy coolly replies, Just testing their strength first. Ha Te gasps in shock, Where did you get a gun? Right then, a loud bang echoes as a bullet tears straight down. The shot pierces clean through one of the plant monsters, but in a split second, the gaping wound in its chest seals right back up. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiaoyong shouts their vitality is quite stubborn. Let us see how far their self-healing limit actually goes. Without wasting a single moment, he aims right at that same mutant and starts unloading, riddling its body with dozens of rounds at once. Under such an overwhelming barrage, the mutant finally fails to regenerate. Its entire body shatters into pieces and collapses to the floor. Jiang Xiaoyong scratches his head, muttering 2 whole magazines just to kill one. No wonder everyone is terrified of these things, but no big deal. Turning around, he easily pulls items out of his spatial storage, giving Aunt Dung and the others a massive fright. What on earth is that? In one swift motion, Jiang Xiaoyong swings his hand and pops open a heavy wooden crate. Min Kai stares in utter disbelief. Did he just open a nailed-shut wooden crate without even using a crowbar? Min Kai spots the bottles packed inside the crate and shouts in excitement, Firebombs. This is perfect. Jiang Xiaoyong turns to Ha Te and explains the plan. If any stragglers manage to slip past us and break in here, use these fire bottles to defend yourselves. Hearing this, Ha Te whips his head around to ask, Wait, a straggler? What do you mean by that? Suddenly, Ha Te stiffens as his eyes go wide with shock. Check this out. The old man watches open-mouthed as Jiang Xiaoyong dives straight out. Ha Te roars at the 3 of them. This is the 16th floor. In a flash, the 3 of them land squarely in front of the advancing plant mutants. The beasts let out a guttural screech, charging all at once. But Jiang Xiaoyong reaches out, grabbing a mutant by its head. With a sudden burst of power, he effortlessly rips its head clean off. Nearby, Dung Ra is also smoothly wiping out any monsters in his path. He pins one down, calmly tearing the mutant into shreds. Meanwhile, Trung Thung Trit easily obliterates the creatures around him. Staring down, Ha Te and his group gasp in complete disbelief. What on earth are those 3 guys? Li Chung stretches his arms, calling out to the group, Stop watching the show and get ready for the stragglers. He turns back to the crowd and warns whoever is confident in their skills, grab a fire bottle right now and hold the line at the hallway entrance. The rest of you, clear out anything flammable from the area. Min Kai and the crew eagerly shout on it right away. Meanwhile, the final plant mutant carcass hits the ground. Jiang Xiaoyong lets go. Exhaling a sigh of relief, finally, they are all cleared out. Glancing around, he tells them, Dung Ra, Trung Thung Trit, search these corpses and see if they have any mutant cores on them. Jiang Xiaoyong strokes his chin thoughtfully. I will go pay this Zihoa thing a visit. Meanwhile, the hallway above is thick with black smoke. Staring at the charred plant monsters on the stairs, someone remarks fire makes these things much easier to handle. True, but we mostly have Brother Li and the Hung brothers to thank. Ha Te raises a hand and calls out, Tell the others to come down. The danger is cleared. What is the situation downstairs? A voice shouts back, "It is over down here too." But wait, where did the Hung brothers go? Deep in the forest, a massive plant mutant stands completely motionless. Jiang Xiaoyong raises an eyebrow at the twisted, grotesque thing. Look at this. Crouching high up in a tree, he looks down and wonders, is this the Zihoa? He stares at the giant bloom right in the center, guessing that must be its true body. His eyes gleam with sharp intensity, locking onto the target inside. And in the next heartbeat, the Zihoa whips its massive tentacles forward, slamming directly into the spot he just occupied. Dropping to the ground, he notes incredibly strong, probably on par with Trung Thung Trit. Jiang Xiaoyong narrows his eyes and shouts back. He wraps his hands tightly around the lashing appendages, declaring, "Dealing with tentacled monsters like you has given me plenty of experience lately." With a fierce pull, he yanks the tentacles to drag its main body closer. Instantly, the center flower swings open and spews a toxic green mist. Seeing the gas coming, he sneers, "That will not work on me. I have already seen this exact trick from your kind." With that, Jiang Xiaoyong draws in a massive breath and holds it, tugging the tentacles hard to yank them outward. The Zihoa lets out a low, rumbling groan under his sheer force, its root-like legs forced to stomp forward. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong lets go of the tentacles, launching himself directly at the giant, Zihoa. A tiny glowing crest flickers on his fingertip, the enslavement seal. Dragging a dark, spectral afterimage behind him, he closes in for the strike. He drops down from above, presses directly on the center flower, and yells out, "Slave imprint!" A purple light quickly wraps around the entire flower carriage. Ha-dung stands by the window and shouts in excitement, "It is the actual flower carriage. It hasn't left and is coming right toward us." Ha-tae pokes his head out the window and shouts, "Yes, that twisted thing is the real flower carriage. I will never forget this for the rest of my life." He stutters in worry. "Where is our brother Jiang Xiaoyong? Did the carriage already?" Suddenly a voice calls out, startling them both. Trung Thung Trit and Dung step forward and ask, "How is it?" Jiang Xiaoyong twists his wrist and asks, "Do those mutated plants downstairs have insect cores inside them?" Thung Trit rubs his chin and stutters, "The centipedes do not. The spiders have double, and quite a lot actually have them." Dung's eyes shine bright as he gives a thumbs up. "Not every single one, but a pretty decent amount." Jiang Xiaoyong facepalms. Shaking his head with a sigh, one stutters and the other talks nonsense. "This is so exhausting." Ha-tae anxiously asks about the flower carriage below, and Jiang Xiaoyong just shrugs, "Oh, that thing. It is on our side now." Thiem Dung and the others gasp in utter shock. "Wait, one of us?" Jiang Xiaoyong points at the carriage to reassure them, "Relax. It won't hurt a soul." Ha-tae nervously reaches out, carefully touching its body with a single, trembling finger. He quietly gulps down his saliva, barely daring to breathe. Seeing absolutely no reaction, Ha-tae stutters in total shock. "It really is tamed. How did you even manage this?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong tilts his head. Curious. "Elder Ha, as a botanist, what do you make of this?" Rubbing his chin, he mutters, "Even though it mutated into a monster, its basic plant instincts and traits should still be there." Ha-tae looks up and explains, "Just like the survival of the fittest in the animal kingdom, the competition among plants is also incredibly brutal, with the fight for sunlight being their eternal battle." His voice continues to explain, "Trees did not just start out tall, but they evolved to grow higher and higher to secure more vital sunlight. Meanwhile, the shorter plants became incredibly weak due to the lack of proper light. That is why in dense forests, the grass is always scarce." Turning to the carriage, Ha-tae suggests, "I bet this thing became so brutal because during its mutation, it completely lost its growth advantage and struggled to reach any sunlight, forcing it to mutate and hunt animals for survival." Suddenly, two creepy tentacles sprout from the carriage's head. Li Cheng spots this, instantly raising his blade to warn everyone to watch out. But Jiang Xiaoyong holds up a hand to stop him. "Hold on. Do not attack. It cannot defy me now, so let us see what it wants." Li Cheng hesitates, seeing the tentacle wrap around his neck. But look at this, that sharp tentacle suddenly stabs right into the back of Jiang Xiaoyong's neck. His eyes widen in absolute shock before he finally relaxes, letting out a heavy gasp. Li Cheng asks in worry, "How is it?" He turns to the side, "Elder Ha, your analysis is spot on. All of S City has become a brutal battleground for mutated plants. The weaker mutated plants that cannot win the fight for light and are forced to hunt animal bodies for nutrients." Walking up to the carriage, Jiang Xiaoyong raises his hand and commands, "Now that you are my servant, I will secure your survival. Come to me." Right after that, a mysterious green light begins to glow from inside its bud. A small cluster of glowing fruit is lifted high from the bud by a twisting vine. The tentacle gently descends toward his outstretched hand, slowly lowering that strange cluster of glowing fruit right along with it. It quickly absorbs straight into his palm. Li Cheng scratches his head in utter confusion. What is that? Watching the green glow, Jiang Xiaoyong smiles. It is now in symbiosis with me. He then raises his hand and fires it straight into the distance. 3 powerful tentacles immediately erupt from his palm, tightly wrapping around a nearby tree trunk at the exact same time. With a violent tug, they slice the massive trunk completely in half. Thung Trit is absolutely thrilled, his face turning red. Holy crap, that is way stronger than my own tentacles. Right after, the system screen flashes achievement unlocked. Gardener. Reward of 150 points, bringing his total to 153. Jiang Xiaoyong shouts in excitement an unlocked achievement. This is my very first time, leaving the empty shell of the flower carriage behind. The group quickly makes their exit. Meanwhile, inside the factory base, He Huyen turns around with a smirk. Another fish has taken the bait. Opening the door, she asks, "Who is it?" Trun Trak holds up a cake with a warm smile. "Hey little sister, I brought you a late-night snack." He Huyen frowns, asking him straight up, "Who told you to bring me this?" He smiles and replies, "Nobody asked. I just made it myself." Her eyes flash with a sinister crimson glow as she looks up. Grabbing his head, Hio Huyen whispers, "Well, thank you then." Suddenly, he gets incredibly flushed and pounces on her with heavy breaths. Pinned under him, He Huyen screams in pure panic, "Hey, what are you doing?" Startled, Trun Trak freezes and stutters in fear, "Sorry. I thought you wanted this." Hio Huyen runs her fingers through her hair and makes a suggestion. Since this place is crowded and has terrible soundproofing, why don't they go outside the factory for some dangerous, thrilling fun? He immediately agrees. He eagerly agrees. Soon, non-stop groaning sounds echo outside the base while Trun Trak pants heavily, staring down at Hio Huyen. Blushing, he smiles and compliments her, saying she is gorgeous, then asks what her name is. But Hio Huyen looks confused when Trun Trak suddenly freezes. She asks what's wrong as he walks over to a nearby trash can. He cries out, "This sleeve looks like Trier Thun's. Why is it dumped here?" Trun Trak pops the trash lid open and gasps in absolute horror. Seeing a pile of blood-soaked clothes inside, he lets out a terrified scream. He stammers out, "What is this?" Then, he freezes as a hand creeps up from behind. Hio Huyen's eyes flash blood red as she strangles his neck. Meanwhile, outside the deserted base, a sleeping Dar Hao suddenly gets whacked right on the head. He glares in anger and asks what they are doing. The bald guy raises a fist and snaps, "You sure are having a nice sleep, aren't you?" Hearing this, Dar Hao immediately fires back, "I was keeping watch." Grabbed by the throat, the bald guy snarls, "If I snuck up without you noticing, how would you even see her signal? Tell me how long you've been sleeping." Dar Hao quickly denies it, stammering that he only closed his eyes for 10 minutes. Furious, the bald guy curses, "You useless piece of garbage. What good are you to me?" Cao Vun holds back the bald guy's arm and pleads, "All right, stop it. We have taken turns watching but still haven't seen any signal from her." She glances at the base and snorts, "If you ask me, it looks like she wants to keep all the food for herself." The bald guy leads the search. "Go check around the factory for her tracks," the boss orders. "And guys, wait until you see what's in that noisy trash can." "I told you I smelled human meat," she says. The bald guy holds up a bone and swears, "Damn it. You were totally right. She wanted to hog it all." Cao Vun pats her chest and giggles, saying it's fine if she can sell her looks to sneak in. Why can't I do the same? Instantly, the bald guy lunges forward, violently choking her. He snarls. You want to sneak in to hoard the food too, don't you? Don't think I can't tell, he barks. You're just like her. Darhao quickly steps in to play peacemaker. Boss, calm down. If you strangle her, we lose our only ticket inside. The bald guy drops his grip, sending Salvan crashing to the dirt. Looming over her, he spits out a threat. If you dare pull her stunt, I will storm that place myself. Even if it kills me, I'll take both of you down first. Salvan clutches her bruised neck and coughs out. I understand. Moments later, Salvan bangs frantically on the base doors, screaming for help. The door instantly swings wide open from the inside. Armed guards stare her down and demand to know who she is. Looking utterly terrified, she gasps out, "Please, zombies are chasing me." She claims she barely escaped. Hearing this, the young men inside immediately get rowdy and excited. Talk about lucky. One guy cheers we just rescued a hot chick earlier, and now another one drops right into our laps. Seriously. And her body is even hotter than the first. But watch this, a voice from behind completely ruins the mood. Hold on! Hiu Huen points and screams, don't trust her. She is the mutant posing as a human that I warned you about. Salvan snaps and screams, you lying bitch. But Hiu Huyen immediately shouts over her, urging the guards to shoot her. Shoot her now. Gunfire immediately erupts as a wounded Salvan clutches her shoulder and bolts out of the base. Multiple bullets pierce right through her flesh, forcing a painful scream from her throat. Seeing her fall, they shout to grab gasoline. But when they run back out with the fuel cans, she is completely gone. Looking around warily, one guy mutters, she got riddled with bullets like that and still managed to escape. Another guy snaps, damn it, we should have left someone to guard her. A third guard immediately orders hurry and report this to Brother Li and San San. Elsewhere, Cao Vun clutches her bleeding wounds as she limps her way back toward the bald guy and his goon. She collapses right at the bald guy's feet, desperately grabbing his leg. She begs, don't kill me. Save me. I promise to obey your every command from now on. Looking down at her coldly, the bald guy shrugs. We are both the same kind of creature, and we both know exactly how untrustworthy our kind really is. He suddenly smashes a rock into pieces, lifting a heavy chunk as he snaps. As for the food inside that camp, we will just have to find another way. She stares at them in absolute despair and silence when, out of nowhere, hot blood splatters across the dirt. Darhao blindsides the bald guy from behind, lopping his head off so fast it bounces straight onto the dirt. Cao Vun stands up, watching the bald guy's body collapse. She looks up at her savior and mutters, thank you. Darhao licks the blood off his blade and offers an arm and a leg. We'll heal your wounds, but the rest of him is mine. Cao Vun smiles and nods. Sure, she agrees. In her head, she realizes the bald guy was absolutely right about their own kind. They know their rotten nature best. If they had tried sharing a meal while the bald boss was alive, they would have gotten absolutely nothing. But sneak attacking that bald guy gives him all the leverage, which means whatever cut I get is entirely up to him. Back at the base, anxious voices ring out, asking if anyone has seen Trun Trak, because he has suddenly vanished too. Huan Lor frowns, yelling out that with Dung Hai still missing, they now have yet another person completely unaccounted for. Turning around with deep suspicion, he asks San San what exactly she is up to. She quickly glances to the side, claiming she is just checking the factory perimeter to find any potential clues, before heading out all by herself to search the surrounding area. Suddenly she freezes. And get this, she finds herself standing right before a trash bin filled with bloody human bones. Staring at the bloody bin, Amok yells out, those clothes definitely belong to Tron Trak, and I recognize those shoes as Dung Hai's, since he is the only one in our camp who wears that brand. Biting her nails in sheer panic, He Huen realizes she made a huge mistake because the bald guy and that creature dug up the bones she hid. San turns to glare at her, noting that within this entire camp, nobody heard a single sound, and there are zero signs of a struggle, before staring directly at Hiu Huyen and asking what that proves. Terrified, she stutters out, asking why San is looking at her, but San instantly summons a blade from her arm and charges straight at her. Hiao Huyen watches in absolute terror as the razor-sharp blade thrusts directly toward her. Ducking to the side, she barely dodges an incoming blast of fire that instantly blows a nearby tree trunk completely in half. Gritting her teeth with pure malice, she glares back, while San calmly retracts her arm and keeps her cold eyes locked on her target. Feeling the crowd closing in, Hiao Huyen panics, cursing to herself that her cover is now completely blown. Glancing to the side, she suddenly lunges at a nearby bystander, pressing a sharp knife against his throat and screaming for everyone to freeze, or she will end his life right now. San frowns, shouting back that if she dares to harm him, she will absolutely make sure she does not leave this place alive. Hiao Huyen just scoffs, thinking this little girl who is barely even grown up has some nerve trying to threaten her. If I do not make it out of here alive today, I am taking at least a few of you down to the grave with me. Dragging her hostage backward, she continues to shout out her threats. Hand over your gun right now and do not move, because if anyone takes a step, I will slice his artery open, before she quickly snatches the weapon and kicks him hard to the ground. Without hesitation, she points the gun down at him and fires a shot before taking off into the woods to make her escape. San quickly raises her weapon and takes aim, firing 2 precise shots that pierce straight through the fleeing woman's chest. Gritting her teeth against the blinding pain, Hiao Huyen keeps running, while Huan Lori sees San giving chase and asks what she is doing. San turns back to say she is grabbing a motorcycle to hunt her down, but he immediately tells her to just let her go. Since they do not know if she has partners nearby, it is safer to lock down the base first, and San nods in agreement. That makes sense, San says before turning to the crowd to announce that from now on, all newly arrived survivors must be quarantined in the safe room. Uncle Lee, I am leaving that task to you. My grandfather and the broadcast crew still have no idea what is happening, so I need to head to Tra Dirp Than to handle things, making Huan Lur nod with a smile. Telling her to be careful on the road, he quietly marvels at how much little San has grown into such a brave, highly capable leader. Meanwhile, in another area, a group of mist-covered plant monsters creeps forward. Suddenly, they sense a massive surge of energy. And check this out, 3 giant tentacles whip out, completely tearing the monsters to shreds. Jiang Xiaoyong watches with absolute calm as his deadly tentacles retract back to him. The massive appendages whip through the air, completely obliterating any mutated plants that dare to block their path. Holding heavy fuel cans, Deng Jia and Li Cheng keep a close watch on the perimeter before stepping forward to douse the monster corpses in gasoline, tossing a lit lighter straight into the wet pool. Jiang Xiaoyong stands silently, watching the massive flames erupt to burn everything to ash. Watching the blaze, Hate wonders if this feeling is safety or pure oppression, just as a system screen pops up to announce the Utopia quest is still active. The objective calls for community expansion, updating the progress on securing their independent camp, which they just completed by repelling the invaders, making Jiang Xiaoyong smile as he realizes Trung Chi and San did not let him down. The moment he steps back inside, the crowd immediately rushes out to greet him, cheering that their leader, Jiang Xiaoyong, has finally made it home safe. Jiang Xiaoyong asks where San is, prompting Uncle Thung to explain that trouble has just broken out over at the steel factory. She went to reinforce them, making him ask with genuine worry if things have gotten completely out of hand over there. He reassures him that everything is fine except for a few bitten members, and San has already delivered the viral inhibitors to them. Glancing at Hate and his group, Uncle Thung asks who they are, so Jiang Xiaoyong introduces them. They are survivors from City S. Dung gestures toward an old man, introducing him as Old Man Ha, a botany expert from the Agricultural Research Institute. Uncle Thang immediately shakes his hand, welcoming him aboard, while Hate emotionally replies that he is grateful they are willing to take them in. Truly, he is incredibly grateful. Dung looks at him and gently reminds Old Man Ha that this stay is just temporary, and in a few days he will escort them to the forest edge of City S. Hate is shocked and asks if they are really going back. What for, he wonders, and Dung replies that they are setting up a third shelter. Just then, San pulls up to the base gate on her motorcycle. She waves and asks when Dung got back, before quickly catching him up on everything that has been happening lately. With the situation explained, The new members still find it hard to believe. Hate points to himself, hesitantly asking where that leaves them. Dung smiles, telling them to ease up since he already knows their backgrounds pretty well. They are not exactly strangers. He adds that it is good news, making San ask in confusion how that could possibly be good. Dung looks at her and replies that there are fresh rewards to earn, so of course it is a great thing. The system alerts him with a new quest called Scourge of Evil, requiring him to eliminate a threat for a reward of 120 points. This new quest targets the threat in the western city and suburbs, offering a massive reward of another 120 points upon completion. Meanwhile, Hu Huyen is drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily as she slumps against a ruined wall to catch her breath. Suddenly, a sword drags loudly across the floor, drawing her attention. Cao Van covers her mouth with a smirk, mocking her and asking if her new teammates dumped her. Terrified, she quickly stammers that it is just a misunderstanding and that she actually has a solid plan. Cao Van roars in absolute fury, mocking the idea of her plan because that exact plan almost got her killed. With a twisted face, she orders to kill her, saying that even if things went wrong, eating both her and the bald guy means their efforts were not totally wasted. Talk about a twist. Cao Van suddenly coughs up a huge mouthful of fresh blood. She stares in absolute shock at the blade piercing through her chest, spinning around to curse her attacker for pulling the same dirty trick again. Dai Hao raises 2 fingers with a smirk, asking why she is upset since she honestly should have died a long time ago. She screams to Hu Huyen not to trust him, warning her that he pulled this stunt when she was injured before. He used this trick to ambush the bald guy just to make sure he came out on top, and he will definitely betray her next without a second thought. Silence. She just stares over there, refusing to say a word. Cao Van turns to Dai Hao, begging him to spare her and kill Hu Huyen instead, arguing that he already holds all the cards now anyway. Her fault. That girl is the sole reason we ended up in this mess. Enraged, Hu Huyen fires back, calling her a hypocrite who did the exact same things. Dai Hao tilts Cao Van's face up with a smile. He tells them to drop the blame game since they are all cut from the same cloth, though her offer does sound pretty tempting. She smiles eagerly, reminding him of their history together and suggesting there must be some real feelings between them by now. She asks how she could possibly be worse than that other girl, claiming she can do absolutely anything that woman can do. But here is the brutal truth. His voice drops as he swings his sword, admitting he actually prefers redheads. An arm and a leg is more than enough to fully heal your wounds, and the rest belongs to me. Hu Huyen quickly nods in agreement. While back at the base, an interrogation is underway about the cannibals lurking in the western suburbs. Another confirms the news, explaining how a red-haired girl from their pack disguised herself as a civilian just to sneak inside their camp. She even killed our people. Dung looks up, asking a quiet question. He turns to Lai Trin, asking if he has some expertise regarding these cannibals, to which he confidently replies that he was once considered one of them. Even though he is not as heavily mutated as the others, he can easily predict their primal instincts and behaviors. Lai Trin continues to explain the details. Consuming human flesh slowly strips away the self-control of basic human nature, leaving them incredibly selfish, short-sighted, angry, gluttonous, and deeply obsessed with blood. Hearing this, Dung immediately decides that this group is far too dangerous to ignore, especially in the western suburbs. He must head out there, but right now there is a more pressing issue. Dung turns to Lai Trin, instructing him to keep a pretty tight guard over the steel plant. If anything gets out of hand, just report it over the radio immediately. With a serious face, Lai Trin agrees to the task. 2 months later, atop a high-rise building inside a dense forest, a group is arguing loudly. What should they do? And is it finally time to leave? That creepy noise keeps showing up every night without fail, and it is getting closer. No one has any idea what kind of monster is making it, so they need a quick plan before they all die. Luong turns to the panicked crowd and firmly orders them to pack up their food and daily supplies because they are moving out. Someone looks around and mutters, "Do we seriously have to go at night? What if that monster spots us?" A Luong adjusts his pack and replies, "The plant mutants are way more active during the day, unless you want to get killed by them instead. Watching the swarm of plant mutants rushing them, the group screams in terror. Watch out, mutants. The surrounding noise is just too loud, completely drowning out the mutants until they are practically right on top of them. They let out a scream and bolt. Trapped by the closing horde, they curse in panic. They are on that side too. What do we do? There is nowhere to run. Damn it. I told you guys we shouldn't have traveled at night. A Luong points toward a specific direction with determination. There is still one path open, running right toward that loud noise. Another guy yells if they are suicidal, but a Luong gets fired up and shouts back, we are dead anyway. Let's risk it. Maybe it is not a monster but the army coming to rescue us. After running for so long, a Luong and his group collapse, completely out of breath. Suddenly, a companion looks at him in confusion and asks what is wrong. But a Luong just spots a massive falling tree, screaming at everyone to watch out and dodge. But right after that, the massive tree trunk gently lowers to the ground. Stepping out from behind it, a Luong wonders what kind of beast could possibly knock over such a giant tree. Another survivor quickly warns him to stay quiet. Shh! Keep it down. They peer ahead and shout in disbelief, those are actually people. Is someone out here chopping wood? Wait a second. Is that a Luong immediately dashes forward, calling out to Chao Hung Kai. The person behind tries to pull him back, asking what on earth he is doing. Startled, Chao Hung Kai asks if a Luong is actually still alive. Wearing a huge grin, a Luong eagerly asks how they have all been doing. Chao Hung Kai explains that they were rescued and are now living safely inside the open city. Suddenly, a Luong hears a terrifying screech from behind and panics, screaming, run, run fast. Those plant mutants caught up to us. Chao Hung Kai just flashes a confident smirk, raising his hand and saying, are you really that scared of a bunch of weed mutants? There is nothing to fear. He immediately pulls out a walkie-talkie to report, Squad 2 here. We have encountered plant mutants. Repeating, Squad 2, plant mutants spotted. Hearing this, a Luong is utterly baffled, wondering if he really just called them just a bunch of mutants. A voice cracks over the radio copy that, message received. Chao Hung Kai then yells to the survivors behind him, everyone come over here, get right behind my back. Suddenly, Squad 2 rolls up with serious heavy weapons. Look at their faces, they are completely losing their minds at this insane sight. Suddenly, massive flames erupt, instantly engulfing the oncoming plant mutants. Surrounded by roaring fire, the monsters shriek and thrash in agony. Lai Trin walks up from behind and explains honestly, dealing with these plant monsters doesn't even require us to lift a finger anymore. A Luong looks over, completely amazed that they have managed to gather such an incredible amount of raw power. How did you guys even pull this off? Chao Hung Kai crosses his arms and smiles. It is all thanks to our leader, Jiang Xiaoyong. He watches as Thang Chiet and Shung Raya point out that there are more coming. Chao Hung Kai pats a Luong's shoulder, reassuring him don't sweat it. They are our protectors. We are quite short on hands. Let me take you to meet our leader, Jiang Xiaoyong. Shortly after, he leads a Luong and the newcomers to a sprawling field that is currently being cultivated. Get a load of this, they are literally farming crops right inside the mutant plant forest. Chao Hung Kai just casually tosses a potato over to him. Look, the mutant plant is literally writhing in your hands. Seeing a Luong panic and throw it away, Chao Hung Kai gently tells him not to freak out. What on earth is this thing? He demands. Chao Hung Kai just laughs and starts to explain the situation. These things are still mutant plants at their core, actually the exact same species as the monsters we just burned. A Luong screams in utter disbelief. Did you guys actually manage to domesticate mutant plants? Chao Hung Kai explains these crops have incredibly high yields and are super easy to harvest, making them absolutely perfect. A Luong asks with a trembling voice, did you guys pay off God or something? Chao Hung Kai glances at a young man standing nearby and replies, it is all thanks to our leader, Jiang Xiaoyong. Holding up a potato, Hate smiles and says these crops can change their properties and state at any moment. They adapt completely to our needs, which is something I never would have dared to dream of before. Jiang Xiaoyong raises his hand with a smile. If you have any other requests, just tell Zihoa right now. Hate immediately chuckles and waves it off. No, nothing else. It is already incredibly convenient to harvest. Jiang Xiaoyong gazes into the distance and remarks, excellent. The clearing and reclamation of this land is going pretty smoothly. Even if other mutant plants invade, Lai Trin and his squad can easily handle it. Now, it is time for me to head to the western suburbs and deal with those man-eating beasts. Soon after, Jiang Xiaoyong and Sung Raya head toward the western outskirts of Open City. Sung Raya stammers, pointing out that someone is tailing them, and they seem incredibly strong. Jiang Xiaoyong glances back and calmly smiles. Yeah, I noticed. He notes that their tail is as strong as Leader Qi. Sung Raya frowns, nervously asking what they should do, which only makes Jiang Xiaoyong laugh. What else is there to do? Just think of them as your extra meal. High above, Hu Huyen peers down and laughs. What a golden opportunity. Dar Hao instantly grabs Hu Huyen by the shoulder to stop her, telling her to hold on, making her turn around with a pretty annoyed look. She asks what they are waiting for, or someone else will snatch it. Looking down from above, he points out that they already have. Right below them, a pack of cannibals blocks Jiang Xiaoyong and his ally. One of them licks her blade with a sick grin, declaring that they are absolute premium goods, never seen before. The rest smirk with pure wicked malice. They cannot believe they just stumbled on a purebred evolved human, wondering how many levels they will gain by devouring someone like him. But then they notice his companion and ask what that thing is. Staring at the masked man, they whisper, does this guy actually have the power to control these zombies? This is perfect. If they eat him, maybe they can steal his crazy powers for themselves. With that kind of power, dealing with that terrifying boss in the northern suburbs will be a breeze. Watching this from the rooftop, Hio Huen cannot help but complain. She told him they should have moved faster, and now they lost their prize. But Dar Hao just chuckles, telling her to wait and see if losing their prey turns out to be a good or bad thing. But look at this, here is where it gets crazy. Suddenly, Hu Huen freezes in shock as Trun Shung brutally charges into the cannibal crowd. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoyong swings his bloody blade with terrifying strength, sending the remaining cannibals into a complete, screaming panic as they run for their lives. How is this possible? How can such a monster even exist? We need to run. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong just stands there in dead silence, gripping his blade, not saying a single word. Desperate to survive, one of the survivors scrambles up a nearby wall, frantically clawing his way upward to escape. Seeing this, Hu Huen ducks behind the brick railing and screams in a panic, telling that idiot to get lost and stop bringing danger right to them. On the ground, Jiang Xiaoyong slowly reaches down and lifts a massive, heavy metal beam, straining slightly as he hoists it onto his shoulder. Without a second thought, he hurls the solid, heavy beam forward with mind-blowing force. The escaping cannibal looks back, his face instantly twisting into pure, hopeless terror. In a flash, the massive beam slams directly into his torso, exploding his body and spraying warm blood all over Hio Huyen and Dar Hao. Covered in warm gore, the two onlookers shiver in absolute, paralyzing horror. Down below, Jiang Xiaoyong remains completely calm, holding his blade as he scans the bodies surrounding him. These guys were pretty strong. They must have core stones. Hiding behind the railing, Dar Hao cautiously peeks over the edge. Right next to him, Hio Huyen anxiously whispers, "Did they finally leave?" Dar Hao keeps his voice low, confirming they are gone, and it is safe to head down. They walk right into the bloody scene, pointing at the bodies. Since those monsters only ate 3 corpses, Dar Hao eagerly licks his lips, realizing the rest of the bounty belongs to them. Meanwhile, in a quiet, narrow alleyway, Jiang Xiaoyong looks slightly frustrated with himself. He tells Trun Sung his appetite is way too weak, since he only managed 3 people. Belching loudly, Trun Sung retorts, "Look at my size. How much do you expect me to eat?" Just then, a strange shadow moves in the narrow corner right next to them, and Jiang Xiaoyong immediately senses the threat. Without wasting a beat, he summons his lethal blade to defend them. Out of the shadows, Nia Nam stumbles back in sheer panic, aiming his weapon and shouting, "If you take one more step forward, I will shoot you dead." Staring at him, Jiang Xiaoyong furrows his brow, immediately realizing this guy is just a normal human. His opponent gulps hard, sweating in sheer panic. Jiang Xiaoyong slowly takes a step forward, trying to calm him down. "Relax. Don't do anything stupid." But Ngirnam's hands shake as he raises his bow even higher, shouting, "I told you to back off right now. I mean, look at that." The arrow flies, but Jiang Xiaoyong effortlessly catches it with 3 fingers, leaving Ngirnam completely speechless. Deep, hopeless despair washes over him as he realizes this guy caught a speeding arrow with his bare hands. Before he can even blink, Jiang Xiaoyong flashes forward, closing the distance in a split second. He rips the bow straight out of Ngirnam's hands, gripping it firmly as he calls out to the darkness, "You can all come out now, we are not cannibals." Hearing this, several more survivors slowly emerge from the shadows, looking highly cautious. One girl asks in a shaky voice what they are. Finding his composure, Ngirnam looks up with a sudden glimmer of hope in his eyes. He asks if they discovered a way to battle zombies without resorting to eating human flesh. This is incredible news. Walking alongside him, Jiang Xiaoyong looks at the man and asks where they are heading. Ngirnam furrows his brow and explains that there is a West Wind steel plant in the southern suburbs. They used to broadcast radio signals looking for survivors, so they are heading there to seek shelter. He looks at Jiang Xiaoyong, realizing how ironic it is that a group of weak, ordinary humans like them would even try this journey, helpless against the cannibal hordes, which only makes the young man even more curious about their survival. "Do you guys actually know a place that is safer than the Taifeng steel factory?" Hearing this, Ngirnam quickly turns around to reply, "There is a human community in the northern suburbs hunting down cannibals, and we are planning to join up with them." Jiang Xiaoyong is immediately impressed, wondering who knew a community like that even existed. Ngirnam does not hesitate to reveal they actually heard it from a cannibal. Otherwise, they would never have risked traveling there, and his tone is deadly serious. Word has it that their leader is an incredibly powerful expert, capable of taking on 5 or even 6 cannibals without breaking a sweat. So the safety of that entire place relies completely on him, though this makes Jiang Xiaoyong pretty confused. Can we really believe that? The western suburbs have at least 1,000 cannibals, so how could just one guy guarantee safety for everyone? Ngirnam looks around warily once more before speaking. Those cannibals usually act alone and rarely ever gather in packs. But Lai Trin's younger brother cannot help but protest. That is not true. Just the other day, I saw several cannibals gathering as if plotting something. But Ngirnam immediately cuts him off, angrily yelling, "I told you already. Your mind has been unstable lately, so you definitely mistook a dream for reality. If those cannibals ever group up, they will just fight among themselves. Otherwise, I would not even be alive today." Then he glances over at Jiang Xiaoyong, whispering, "Do not listen to him. He only wants to go to Taifeng because his brother might be there." Ngirnam suddenly points away and snaps, "How many times do I have to say this? The odds of your brother even being alive are basically 0, and heading over there is just a suicide mission for all of us. Can that factory even keep those monsters out? Or who knows? Maybe the people running it are the actual cannibals." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately agrees, saying, "You are quite right. The original leaders of that steel factory were indeed 2 cannibals." This completely shocks Ngirnam and Li Trin's brother, but Jiang Xiaoyong remains utterly calm, adding, "Although I already killed them." "What is your brother's name? Maybe I know him." And suddenly the young man cannot hold back his tears as he answers, "My brother's name is Lai Trin. He was an assistant police officer. Have you ever heard of him before? Is he still alive?" And hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong smiles gently, replying, "What a coincidence. I am pretty close with Li Trin." Instantly, the younger brother clenches his fists in pure excitement, asking, "Is that really true?" Jiang Xiaoyong freely reveals that Lai Trin is currently at the Taifeng plant, helping him manage the farmland, making the younger brother look incredibly thrilled. Farmland? So you mean even agricultural production has already been restored over there? That is amazing. I told you we had to go to the Taifeng plant, but meanwhile, Ngirnam is highly suspicious and yells out, "Who are you?" I do not believe in such a convenient coincidence. So speak up. Are you trying to trick us into going there just so you can kill and eat us? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately shakes his head in absolute helplessness. If I wanted you dead, would I even need to lie? But suddenly, a blinding yellow light flashes from out of nowhere. Instantly, a small hole blasted into the ground right beside Jiang Xiaoyong, with thick smoke rising rapidly. At the same time, Nam spins around and cannot help but yell out, "What are you doing?" But the guy holding the gun just stammers nervously. He stutters out, "Sorry, it was an accident." The gun just went off, and hearing a sudden monstrous growl, Nam frowns even deeper. We are in deep trouble. Those cannibals definitely heard the shot, and he immediately orders everyone to find a hiding spot. Anxiously watching Jiang Xiaoyong and his companion standing still and staring toward the noise, Nam urgently tells them to hide. "Hey, get over here, do you want to die? Even if you have some skill, you cannot take on an entire pack of those monsters." Jiang Xiaoyong just looks at him and replies in a completely casual tone. "Didn't you say cannibals gathering causes them to fight each other?" This makes Nam lose his patience entirely, snapping back only after they finish killing you. He then turns to bolt, yelling back, "If you do not want to hide, fine, I am leaving you behind." Rushing inside an abandoned house, Nam barks out orders to get inside and lock all the doors immediately. When someone mentions there is a second floor, he does not hesitate to push everyone upstairs, telling them to hide as deep as possible before it is too late. Once upstairs, everyone huddles quietly by a window where the bright moonlight is spilling inside. A moment later, Nam breaks into a cold sweat, whispering, "Let's hope that kid does not sell us out." Meanwhile, downstairs, Jiang Xiaoyong faces a pack of zombies who mutter in confusion, "Why is there only one guy? Did you guys sneak a bite without me? Or what?" And another snarls back, "Nonsense. I just arrived too," as Tram Huang flashes a bloodthirsty grin. Then he looks at Jiang Xiaoyong, saying, "Do you not realize this guy is not normal food at all? Devouring him is easily worth 10 ordinary survivors." And hearing the noise from below, Lai Trin's younger brother trembles in fear, wondering what is happening outside. Nam brows furrowed as he reported that nearly 10 of them had already gathered, and more of those horrific man-eaters were still heading their way. His voice sank as hope vanished. The kid was done for. Not even his bones would remain. Just then, a zombie lunged forward, shouting that he could not wait anymore, and the first bite was going to be his. But Jiang Xiaoyong stayed totally calm, casually flicking his hand to deliver a swift slash straight across its neck. Instantly, the monster collapsed lifelessly onto the freezing ground, leaving everyone there pale and screaming in absolute terror at how incredibly fast that strike was. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong coldly told them to save time and just come at him all at once. Furious, the zombies rushed him without hesitation, screaming that he dared look down on them and they should kill him together first. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly glanced at his companion, telling him it was his turn to burn some energy now so he could eat more later. His partner readily agreed to it. Just then, a zombie looking like a middle-aged man suddenly charged from behind, but Jiang Xiaoyong was one step faster, leaping high into the dark night sky. Nam looked up in complete disbelief, shocked by how high he jumped. Watching the young man standing tall with his blade, he wondered what kind of monster the kid actually was, while the zombies below were equally shocked, realizing his physical stats were even higher than theirs. They quickly scattered in panic, screaming that he was a total monster. "He is not someone we can face. Run fast." But suddenly, one of them took a direct hit straight to the head. Holding his electric gun, Jiang Xiaoyong warned them in a very serious voice that he would not let a single one of them leave alive. "Unless," he said as he slowly pointed toward his companion, "you can somehow manage to defeat him." His partner looked at Jiang Xiaoyong with a bit of panic, complaining that this was a pretty heavy burden to carry. Meanwhile, the zombies opposite them leaped forward fiercely, screaming to kill him together. Seeing this, his companion's brows furrowed tightly as his face grew incredibly tense under the pressure. With massive force, he thrust his hand straight through an opponent's body. This brutal move sent the other zombies tumbling to the ground. Trum Hung, face covered in blood, screamed that it was absolutely impossible Even this guy could not be beaten. Right after those words, countless bright yellow beams of light rained down on them. Engira Nam witnessed this and trembled uncontrollably, sitting squeezed between two of his terrified men. Can you believe they just wiped out a whole pack like that? Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong coldly orders them to come out. The group walked over in complete disbelief, muttering, "Oh my God," before Nia Nam frowned and spoke up. "We have thought it over. We want to join Tai Feng. Would you guys take us in?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong agreed, saying that is fine. But first he had to go to the northern suburb base they mentioned. Immediately, Niranam gave him a terrified look, asking what he wanted to go there for, while Jiang Xiaoyong calmly revealed his reason was to confirm if those guys they mentioned actually needed to be dealt with. His voice grew even colder. "Should we kill them?" Elsewhere, a blaring alarm echoed out, warning of an enemy raid, as Trum Chu stared at the zombies before him with a serious look. "There are 7 of those man-eaters. What should they do?" Meanwhile, slow footsteps echoed down the corridor. Standing behind him, a man called out nervously, calling for An Feng. Beside him, his daughter looked extremely worried, saying that even for him, this was pushing it too far. Hearing this, An Feng immediately ordered his men to lock the gates tightly, warning them not to let enemies inside or allow anyone out, which they quickly obeyed. Giving a nod, An Feng suddenly leaped with massive force, his body slowly descending toward the ground below, her brows furrowed tightly. The daughter urged him to be extremely careful, and after a brief moment, An Feng safely touched down on the ground. Seeing him, the zombies seemed to find this incredibly thrilling. They urged each other to charge and kill him so everyone in this base would belong to them, while An Feng underwent a bizarre transformation, veins bulging all over his body. And look at that! A terrifying monster covered in hundreds of sharp teeth appears before them. Standing several stories tall, it slowly walked toward the zombies, instantly paralyzing the monsters with pure fear. They wondered if this was his true power, noting he looked way more twisted than they did. But they still refused to back down and rushed forward to bring him down. Desperately, they lunged and threw punch after punch at the solid body in front of them, putting absolutely all of their remaining strength into trying to take him down. They still ended up getting completely wiped out with a single kick. Meanwhile, An Feng's heavily mutated form remained totally unharmed, with all his raw power fully intact. Suddenly, he lunged forward, opening his massive mouth wide to reveal rows of endless teeth, before the chaos finally settled. The onlookers slowly spoke up in relief, cheering that he had won, and the man-eaters were all dead. But An Feng is also on his deathbed. The group watching from a hidden corner wonders if it is really okay to just leave him like that. There is no other way. In this state, he cannot control himself, and keeping us inside instead of letting us help is his way of protecting us. Dad! At the exact same time, another group keeps demanding to help out. He cannot even move at all. If we do not help him, he will not be able to eat those flesh-eater corpses, and he will surely die. Open the gate. We are ready to take the risk. Hearing those words, An Feng's daughter immediately bursts into tears, unable to hold back. Everyone quiet. The Black Hat Man suddenly speaks up in a serious tone. If everyone is truly willing to risk it, then fine. The gate finally swings open, and several dark figures rush right toward An Feng. But he quickly warns them. "What are you guys doing? Go back now." But those survivors stubbornly argue right back. "We can't just leave you here to die. If you die, none of us are going to survive for long anyway." The Black Hat Man tosses a zombie corpse far away, warning them not to get too close and just throw them over. They look at An Feng, his massive mouth completely wrapping around his prey. Shaking with fear, the Black Hat Man stammers that this sight is just too intense. A moment later, they slowly drag the zombies away. "Hey, watch it. If you keep moving forward, do you actually want to die?" Their whispered warnings echo quietly throughout the dead silence. "Just stand here and throw. Don't get hurt." Meanwhile, on the other side, another group of zombies mockingly asks why this monster looks so pathetic. It seems like he just had a brutal showdown with our kind not too long ago. The one with hair covering half his face licks his lips hungrily, celebrating their luck now that their kind paved the way. Suddenly, An Feng's men realize there are other flesh-eaters. What do we do? The Black Hat Man tightly grips his short axe, his face twisting in complete panic. An Feng still has not fully recovered yet, so he is definitely no match for this new group. It's time to protect An Feng. Meanwhile, further away, Jiang Xiaoyong continues taking slow, deliberate steps forward. He speaks softly, noting that the group they mentioned is pretty unusual, and the northern suburbs definitely have fewer flesh-eaters around. Standing right beside him, Ngir Nam breaks into a cold sweat. I can tell our final destination must be pretty close to this spot. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound echoes through the darkness, completely shattering the quiet midnight air. Hearing that, Ngir Nam immediately realizes those are gunshots. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly chimes in, noting the gunfire is less than 1 kilometer away, meaning they are almost there. Let's check back on that scene of absolute chaos. Those brutal zombies are tearing their prey apart. Unable to watch, An Feng's daughter raises her gun, screaming out fiercely that she will fight them to the death. One zombie suddenly leaps close, mocking her that her flesh looks incredibly tender and sweet. Without a single second of hesitation, he brutally smacks the gun right out of her hands. He bares his rotten teeth, laughing and mockingly asking what she can possibly do now. But suddenly, a brutal, unexpected strike slams right into his face. An Feng surges back to life, mercilessly launching that zombie high up into the air. His daughter falls to the ground in agony, her arms slashed open. Seeing this, the angry zombies scream out that the monster can still fight, so they need to kill him first. The horde immediately swarms forward, launching a relentless attack on An Feng. Watching this horror unfold, his daughter cries out desperately for her dad. The Black Hat Man urgently pulls her back, shouting that they cannot stay here and must flee immediately. Meanwhile, An Feng has absolutely no strength left to fight back. But wait, a massive boulder crashes down from the sky. It slams down, creating a massive barrier between An Feng and those powerful zombies. Completely terrified, the monsters freeze in their tracks and stare ahead in absolute shock. What on earth is going on? An Feng's men are completely dazed, their eyes darting around trying to understand. The mysterious savior who just arrived is actually Jiang Xiaoyong, who now stands tall directly opposite the entire zombie horde. The Black Hat Man panics, thinking it's another flesh-eater, but his companion immediately shuts down that thought. That's not right, and they quickly start arguing. That creature clearly is not one of those flesh-eaters. But how can you be so sure they do not all end up looking like that freakish thing? Meanwhile, the zombies watch with sudden curiosity, wondering if this newcomer is actually one of their own kind. No, he does not smell like us at all. Did you somehow undergo a purebred evolution? Or is that even possible? At the same time, Jiang Xiaoyong calmly gives the command to attack, leaving his partner pretty annoyed about having to do all of this dirty and heavy work. Trun Sung immediately charges forward with pure power, while one of the zombies charges straight at him, mockingly calling him a weakling. I have slaughtered countless weak zombies just like you. But before the monster can even finish, Trun Sung brutally stomps its head to pieces. The hatted man gasps at the sight before him, asking in sheer panic about the monster that possesses such terrifying strength. Even stronger than An Feng, he mutters, before Ngir Nam suddenly chimes in and tells him to relax, because those guys are powerful fighters from the southern suburbs. Hearing this, the hatted man freezes up, repeating the words southern suburbs. He says he thought An Feng was already the absolute strongest in this chaotic world, while a zombie with hair draping over his face watches in complete confusion. He wonders what is wrong with this zombie and how it got so ridiculously strong, but the others around him do not seem to care at all. They tell each other not to be afraid and to charge together to bring it down. Yet every single zombie looks completely hesitant, with no one willing to step forward. They start backing away while desperately pushing each other forward, telling one another to go first with promises of following right behind. Moments later, one of them spots a perfect opening and decides that, since they are already fighting among themselves, he will stop playing nice. He growls that the purebred evolved human is going to be his. But Jiang Xiaoyong stays incredibly calm with a sharp gaze, slowly opening his palm before driving his hand straight through the zombie body without a single shred of hesitation. The beast immediately coughs up dark blood, its face turning entirely pale. Jiang Xiaoyong forcefully swings his hand once more, sending the remaining zombies into a wild panic as they scream to run because this monster is way too strong for them. But watch this. Before they can escape, Jiang Xiaoyong unleashes dark energy that punctures right through the fleeing beasts. Just like that, their lifeless bodies end up lying frozen on the cold ground. The hatted man trembles in terror, calling them literal demons, but Ngiranam quickly calms him down, saying they are actually on their side. Meanwhile, An Feng remains completely drained, collapsed on the dirt as his failing vision slowly fades into a bleak world of black and white. Jiang Xiaoyong casts a cold glance down at him, wondering aloud what kind of strange beast this is, before unleashing another wave of black energy directly toward An Feng. The dark energy instantly wraps itself tightly around his entire body. As the energy binds tighten around An Feng, Jiang Xiaoyong sneers in pure disgust, mocking how utterly hideous this creature is and questioning its very existence. He launches another brutal strike, wondering if it can even survive the impact, prompting his daughter to burst into tears and beg him to stop. Hearing her cries, Jiang Xiaoyong casts a sharp glance over toward the noise. He looks down at the girl kneeling on the floor as she begs him to spare him, but Jiang Xiaoyong only responds with an icy tone, questioning why he should. Why spare this bizarre pile of flesh, he asks. But she desperately pleads that he is her father, explaining he only attacked because he has completely lost control. She begs him not to kill him, causing him to turn his attention back to An Feng. He wonders if a body twisted this badly could ever return to human form, before a sudden voice cuts through the tense silence. Is this really enough? Jiang Xiaoyong asks, clenching his fist mockingly before turning his attention over to Trun Sung. He scoffs that Trun Sung is still whining, even though his own eating habits are not any better, as the hatted man reluctantly speaks up. He invites the boss to follow them to their camp, suggesting they leave An Feng behind, as the scene shifts to dark, quiet houses where a few survivors suddenly drop to their knees. The hatted man leads several others forward, begging him repeatedly. They call him their savior, admitting they would not have survived the day without his intervention, though Jiang Xiaoyong remains completely unfazed by their gratitude. He brushes it off as a minor matter, asking how long their little camp has actually been established. He demands to know what happened to An Feng out there, prompting the daughter to explain that her father is an infected who mimics organic flesh. At those words, Jiang Xiaoyong frowns and asks what this flesh-mimicking form even is. And this is where things get really wild. They were testing a miraculous but highly dangerous and volatile organism. First discovered in wild animals, the team initially assumed it was just some common disease-causing pathogen. But as they cultivated it, they were stunned by what they found, leaving Hu Bin absolutely thrilled at the sight. She cried out that the substance could transform into any biological tissue, mimicking the exact structure of any host cells it consumed. It did not just copy their appearance, it actually performed much better than the original cells it had just swallowed up. Even though it completely violated every moral and ethical code, her mentor still decided to bypass regulation and start conducting secret human trials. After a brief period of testing, she proudly announced that within just a week, the cancer cells were completely wiped out, leaving him absolutely ecstatic as he claimed they had officially discovered the legendary God cell. Later, Hio Bing explained to Jiang Xiaoyong with a trembling voice that absolute chaos soon descended upon them. City M and City S collapsed into complete madness, sending desperate refugees from the surrounding areas flooding into their territory. Back then, they believed the God cell was their saving grace to resolve the crisis, but she grimly admits they never expected their savior to be the source of the plague. Hearing this, he narrows his eyes and offers his own dark theory. Are the tissues that were once stable starting to lose control now? Hearing this, Hio Bin lowers her eyes and sadly confirms it. That is right, she says. It brings so many risks. The mimicry flesh will keep invading until every single cell and tissue of the infected is replaced, making them slowly lose their humanity. Replacement is the very nature of this mimicry flesh, and once it expands, They begin to feel a completely uncontrollable, overwhelming urge to infect even more people. As time passes, this mimicry flesh gradually forgets the structural layout of its host. Eventually, it turns into a completely shapeless lump of raw meat. Hyubin adds that losing this overall balance also means losing all mobility. And the final result? They simply wither away as nutrients completely dry up. The aftermath gets even more terrifying. So while they can still maintain human form, they do everything to gather together. This behavior creates their final graveyard, and soon, the entire city will face the threat of drowning in a literal sea of flesh. As Jiang Xiaoyong stands there lost in deep thought, a sudden voice rings out right next to him, "Now you are one of them." He instantly freezes at the familiar sound. Chu Zhaofeng walks up, wondering, "Is that wound on your body from my attack?" Seeing him, Hyubin instantly gasps out, "Dad." Even Jiang Xiaoyong looks completely taken aback. Chu Zhaofeng looks at him as Jiang Xiaoyong checks the wound on his arm and confirms it. Chu Zhaofeng sighs, offering a grim warning. "You do not have much time left either," he grimly warns. But even in the face of this horrific fate, Jiang Xiaoyong remains incredibly calm. "If it is me, there is nothing to worry about. I already purged your mimicry flesh from my body," leaving him in absolute disbelief. How is that even possible? He confidently explains that he has a unique physical constitution. "My immune system is easily dozens of times stronger than normal people." To prove his point, Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly grows a lush green vine right out of his hand. He spreads his arms wide as lush green plants wrap completely around his body. "Inside my body, I host an even more miraculous and lethal symbiotic life form." This incredible display leaves everyone standing there completely speechless. "But wait, look at this." Jiang Xiaoyong speaks up. "If this mimicry flesh can copy things so well, can we shape it with a specific direction?" He holds out his hand to the astonished older man. "Go ahead and infect me. I want to try taming this thing." Still deeply confused, Chu Zhaofeng decides to go along with it. "If you really want to try," he says, throwing a piece of flesh straight at Jiang Xiaoyong. He rolls the flesh in his hands, examining it carefully, before letting it attach directly onto his palm. But absolutely nothing happens. Chu Zhaofeng steps closer out of pure curiosity, asking how it went. Jiang Xiaoyong shakes his head. "It is useless. This thing cannot be controlled. Once fused, it just attacks, so I destroyed it." As he says this, his gaze instantly sharpens. "Then how do you manage to control them?" Chu Zhaofeng's reply is chillingly calm. "I do not control them. I am them. Right now, every single cell and tissue on my entire body is completely made of this mimicry flesh, meaning, biologically speaking, I stopped being human a long time ago." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong find it almost impossible to believe if that is true. "How are you still keeping a human shape?" Chu Zhaofeng clenches his fist and explains that his humanity was actually lost a long time ago. "Right now, only a raw sense of duty keeps me going. Relying on sheer willpower, the structural topological data in my brain cells remains somewhat intact. That is why I can still process thoughts as Chu Zhaofeng and fight against the toxic instincts of this mimicry flesh. But I can feel my remaining sanity fading fast. Soon I fear I will not even be able to hold on to my human form." Right after that, he suddenly makes a desperate plea. "I beg of you, please protect Hyubin and these remaining survivors for me. I am ready to do absolutely anything you ask of me while I still have my mind." Hearing this, Hyubin cannot hold back her tears any longer. "Dad!" But right in that emotional moment, a system screen flashes before his eyes, revealing data on multiple disasters. And now, unlocking the Disaster Collector quest line. Imagine his shock as his eyes instantly widen. The interface clearly displays his main objective: do everything possible to investigate the different types of disasters. He reads through the list as his gaze sharpens, seeing the progress for the superphage virus and mutated spores. And finally, mimicry protozoa, with a reward of 300 points. The superphage virus must be the zombie plague back in City M. The mutated spores probably refer to those plant creatures in City S. And the mimicry protozoa? That is definitely the mimicry flesh these guys are talking about. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong turns back toward Chu Zhaofeng, telling him that it works out perfectly since he is tagging along. This completely surprises the older man. Go with me? To do what? But the youth only gives a very casual reply. It is nothing, just pure curiosity. At this, Chu Zhaofeng hesitates, wondering about the survivors left behind. Understanding his worry, Jiang Xiaoyong confidently tells him that it is a simple fix. Hey, Truong Chi. Someone has been pretty free lately. Night has fallen and bright stars cover the entire sky. Upon arriving, they simply cannot hide their sheer shock. Standing right before them is a man with giant tentacles, leading a little kid. What kind of monster is that? But the moment Soi spots them, he cheers happily. Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong looks completely caught off guard. Thang Triet, why are you bringing your son out here? Is his mom seriously okay with this? Hearing that, the kid flexes his tiny muscles. Don't worry, Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong. I am pretty strong now. Let me show you what I can do. Then, Soi raises his voice, calling out to the shadows behind them. All right, you've been tailing us this whole time. Show yourself, or we're going inside the house. The area seems totally silent, but a second later, the stalkers reveal themselves. Realizing they've been busted, their smug leader sneers, so this must be that incredibly famous gathering spot everyone talks about. Let me see what kind of expert is so tough that we all had to team up to defeat him. He clicks his tongue, points directly at Thang Triet, and calls him out. Then, with a mocking laugh, he shamelessly asks, Rumor has it that you can single-handedly take down several of our new humans, right? But Thang Triet just responds in a totally confused tone, Sorry, I just got off the plane and don't speak English. Completely bewildered, Thang Triet wonders what is happening. After watching for a bit, Trio Feng realizes they've totally mistaken Thang Triet for me. But they are all ready to charge. Since a fight is coming anyway, they decide to take advantage of their numbers and capture him right now. Right then, Soi steps forward, looking incredibly confident in himself. Dad, don't step in, let me handle this. Thang Triet nods but quickly warns his son to pick the easy targets first. A second later, they charge forward like hungry beasts ready to tear their prey apart. Without hesitating, Soi raises his weapon. He quickly fires a rapid barrage of bullets at them. But shockingly, the leader manages to dodge every single shot. You stupid kid. Don't you know that normal humans like you can never keep up with our insane speed? Just as one thug is about to strike, he gets hit. That trash talk definitely pissed Sui off, and he keeps aiming and firing. Who said I'm just an ordinary human? Suddenly, the kid moves with mind-blowing speed, continuously firing his weapon. Trying to catch him off guard, a thug lunges from behind, thinking this cocky brat is way too arrogant. But his strike completely misses, smashing hard into the solid concrete instead. Soi leaps up, presses his cold weapon right against the thug's head, and slams him face first into the ground before he can even react. Honestly, watching this kid pull that off leaves everyone completely stunned. Who is this kid? How is he this incredibly strong? Suddenly, a massive brute charges right at him, making Soi's eyes widen in pure shock. Oh no, he can't dodge, he's getting hit. But before the brute can even touch him, he gets blasted from behind. Luckily, Thang Triet steps in just in time, using his giant tentacles to fling the guy away. This sight terrifies the rest of the gang. Are these guys actually monsters? Even the thugs who were getting ready to attack are now completely frozen in fear. What is going on? This guy is way stronger than the rumors said. But a second later, they all team up and charge together. Let's attack together and see how many tentacles he actually has. Exactly, just take him down first. The others are completely useless anyway. But Thang Triet just calmly controls his giant tentacles, pointing them straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, his tentacles slice right through every single attacker. Within seconds, the entire gang is left lying completely broken on the cold ground. Soi immediately runs over to show off. Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong, how did I do? Smiling, Jiang Xiaoyong gently pats his head and praises the kid. Dealing with two of those cannibals should be an absolute breeze for him. It looks like he has been training incredibly hard lately. Hearing that, Cui replies, it's all thanks to the special field Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong created. Everyone has been eating those crops, and our strength has clearly skyrocketed. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong lets out a soft grunt. He silently notes that the crops from Zihoa field are essentially still plant-based life forms. Although they can't match the wild, hunting plants wandering around City S, they definitely contain real evolutionary energy, making this a pretty great surprise. Just then, Cui points ahead and asks what is going on over there. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly looks in that direction to explain. Regarding the current disaster, I have already formed a rough picture of our future, involving zombies, plant-based life forms, and also this gentleman right here. Pointing toward Trufeng, Jiang Xiaoyong explains that they call his unique life form simulated meat. By now, Jiang Xiaoyong fully understands the situation. It seems every territory has its own unique characteristics, with completely different types of disasters. Honestly, there is no telling what kind of insane enemies we face next. Meanwhile, another location is being overrun by swarms of insect monsters. After fighting them off, Trio Feng looks incredibly tense, unable to hold the line anymore. The enemies are too many. Open the side door and run. Save whoever you can. Very quickly, their vehicles speed out of the headquarters. But the relentless beasts refuse to let them go, diving down to launch an attack. Seeing this, the left-behind people scream out, "Do not abandon me, please!" But a second later, the monsters snatch them up. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong reassures Zhou Zhaofeng, no problem. We will guard this place. 20 or 30 cannibals can never pose a real threat to us. But suddenly, something catches his eye and makes him freeze. Jiang Xiaoyong points to the bound prisoner inside and asks, that guy is a cannibal, right? Zhou Zhaofeng quickly nods. Yes, I use him to identify anyone infected by mock meat. I also accidentally discovered that cannibals have absolutely no desire to eat those infected by mock meat. Not everyone can resist the urge of mock meat like I can. We are actually far more dangerous than cannibals. Zhou Zhaofeng explains further, we do not expose ourselves but quietly infect healthy humans, which is why we need this cannibal to identify them. But wait. Here is the twist. The cannibal grins wickedly and offers to tell them exactly who is infected, shocking everyone in the room. He rolls his eyes crazily, mocking Zhou Zhaofeng. I wonder if you still have any humanity left. Hearing this, Xiaoping stiffens. He asks, do you still feel pain over losing your daughter? Hearing this, Zhou Zhaofeng demands in a cold voice, what did you say? But the cannibal just laughs fearlessly. The daughter you risked your life to protect is already infected by mock meat, and we know exactly who did it. With a heavy heart, Xiaoping slowly reveals a fresh wound on her arm. Sensing his anger, Jiang Xiaoyong pats his shoulder, telling him to stay calm. But Zhou Zhaofeng replies blankly, what terrifies me is that I actually feel completely calm. Looking at his daughter, he continues, Xiaoping is infected, and I should be devastated, but I feel absolutely nothing. I think the human known as Zhou Zhaofeng has finally reached his end. Finally, Zhou Zhaofeng makes his final decision. It is time to dive straight into the sea of meat. His voice grows incredibly solemn. Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, although I can no longer feel human emotions, I beg you to finish what we started. If you can somehow purge the mock meat from your own body, can you please save Xiaoping too? Jiang Xiaoyong reluctantly shakes his head. That is just not realistic. I cannot simply use my own immune system to cure someone else. Hearing this, Zhou Zhaofeng can only accept the sad truth. I see. Zhou Zhaofeng sighs. Then, Jiang Xiaoyong looks at Xiaoping. Will you also turn into a monster like him? Xiaoping has no choice but to accept her grim fate. It is fine, she says. The world is already completely ruined, and I have nothing left to live for. Once I entirely lose control, I hope you will end my life. Right then, Jiang Xiaoyong interrupts, do not give up. I never said I was completely out of options. He pulls out a syringe filled with fluid. Take this and inject yourself, surprising Zhou Zhaofeng. What is this? Jiang Xiaoyong quickly explains this infection-blocking drug worked in City M, so maybe it can suppress the mock meat too. As soon as Xiaoping injects it into her arm, her father anxiously asks how she feels. Meanwhile, the captive cannibal mockingly sneers, "Do you idiots have any common sense at all? Mock meat is totally different from a simple virus. There is no way that cure is going to work." But watch what happens next. The cannibal's jaw literally drops in shock, and Jiang Xiaoyong knows the treatment is working. Zhou Zhaofeng cannot hide his absolute joy, crying out, "That is wonderful." Xiaoping then speaks up. She looks up with a sudden hope. "What about my dad? Can we inject this into him too? Can we turn him back into a human?" Jiang Xiaoyong shakes his head, "Probably not. His situation is completely different from yours." Zhou Zhaofeng quietly agrees he is right. "My human body has already been completely devoured." His next words leave Xiaoping feeling deeply heartbroken and totally powerless. "I am pure mock meat now, barely managing to hold on to this fragile human appearance." Then, Zhou Zhaofeng suddenly remembers, "You mentioned wanting to visit the meat sea. Are we still going? My remaining time is short." Jiang Xiaoyong wastes no time and replies, "Yes, let us go." The scene then shifts to City K. Zhou Zhaofeng scans the bleak surroundings. "We are pretty close to the meat sea, so it is definitely going to get dangerous." Jiang Xiaoyong nods in agreement. But suddenly, a strange sound nearby makes them both freeze. Standing in front of them is a group of pitiful kids, asking, "Excuse me, do you have any spare food?" But Jiang Xiaoyong immediately grows wary of these children. Zhou Zhaofeng warns him to watch out, sensing that something is terribly wrong. No one should be passing through here. Yet these kids keep acting pitiful, begging and crying that they haven't eaten in days. Meanwhile, Soi is busy wiping out monsters. He walks over to inspect the bodies and speaks up. "Why are there so many giant bugs around here? They're pretty fast and huge." He's already killed a bunch since last night. Standing behind him, Bin sighs. She admits she's never seen anything like this before. They only started showing up yesterday, and their numbers seem to be growing. Hearing this, Soi wonders if he and his dad somehow attracted them here. And just like that, hear those rumbling wheels in the distance? Bin immediately starts to panic. "What's wrong?" Soi instantly drops into a combat stance, warning her to be careful because uninvited guests are coming. In the distance, several tanks roll in, kicking up clouds of dust. Spotting the crowd ahead, the driver looks absolutely thrilled. "Those are real humans ahead, thank goodness. We've finally run into actual people out here. It looks like some kind of survivor camp." But the people there seem ready to launch an attack. Stepping out of his vehicle, a man quickly calls out, "Don't shoot, kid. We aren't your enemies." Hearing that, Soi narrows his eyes with deep suspicion. No cannibals or evolved humans, just ordinary people. Bin raises his hands high, telling them to calm down because they mean no harm. He then turns to warn his soldiers. "Put those guns down. Don't scare them." As Soi steps forward, Bin tells him to be careful, but he already trusts them a bit. "Don't worry," she says. "They aren't cannibals." Asking who they are and where they came from. The man explains he's Bin, and that they fled all the way from City B. They used to have a safe camp, but a swarm of giant insects overran it, leaving them completely helpless. So they had to flee south. 5 vehicles escaped, but they got separated along the way, with their leader and another tank heading towards City CA. This news makes Soi freeze. An insect swarm? He quickly shows them a dead bug to confirm. Bin is shocked, wondering if their local bugs are really this tiny. The soldiers inspect it and can't hide their relief, celebrating that the bug problem here is way milder than back home. But Bin warns them not to celebrate yet, because the swarm will eventually reach this place too. At least it proves the swarm is moving much slower than they had originally calculated. But seeing their relaxed reaction, Soi immediately speaks up. "Don't get the wrong idea," he explains. "Our city didn't have any of these insects before. These pests only started showing up yesterday, and we've got plenty of our own problems to worry about." Bin quickly asks if those problems are the mindless walking corpses. Soi confidently replies that there's no way they missed seeing them on the road here. But Bin explains, "We thought they were just puppets controlled by parasites, though we wondered why no bugs were crawling on their heads. He then boasts with confidence, "No worries, just look at our heavy military gear." Behind him, their powerful weapons are on full display, more than enough to wipe out bugs, making zombies look like a piece of cake. Hearing this, Hu Bin makes a suggestion. "Either way, let's get inside the camp first. If cannibals attack, we won't be able to protect this many people out in the open." But the soldiers grin with massive confidence, saying that now that they are here, protection duty naturally falls on them. Exactly, they boast. Compared to the brutal insect tide we've survived, the threat level here is basically elementary school stuff. So why, though? Yeah, these guys are just showing off. Meanwhile, over in City Ka, Tudung is busy tearing through monstrous creatures. Watching the slaughter from behind, Feng is absolutely stunned by his raw, terrifying power. After clearing the area, Tudung warns him that there are still at least 20 of his kind within a 1-kilometer radius. Feng already sensed them, noting they're all just mimic flesh that has completely lost the ability to take shape. It's terrifying to imagine what kind of brutal, gruesome end a normal person would meet if they got lost here. Immediately after, Feng urges them to move out, claiming he can feel they're getting pretty close now. But the sight ahead stops both men dead. The entire city is literally buried in a massive sea of flesh. Even the cells inside his body want to claw their way out. Right after that, Zhou Xiaofeng prepares to jump off the rooftop to plunge directly into the terrifying sea of flesh. But Jiang Xiaoyong holds him back, making Zhou Xiaofeng feel extremely frustrated and ask what is going on. Jiang Xiaoyong tries to convince him, asking if he is really just giving up. "Aren't you going to struggle a bit more?" But Zhou Xiaofeng has lost all hope, saying it is useless, because his human will is bound to vanish sooner or later. He fears that one day his monster nature will take over. But right then, he watches in shock as Jiang Xiaoyong begins to channel a strange magical power. He gasps, "Parasites are crawling out of your hand. What on earth are you doing?" The parasite shoots straight toward Zhou Xiaofeng, piercing his forehead to enter his body. In an instant, a sharp pain and a strange transformation ripple through his entire form. Right now, Jiang Xiaoyong is directly transferring his own magical energy into Zhou Xiaofeng. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly speaks, "Since you lack a stable physical structure, I will give you one." Immediately, a strange magical flow wraps completely around Zhou Xiaofeng's brain. Jiang Xiaoyong shuts his eyes tight, focusing every ounce of his concentration. When it is over, Zhou Xiaofeng is left dazed, asking what he just did. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly explains that he has implanted adaptive spores into his body. These spores will help him maintain his current brain structure. This also lets him study the properties of mimic protozoa. And get this, a sudden system notification pops up showing his Calamity Collector quest is active. The objective is to analyze disaster types, tracking his research progress on the superphage virus. With spores and mimic protozoa logged, he gains 300 points, bringing his total to 347. This leaves Zhou Xiaofeng utterly stunned. Mimic protozoa? Jiang Xiaoyong calmly explains that this species is exactly the mimic meat they have been talking about. Patting Zhou Xiaofeng's shoulder, he says softly that forgetting their host's structural data is a major flaw. It is not their true nature, but a fatal defect. Looking down, Jiang Xiaoyong explains that creating this sea of flesh is just a desperate move. To keep surviving, they need a constant, endless stream of new living sacrifices, throwing themselves in to sustain the mass. But as this fleshy monstrosity expands, all the living prey in the surrounding area will eventually be completely wiped out. When that happens, the sea of flesh will start to devour itself to survive. The lack of genetic diversity could even trigger a massive, widespread collapse, leaving the entire thing to wither away. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaofeng cannot help but ask, "Will these strange spores you implanted in me help me regain my lost humanity?" Jiang Xiaoyong quickly dampens his hopes, saying they can only help preserve his current condition. He explains that the adaptive spores will constantly use his current biological blueprint to divide and replenish his cells. At the same time, they will clash with the protozoa inside him, constantly consuming each other to reach a perfect balance. It seems Jiang Xiaoyong has planned for every single scenario. As long as the structural information flows, he can easily avoid forgetting who he is. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaofeng is stunned, asking if he can truly live forever as himself. Jiang Xiaoyong simply nods and confirms unless something unexpected happens, that is indeed the case. He whispers a soft thank you, but deep down, Zhou Xiaofeng is still plagued by a lingering worry. He confesses that even though his mind is preserved, fighting his monstrous nature every day will still be an agonizing challenge. He is terrified of losing control, but Jiang Xiaoyong looks at him with intense conviction, declaring this is the second thing he wants him to try. His next command leaves Zhou Xiaofeng completely frozen in shock. Jump down there. You can't blame him. Zhou Xiaofeng stares at the massive pit in absolute horror, utterly speechless, while Jiang Xiaoyong just casually urges him to jump. Jump. I am coming with you. Meanwhile, a squadron of tanks pulls into a nearby gas station to refuel their heavy war machines. Zhou Xiaofeng has completely lost his patience, barking at them to hurry up because they have no idea what threats are lurking nearby. One of the soldiers speaks up, gently reminding him, Commander, we are literally pumping gas right now. At that, Zhou Xiaofeng realizes they have traveled far, asking if they have crossed the borders of City B, which they left behind long ago. Now they are in City Ka, and he wonders if the Yang mercenaries are all right. But the radio operator sadly admits that the radio is totally ruined. During the heavy crossfire, a bullet hit the receiver, completely shattering the internal components into pieces. Frustrated and exhausted, Zhou Xiaofeng clutches his head in absolute defeat. He groans that they should have packed a spare radio, but the soldier quickly reassures him it is fine, they will probably slow down, and we can easily catch up once we finish refueling. Suddenly, a strange voice rings out, making them freeze. Asking if they are human, a group of normal-looking refugees slowly approaches the gas station. They beg for shelter, claiming they have plenty of supplies. Naturally, the soldier eyes them with deep suspicion, asking some questions. He asks if they are local survivors, and a woman quickly nods, swearing that they can share their valuable supplies. But the soldier remains highly skeptical, wondering why the local bug swarms didn't eat them. Little does he know, these survivors are actually disguised insects manipulating them. A swarm of insects? No, we have supplies. Hearing that, he gets a little confused too. I know you girls have supplies, but the moment he makes his suggestion to the leader, maybe we should just follow them and take their people and supplies. But Zhao Feng suddenly screams out to watch out. Those people have already revealed their true forms to attack him. Cutting to Brother Feng, he stares down at the writhing mass of flesh with sheer dread. Are you serious? He asks. But Jiang Xiaoyong firmly insists he has to jump anyway. Have faith in me, he says. After hesitating for a moment, they both leap straight down. Instantly, the creatures sense them and surge upward to attack. But Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes sharpen as they land, realizing they are both standing firmly on the giant mass of flesh. Suddenly, the meat beast lunges forward, trying to swallow both of them whole. A second later, both Jiang Xiaoyong and Brother Feng are bound tight. Suddenly, a strange tremor ripples beneath the sea of flesh before it turns eerily calm. Then, out of nowhere, it spews out a highly bizarre glowing green poison that coats the surroundings. That massive surge of magical energy does not stop, expanding wildly as Jiang Xiaoyong unleashed his own dormant power. The vines rip off his body, freeing him as Brother Feng stares in shock. What is this? Brother Feng wonders. But Jiang Xiaoyong quickly tells him to stop gaping because it is his turn now. Me, he stammers. Get ready for this, because before he can even process it, a massive, terrifying force begins violently tearing out of him. Creepy, parasitic structures begin crawling right out of Brother Feng's body, shooting straight toward the sea of flesh behind them and instantly intertwining with Jiang Xiaoyong's green vines. Powerful magic erupts around him, threatening to swallow everything in sight. In seconds, a massive, lush tree sprouts right in the middle of the flesh, leaving Brother Feng staring in absolute shock at the sudden transformation. Jiang Xiaoyong walks over and asks how it feels to finally satisfy his raw instincts. Meanwhile, Brother Feng still cannot hide his utter confusion. It seems the surrounding flesh can no longer attack them, and Brother Feng watches in awe as it gets completely swallowed by his own magical power. Stunned, he asks if he can actually control them, wondering if he has literally become the sea of flesh. But Jiang Xiaoyong quickly explains that it is not that simple. He only controls about 1/5 of it right now, and taking over the entire mass will take at least half a month. Just then, another tree sprouts rapidly right in front of them, leaving him dazed. When he asks what is happening, Jiang Xiaoyong explains that it is another trunk. Each trunk represents his growing domain of control over the flesh, expanding his reach by another level. Jiang Xiaoyong adds that once these trunks cover the entire area, he will truly become the lord of this flesh. But he warns him, those spores are mine to control. He issues a final warning not to plot anything against him or the people of M City, reminding the man that he can take this power back at any moment. Still shaken, Brother Feng quickly replies that he is beyond grateful and would never dream of it. He would never plot against them, which pleases Jiang Xiaoyong. But right as they relax, wait, because both of them suddenly realize something is going wrong. Far away, 2 other survivors are running for their lives, cursing that they would rather die in an insect swarm than get eaten by this monster. He suddenly freezes up, prompting Zhao Feng to scream at him to run. They both stare in disbelief at the strange, vibrant tree that has suddenly sprouted in front of them. Zhao Feng and Yang Bing's companion stare at the bizarre sight, wondering what it could possibly be when suddenly, a loud growl echoes. Hearing a low growl directly behind them, Yang Bing's companion completely loses his cool and frantically asks what they should do next. When asked if they should keep running, Zhao Feng looks at the ground and tells him it is impossible. He points out the rotten flesh ahead, which looks exactly like the monsters, leaving Yang Bing's companion completely terrified. Asked what they should do, he suggests running sideways, but the other objects, arguing they will not make it. As they argue, a massive, dark shadow suddenly looms over both of them from behind. Yang Bing's companion looks up in absolute horror as Brother Feng spews deadly venom, instantly trapping them both in a highly critical situation. Within seconds, the venom spreads rapidly across the ground, spawning multiple clones of Brother Feng. The deadly poison continues to spread at a frightening speed, relentlessly chasing down the fleeing figures. This nightmare becomes more intense than ever, and in just a few short moments, Brother Feng's clones surround them from all sides. In this heavy moment, time feels frozen as the process of absorption and assimilation begins at the exact same time. Zhao Feng and Yang Bing's companion stand frozen in shock before watching Brother Feng slowly take a step back. Still confused about being saved, the older man quickly signals them to stay quiet. Maybe it has not noticed us yet. But as soon as Zhao Feng finishes speaking, a chilling voice echoes out. Stop being foolish, I can see every single move you make. Dung Bin's teammates instinctively look around, searching frantically for where it is coming from. He also speaks up, asking who exactly is talking to us. Zhao Feng panics as a figure suddenly materializes right before his eyes, stammering, "What are you?" Right at that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong speaks up, explaining he is this entire massive sea of flesh. The older man frowns deeply, questioning him, "Who are you? And when did you even appear right beside us?" Jiang Xiaoyong simply chuckles, suggesting, "How about you two go first? Where did you guys even come from to get here?" Hearing their story, he cannot help but wonder. An insectide, Zhao Feng mentions. That is right. A swarm of highly aggressive, crawling bugs. Fast-flying pests, the older man adds, explaining that the larger ones can even spray highly corrosive acid from dozens of meters away. Even brain-controlling bugs exist, turning humans into mindless slaves. They fight together with a coordination that easily puts human teamwork to shame. Hearing all of this, Hu Bin falls into a heavy, thoughtful silence. She shifts her gaze toward Dung Bin, noting that it sounds like a truly eusocial species. The man opposite her is totally puzzled. A true eusocial species? Hu Bin explains further, comparing them to ants and termites. They have zero individual desires, completely dedicating their lives to the absolute survival of their entire colony. Absolutely terrifying. Their level of coordination and control is something that humans can barely even begin to imagine. The older man speaks up, asking so you can imagine just how monstrous our enemy truly is. Suddenly, a piercing screech splits the air, and you can already tell something bad is coming. Hundreds of terrified eyes lock onto a single direction. Instantly, they spot their targets. Cannibals, Dongbin whispers under his breath, watching them with extreme caution. Actual, human-eating monsters. Do those sick bastards really eat humans? Soi replies yes, and now you get to see exactly what kind of enemies we are facing. She smirks with pure malice, pointing out that someone in their group saw their leader head off towards City K. He lets out a devious grin now. Who is left to protect you? Meng Jiao barks out, listen up, resist, and I will end you all right here. Though that would be a complete waste of good resource. Why not let us protect you instead? All you have to do is choose one person every few days as tribute to feed us. How about it? He scoffs, you basically want to breed us like cattle. She warns them, I will give you 30 minutes to decide. Refuse, and we slaughter you all. Dongbin narrows his eyes. These bastards have no idea. He and his comrades begin pulling out their weapons, mocking the cannibal scum. Do you trash even recognize what these are? Meng Jiao frowns, acting tough with those broken guns. This kid must not be from around here. Right after her words, she and her vicious gang instantly launch their attack. On the other side, the onlookers are completely terrified, watching them leap down all at the exact same time. In a flash, all four land, standing right in front of the panicked crowd. The terrifying danger of these opponents is totally intense, jumping from several stories high without a single scratch. These guys are definitely not normal humans. Dongbin does not hesitate, instantly ordering his squad to open fire. But the bullets seem entirely useless, as those monsters just keep charging forward relentlessly without flinching. Unable to believe his own eyes, he screams out, are these bastards completely immune to bullets? Seeing the grim situation, absolute panic spreads. What do we do? Dongbin roars out, damn it! Hold your ground and fall back in order. As soon as he turns around, the enemy is already right in his face. Damn it. But watch this. Just as all hope seems entirely lost, a razor-sharp tail pierces straight through the attacker. Blood splatters all over Dongbin's stunned face as he stands frozen. Even Meng Jiao, caught in the middle of battle, is forced to halt. What is happening here? She stares at the figure in absolute horror. What kind of monster is this? An annoyed, angry voice suddenly echoes out in frustration. Did you not say that guy already left for City K? Meng Jiao snarls, accusing him, damn you, you set us up. The guy quickly tries to explain himself. Look closely. This beast is definitely not him. Heavy, chaotic footsteps scatter as terrified screams break out, run for your lives. He flees in sheer terror, screaming out, get out of my way. I am getting the hell out of here. Meanwhile, a figure suddenly hovers high up in the air. He instantly notices the newcomer and wonders, another powerhouse. In the blink of an eye, the figure closes the distance, cutting off Meng Jiao completely. What on earth is this now? Without uttering a single word, he lunges forward, launching a relentless assault. Deng Jia swiftly and flawlessly takes them down. The sheer display of martial dominance leaves everyone watching in absolute awe. Catching the look of pure disbelief on Dongbin's face, Soi smirks and asks, well, how was that? He adds, mutant wasps are tough to deal with, but compared to them, humans are still way more terrifying, right? Hearing this, the older man nods his head in total agreement. On the other hand, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly processes everything Zhao Feng explained. An insect swarm. Feeling a bit confused, he asks, so does that mean the disaster over in City B is completely different? Right at this moment, the system triggers a new quest notification, ordering him to investigate all these different disaster classes. His progress tracker displays the targets, the hyperphage virus, adaptive spores, mimic protozoans, and eightfold starbugs. Clearing them awards 400 points, unlocking a pest control mission to eliminate the insect threat for 300 more, leaving Jiang Xiaoyong guessing, oh, look at this, it's indeed a new disaster class. And these threats are piling up fast. The system rewards for each category are getting much bigger. He suddenly remembers something and asks if Trio Feng's allies went southwest. Trio Feng answers their original plan was to bypass the M-City downtown area and take the highway straight down south. He adds that they were heading toward their community outpost, prompting Duangbin's ally to ask if they actually still have a safe zone. Jiang Xiaoyong just smiles, keeping his cards close to his chest, before quietly shifting his gaze right back toward the transformed man. Tro Feng lowers his voice. He admits that since he's completely merged with this giant mass of flesh, going back is impossible. Jiang Xiaoyong, please protect Hu Bin for me. Jiang Xiaoyong refuses. His plan is to bring her and everyone from their outpost over to this very spot. This completely shocks Tru Feng, who asks how that could ever work. He feels too dangerous for them, but Jiang Xiaoyong asks if he's noticed a subtle shift in his own monstrous nature. Hearing this, Trio Feng instantly frowns. Hard. He knits his brows in absolute confusion. He suddenly realizes, indeed, he seems to have lost most of his urge to infect and hunt others. He wonders why that is. Jiang Xiaoyong explains that the adaptive spores feed this flesh mass with highly efficient energy, so the biological urge to hunt and kill naturally drops to almost nothing. And with his strong willpower, keeping this leftover urge in check should be pretty easy. Right after speaking, Jiang Xiaoyong signals him to move out, hoping to track down and regroup with Trio Feng's old friends. Seeing them, Sui is absolutely thrilled, shouting that Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong is finally back and that they just fought off some really tough enemies. Duangbin clears his throat upon spotting Trio Feng, respectfully addressing him as leader, and Trio Feng nods back. Trio Feng acknowledges that Jiang Xiaoyong was right about their location, but looks around to ask where the rest of their comrades are. Trio Feng explains that they ran into monsters, and everyone else in their squad died. The moment those heavy words leave his mouth, a wave of deep sadness washes over everyone present. Duangbin reassures his leader that it is all right now, insisting he needs to see how absurdly strong the survivors here really are. Trio Feng gives a bitter laugh, saying they should see the things his group witnessed first, now that was truly beyond belief. Hu Bin steps forward to ask Jiang Xiaoyong if her father really ended up becoming part of that terrifying meat sea. He confirms it, but he tells her not to grieve, because her father still maintains his own free will, leaving her stunned. Jiang Xiaoyong explains that he found a way for Troi Feng to control the flesh energy, making that zone the safest place in this hellscape. He immediately orders everyone to pack up and prepare to move, announcing that he and leader Chu Tru Feng found a much better base. Soon, the whole group is following Jiang Xiaoyong, but after a few paces, he warns them to be careful as they enter mimic monster territory. Right on cue, an unfamiliar voice suddenly calls out to them from somewhere behind the group. The voice asks if they are fellow survivors, prompting everyone to turn around on high alert, though Duangbin studies them carefully first. He remarks that these guys do not really look like those bloodthirsty cannibals they ran into earlier in this wasteland. They look like ordinary folks. But wait, Tro Feng suddenly freezes as he recognizes exactly who they are. When Duangbin wonders why the leader is reacting like this to normal civilians, Tru Feng raises his voice, urging them to look closer at whether these guys are actually human. Duangbin takes another look and freezes in sheer terror as anxious whispers break out all across the group of survivors. People mutter about how disgusting they look, just as someone else spots another shadow and quickly alerts the group. There are more of them over there, and as panic spreads, it becomes obvious that they are completely surrounded on all sides. They are coming from that side too. We are completely trapped. Trio Feng urgently tells Jiang Xiaoyong to lead everyone back to the Flesh Sea, while his heavily armed squad covers them. But Duangbin tells his leader not to panic. He explains that the young masters are incredibly strong, but Tru Feng snaps, telling him to stop talking nonsense. These monsters are not easy to deal with, so they need to gather the squad, unleash their heavy firepower, and keep them from closing the distance. Duangbin agrees they must listen to the leader because these things are different, and it's time to let their guns do the talking. Jiang Xiaoyong pats Tru Feng's shoulder, praising them for stepping up when things get ugly, proving that they are truly reliable allies in a pinch. With those words, he walks straight past them, telling the squad to pull back and stay behind him. He warns them to group up with the others to avoid any friendly fire, and without a second thought, Jiang Xiaoyong fires a warning shot straight into the sky. A bright red beam of light suddenly appears right in midair. Shuai Shuai looks up, completely puzzled by it. He asks Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong, "What are you doing? Is San's group over there?" Jiang Xiaoyong just chuckles, replying, "Nope, that's a totally different group of elites." Shuai Shuai frowns in pure confusion. Another group of elites? Jiang Xiaoyong spots the enemies arriving and immediately gives the order. "Go ahead and strike, but don't overdo it. Just keep our people alive. Someone else will clean up this mess in a bit." Sheng Zhe nods immediately. From the other side, weird mutated freaks charge forward without a second thought, and he, Xiong Jia, and Shuai Shuai rush to meet them head-on. In the blink of an eye, the three of them absolutely obliterate those man-eating beasts. Watching this unfold, Zhao Feng stands there, completely shocked. "Are these guys monsters too?" he asks. Yang Bing smirks. "See? Didn't I tell you? Boss, quite an eye-opener, right?" Right then another deafening roar echoes, catching everyone off guard. Are there even more of those beasts out there? They scream, unable to believe their eyes. A massive horde of imitation flesh monsters floods in. Then someone yells, "Commander Jiang Xiaoyong, we've got them over here too." Everything descends into utter chaos. Oh, damn it. Commander Jiang Xiaoyong's squad is pinned down and cannot rescue us in time. The person nearby shouts, "Grab your weapons! Defend yourselves!" Meanwhile, Zhao Feng charges forward at full speed. Hearing the frantic screams, the survivors shout together, "Damn it all! Hold the line!" But just as they brace themselves for the clash, he suddenly bypasses their ranks, rushing straight toward the monsters ahead. Someone asks in sheer disbelief, "Wait, aren't those beasts actually coming for us?" Right before their eyes is a scene you won't believe. The monsters are actually tearing each other apart. Watching the madness, Zhao Feng quickly pieces it together. "I get it now. These are the other elites brother Jiang Xiaoyong mentioned, the direct subordinates of that powerhouse." Yang Bing stares at him, utterly confused. "Wait, what powerhouse?" Zhao Feng just grins. "You will see for yourself soon enough." A moment later, a sigh of relief echoes. It is finally over. Suddenly, bizarre fleshy tendrils erupt from the ground, causing panic. They scream in terror, "Watch out! Get out of the way!" Sensing something is off, someone frowns and gasps, "What on earth is that?" The tendrils charge directly toward the dead monsters. The fleshy veins plunge deep into the carcasses, instantly absorbing and assimilating them into one. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly directs the group, "Follow these tendrils and will not control it yet. Stay back so you do not get hurt." Jiang Xiaoyong nods. "Exactly. We will camp here from now on. Just make sure nobody touches this sea of flesh. As long as you keep your distance, Chu Zhaofeng can suppress the meat's urge to attack and infect you." He turns to ask, "Tell me, have you found a safe gathering spot yet?" Zhaofeng replies, "About 1 kilometer southwest, right on the border of City C and City Q, there is an imitation meat factory that I have already cleared out. Everyone should head over there now." Meanwhile, a loud crash echoes from Zhang Qi's position. He scratches his head, wondering, has the plant invasion been getting a bit too frequent lately? He speaks up, "This situation means another wandering flower carriage is drifting close to our territory." Xiao Jia frowns. "Wait, was that flower carriage not already tamed by brother Jiang Xiaoyong?" He hesitates before replying, "There is more than just one flower carriage in the." He says, "San, Xiaokai, you guys are more than enough to handle this. Plus we have Cheng here. What is there to fear?" Huang Li agrees. He is right, but do not underestimate the enemy. Having Jiang Xiaoyong here guarantees no mistakes. Jiang Xiaoyong teases him, "Qi, look at you. You have gotten pretty cocky lately." He starts moving around, confidently replying, "Of course we are much bigger and stronger now. Lately, eating food from the flower cart has given even the ordinary town survivors a real boost in power. After all, you are one of the top elite fighters of this era." But after hearing this, he gets straight to the point. "Fine then. Tomorrow you are coming with me deep into the S-City forest to test your current skills." By the next day, they are already at the forest to assess their powers. After watching them for a while, Jiang Xiaoyong nods in satisfaction and praises pretty good job. Xiao Jia humbly replies it is nothing special. Trung Tri walks up and asks how is it? Brother Jiang Xiaoyong, we are not bragging, right? San and I have gotten way stronger. He just chuckles wait until you see the real flower cart before bragging. While they are chatting happily, Li Cheng suddenly spots something strange. He quickly calls out Jiang Xiaoyong. Look over there, right now. He approaches with the group, asking what on earth is that? Tree god Jiang Xiaoyong steps forward without a second thought to investigate. The moment his hand touches the surface, look at this. Loud rumbles shake the ground. Jiang Xiaoyong stares at the ruined scene in utter shock, wondering who could have done this. Li Cheng turns to ask, is it one of our people? Trung Tri frowns, immediately pushing back, absolutely no way. Our scouts have never ventured this deep into the forest. At that very moment, he suddenly catches a bizarre sound echoing from the nearby area. Jiang Xiaoyong instantly signals there is a noise over there. Let's check it out. Sure enough, as they follow the sound, a shocking scene unfolds before them. Out of nowhere, a massive tree trunk collapses straight toward him. His companions panic, screaming at each other to watch out. Suddenly, someone screams, "Hey, get back!" But the old man is too slow, and the heavy trunk crushes his leg. Damn it! Who did this? He shrieks as the agonizing pain gets louder, cursing what idiot did this to me. You bastard! His voice is dripping with pure rage, piece of trash. You are going to die a horrible death for this. Just as he tries to fight back, his entire body suddenly freezes up. Coughing up blood, he desperately begs, "No, please, I can still work. Do not do this. Just give me 2 days. I promise I will recover." But right after, invasive vines begin wrapping tightly around his entire body. The sharp creepers plunge directly right into his eyeballs, instantly tearing his whole physical form apart right before their eyes. The onlookers are left completely paralyzed in shock, gripped by an overwhelming, nameless terror. Realizing things are going south, Jia Huan urgently shouts to the crowd, "Stop standing around. Get back to work. Keep moving." Immediately, the others chime in agreement. "Yes, let's keep working." Another survivor adds, "We are fine. We can still work." Meanwhile, the dark creepers continue wrapping slowly around the dead man. Not long after, Trung Tri points out in surprise brother Jiang Xiaoyong, "Look, there are people here." He instantly recognizes that these are actual survivors out with our old group and split up. "Can your camp take us in instead?" Jia Huan cheerfully replies, "Of course you can. Surviving in this apocalypse is tough, and everyone is stressed. Disagreements happen, but there is strength in numbers. Sticking together makes survival much easier." Jiang Xiaoyong nods, that makes perfect sense. He motions for them to follow. After walking for a while, Jia Huan points ahead, "We are almost there." Xiao Jia quietly looks around. "These twisted vines are clearly part of a massive plant organism," San whispers, voicing her concerns. "Your shelter location has a major issue." While nobody is paying attention, his face twists into a cold, inhuman grin. Jia Huan flashes a bright smile, quickly explaining, "Brother, you got it wrong. These are just mutant plants. They do not attack humans." He points toward the thick brush ahead. "Just walk straight through those bushes and we will arrive." Walking and panting, Xiaojia grumbles, "If I did not know any better, I would have thought this place was a monster lair." The moment those words leave his mouth, a colossal, towering tree looms directly in front of them. Unable to believe his own eyes, he stammers out, "This thing is absolutely massive." Hate turns to ask, "Looking at this massive size, it is likely just as huge as the plant host inside Jiang Xiaoyong." He agreed completely. "That is right," he said. "Just in terms of size, it is definitely bigger than me. Even the entire flower field combined cannot compare." Jiang Xiaoyong chuckled and urged him on. "Go ahead, Chi-Tu. Show them what you can really do." Chi-Tu panicked, begging his senior not to tease him because he could never handle a beast like this. But suddenly, Jia Huan ordered his men to quickly subdue them. Right after, Jia Huan's allies jumped out from the bushes to hold them down. The sudden ambush left Hate completely baffled and deeply confused. Hate demanded to know what they were doing, while Jiang Xiaoyong just calmly watched their every single move. Suddenly, Xiao Jia pointed ahead and gasped. The giant tree began radiating an incredibly heavy, dark aura as loud, rapid rumbling noises started echoing all around them. Silence shattered. The quiet forest immediately devolved into a chaotic, terrifying mess. What is it doing? They wondered, as the dark corrupted plant host slowly rose and rasped out a chilling demand to submit. Shivering in terror, Xiaojia muttered that the creepy sight was giving her goosebumps, while those bizarre voices continued echoing through the dead air. They called them kindred and offered to serve, but a bizarre voice hissed back, calling it a utter humiliation. Jiang Xiaoyong glared at them with a sharp, piercing look before turning to the guard holding him down, only to realize his captor had gone pale with absolute terror. Seizing his chance, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly launched a swift, surprise counterattack. Caught completely off guard, his captor was instantly blasted backward as Jiang Xiaoyong summoned thick, wrapping vines to bind him tightly, leaving the guard totally dazed. Talk about a massive plot twist. Look at how easily they just flipped the entire battlefield on its head. He spared them since they were coerced, but the enraged plant hosts were already charging straight toward them with sheer fury. Hearing a noise, he quickly looked around. Ready. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong instantly snapped his vines back, while his reliable allies charged forward right behind him to clash with the hostile plant hosts. Fighting with absolute precision, they executed their moves and wiped out the plant threats in seconds. The captive onlookers watched in total shock, realizing these fighters were definitely not ordinary humans. One guy gasped, unable to believe they could actually fight those dangerous plant hosts so easily. Not only that, they actually had the upper hand, but another captive muttered that there was no hope because the enemy horde was just too massive. He explained that those horrifying corpses lying around were actually backup plant hosts waiting to wake up. While the crowd murmured in fear, Jiang Xiaoyong remained perfectly calm as he faced the charging horde, unleashing his devastating powers without showing a single shred of mercy. They fell instantly. The absolutely flawless victory left the startled onlookers staring in complete, absolute shock. "They are all monsters," he stammered, but before he could say another word, his entire body suddenly began shaking out of control. Thick wooden branches began bursting out from deep inside his skin, while his nearby comrades started coughing violently and wheezing that something felt terribly wrong. Screams of terror echoed everywhere, as the infected desperately begged for their lives, promising they could still work. Ha-Te watched this horror in panic, shouting that they would all die if this kept up. But Jiang Xiaoyong calmly muttered that killing the boss tree would solve everything. Leaving no room for hesitation, he charged forward on the offensive, sprinting at full speed directly toward the towering monstrous tree. He manipulated his power with incredible precision, launching a devastating strike right at the target. Suddenly, a massive, heavy branch crashed down toward him, forcing Jiang Xiaoyong to quickly raise his arms to block the impact. But the ground-shaking rumbling only grew louder, forcing the quick-thinking fighter to leap backwards several meters to avoid getting crushed. He scanned the giant beast, realizing an instant kill was impossible, and honestly, things are starting to look pretty grim here. Nearby, the terrified crowd kept screaming in despair, crying out that they did not want to die here. Dusting himself off, Jiang Xiaoyong regained his cool and ordered all the infected survivors to gather around him, though they suspiciously questioned what he wanted. No words. He simply let his actions do the talking. He released a massive wave of glowing blue antidote, completely engulfing them in a glowing mist as they panicked, wondering what it was. Moments later, their bodies miraculously returned to normal, leaving them completely stunned and asking what this substance actually was. He quickly explained that this was a rare algae fungus, secreting a compound called interferol, designed to suppress any further outbreak of the parasitic spores inside their bodies. Immediately after, Jiang Xiaoyong ordered Trung Trai to lead the survivors away, and the young man obediently complied. San and Xiaojia tag along to guard them, while the nearby plant hosts continue to hiss, mocking them as shameless slaves. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes went completely dark, as thick veins began bulging menacingly across his face. He glared at them with glowing eyes and roared, "You absolute fools," even as his own body began to assimilate, Symbiosis is the only way to survive, grow, and become truly powerful, as mutual domestication is the correct path. A moment later, his pupils returned to normal as he casually stretched his hand. No more talking. It is time for you to get back to business. He wonders, did those words just now come from the Xiehua? Can a Xiehua actually possess consciousness? Jiang Xiaoyong replies that the adaptive spore evolved long ago, with neuron-like structures making the emergence of consciousness completely normal. It can be seen as a convergent evolution of higher life forms. He turns away and says, let's head back to discuss this further. But for now, we retreat. Are we not fighting? Li Cheng asks. Jiang Xiaoyong admits it is not worth wasting time on such a giant enemy. We will come back next time after preparing. Seeing his group leave the forest just like that, the plant monsters are totally frustrated. They desperately scream in vain, it is not over. We must kill them. Not long after, his group successfully makes it back. Jiang Xiaoyong speaks up. I will call Zhang Sheng and the others back to guard the Xiehua field, protecting it against a large-scale attack from that giant plant. Li Cheng asks with concern they have all returned. Is everything fine over there? Glancing over, he replies, no need to worry. A powerhouse is already guarding it. Hearing this, Zhang Qi cannot hide his shock, asking a powerhouse, are they even stronger than us? Jiang Xiaoyong grins, then come over there with me and the two of you can spar. Zhang Qi replies with determination. We definitely have to spar. If I can't even beat that monster, how can I beat this newcomer? Jiang Xiaoyong says seriously. Old He, you should come with me too. We might need your professional expertise. He Qi immediately agrees. Get ready for this. Zhang Qi witnesses a crazy, once-in-a-lifetime sight that has him stuttering in pure shock. Holy crap. He quickly explains, that is the powerhouse I was telling you about. Right at that moment, Zhao Feng appears alongside his brother, Jiang Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately introduces him. This young guy is Zhang Qi. He wants to spar with you. You do not need to hold back at all. Hearing this, he points straight up to the sky, and giant tentacles instantly burst out, completely terrifying Zhang Qi. Holy crap! Feeling the sheer pressure of his opponent, he immediately backs down. Actually, never mind. We are all friends here. Let's keep the peace. Jiang Xiaoyong then continues introducing everyone, pointing out that this is old He. He is an expert from the S-City Agricultural Science Institute, and this is Zhou Xiaoping, a researcher at the C-City Biological Research Center. She smiles warmly and says, nice to meet you. I have heard of you for a long time, old He. He cheerfully replies, glad to meet you. Then Jiang Xiaoyong asks, is there any way to control the swarm? Could we perhaps kidnap the queen bee? He Qi answers seriously, I am an agronomist, so I do not know much about social insects. But based on known species, controlling an entire swarm like this could be pretty difficult. He explains further, the collective intelligence of an entire insect swarm is actually just an emergent phenomenon from the simple actions of many individuals, each with their own division of labor. A queen is simply a single link in this intelligent system, responsible solely for reproduction. The pheromones she secretes only suppress the sexual maturity of other members, without actually playing any role in their actual decision-making process. Zhou Xiaoping murmurs thoughtfully, but most systems tend to centralize, and it is hard to say if this insect queen has evolved functions similar to a central nervous system. After all, things like this flesh, mimicry, and even the adaptive spore inside Jiang Xiaoyong's body already exist. He Qi agrees that this makes sense. Jiang Xiaoyong then suggests that if that's the case, we should first try to capture and control the queen bee to see what happens. Zhao Feng hesitates. The insect swarm is just too massive, making it almost impossible to infiltrate the nest and control her. Zhao Feng adds, yes, all of Bee City is feeding this swarm. Its scale is likely comparable to that giant plant in the S-City forest. Zhang Qi suddenly chimes in, I have a slight idea, though I'm not totally sure. Jiang Xiaoyong walks over upon hearing this. Let's hear it. Zhang Qi asks, have you ever heard of the Trojan horse? A moment later, 3 cars suddenly speed over, with tires screeching loudly on the ground. Urgent shouts echo out, hurry up, move faster, followed by their frantic actions as they yell, get in the car, wait for me. The vehicles then quickly roll forward into the distance, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only rushed, frantic voices shouting, "Drive, get moving, do not block our way." At the same time, Jiang Xiaoyong watches carefully from behind. Jiang Qi claims his plan will definitely work. But look at this, right as he speaks, Jiang Xiaoyong senses they are already here. In an instant, the swarm falls into the trap, buzzing wildly toward them. Jiang Qi gasps in panic. What on earth is that? He looks up and explains, that is just a scout from the nest. Jiang Xiaoyong smiles slightly. Our bait has officially worked. As the buzzing noise grows louder and louder, the massive swarm slowly blackens the entire sky. Zhao Feng and his teammates stare at the sight before them, completely speechless, when a panicked voice suddenly breaks the silence. I am not doing well. I am getting out of here first. Trung Tri knits his brows tighter, making Ha Te standing next to him extremely worried. Is everything okay, Jiang Xiaoyong? His cold stare suggests that there is absolutely no problem at all. Right at that moment, a massive insect tide comes buzzing in, forcing Zhao Feng to immediately step up to face them. As the clash begins, Jiang Xiaoyong takes direct control of his vines, sending them straight toward the insect tide. Thick vines sprout out from everywhere, quickly wrapping around and trapping the swarm in an instant. Overwhelmed by the crushing pressure of the vines, the insect tide cannot even fight back as the roots rapidly consume their bodies. Zhao Feng is completely stunned, honestly. With this insane strength, they could probably just charge straight into the nest. In just moments, the entire swarm is utterly defeated, leaving them completely paralyzed on the ground. A worried Ha Te asks, "Will this method actually work?" He replies calmly, "The healing factor of these bugs is way worse than synthetic meat, making control a lot harder." On top of that, Jiang Xiaoyong adds, "Controlling Chu Zhaofeng was successful because he cooperated. But this wild swarm will never just listen and play nice." At that moment, panic rises as everyone yells out, "The one on my side is dead too. How is your end doing? This seems too much. Hope is all we have." But then, his incredibly sharp senses catch a very faint sound nearby. Jiang Xiaoyong and the team rush over immediately. As he silently watches the insect, its leg suddenly twitches and touches the ground, leaving him completely shocked. Is that actually a success? Smiling, he gently pets the creature while whispering, "Looks like we did it." A puzzled Ha Te asks how many they tested. "Only one success?" He casually answers, "One is plenty." In no time, Jiang Xiaoyong is controlling the bug with absolute ease, floating in midair while analyzing their next move. He mutters to himself, "No wonder those city bee people get absolutely terrified whenever the swarm is mentioned." With a subtle smirk, he sees how scared they got. Meanwhile, inside a dark, ominous area, more and more of the insect beasts are beginning to gather. Feng Xuan watches closely and whispers this is way too dangerous. His confused teammate asks if his theory is actually correct, while another person right next to him joins in, worrying they might get completely lost in this place. Feng Xuan cuts and bugs also need air circulation, so we just have to follow the direction of the breeze. We will definitely find the exit that way. And so, the three of them venture deeper inside. But as he looks around, he suddenly spots something strange. Taking a closer look, Feng Xuan is frozen in pure horror, his voice starting to tremble uncontrollably. These poor people are being used as breeding beds for the insect larvae. This is absolutely disgusting. His teammate grits his teeth, telling him to stop looking because if they get caught, they will suffer the exact same fate. Walking a few more steps, Feng Xuan spots a beam of light right ahead. He excitedly tells his team, "Look, there is light. That must be the exit." Feng Xuan cannot hold back his tears, crying out, "This is amazing. We actually made it." Suddenly, a piercing sound rings out, throwing them into total panic. What was that noise? He immediately screams, "It is the bugs. Run as fast as you can." Feng Xuan says with pure determination, "Victory is right within our grasp. We absolutely cannot fail here." A moment later, a bright smile lights up his face as he cheers, "We did it." But in an instant, Feng Xuan and his teammates freeze right in their tracks. And just like that, their hopeful smiles instantly vanish. Standing right before them is a swarm of bugs. As their eyes lock, the creatures charge without a single second of hesitation, forcing him to scream in terror. "No, please stop." A freezing, suffocating chill quickly sweeps over the entire surrounding area. Jia suddenly hears a strange noise and clears his throat. There is a sound. No sooner has he spoken than the sight ahead leaves him completely frozen. Feng Xuan and his group suddenly appear right in front of Jia. Standing up, he asks, "What kind of room is this place?" Jia calmly replies, "This is the food storage room, and starting from now, you guys are the emergency backup food." Feng Xuan's teammate starts crying. "If we knew this, we wouldn't have run, since working like slaves at least gave us a survival chance." Jia notices someone lying on the floor and asks, "What is wrong with him? Is he dead?" Feng Xuan frowns in absolute confusion. "Who is this?" The person next to him responds, "No idea," and his teammate adds that he definitely wasn't one of the guys who ran with them. He immediately walks over and calls out, "Hey, are you still alive?" Jiang Xiaoyong groggily sits up, asking if they have finally arrived. Gently dusting off his sleeves, he mutters, "This winding, twisting trip almost made me completely dizzy." Jiang Xiaoyong rolls his eyes, looking around. Is this really the inside of the insect planet? Impressive. They built it just like a massive maze. Jia is utterly baffled by his relaxed attitude. Is he a new captive here? And how does he even have the mood to admire this? Jiang Xiaoyong stands up and asks if anyone can find the way to the queen bug. Hearing this, Feng Xuan instantly frowns in deep concern. Jia wonders what he means, asking why he wants to find the queen bug. Jiang Xiaoyong just smiles, saying he has some business with it. People around them start whispering, wondering if this kid is just a total idiot. Another guy agrees, saying the shock probably fried his brain and made him stupid. But right at that moment, a sudden rustling sound echoes through the dark. Jia trembles, unable to hide her sheer terror. They are back to pick another victim. Instantly, everyone starts huddling together in a panic. Someone curses, demanding to know who is shoving him because he can barely breathe. Turning around, he sees Jiang Xiaoyong still standing there and screams. He yells, "Hey, why are you just standing there? Do you want to become bug food?" His buddy warns him to shut up. "Stop talking. The next victim might be us," he mutters helplessly, apologizing since this kid chose the absolute worst time to lose his mind. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong locks eyes with the approaching bug, staring it down without flinching. The panic and tension keep rising even higher now. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong reaches out and grabs the bug's leg before delivering a devastating heavy punch. Everyone watching this play out is left completely speechless and confused. What is going on? Shocked voices start echoing through the crowd. He actually killed the bug. Others ask if he sneaked a gun inside, believing that must be it, even though nobody saw a weapon. Jiang Xiaoyong turns, asking if they are coming or staying. Feng Xuan hesitates at first, but then firmly says he will follow Jiang Xiaoyong, offering to navigate since he almost made it out once before. The crowd immediately joins in, shouting that they are coming along too. Another voice chimes in, begging to join because there is safety in numbers. Staying here means certain death anyway, so they might as well risk it. Hearing this, a mysterious smile creeps onto Jiang Xiaoyong's face, but not long after, that familiar clicking sound starts echoing through the chamber again. Everyone looks ahead in unison to see what's coming. Within seconds, a horde of bugs appears right in front of Jiang Xiaoyong. Fear grips the crowd once more, knowing that no matter how strong he is, he can't fight off this many. People scream that they don't want to die like this, but as they prepare to run, Jiang Xiaoyong calmly faces the incoming swarm. The survivors stare in absolute shock. Who in their right mind would face a swarm alone? Jiang Xiaoyong instantly rips a bug right in half, keeping his composure as he launches a direct, brutal counterattack. In moments, the frantic sounds of screeching finally die down. The crowd is stunned, murmuring that this is getting way too ridiculous. He just wiped out an entire swarm with his bare hands. Jiang Xiaoyong wonders if the bugs came from the queen's nest. Feng Xuan nods, saying that is highly likely. Jiang Xiaoyong tells them to move out, and soon enough, he reaches his destination. He stands there, silently studying the massive creature, wondering if this is indeed the target he has been searching for. Feng Xuan speaks up, explaining that this is not the queen, but a creature known as the sky threadworm. Jiang Xiaoyong frowns. Feng Xuan tells him to look at its rear, mentioning he once saw antenna-like tails growing out of its backside. Jiang Xiaoyong is surprised, wondering if those tails are actually designed to control the entire bug swarm. Feng Xuan confirms it, warning him not to disturb it, or else countless bugs will swarm and tear them apart. Before Feng Xuan can even finish his warning, Jiang Xiaoyong's sudden action terrifies him, making him scream out what he is doing. The others look on in sheer disbelief, frantically asking what on earth is in his hands. Massive vines shoot forward, wrapping around the sky threadworm in an instant, and completely locking down the creature's entire body. The onlookers are left completely stunned by this supernatural display, wondering if Jiang Xiaoyong is even a human being anymore. Suddenly, a barrage of frantic clicking sounds alerts him. As the others realize the sky threadworm is under attack, a massive wave of bugs rushes in to defend it. They yell out a warning, shouting that they have a huge problem over here. Jiang Xiaoyong hears this and turns. Without hesitating, he uses his free hand to summon even more vines. The crowd gasps as the attack sweeps right past them, nearly giving them a heart attack. The crushing vines successfully block the incoming bugs, instantly wrapping and trapping their entire swarm. But seriously, can we even blame Jia for wondering who the real monster is here? Jiang Xiaoyong is just built entirely different. Shortly after, Jiang Xiaoyong glares sharply at the sky threadworm, standing perfectly still as he watches the creature struggle in vain. Suddenly, the worm completely loses all strength and collapses to the ground, leaving everyone shocked, wondering if it is dead. Jiang Xiaoyong mutters that using mutator spores to control a resisting host is still pretty difficult. He closes his eyes to focus, realizing he just read the queen bug's exact location, as massive vines burst from his body. They quickly spread everywhere, leaving everyone in absolute terror. Watch out, holy crap, what on earth is going on here? Meanwhile, the other spawn bugs just casually keep moving. But right at this very second, they suddenly sense some strange sound drawing closer. A massive wall of thick vines suddenly erupts right in front of the spawn bugs. The vines ruthlessly target the monsters, wrapping around them with absolute force. As the grip squeezes tighter and tighter, the spawns shriek in pure, agonizing despair. Gradually, those shrieks begin to fade away, before completely dying out in a strangely quiet instant. With every single spawn bug now totally wiped out, the low buzzing sound from outside starts echoing through the room. Suddenly, some bizarre phenomena start happening inside, leaving the confused group to ask, "What on earth did you just do?" Jiang Xiaoyong softly smirks, loosening the soil of this massive bug nest while quietly absorbing the energy of the dead spawns. Suddenly, he lifts his leg. Now that the setup is complete, it is time. Jiang Xiaoyong stomps heavily on the ground. "Found you, haven't I?" Deep cracks instantly spiderweb across the floor. And right here, we get this crazy sensation that they are stepping into a completely different world. The moment their feet touch the ground, a massive cloud of dust billows upward. Calmly scanning the strange cavern, he looks up as the group is left wondering, where is the mother bug? Where is it? Glancing down, he calmly tells them right under our feet. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately follows with a brutal stomp, and a massive, terrifying dark shadow instantly towers directly in front of him. He immediately glares at it with sharp caution, as the colossal broodmother stretches out to block their entire view. Its deafening roar echoes throughout the cavern, and a massive swarm of spawns instantly gathers around the giant broodmother. Feng Xuan breaks into a cold sweat at the terrifying sight. These bugs just never seem to stop coming. Right then, the ground beneath them suddenly fractures. Everyone collapses into a heap, only for thick vines to wrap around them in complete shock. He calls out, "I need to clear these pests. Stay inside this cage for a bit." The other guy responds, "Whatever works for you." The colossal broodmother immediately commands her spawns to swarm him. Our main character glances over and instantly reads their moves. He quickly commands the thick vines to shoot up, completely cutting off the path of the spawns. Out of nowhere, Thick webs of spider silk shoot straight toward Jiang Xiaoyong. Sensing the danger, he keeps a sharp eye on their movement. He quickly pulls back his vines to dodge the incoming sticky silk, but the giant spiders keep firing webs to pin him down. He moves with insane agility, effortlessly dodging every single web they shoot. He reaches down, grabbing a heavy stone off the dusty ground. If I can destroy your whole nest, do you minor spawns really think stopping you is hard? He hurls the stone at them with absolute, bone-shattering force. The stone instantly tears through the spider bodies, turning them into dust in a flash. Seeing this, the group cannot help but gasp. How is he this strong? As expected of a legendary boss, he is completely dominating. Thank goodness we are actually going to survive this. Suddenly, the quiet broodmother lets out an agonizing shriek, her massive limbs trembling violently. He just looks at her calmly. What are you screaming for? I have no intention of killing you. With that, he instantly directs the surging vines to wrap around the giant broodmother. They instantly bind her entire massive body. Feeling the immense pain, the broodmother starts thrashing wildly, her screeches growing louder by the second. He warns her the adaptive spore vines have already pierced your brain, so if you dare struggle, you will die instantly. At the same time, he thinks to himself there is only one queen here, and failing this would be a total waste. Looking at her, he is quite surprised. Jiang Xiaoyong analyzes the situation under his direct threat. The beast is actually showing complete submission. This broodmother queen is clearly highly intelligent. Just then, the system alerts him that his disaster collector quest is currently tracking the superphage virus progress. This tracking includes the adaptive spores, mimetic protozoans, and the octoploid broodmother. Reward is 400 points. The pest control quest is complete, having successfully eliminated all threats from the spawn bugs. Earning another 300 points puts his total at 961. He mutters both quests done. That is a cool 700 points. Now he calculates in that case, why not completely dominate this octoploid broodmother to prevent any future trouble down the line? Open the system shop. Scanning the system interface, he mutters to himself, if I find any ability awakening chests, I will buy them instantly, then manually refresh until my points completely run out. The system alerts him that he has manually refreshed 8 times, consuming a grand total of 1,024 points. He receives 2 level 2 ability chests and 3 level 3 ability chests. His remaining point total is now down to 409. Without wasting time, he commands to open everything at once. The system processes, consuming 350 points, leaving him with just 59. Instantly, a massive wall of attribute upgrades floods his screen, rows of text scrolling in every direction. Without a single second of hesitation, he taps the screen. Just as he thought his domination mark has reached level 2, doubling his control limit to 2 people. Jiang Xiaoyong chuckles and says, "You are pretty lucky. Follow me and I guarantee you will rise to the top." He immediately assimilates the swarm bug right after. Meanwhile, outside, a massive fight is breaking out over 2 people occupying this huge warehouse. Honestly, are these 2 smart or just downright stupid? They are literally walking around carrying a target on their backs. Darhouse smiles and says, "Your plan is pretty solid. Look at these idiots walking right into our trap." The shouting continues as someone yells, "You shameless couple. Are your brains completely fried from all that fooling around? Do you really think you can win against our numbers?" Suddenly, another voice cuts right through the crowd. "But do not worry, beautiful. I will definitely make sure you feel like a goddess before you die." Before he can even finish, she completely shuts him down. Heal Huyen sneers, "Fine. Let me see how a junkie like you makes me a goddess." Panic spreads as someone asks, "Did any of you even see her move?" The guy behind whispers, "No." In a blink, she is right next to them. Heal Huyen strikes without hesitation, pressing her blade right against his neck in the absolute chaos. Heal Huyen raises an eyebrow. "Tell me how it feels." He stammers a quick apology before someone gasps, "You two? How are you both so strong? How is this even possible?" He scoffs, totally fine with dropping some truth in this day and age. The only people stronger than us are that group. They exchange confused looks, that group. Suddenly, a clicking sound from high above draws everyone's eyes. What is that noise? Someone immediately recognizes the swarming insects, and as Hio Huyen and Dar Hao look up, they freeze in absolute terror. Right now, the massive swarm has completely blotted out the entire blue sky. Suddenly, he screams a warning they are on the ground too. Right on cue, the bugs rush in. Hio Huyen yells to Dai Hao, get to high ground. The two scramble up just in time to escape. The others run for their lives, but their human speed is absolutely no match for the fast-moving insects. He watches silently. What on earth is going on? Meanwhile, Dong Bin's ally shouts a warning. Zhao Feng frowns and asks, what is it? The man stammers a swarm. A massive swarm is coming. Binoculars in hand, he watches as Dong Bin's teammate gasps in horror, we are completely dead. Zhao Feng cannot believe his eyes. Wondering leader Jiang Xiaoyong went down to handle them. Did he actually fail? Right then, an incredibly sharp screech echoes through the air, startling everyone. What was that sound? Zhao Feng steps up, reminding them of the meat sea. The meat sea will protect us. Yes, we still have the meat sea. They burst out laughing in relief as the swarm actually avoids attacking them. Back off, bugs. We have backing and monster protection. But suddenly, someone shouts out, watch out! There is a giant one flying this way. Everyone immediately gears up to fight. But suddenly, someone spots something extremely strange. Wait! Look over there! As the flying insect gets closer, they instantly recognize it is their leader, Jiang Xiaoyong. Right as they say it, he lands in front of them. Hio Bin runs up first leader Jiang Xiaoyong. Zhao Feng steps forward to ask leader Jiang Xiaoyong, how did it go? He replies, it went pretty well, but we have a group of survivors to take in. He smiles, that is easy. But she hesitates. But the food supply seems tight. Jiang Xiaoyong reassures her, do not worry. The flower fields are still expanding. Plus, our farming over at Traitors City will keep everyone well fed. He then smirks, adding another piece of news. This entire city is about to become our personal farmland. Meanwhile, Ha Te is treating the people in the forest. They are actually recovering and might fully heal. One asks, really? Can I finally escape that monster's control forever? Suddenly, someone yells out, look over there. What is that? It is a giant insect. Immediately, they start shouting warnings, stay alert, prepare the defense plan, and shut the gates. But suddenly, the giant insect does something that leaves everyone completely baffled. Did those bugs just fly around our fields? They are literally just hovering in the sky. Ha Te looks up and instantly realizes that Jiang Xiaoyong's plan succeeded. Meanwhile, the plant-like creatures are still wandering casually through the woods. Hearing a strange buzzing sound from high above, they slowly tilt their heads up to look. Facing them is a massive swarm of insects. Jiang Xiaoyong softly commands swarm, obey my orders. It is dinner time. The insects immediately dive down onto the plant creatures below. They launch a synchronized attack from all directions, completely surrounding their defensive lines. Meanwhile, Zhongzi just slowly gnaws away at those massive plant creatures. Wicked whispers drift through the wind under a clear blue sky as they all scream out together, what do you want? Jiang Xiaoyong speaks up, be tamed by me, and become a symbiotic organism inside my flower carriage. The plant creatures snap back, submit below that thing. My massive body weight easily crushes that failure. I am the true lord of this forest, and it is nothing but a loser in our competition. Hearing this, his eyes turn icy cold, telling them to understand their place. Without a single second of hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyong strikes. You are the loser now. Watch how that massive shadow crashes from above, shattering the absolute silence with a deafening, earth-shaking boom. Veins bulge across his face as he declares, I have already severed your giant trunk. Next, I will completely rip out your roots. This is your absolute final chance. So surrender now. Vines fuse with the freshly severed trunk and rapidly crawl upward, quickly transforming into a colossal tree. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately commands them, go, merge into one. Right on cue, the seed begins its rapid germination state. Simultaneously, the system announces that the weeding quest is complete, successfully neutralizing the weed threat. He gets 100 reward points, with the Utopia quest still active. The quest objective expands their community, showing the progress of neutralizing threats in the surrounding adjacent areas. Exploring new zones adds 20 evaluation points, bringing his current score to 92, with 80 bonus points totaling 239. Waiting outside, Ha-Tae is pacing back and forth with anxiety, wondering if everything is actually going okay. Suddenly, someone shouts out the swarm is back, meaning brother Jiang Xiaoyong must have succeeded. The very next second, he appears right before their eyes. Seeing him, the elder asks, "How did it go? Did you defeat that giant plant?" Standing tall, he calmly replies, "It has already become a part of me." Ha-Tae immediately knits his brows, muttering, "A part of you? What on earth do you mean by that?" Jiang Xiaoyong lets his actions do the talking. "What I mean is this." Instantly, countless thick branches erupt all over the grass. He says, "The internal flower carriage power inside my body has surged over threefold now." He adds, "Every plant creature in S-City is under my control." Meanwhile, over in coastal city H, the joyful cheers of the local citizens echo through the streets. A man runs over, asking, "How did you get this massive haul?" The fisherman grins widely. "Our lives are finally turning around." Suddenly, a massive rumble catches their attention, making them wonder what on earth was that loud noise. Looking down, a man gasps in absolute disbelief, swearing loudly. From below, someone yells up, "Hey, what is making all that noise?" But no answer comes. Instead, the guy just starts sprinting back like his life absolutely depends on it. He panics, screaming, "Get back inside the building! Hurry!" The confused fisherman frowns, "But what about all our fresh fish?" His buddy snaps, "Dump them. Forget the damn fish. Hurry before we all die." Everyone else starts shouting, "Run inside the building. Move it." Stubborn to the end, he clutches his catch and sprints forward with everything he has, cursing under his breath. Brace yourselves, a monstrous tsunami suddenly crashes down, burying the entire area under a vast ocean of water. Those who failed to escape are swept away instantly. He looks back and realizes with horror, damn it, that explains the massive fish harvest. Before ordering the survivors, "Hurry, recover the bodies for cremation." His voice slowly drowns in the heavy rain. But with the scaffolding completely shattered, his companion hesitates. What can we even do now? Meanwhile, the relentless rain continues to fall across the entire region. Listening to the constant patter of raindrops outside, Li Cheng sighs with deep frustration, exhaling a long, heavy breath. The surrounding fields will surely flood. Li Cheng asks about the status of the flower carriage crops, and Ha-Tae quickly responds. Those flower carriage crops are quite highly adaptable, so the rain won't do much damage. But if this downpour continues, the overall yield will suffer. As they talk, the expression on Jiang Xiaoyong's face suddenly twists. Noticing this, the elder asks with growing concern, "Jiang Xiaoyong, what is it?" He gestures for everyone to remain absolutely silent, then immediately presses his ear flat against the ground to focus. Sensing something shocking beneath them, Jiang Xiaoyong gasps in surprise and immediately yells out, "Tell everyone in the surrounding towns to get inside the fortress right now." Working together, they quickly start coordinating and evacuating the panicked citizens inside. "Hurry! Leave your belongings behind. Move your legs." The confused Trung Tri asks brother Jiang Xiaoyong, "What is happening? Is there another unstoppable enemy coming our way?" Before he can even reply, Jiang Xiaoyong's grim voice cuts in floodwaters. He knits his brows. Floodwaters. Instantly, Xiaojia and Trung Tri leap high into the air to seek safety. Watching from above, Li Cheng completely freezes, quickly deducing that the colossal flood is rushing in directly from the ocean. Li Cheng mutters, "It is already over a meter high here. Who knows how badly it will devastate H-City when it hits." Trung Tri frowns deeply, wondering, "Our outer wall will not survive this, right?" Suddenly, a tremendously powerful aura erupts from Jiang Xiaoyong, leaving everyone completely speechless. Veins gradually creep across leader Jiang Xiaoyong's face as the torrential rain continues to blanket the entire world. Jiang Xiaoyong commands a massive surge of vines to rush forward, fusing together to form a pretty much perfect wall. The rushing floodwaters quickly catch up, slamming hard against his massive vine wall with a heavy crash. Someone yells out in relief, "It worked." The wall totally neutralized the water force. Meanwhile, heavy rain keeps pouring down on them. Talk about a nightmare, the whole area is a tragic mess. A girl shudders. If not for leader Jiang Xiaoyong, we would have drowned in this flood. Beside her, another survivor quickly nods, saying that is absolutely true. This massive flood will ruin Dongyu, so what about our future food? Another guy snaps back, what are you even worrying about? Leader Jiang Xiaoyong definitely has a plan. Meanwhile, he stands there in deep thought, wondering what triggered this sudden massive flood. Suddenly, the system rings out with an update. The disaster collector quest is underway. Current quest progress. The list shows the superphage virus, adaptive spores, mimicking protozoa, octoploid centrosome, unknown disaster, with a reward of 800 points. Chaos erupts everywhere as frantic voices start crackling through the communication system. Hello, go ahead. Yes, I understand completely. Quickly call all the patrollers back here right now. The flood is coming. Wait, what flood? And what about the flower carriage fields? Do not worry. They can adapt on their own. But the aggressive floodwaters keep surging forward, growing faster and more violent by the second. Right at that moment, rice crops suddenly shoot up from the ground. People keep shouting in panic, the flood is here, stay sharp. It is terrifying. A portion of this massive flood raw power is actually being absorbed by that sea of flesh. After listening, Jiang Xiaoyong simply replies, all right, I got it. Seeing him hang up the call, Lai Trin immediately presses him, what is the situation? Jiang Xiaoyong replies that the outer wall of the Taifeng factory has taken some damage, adding that the coastal insect hive in City B was hit even harder. Jiang Xiaoyong continues, but honestly, it is not a major issue. As long as the mother insect is alive, the swarm will quickly bounce back. He lowers his voice. I just hope the flood recedes soon so we can resume production. Ha Te finally speaks up. I checked, and the floodwater is actually salt water. With the soil completely soaked like this, it might take 1 or 2 years to recover. I just hope the flower carriage field harvest does not drop too much. He reassures them, do not worry. Our food reserves are plenty to keep everyone fed for at least 2 or 3 years. Besides, within 6 months, the vast farmlands in City S should be able to stabilize their own food production. Jiang Xiaoyong stares up at the sky, knowing the absolute priority right now is finding out what triggered this bizarre flood. A resident looks down and mutters, is it really safe just because the sea is calm? Another guy shakes his head, not necessarily. The dead might have turned into water ghouls, waiting right beneath the surface. A fisherman shrugs, it has only been 1 night, so probably not. He argues back, last night I heard strange waves beneath the water. And saying this, the young man suddenly stands up. He points a finger downward, urging everyone to look closely, noting that despite the calm water, there is not a single body floating on the surface. But wait, someone points out that just hiding here is not a permanent solution. This building is too narrow and low, so if sea monsters show up, we are dead meat. Immediately, a loud voice echoes back. Did you guys hear that? Someone yells, everyone get over here quickly, because if the sea monsters arrive, we are all dead. He frowns, wondering what they should do, while the guy next to him mutters, if we want to live, there is only one way. He hesitates about risking it, warning them to pull him up if water ghouls appear, before taking a deep breath and acting decisively. Slipping into the dark water, he plunges down, opening his eyes wide to scan the area as several chilling shadows suddenly loom ahead. As they drift closer, their terrifying faces are instantly revealed. The water ghouls aggressively swarm forward, and sensing that things have gone horribly wrong, his face turns completely pale with fear. He immediately starts struggling, frantically swimming back toward the surface until he finally manages to break through and gasp for air. Seeing him break the surface, his friend asks how it went, while the diver screams in sheer panic, pull me up, get me out of here right now. But before they can even react, the terrifying pack of water ghouls completely surrounds him. The monsters violently drag him under as his crew desperately tries to pull him back, screaming, damn it, pull. Am I the only one lifting? He is insanely heavy because the water ghouls are pulling with massive force, dragging him deep under until he completely loses consciousness. Within seconds, Dark blood begins swirling into the water, and the exhausted survivors collapse on the deck, thinking they saved him. Staring blankly at the shredded rope, he mutters, "It is over. He is dead for sure." Suddenly, another guy screams, pointing to a massive pool of dark red blood spreading across the surface, tears of pure horror streaming down his face. He gasps out that he does not want to drown or have his liver ripped out, while his companion cries that the water below is crawling with ghouls. He drops down in despair. They are done for. There is no saving them. Suddenly, someone spots something weird and shouts for everyone to look at the sky, where something is flying. He wonders if those are giant insects up there. The guy next to him replies, "If we can see them from this far, those bugs must be absolutely massive." Suddenly, another terrified scream echoes out. "We got Cui and Yu down below, and now giant monster bugs in the sky. Are they even letting anyone survive this nightmare?" The Yu are here. They immediately scream out, "Watch yourselves, the monsters are coming." Hung Win sees this and quickly warns everyone the Yu have arrived. He yells, "Hurry, grab your weapons and get ready to fight." Suddenly, he tracks their every single move. They are breaking in through the windows now, forcing a desperate Hung Win to scream, "Hurry up! Hold down the hallway!" Right now, the others are still paralyzed by fear, wondering if they can even survive this. The guy next to him falls silent. They can't. They are completely doomed. But everyone keeps running forward, pushing their limits to move faster. Their frantic voices echo all over the place. "Hurry up, we are running out of time." Just then, a Yu appears right in the hallway, sending one resident scrambling desperately toward a door. He quickly reaches out to grab the handle as the beast's hideous face appears right in front of him. Without hesitation, he slams the door shut, panting heavily. That was way too close. Just then, the others catch up. So close. Just when everyone thinks they are safe, the Yu's weapon suddenly pierces the door. Talk about a heart-stopping moment. It launches a brutal assault. Instantly, the poor guy is covered in bright red blood. Hearing the commotion, Hung Nguyen immediately realizes they are ramming the door. Right then, another guy suddenly steps up, shouting for everyone to move as he pushes a massive table forward. He shoves it right against the door and turns to yell, "Quick, help me block this." Suddenly, the sheer force knocks everyone backward. One guy screams, "My hands are totally numb. This thing is way too strong." The Yu's screeching echoes everywhere, so incredibly loud that everyone has to cover their ears to block it out. In that split second, the door bursts open. With no options left, they have to run. Hung Nguyen yells, "A simple iron door won't stop them." The other guy is stunned. Then what do we do? But when he hears the plan to jump into the water, he immediately objects. "There are Cui down there." He snaps back, "We die either way. Let's risk it." The guy's voice trembles as he cries, "No, I don't want to get drowned by Cui." Hearing this, Hung Nguyen coldly tells him, "Fine, stay here and get disemboweled then. I'm taking my chances." After a tense moment of hesitation, the guy decides to risk his life and follow. Whatever, just jump. Whether we live or die is up to fate. Without hesitation, both plunge into the water, where a swarm of Cui is already waiting for them. Seeing them, the two start swimming frantically back up. Hung Nguyen kicks off the nearest monster, yelling, "Get the hell off me." Then, he just swims straight to the surface, leaving his teammate completely behind. In no time at all, Hung Nguyen breaks through the water. He sneers, "You absolute idiots. Try and catch me if you can. I'm a competitive swimmer." With that, Hung Nguyen quickly swims forward. Meanwhile, the Yu from above is closely watching his every move. Without hesitation, the beasts dive straight down. The guy watching yells in panic, "Hurry up, they are right on your tail." The Yu charge toward him like absolute bullets. The observer mutters under his breath, "He's done for. He's dead anyway." It's a completely useless struggle. Hung Nguyen looks back and insists, "I'm on the swim team. I won't let myself drown here." But before the words can even leave his mouth, the Yu strikes. "No, please." But then, out of absolutely nowhere, the giant Trung Tu drops in. Look at this madness. The massive beast dives straight down. The Trung Tu starts aggressively thrashing around. They realize with pure shock that is the giant flying bug from earlier. It's tearing into the Haiyu, and the monsters are fighting back in a brutal clash. The Haiyu's sharp weapons easily pierce through the bug's heavy shell. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong is still watching the situation, looking pretty anxious. Ha Te notices his expression growing cold and asks, "How's it looking? What's the situation?" He quickly replies, "Looks like we got another order." They set off immediately. Zui frowns and asks Uncle, "Why aren't we flying on one of the giant bugs? Flying on them would be so cool." But Jiang Xiaoyong explains the insect swarm still acts on wild instincts. If you ride them, you'll be too close. If they suddenly snap and attack you, even my commands might not stop them in time. Zui sighs, "There's nothing to fear. They won't hurt me." The uncle just laughs, gently patting Zui's head. "I'm actually worried you might hurt my precious bugs." But while they are joking around, a sudden shout cuts them off. "We are surrounded!" Everyone keeps fighting back with everything they have. "Take this, you bastards!" Suddenly, a swarm of Cui lunges forward and grabs Xiaoyu's arm. Seeing this, her father screams out, "Pull her back! Someone pull her back!" He watches in utter horror as Xiaoyu vanishes from his sight, dragged down into the dark watery depths by the ruthless Cui. Xiaoyu's father cannot hold back any longer, desperate to jump in and save her. But the man next to him holds him back, telling him to stay calm. He screams out, "My daughter is in that water. How do you He screams out, "My daughter is in that water. How do you expect me to stay calm?" The other man warns him that jumping in means certain death, but the father just yells back, "Let me go. Even if I die, I am dying with my daughter." Just then, a girl nearby catches a strange sound echoing in the distance. She mutters, "What is that noise?" She looks back and spots a group of survivors frantically running toward them, screaming at the top of their lungs to save them. Sui is startled by the cries, and Jiang Xiaoyong gestures to go investigate. San points at the chasing pack, wondering what the hell those things are. He says it might be the plague of Hat City. "I've actually seen these things before through the vision of my flying insects. Beyond the water zombies, there is an even nastier monster lurking here." Jiang Xiaoyong stands up, telling everyone to focus on clearing this horde out first. The kid nods in agreement, saying, "Yes, Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong." Lok Min is absolutely thrilled to see they have guns, shouting that they are saved. Without wasting a single second, the group opens fire, letting bullets rip straight through the wet ghouls. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's father drops his head and begs them, "Please, you have to save my daughter. She was dragged under by a water ghoul." Hearing those words, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately locks his eyes onto the desperate father. Look at this. Down in the dark, Xiaoyu is losing consciousness. Lok Min watches Jiang Xiaoyong strip his shirt and panic. He screams, "Hey, what are you doing? Do not go in there." Lok Min looks completely stunned, asking if this is the kid's first time. Turning to the father, he says, "I get you want to save your girl, but be rational. You just sent that kid to his grave." The father can only stammer, claiming he had no idea the boy would actually jump. Meanwhile, underwater, Jiang Xiaoyong faceplants straight into a pack of ghouls. They instantly swarm him from all sides, leaving no room to breathe. Giving them one cold, sharp stare, Jiang Xiaoyong zeroes in on his target and unleashes a brutal strike. In mere seconds, the monsters are completely wiped out. Up top, Lok Min watches the water ripple and churn, totally freaking out over what is happening down there. He frantically asks what is going on below, and right on cue, Xiaoyu breaks the surface. Her father quickly spots her and pulls her out. Tears stream down his face as he cries out for his sweet girl. Right behind them, wet and completely unfazed, Jiang Xiaoyong climbs back up. Lok Min is shocked, asking how he pulled her out while surrounded by those beasts. He asks how he made it back safely, but another girl cuts in, utterly breathless, stammering out that the monsters were not just avoided, they were completely annihilated. Jiang Xiaoyong tells them to snap out of it and help her, warning that leaving her like this will cause permanent brain damage. Harvan panics and jumps in to start mouth-to-mouth. After a few tense moments, Xiaoyu starts coughing violently, gasping for air while still half-conscious. Her father weeps with joy, thanking the heavens before instantly bowing his head in deep gratitude. He calls him their savior, wishing he had a way to repay him. Larkmian pauses, asking who they actually are. Jiang Xiaoyong replies they traveled all the way from Mo City since the flood reached their borders and he wanted to check. Naidian smiles, saying their savior is an absolutely incredible swimmer. I have never seen anyone actually take out a water ghoul beneath the surface. Har Van steps up with a pretty big favor, asking if they can use their rescue boat to help tow their own boat along. She warns that the ghouls were just the start, the sea sirens are coming, and they stand zero chance against them. Jiang Xiaoyong ponders her words, wondering if those are the sea sirens she is talking about. Suddenly, a strange sound catches his attention. He asks if those are the exact beasts they are so afraid of, pointing at a swarm riding the rapid current straight toward them. Lakmian gulps and confirms they are indeed the sea sirens. The father quickly yells out to watch out. As the sea sirens keep swarming in, he shouts for everyone to get on their motorboat immediately before it is too late. Naidian points out they have way too many people to fit onto a single motorboat. Harvan frantically begs them not to leave her behind, to have her organs ripped out. But Jiang Xiaoyong calmly asks what she is so worried about, saying they can just fight back. Lakmian warns him that these are fast aquatic creatures, far more agile than ghouls, meaning he stands no chance underwater. Before the words even leave his mouth, a sea siren lunges forward. But Jiang Xiaoyong simply stands his ground, perfectly calm. Sensing his overwhelming power, the creature actually hesitates for a second. The young warrior just glares right back with a sharp look. Reaching out, Jiang Xiaoyong grabs the beast by its throat and chokes the life right out of it, before coldly tossing the carcass aside. Talk about a jaw-dropping moment. Naidian just freezes, unable to even comprehend what her eyes just witnessed. Har Van stammers out that the boy literally snapped its neck with his bare hands. Meanwhile, another monster suddenly lunges straight at Cui. He calls out to Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong, warning him that these things are way faster than those man-eaters from the western suburbs. He replies that since they are aquatic creatures, their speed is bound to be higher. Before he can finish, Lakmian screams out to watch out. Cui just stared as the sea demon dragged him under, while Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong stood there completely frozen. Damn it, what was I even expecting? Ha Van muttered under her breath. Everyone knows defeating sea demons underwater is impossible. Are we still going to die? No Indian grumbled that if they had sailed earlier, someone might have survived. But now, they are all completely dead. Right then, Jiang Xiaoyong was totally surrounded by the sea demons as they raised their weapons and charged straight at him. But the moment their spears brushed against his skin, the sea demons suddenly froze, their faces twisted in absolute terror. Vine-like tendrils erupted from Jiang Xiaoyong's body, snaking through the water to tightly bind the limbs of the shocked sea demons. Veins bulged across his face as he thought about the absolute worst, most unfair way to deal with fish. Instantly, Jiang Xiaoyong unleashed his high-voltage bioelectric shockwave, completely frying every single one of those sea monsters in the blink of an eye. Can you feel the tension? The water suddenly goes dead silent, leaving Lakmian utterly confused. Then he spotted something off in the distance and shouted. But as he took a closer look, his jaw dropped. It was not their human friend floating up, but dead sea demons. And as everyone looked around, more bodies surfaced nearby. Cui giggled and told them to relax. Since they ran into us, there is no way you guys are dying. Just at that moment, their raft was suddenly lifted high up, throwing the survivors into absolute panic as they yelled, "What on earth is happening?" while Jiang Xiaoyong casually stepped forward. Stepping onto the raft, he instantly pulled back his green vines as a panicked Lakmian demanded answers. He stammered, asking what on earth he was, but Jiang Xiaoyong just walked over and laid down his terms. "If you want to live, follow me." When asked where they were heading, he replied to the inner district of Hat City, making Teodu's father object that they had just barely escaped from there and wanted to reach the inland cities instead. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly replied, "Believe me, in your current condition, there is absolutely no way you will survive the inland areas," prompting Lakmian to frown and ask what he meant. San quickly chimed in, listing off zombies, mutants, cannibal tribes, and even man-eating plants. The inland monsters are definitely not any easier to handle than these sea demons, and hearing this, their faces instantly turned pale. He proposed a deal, telling them to follow him because keeping them safe is pretty easy, which only made the survivors ask if he really said pretty easy. Meanwhile, at a different location not too far from them, watching from high above, Long Hung shuddered at the sight of those creatures below, concluding that they had absolutely no intention of leaving. Suddenly, someone remarked that this building is tall with long corridors, so if those things stay out of water, their strength drops and they cannot attack. But we are also trapped here and cannot escape, he pointed out, and the person next to him quickly agreed. Exactly. They cannot catch fish or forage for supplies, meaning they will eventually starve. But then Long Hung spotted something and yelled to look over there because there are survivors. Jiang Xiaoyong's group arrived at the very same moment, and he looked up to study the area. We are here, Jiang Xiaoyong muttered softly, looking at the building right in front of them. Just then, Long Hung screamed down to stay back because there are sea demons, urging them to find a tall building to hide, which made Jiang Xiaoyong frown and ask about hiding in a high tower. Lac Mian added that while those beasts are incredibly strong underwater, if they stay out of the water too long, their power plunges, which is why the higher floors are much safer for us. Jiang Xiaoyong wondered aloud if forcing them out of the water would make them easier to beat, leaving Lac Mian completely baffled by the idea of forcing them out. How is that even possible? While up above, Long Hung grew increasingly anxious, wondering if those guys down there were completely deaf. They were shouting at the top of their lungs, yet the newcomers did not seem to hear them at all, despite being well within range. Suddenly, a survivor behind him screamed out in absolute panic as the sea demons rushed straight toward the group. Jiang Xiaoyong commanded the boat to stop right there and not go any closer to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. So I stared at him in confusion, asking what Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong was planning, as the young man stepped to the edge and muttered he was going to do some work. Here's where things get absolutely wild without a single second of hesitation. Jiang Xiaoyong launches himself straight into the dark water. With a grim expression, he rode the wind and glided directly toward the pack of approaching sea demons. The moment he landed, Jiang Xiaoyong summoned his massive vine tendrils, spreading them rapidly across the water to hunt down his targets. As their ugly faces surfaced and got trapped, he realized his little trap had worked out pretty well. Grinning coldly, Jiang Xiaoyong instantly discharged his high-voltage bioelectricity, leaving the entire horde of sea demons completely paralyzed and helpless. Suddenly, agonizing screeches echoed through the air as more injured sea demons struggled to climb onto the debris. Lightly stepping onto the water's surface, Jiang Xiaoyong looked up and whispered that they were nothing more than fish on a chopping board. Up above, Long Hung suddenly gasped, pointing to look over there because those terrifying insects had appeared once again. In just a split second, the swarming bugs blanketed the entire sky, leaving him absolutely speechless in sheer shock. There were so many more than last time. The sea demon stubbornly raises its weapon, ready to clash. He just looks at his swarm and says dinner time. Immediately after receiving the order, the deadly swarming bugs aggressively lunge forward, surrounding the sea demon completely and slowly, devouring it piece by painful piece. Long Hung watches this nightmare unfold in shock, praying that terrifying guy is actually on their side. Once the bloody threat is fully taken care of, Jiang Xiaoyong and his crew finally make landfall on the shore. Suddenly, the boy appears right in front of Long Hung's group, causing the terrified survivors to immediately raise their weapons in absolute panic. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly tells them not to worry since he is no monster, but Long Hung frowns, pointing up at those terrifying sky bugs. Hearing that, the boy casually glances at his swarm and commands them to retreat. Jiang Xiaoyong speaks up, asking who can tell him what exactly went down here. Right then, painful memories of a massive, terrifying tsunami flood back, a disaster that instantly shattered their peaceful lives. Long Hung explains that countless citizens on the streets and lower building floors were completely wiped out in the blink of an eye. He adds that early on, they desperately waited for rescue, but help simply never came. Worse still, right as the disaster hit, all communications were instantly cut. On top of that, starvation quickly became their biggest threat, forcing some desperate survivors to refuse to just sit around and wait for death. They tried building simple wooden boats to escape inland, but that turned out to be a fatal mistake. He continues, explaining they met water ghouls and sea demons, dying brutal deaths. They soon realized they were utterly trapped on a lonely island, made entirely of ruined buildings. Jiang Xiaoyong asks if water ghouls and sea demons are somehow connected. Long Hung nods, calling him pretty sharp. And here is the crazy part. Those ghouls are actually made by the sea demons. He explains that through some sick, unknown method, the beasts turn fresh human corpses into mindless water zombies that can survive submerged under the sea forever. These creatures exist for only one cruel purpose: to drown every single survivor. Long Hung lowers his voice, warning that getting caught by a sea demon is infinitely worse than being dragged underwater. They will rip you open alive, tear out your organs, and turn you into a ghoul. Hearing this, we see Jiang Xiaoyong just smirk, noting their eating habits are pretty typical for wild beasts. A survivor speaks up, praising his incredible strength, suggesting he might be able to destroy the sea demon farm. Hearing that bizarre phrase, Jiang Xiaoyong's eyebrows shoot up. Frowning, he notes that these monsters cooperate, systematically targeting and killing the weakest. If a group is small, they harvest their livers immediately. But if there are too many people, someone asks if they capture a few to take back to their farm. He responds, "Yes, exactly." These horrible farms are usually located on nearby islands. Once dragged there, the poor victims see countless human body parts speared onto sharp, dead trees. The monsters do this so they can harvest fresh human livers whenever they please. The prisoners are kept alive, bound and locked away. From the thick bushes nearby, a young man quietly watches the holding area. Spotting him, an older man desperately whispers in Bean's name. The brave boy quickly rushes over, using a sharp stone to slice through the thick binding ropes. And Bin whispers, "Use this to start the fishing boat. We are escaping tonight." The man asks in doubt if this will actually work, and Bin reminds him that others escaped before, so they can too. It must work. Leading the way, and Bin turns and warns everyone to keep completely quiet. "Keep it down. Do not get caught," he warns. Leaving light footprints on the sand, and Bin silently slips onto the fishing vessel without making a single sound. Oh no, a sudden, sickening sound echoes as blood gushes from his mouth, and Bin has been brutally stabbed straight through the chest. A ruthless sea demon is responsible for this horror. He desperately gasps out, "Please, no." Back at the cages, the others are still untying themselves. He mutters in frustration that this blunt, pointed tool is simply not sharp enough. Staring toward the dark water, a woman screams in pure terror. He quickly shushes her, demanding to know why she is making so much noise. Following her gaze, his face pales with absolute dread. A sea demon steps forward, carelessly tossing Bean's lifeless body onto the ground. The sea demons roar, lunging at the terrified humans. The freed prisoners immediately scatter, but the ruthless monsters raise their sharp weapons and begin a cold-blooded slaughter. They drive a spear directly into the man's chest, forcing an agonizing scream. In a flash of panicked screams, almost everyone is slaughtered. Tinko yells in horror that they are all dead. Han Hai terrifiedly adds that not a single freed captive managed to escape. They were all massacred. The sea demons then harvest the dead livers and leave. Suddenly, the freshly slaughtered victims twitch. Raising their heads, they slowly stumble to their feet, like zombies, marching toward the ocean in a single file. Together, they plunge into the freezing water, diving deep into the dark abyss. Jingji stammered, "Is this really how sea monsters are born? This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this." Han Shi's voice shook. "Are those sea monsters just trying to scare the living daylights out of us?" Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong got a notification that his quest made progress. He smiled and said, "Just as I thought. A new disaster has been triggered." Staring at his system screen, Jiang Xiaoyong rubbed his chin in deep thought. The ancestral merfolk that must be referring to this sea monster, right? Then he turned and asked, "But hold on. How do you know all these crazy details anyway?" Did you actually see it with your own eyes? Long Zhong pointed at himself and confirmed more than just seeing it. I actually escaped from that sea monster farm myself. Those sea monsters can actually learn. To capture humans in massive numbers, they even figured out how to steer boats and ships. Recalling that day, Long Xiong explained I stole a high-speed speedboat and used the cover of a massive storm to make my escape. Jiang Xiaoyong asked, so, you know the coordinates? Long Xiong replied, yeah, I pretty much do. Jiang Xiaoyong pushed further, do you have the guts to go back with me and rescue those people? Long Xiong clenched his fists in the past. Absolutely not. But with you here, benefactor, there's actually a real chance. He was incredibly sure about his decision. It is my absolute duty, Jiang Xiaoyong replied. We set off in 2 days. Long Xiong asked in confusion, wait, we have to wait 2 days? Jiang Xiaoyong leaped up and replied, first, I need to rebuild your gathering place. And while I'm at it, set up some bodyguards for you guys. Floating in the water below were the corpses of those sea monsters. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong turn around, Long Xiong was deeply confused. Bodyguards? He stared at Jiang Xiaoyong, utterly bewildered. What are you planning to do? Without answering, Jiang Xiaoyong just dropped some seeds straight down. They fell right next to the sea monsters, instantly releasing a strange glowing surge of energy. And then, look at that, vines slowly began sprouting all over the sea monsters as they floated on the water. The beast seemed completely, utterly tamed. Staring in shock, Long Xiong asked, what on earth did you just throw down there? Right then, a whole swarm of sea monsters suddenly emerged right behind them. Terrified, Long Xiong scrambled back a few steps in panic. Sea monsters! He stared at the towering beasts standing right before him, paralyzed with pure, icy fear. They're back to life! Long Xiong screamed in panic. Benefactor, please save me. Jiang Xiaoyong simply replied, nothing to worry about. But then, the sight before them left him utterly stunned. Those sea monsters actually listened to you? Jiang Xiaoyong began to explain. Even though they kept some monster traits, they aren't actually beasts anymore, they're plant-based constructs now. He added, and yes, that goes for the rest of them too. Everyone looked down immediately when they heard that. Frowning, they asked in disbelief, wait, are those water ghouls under your control too? He asked, but what about rebuilding the base like you mentioned earlier? Jiang Xiaoyong rolled his eyes. They should be arriving pretty soon. Right after he speaks, get ready, a massive, bizarre rumbling sound suddenly echoes around, catching everyone completely off guard. An entire swarm of bugs appeared, and leading the pack right now was the giant nematode. Everything slowly began falling into place, and soon enough, the sun finally rose on the next morning. Woken up by the bright morning sunlight, Long Xiong rubbed his eyes and peered outside. Suddenly, he jumped up in absolute shock, staring at the unbelievable sight before him and wondering what happened. Where on earth are we? Xiao Yu's father couldn't hide his utter shock, either did the entire world get flipped upside down overnight. Shui chimed in too. Oh my God, Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong, even for you, this is just too ridiculous. How did you pull this off? He casually replied, spike spores and Zhao Bei are both pretty great at altering the local terrain. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled. Looking outside, plus, I ran a few rather bold experiments. Let's go see how the progress is holding up. He asked curiously what kind of progress. A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyong led everyone to the spot. After all, while our ground and flying bugs are great, their underwater combat power is still pretty weak. He continued, so, I had this sky nematode transform into a broodmother. Jiang Xiaoyong explained further, it breeds new insectoids that are specially adapted for an aquatic lifestyle. The sight before them left everyone completely stunned. He mentioned that in a day or two, they would probably produce a highly efficient final form. San hesitated and muttered, why does it feel like we are turning more and more into the bad guys here? 2 days later, amid the eerie silence, a quiet voice suddenly whispered, stick your head out and see if those guys left yet. He observed quietly, looks like they're gone. Instantly, everyone scrambled up, row with everything you've got. They rode forward with all their might, almost there. The person next to him muttered, but wait, that island doesn't look like something humans could ever build. Could that be the nest of those sea monsters? He replied if it were their lair, they would have spotted us a long time ago. Either way, it can't possibly be worse than getting captured by those monsters. Suddenly, someone spotted something and screamed, "Look over there!" Panic erupted instantly as they realized the sea monsters hadn't left at all. Terror completely took over. Damn it! Are they just playing with us? Row! Hurry up and row! Seeing it draw closer and closer makes him break a sweat. It is over. The sea demon leaps up without a single moment of hesitation. Right at that very second, the water bug suddenly bursts onto the scene. It charges straight toward the sea demon to strike it down. The ocean suddenly goes dead silent. He can barely believe his own eyes, trembling as he asks what that is. Then, he spots something else and yells out, "Look over there! Those are insects!" The sea demon keeps locking horns with the water bug, unleashing relentless attacks without showing a shred of mercy. Sensing that something is quite off, the sharp sea demon quickly turns around to scan the area. What it sees is a massive swarm of water bugs rushing forward. The sea demon freezes in shock as they fly in, one after another. Realizing the tide has turned, the sea demon turns tail and runs. Watching the massive shadows stretch out, they wonder what is happening underwater. The insect swarm chases the sea demon as it desperately runs for its absolute life. He celebrates, shouting that they are finally saved. But Dong Lam looks quite doubtful, asking if they are really saved since they are just prey. He despairingly says they are about to become bug food instead. Right after Song Lam speaks, the insects appear, panicking him as the swarm pushes them toward that island. And here is the twist: it is actually a massive bug nest instead of the monster lair. Suddenly, the guy next to him shouts out, asking what that is. Frowning, he wonders if those are actually humans standing right alongside a real sea demon. Humans and monsters peacefully coexisting. What is going on here? Shortly after, their boat finally reaches the shore. Jiang Xiaoyong instantly welcomes them, telling them not to be afraid because he has all of these beasts completely under his control. Stuttering, Phi Lam asks who he is. Correcting himself, he asks what kind of creature he is. Jiang Xiaoyong casually replies that he is just the guy who built this human sanctuary. Frowning, he repeats the words, "Human sanctuary?" Phi Lam looks around the entire place before concluding that this looks absolutely nothing like a sanctuary for survivors. Long Hung steps in now. He tells everyone not to worry. As he and Song Lam stand there quite confused, Lak Mian explains that while these bugs look terrifying, leader Jiang Xiaoyong has them fully controlled. They will not attack us, he adds. And the same goes for those vine-covered sea demons and the creepy water ghouls over there. Long Hung tells them to follow along since they have plenty of rooms, and they will all be teammates from now on. There is plenty of space, and this sanctuary that leader Jiang Xiaoyong built is only going to keep expanding. Phi Lam still seems quite skeptical about the rooms. Soon, Jiang Xiaoyong announces it is time, prompting a curious question about the farm. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly replies that he thinks they should not wait. The earlier battle proved that just 2 water bugs are more than enough to completely crush a single sea demon. Zoai excitedly says, "Let us go," suggesting the kids stay behind while he and Truong Sung handle it. Disappointed, the young kid asks why he cannot go along. "Do you not trust our skills?" Jiang Xiaoyong replies that while they are strong on land, water combat requires far more caution. Lai Trin agrees, saying Jiang Xiaoyong is absolutely right since falling into the deep water would be dangerous. We would be completely helpless, and Jiang Xiaoyong would have to waste his focus protecting us. Defeated, Zoai mutters fine. Soon after, the two of them set off across the open water as Truong Sung strikes up conversation. Helplessly smiling, he admits he never imagined setting sail like this. Right then, Truong Sung suddenly hears a very bizarre, echoing sound nearby. Quickly scanning the horizon, Truong Sung raises his binoculars and warns leader Jiang Xiaoyong that there is a sea demon up ahead. Hearing this, he calmly continues scanning the waters ahead. Jiang Xiaoyong commands his underwater bugs to strike, instantly clashing with the monster as violent waves surge upward, opening up a massive, deep whirlpool. And just like that, the sea goes silent as the knocked-out monster simply drifts away. Job finished. The bugs swim back. Trong Sung watches in absolute disbelief, asking if that was literally an instant kill. He chuckles, saying they are seriously too strong. Meanwhile, on a deserted island ruled by the monsters, the terrified captives sit quietly. Han Hai suddenly screams out, startling the guy next to him. Tin Ko looks up to see the sea demon approaching to start another slaughter, sending tears streaming down his face. He begs them not to pick him. At that exact moment, Trong Sung is watching through his binoculars. He spots it, confirming that Small Island is indeed the farm. He urgently yells to leader Jiang Xiaoyong that the monsters are slaughtering humans, and he must act right now. Jiang Xiaoyong tells him to hold on tight, and Truong Sung quickly agrees. Nodding, he steps right up to the edge of the canoe before launching himself like a rocket toward the monster farm. Tin Ko begs weakly as the sea demon suddenly senses that something is quite off and turns its massive head to investigate. In a flash, Jiang Xiaoyong appears right beside it and wastes absolutely no time in striking the beast down. He is left shivering in fear, completely unable to process what just happened. Tin Ko stares at the sea monster in front of him, completely speechless, his eyes darting to Jiang Xiaoyong as his whole body trembles, thinking what on earth is going on. Just like that, the tide of battle completely turns, leaving him in pure disbelief as he struggles to sit up, while Truong Sung over here is absolutely losing his mind with excitement. Hell yeah, that is it. Beat them to death. Right at that moment, another sea monster charges forward, hurling a spear directly at Jiang Xiaoyong, but he predicts the sea monster's every move, catching the spear out of midair and counterattacking without a single second of hesitation. Jiang Xiaoyong strikes with absolute, lethal precision, and seeing their comrades fall, the remaining sea monsters instantly turn and run. Trong Sung reacts a bit late, shouting out, "Look at you running back this way." He confidently mocks them, "Bring it on. With leader Jiang Xiaoyong right here, there is no way you can touch me." A swarm of sea monsters keeps rushing forward. Trung Tu suddenly appears right then as someone yells out, "There is something else down in the deep, and they are tearing each other to pieces." Before long, the entire area goes dead silent. Look at this. Everyone is completely stunned, whispering, "Are all those sea monsters actually dead?" Han Hai asks in complete shock, "What exactly are you, and why do you look so much like a human?" Trong Sung quickly speaks up, "Do not worry. He is leader Jiang Xiaoyong, and he came here to save you." Han He frowns, "Save us?" Jiang Xiaoyong raises an eyebrow, asking otherwise, "Why would I bother slaughtering these sea monsters?" Truong Sung slips behind them with a bright grin, asking him to pull tight so he can cut their ropes. Suddenly, Han Hai gasps, "Wait, I recognize you. You are the guy who successfully stole a boat and escaped right in the middle of that storm." Truong Sung looks surprised and asks, "Wait, were you and I captured at the same time?" Han Hai nods in response. "That is right, but most of the people taken back then are already dead." Jiang Xiaoyong looks out at the open water, muttering, "This sea monster farm cannot be the only one out here." Han Hai nods, saying there are definitely more of them. Besides, the sea monsters do not actually live around here. They just send a few of their guys to take turns guarding this place. Jiang Xiaoyong falls silent, thinking that hunting down and wiping them all out in this vast ocean will be incredibly difficult. Tin Ko gasps, asking in shock, "Wait, wipe them all out? You mean the sea monsters?" Jiang Xiaoyong replies, "Everyone follow me back first, and we will figure out a plan. But if all else fails, we will just have to use the most brutal, direct method." His gaze grows colder and sharper as he plans to use the broodmother strategy to sweep this entire sea. Before long, their boat finally makes it back. So I looks through his binoculars and shouts, "It is Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong. Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong is back." He runs toward the boat in pure excitement, asking, "It has not even been a single day and everything went this smoothly?" "Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong." Jiang Xiaoyong introduces the newcomers, telling him these guys are survivors from that sea monster farm, so take them and get them properly settled in. So I nods, telling them, "Leave it to me. Everyone follow me." Jiang Xiaoyong steps forward and says, San, Lai Trin, you two worked hard on this trip. Now please go bring Ha Ti and Chu Hu Bin over. I need to discuss something with them. Sansan notes on it. Lai Trin agrees, saying no problem at all. A short while later, as the two of them head out across the shallow waters, their boat suddenly slams into some strange object submerged below. Hearing the sudden impact, San gasps, "This is bad. The water is getting way too shallow to steer this boat." Li Trin replies, "Well, it has been days now, so the tide was bound to recede sooner or later, but luckily, we are almost there anyway." Right at that moment, Hung Kai spots them from a distance and immediately yells out quickly, "Open up the gates!" San and big brother Lai Trin are back. Stepping ashore, San immediately asks, "Where is Hate?" because leader Jiang Xiaoyong has some urgent things he needs to ask him about. Hung Kai explains yesterday, there was some major trouble over near the Flesh Sea, so Hate went over to help. San looks shocked. "Wait, trouble? What on earth happened?" Hung Kai sighs honestly. "I do not know the details, but apparently someone fell seriously ill, and it looks like they might not make it." Lai Trin steps forward, saying that works out. "Since we also need to head over there to find Chu Bin, let us go check on the situation." Meanwhile, back at the camp, Hate lets out a heavy sigh, realizing there is absolutely no mistaking the diagnosis. It is acute pancreatitis, and even with the best medical equipment, the survival rate is extremely low. Given our current situation, he looks at Chu Bin and concludes she is definitely going to die. Let us look at Anfeng standing outside in deep, heavy silence. You can easily see the absolute dread and endless worry written all over his face right now. Bin urges them, "Then we need to go find leader Jiang Xiaoyong right away, because he will definitely find a way to save her." Hate shakes his head. It is already too late. She is going into septic shock, and she will not last another half day. Right at that moment, Anfeng suddenly speaks up, "No, there is still one way." He calmly suggests, "Let us infect her with the simulated flesh." Hate asks in total confusion, "With her current condition, if you want her to survive, we would have to completely replace her entire pancreas with that simulated flesh. Can you actually control the spread precisely?" Anfeng lowers his voice, "No, I cannot. We can only trigger a massive infection to make sure it covers the entire organ." Hate frowns deeply, "But if we do that, she will not be human anymore. Even Jiang Xiaoyong would not be able to undo it." But Anfeng remains firm in his decision, muttering it is still far better than just letting her die. Hate sighs helplessly, "She is your daughter, so you have to decide." Anfeng looks down, "My own brain has already changed too much compared to a normal human. Is this choice even humane? Honestly, I can no longer tell what is right anymore." Before he can even finish speaking, Hate is startled by Bin's sudden move, shouting out, "Bin, what on earth are you doing?" He abruptly flings the door wide open. "Lao Chu, go inside, do what I said." Tru Feng blocks him, asking, "They haven't even decided yet. So how can you make the call?" Bin barks out, "You bookworms are seriously bizarre. Logically speaking, it is still way better to barely survive than to just die. Save her first. If she regrets it, the absolute worst she can do is stop living." Hearing this, Hate somewhat agrees, muttering that actually makes sense. Brother Feng steps closer to Bin, slowly reaching out his hand. Slime studded with sharp teeth slithers out, as he warns infecting her with simulated flesh all at once will trigger a pretty violent reaction. "Hold her down tight." The others shout back, "All right, let's pin her down together." The thick slime slowly drips down, creeping step by step into Bin's nose and ears. Suddenly, her eyes snap open. Veins bulge across her face, sweat pouring as she screams in agony. Then, her bloodshot eyes roll back. After a long while, Bin finally opens them, staring blankly at the ceiling. Complete silence fills the room, yet her body remains completely motionless. The others anxiously wonder, is Bin still unable to pull through? Just give her a little time. Suddenly her fingers twitch slightly, and then Bin coughs up a mouthful of blood. Hate shouts it actually worked. Then he urges, "Quick, support her and sit her up. Don't let her choke on her own blood." Suddenly, Brother Feng stops them. "Wait." He thrusts out his arm, covered in tooth-studded slime, which shoots forward with absolute lightning speed. Trio Feng asks, "What is it?" Brother Feng looks at his arm as the slime retreats back inside, replying, "See for yourself." Right now, numerous tooth-filled tears split open across Hu Bin's body. Just imagine if they had actually laid a hand on her. Duang Bin hesitates, whispering, "What if we had actually helped her up?" Brother Feng explains, "Her body was just infected with simulated flesh on a massive scale, so she cannot fully adapt yet. If you two rashly touch her, her passive defense will naturally hurt you. You surely do not want to join us and become one of us, right?" Hearing that, he waves his hands, "Definitely not." Trio Feng chimed in, "Man, thanks a lot for the warning." Lao Chu, "If this is how things are, we are in deep trouble." After some time, Hu Bin wearily wakes up, clutching her head and muttering, "What happened to me?" Hate asks, "Do you feel any different than before?" Hu Bin looks down at her hands, hesitating. "Why do I suddenly have this pretty strange, subtle feeling?" He curiously asks, "Is there any highly noticeable difference in your emotions or thinking?" She asks, "Should there be?" Brother Feng explains, "It will not happen that fast. For your brain structure to change enough to alter conscious thought, it will take at least 1 to 2 weeks. Hu Bin asks in confusion, "Brain structure changing? Dad, what on earth are you talking about?" Hate explains, "You caught a pretty severe acute illness. If we did not use this method, you would have died almost instantly. So after hearing his advice, we had your dad use the simulated flesh to infect you." Her face fills with a look of sheer shock. Hu Bin looks down at her body, stammering, "So that means now I am." Suddenly, tentacles burst from her arm, freezing her in absolute terror. She clutches her writhing arm, groaning through the pain, until the tentacles slowly retreat back under her skin. Brother Feng warns, "You must quickly adapt and control it." Hu Bin weakly murmurs, "Will I also slowly lose my humanity over time?" Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, drawing everyone's attention to Brother Luo. Huang Kai leads 2 people in, announcing San and Lai Trin have arrived. San greets them, "Old Ha, Leader Lu." Lai Trin adds, "I heard you had trouble. How is it now?" After explaining, Hate wraps up, "So that is how everything went down. Now, Hu Bin is just like Lao Chu, deeply infected by the simulated flesh." Then he asks, "By the way, how are things going in City H? Was it smooth?" He replies, "It was not very smooth. Leader Jiang Xiaoyong sent us to invite you and Hu Bin over to help out." Hate suggests that is perfect timing. "Let's head out immediately." Honestly, Jiang Xiaoyong might be her only hope right now. Outside, a car speeds along the road at a breakneck pace. Reaching the riverbank, everyone casually steps onto the shore. Dark tentacles blanket the entire city as the group gathers. Jiang Xiaoyong asks about her pancreatitis, and Hate replies, "Yes, indeed." Forced to become a simulated flesh host, Hu Bin says with deep regret, "I never thought after fighting monsters, zombies, cannibals, and giant bugs, I would end up defeated by simple pancreatitis." Jiang Xiaoyong reassures her, "Do not worry, you will be fine." Raising his hand, dark vines shoot out as he warns, "This is going to hurt a bit. Please bear with it." They instantly burrow into Hu Bin's eyes, nose, and mouth, making her scream in intense pain. Watching this, Hate mutters, "I knew Jiang Xiaoyong would have a way, but this looks pretty terrifying." Soon, the tentacles retract completely, and Jiang Xiaoyong says, "All done." Hu Bin clutches her aching head. He notes, she is far luckier than Chu Tro Feng because she was just infected, so her brain structure is virtually intact. Hate follows up, "So that means she can be considered a perfect human fusion with simulated flesh?" Jiang Xiaoyong adds, "To be absolutely precise, the simulated flesh has been perfectly assimilated by humanity." Zoi cheered, calling it pretty cool despite how backward it sounded. He then analyzed that the only catch was the massive food intake required. Unlike Zhou Zhaofeng, she lacks a giant sea of flesh or a massive tree trunk to feed her young, so she must constantly eat just to sustain the heavy energy drained by the 2 species consuming each other. He turns to He Qi, saying that now that Xiaoping is sorted out, it is his turn to ask them for advice. The old man tells him to speak up. So Wang Yong says in a deep voice that he wants to find the nest of a certain species and wipe them out completely. He explains the situation, noting that finding them in this vast ocean is honestly going to be pretty difficult. Qi closes his eyes in deep thought. But then Xiaoping speaks up with a solution, and Wang Yong tells her to share it. She starts by asking if any of them know how beekeepers usually wipe out invasive hornets. An image of a bee flashes on screen as Xiaoping explains that hornets are a honeybee enemy and a major headache for keepers. They ruthlessly hunt down honeybees, destroying entire hives, before she goes on to explain the clever solution. The trick is to tie a highly visible piece of white paper to a captured hornet before letting it fly free. Then, they just track that paper straight back to the nest to destroy it, prompting Shan to ask if they should mark the sirens. Li Cheng analyzes the situation, pointing out that even with a mark, keeping up with their underwater speed is almost impossible. But Xiaoping has a modern fix, suggesting they use GPS trackers instead, just like the ones scientists attach to wild sharks. She explains that there are specialized trackers designed specifically to stick onto the rough skin of marine life. Wang Yong asks where they can actually find these trackers, and Qi snaps his fingers, remembering a marine ecology research institute in the southwestern suburbs of Ha City. Hearing this, he nods with satisfaction. He knew inviting them was the right call, and just like that, our crew prepares to set off, cutting through the massive, roaring waves. Suddenly, a horrifying foot stamps down on the shore, where dead sirens lie scattered all over from a brutal, bloody clash. Back on the boat, Shan points out that the water here is visibly much thicker. Qi explains it is because they are closer inland, but Li Cheng suddenly gasps and points at a human skeleton floating on the water, causing everyone to panic. Is that a human skeleton? Wang Yong immediately shoots out his vines to pull it aboard, quickly realizing that it does not actually belong to a human. Xiaoping points out into the distance, crying out that there are endless skeletons floating across the water, absolutely covering the entire surface. She wonders if a war took place here, while Wang Yang warns everyone to stay sharp and tells Qi to watch the path ahead. They finally arrive, and looming before them is a massive structure that Qi identifies as the Institute main building. Staring at the horrific skeletons impaled on wooden stakes, Qi notes that those same bones are hanging right by the entrance. As they cautiously step inside, Wang Yong warns that a brutal clash with these monsters is going to be completely unavoidable. A worried Shan suggests that Elder He and Xiaoping should stay behind, but Wang Yong quickly rejects it, noting they have no idea what they are up against. They need to stick together so he can actually keep everyone safe from harm. Xiaoping agrees, so Wang Yong takes the lead to spearhead their group. Shan and Li Cheng cover the rear, while Elder He and Xiaoping stay in the middle. Qi nods, agreeing to the plan. Once inside, Wang Yong asks which floor holds the GPS trackers, and Qi points to a directory board on the wall, suggesting they check it first. Wading through the flooded corridors, they shine their flashlights around, whispering about how pitch black the place is. Suddenly, Wang Yong senses something off and glares into the dark, causing a tense Shan to whisper and ask what is wrong. He senses danger, and honestly, you can feel the absolute panic rising as he spins around, shouting that they are actually being ambushed from every single side. Right on cue, a hostile gunman rushes down the stairs. Gunfire erupts, and Wang Yong immediately shields Xiaoping with thick vines, saving her from a fatal chest shot, while Qi screams her name in pure terror. Qi screams her name, while Wang Yong mutters, "Guns?" Suddenly, a hideous mutant lunges from behind, prompting Li Cheng to yell that they have got enemies in front, only to realize they are completely boxed in from behind too. Wang Yong readies himself, coldly telling them they are just courting death. Vines suddenly whip out and bind Wang Yong, while Li Cheng fights desperately to hold back the mutated attacker. The beast sneers that he is not half bad, but Li Cheng shoves him away, sending the mutant crashing to the ground in pain. Shan reaches out to warn Elder He and Xiaoping, but suddenly, a thick rope wraps tightly around Xiaoping. Lu Qian blindsides them, dragging her away as Qi desperately gives chase, leaving a bound Xiaoping completely helpless to fight back. While San angrily shouts, "Damn it, they captured Hiobin." Behind her, Kiern Kung aims a gun directly at her. Lu Thian screams out, "Release Vung Dong. Do you hear me?" Making Jiang Xiaoyong wonder if she can actually speak human. Meanwhile, Hyobin's body begins to shift. Startled, she spins around to see tentacles suddenly erupting from Hyobin's hand, slamming her back as she shrieks. "What on earth is that?" Lu Thian crashes down, her face twisting in pure agony. Mutant slime crawls up Hyobin's face, making her look terrifyingly cold. Tied up nearby, Vung Dong screams out her name. "Lu Thian!" Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong acts fast, shooting vines from both hands to bind Lu Thian instantly. Right in front of her, a sharp tentacle lunges forward, only to be stopped by an invisible force. This catches Hyobin completely off guard. Vung Dong screams, "This monster is too strong. Damn it, spare us." But Jiang Xiaoyong coldly responds, "Tell your people to stop, or I will kill both of you right now." Hearing this, he asks in absolute shock, "This monster can actually talk?" San snaps back, "Are you guys deaf? We have been speaking to each other this whole time." Vung Dong yells out, "Stop! Wait!" Glancing back, he asks in a low voice, "Hyobin, can you still control yourself?" Hyobin's tentacles retract. She stares down at her hands, stammering out, "What am I?" Jiang Xiaoyong speaks up, "It looks like you haven't fully adapted yet, but you haven't completely lost consciousness either." Then, he turns to warn them both, "I will give you only one chance. I am putting you down now, so do not try to fight back again." Later, they lead Jiang Xiaoyong's group up to a rooftop. He demands, "Speak up. What is going on here? And what exactly are you?" Vung Dong quickly explains, "We are human, originally staff from the Tsunami Research Institute. These sea monsters and water ghouls, you have probably encountered them yourself." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately questions him, "So, does that mean you were mutated by those sea monsters?" He answers in confusion, "Well, calling it mutation is not entirely wrong. The real reason we turned into these hideous monsters is because we ate the flesh and blood of those creatures." Li Chung gasps in absolute disbelief, "Eating things like that. How could you even bring yourself to put that in your mouth?" Vung Dong painfully replies, "What else could we have done? The deep waters are extremely dangerous, and there was absolutely zero food. Back then, our only option was the corpse of a sea monster we managed to ambush. It was either eat it or starve." He adds, "We couldn't exactly eat humans, right? So what kind of monsters have we become?" Those heavy words hit Li Cheng like a sharp arrow to the chest. Jiang Xiaoyong presses on those bones hanging above the main building gate. "Are they from those sea monsters?" Vung Dong confirms exactly. Jiang Xiaoyong points out, in other words, "You ate their meat, mutated, and gained their very own monster powers." He answers, "Not quite. While in the water we have absolutely no fear of water ghouls, there is still a massive gap between us and real sea monsters." Vung Dong looks out into the distance and continues, "But here is where they get overconfident out of the water. Utilizing firearms makes dealing with those things pretty easy. So as long as we stay here, they can't touch us." Kiern Kang then chimes in, "Not completely. Lately, the sea monsters have been appearing in much larger numbers." Another survivor speaks up, "Bring it on, the more the better. Otherwise, what are we going to eat? And how will we avenge our fallen comrades?" Kiern Kung adds with deep concern, "The real problem is, if the attacks get any larger, we will be completely overwhelmed. I honestly believe these creatures might actually have some sort of social structure." Jiang Xiaoyong agrees, "You guessed right. They definitely operate as a pack. It probably won't be long before an even larger horde is sent here to completely wipe you guys out." Shaken, he nervously asks, "It was only a guess. But what about you guys? What exactly is your deal?" Looking over at San, he replies, "As for us, our group is pretty complicated." Suddenly, Lu Thian points downstairs and screams, "Over there, look over there quickly! Look at that swarm swimming close." She screams, "It is the sea monsters. They are back." Jiang Xiaoyong mutters, "The scale this time is massive." Kiern Kang raises his weapon and barks out orders to prepare for battle. Vung Dong points and urges them, "You people need to follow us back into the main building immediately. Our only hope now is relying on our knowledge of the dark terrain." But Jiang Xiaoyong counterproposes there is no need to go through all that trouble. Down below is dark and cramped. If they try to flee, it will be hard to chase them. He confidently adds, just let them jump up here and face their doom. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong casually humming away, Kian Kang angrily warns him, if you won't listen, do not blame us when things go sideways. He then turns to instruct his team. You guys fall back first. Set up the ambush as planned, and I will stay with them to pick off a few of those beasts with my gun. Hurry up. All right. Kian Kang locks his rifle, calling out, bring it on. Jiang Xiaoyong also calmly tells his own group, make sure you guys take care of yourselves. Hearing this, everyone gets into their battle stances. The water erupts as the sea demons leap out, weapons in hand, launching themselves into the air. Kian Kang breaks into a cold sweat, stuttering out, no way, right? Right then, Jiang Xiaoyong activates his skill, reaching out his hand as his eyes flash with a bright green light. He unleashes a massive wave of thick vines, surging forward to pierce straight through the oncoming sea monsters. They crash down fast. Meanwhile, Lai Trin throws his heavy fists to smash them. Sanu takes them on one by one, while Hubin uses powerful tentacles to swat them away. Seriously, can you even blame Kian Kang for wondering what kind of monsters these guys actually are? Amidst the intense, chaotic battle, one of Hubin's arm tentacles drives straight through a sea demon's chest. The enemies are quickly wiped out, leaving their bodies scattered. Jiang Xiaoyong speaks in a low voice. All right, tell your friends they can come out now. As they step outside and see the carnage, they are completely stunned. With Guangdong gasping, did you guys really wipe out all of them? He points toward the piles of monster corpses and asks, do you want to eat these? Hearing that, the old man asks in surprise, you don't need them? This is a rare source of thermal energy. Jiang Xiaoyong confidently replies, we have plenty of heat. Guangdong stammers in disbelief, plenty of heat? Well, that makes sense. With your insane power, you can hunt down monsters whenever you want. That's when Jiang Xiaoyong speaks up, so we did you a pretty big favor, right? Kian Kang quickly responds, of course you did. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately follows up, great. Now it's your turn to help us out. Pointing to himself, Kian Kang asks, what could you possibly need from us? Jiang Xiaoyong turns and asks Elder Ha to explain, and Kian Kang freezes in surprise as he turns around. Wait a second. Elder Ha? Are you actually the famous Ha Te Feng from the Agricultural Science Academy? Ha Te hesitates, but Kian Kang eagerly introduces himself. How could I forget? It is me, Tran Kian Kang. Ha Te gasps in surprise. Tran Kian Kang, director of the Ecological Diversity Center. He happily replies, yes, that is me. You still remember me? Jiang Xiaoyong is pretty curious. Ha Te explains that since they worked in the same field, their paths naturally crossed. It turns out Director Kian Kang's department is the Research Center for Marine Ecological Diversity. With him on board, our task is going to be a lot easier. Ha Te then gets straight to the point. We came here looking for a marine GPS tracking device. Kian Kang is confused. What? Why would you need that? The elder explains the threat of these sea monsters is too big to ignore. We want to track their nest and wipe them out once and for all. Kian Kang is absolutely speechless. Wipe out the sea demon nest? Only crazy strong people like you would dare to say something like that. As they walk through the massive facility, Ha Te asks, so, is it still inside the institute? Kian Kang nods, yes, just follow me. He leads the group into a large room packed with high-tech equipment. Kian Kang points to a device. Is this what you are looking for? Ha Te picks it up, completely thrilled. Exactly. This is it. Jiang Xiaoyong speaks up. There is really no point in staying here. You guys should head back to our shelter with us, since we could really use the extra hands. Guangdong nervously asks, are you sure about that? Look at us. Won't our monstrous appearance terrify everyone? Lu Thian chimes in, what are you talking about? They are insanely powerful, and their shelter must have plenty of other strong people. Do you really think they will be scared of you? He agrees, true. Let's go. By now, massive vines have completely overrun the city, wrapping around every building. Up on a rooftop, Soi is casually sunbathing. Suddenly, a massive swarm of flying insects fills the sky. He is puzzled. Why are all these bugs suddenly on the move? Soi looks down toward the streets and gasps in shock at what he sees. A massive horde of sea demons is swimming rapidly through the flooded streets. He quickly radios an enemy attack. Get ready for a sea monster raid. Everyone shouts out, "They are here, let's crush them." Weapons in hand, they brace for impact. Soi raises his gun, smirking fools seeking their own death. He yells out, "But first, you have to get past my insect swarm." The flying bugs dive-bomb their targets, hitting the monsters from above. Beneath the waves, aquatic insects glide through the currents, joining the fray. Glaring with highly alert eyes, the sea demons charge ahead. The water violently erupts with massive, powerful waves crashing against each other. And here's where the real clash begins. As the sea monsters and the insect swarm collide, blood quickly stains the water. Someone asks for an update, and Soi replies with a frown. Our swarm is actually struggling to get an overwhelming advantage. With these sheer numbers and raw combat power, it seems we have truly pissed those monsters off. Right behind one of the elite sea demons, a predatory bug quietly creeps up. Sensing the threat, the monster spins around in high alert. Without a second thought, the demon thrusts its spear straight through the flying insect, its eyes flashing with sharp focus. Slipping past the surrounding bugs, the elite sea demon swiftly maneuvers through the swarm and launches itself straight out of the water. Above, a swarm of flying insects also waits, ready to blow away those spear-wielding sea monsters. Seeing this, everyone cries out in shock, "Look at that one. It's completely different. Who's ever seen one this strong before? Never seen anything like it." Suddenly, 3 scarred sea monsters leap straight out of the water. They all strike the sea monster warrior together, but it blocks with its spear just in time. They quickly dive back underwater. After a tense standoff, the sea monster warrior grits its teeth and growls. As someone yells, "It's blocked!" Soi smiles in satisfaction. They didn't block it. "Let me handle this. It's been a while since I had a real opponent. Perfect for stretching my muscles." The other guy asks if it's really a worthy opponent. Suddenly, he growls, "All of you, back off and give me some space." They ask in confusion, "Wait, can you really do this?" Underwater, as a sea monster charges, the sea monster warrior quickly dodges the blow. It drives its spear right into the sea monster's back. Seeing this, the other 2 charge with their spears. After a moment, the water goes deathly silent, filled with a heavy aura. The corpses of those sea monsters now float lifelessly on the water. Observing this, Soi mutters, "As expected, they're no match at all." The sea monster warrior suddenly leaps high out of the water, stomping down hard right in front of everyone's eyes. Watching closely, Soi sizes up its power, figuring this beast is actually a bit stronger than the man-eater from City M. Squinting, he confidently believes he can handle it. Without hesitation, the sea monster lunges, and Soi fires a shot, shouting out, "All living things are equal before me." But the sea monster agilely weaves through the incoming bullets. Seeing this, he drops his gun and taunts, "Not bad. Let me play with you then." As the sea monster thrusts its spear down, Soi swiftly dodges, leaving the creature completely stunned. Seizing the chance, he grabs a sword and strikes, but the beast is incredibly sharp and dodges in time. Nearby, a spectator gasps, "How can a kid this young possess such insane power?" The sea monster suddenly turns tail and flees. Soi bursts out laughing, "Where do you think you're going with me here?" It desperately leaps off the rooftop. He sighs in disappointment. What a total coward. The sea monster dives deep into the water. Talk about a bad day deep down. A swarm of hungry insects has already completely surrounded it. It quickly swims the other way. Meanwhile, our group is on a boat heading toward a building. San points ahead and asks, "Do you see that? That's our gathering point. Everyone's new home." Qian Kang observes it looks like an island. Vuong Dung asks how they even built it. Lai Trin watches closely and notes something feels off about those insects flying up there. Jiang Xiaoyong chuckles, "Seems like we got back just in time, huh?" Suddenly, Lai Trin shouts out, "It's the sea monsters. A massive horde of them is attacking our base." Qian Kang speaks up firmly, "If that's the case, we can finally pitch in and help." Jiang Xiaoyong reminds them, "Good. But remember, any insects? Sea monsters or water ghouls covered in plant tissue are on our side. Your only enemies are the ordinary sea monsters you're used to fighting." They nod in agreement. The mutants quickly plunge into the water, diving deep while keeping their eyes peeled with extreme caution. Up above, Li Trin looks over and says, "Jiang Xiaoyong, a pretty strange sea monster has climbed onto the roof, and Soi is struggling." Jiang Xiaoyong replies, "I see it. Something is definitely off about that one, which makes it the perfect target for us." He states with determination, "Let me handle this myself." The scene cuts to Soi, where people whisper, "Did he just win like that?" It seemed pretty easy. He just walks off casually, grumbling, "I thought this would be fun, but it's just wait." Check out behind him. The sea monster suddenly appears, striking down as Soi barely dodges. Dodging, he realizes this guy's movements have gotten way faster. As the sea monster thrusts its spear, Soi panics. "Oh crap, I can't dodge this." Still, he manages to block with his sword just in time, but the impact sends Soi flying backward. The beast then puffs up its cheeks, preparing to spit something out. It shoots out powerful water blasts, and onlookers yell out in warning, "Watch out." Unable to react, Soi takes the hit head-on. Dropping to one knee, he rubs his eyes and curses, "Damn it, using water to block my vision like that." Suddenly, his eyes widen as the sea monster charges again with its spear. The tip of the spear stops just inches from his face, but the sea monster suddenly looks up, distracted by something nearby. Radiating intense bloodlust, Jiang Xiaoyong grabs the spear, shielding Soi as he speaks in a freezing cold tone, "You piece of trash. If you hurt him, how am I supposed to explain this to his dad?" At his words, the entire air seems to freeze solid. Enraged, the sea monster tries to yank its spear back, but Jiang Xiaoyong holds on, calmly asking, trying to pull back and run. It doesn't answer, simply letting go of the spear. Suddenly, the sea monster pulls out a dagger and lunges forward at lightning speed. Even with the blade right in front of him, he doesn't flinch. Jiang Xiaoyong swiftly counters with a heavy punch, snapping its arm. Screaming in pain and realizing it's outmatched, the sea monster clutches its broken arm and flees. Soi yells out in anger, "Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong, don't let it jump. It gets stronger in water and will try to ambush us." But the sea monster dives straight down, plunging deep into the water. Hearing that, Jiang Xiaoyong chuckles at the sneak attack, before closing his eyes to focus on a faint sound. Without even looking back, he knows the sea demon is creeping up behind him and reaches out. Thick vines burst from Jiang Xiaoyong's hand, binding the startled creature tight. He asks coldly, trying a sneak attack alone with splashing that loud. The monster struggles wildly to break free. Jiang Xiaoyong unleashes a blast of lightning while shouting high-voltage bioelectricity. The massive current surges through the sea demon, burning and bringing it down. Seeing this, Soi says angrily, "It's still breathing. Let me finish it off." But Jiang Xiaoyong stops him. "Wait. Don't rush. I left it alive on purpose." The boy asks in confusion, "Why keep it?" Jiang Xiaoyong replies, "Did you forget we still need a guide?" He attaches a tracking device to the sea demon's body, making San wonder, with this stuck on, won't it notice? What if it falls off before the creature even gets there? His eyes flash with a strange energy as he replies, "Don't worry. I fed it hallucinogenic spores so it stays dazed on its way home." Then, they load the unconscious sea demon onto their boat and head out to open sea. Vuong Dung kicks it overboard and barks, "Get lost." With that done, they steer the boat back to shore. Time passes as dusk falls, and a small fish nibbles on the sea demon's limp body, suddenly waking it up. Waking up dazed, the sea demon clutches its aching head and looks around, seeing no one. Regaining its strength, it dives and swims away. Tracking the creature's movements on her screen, San reports it's moving. The location coordinate data is starting to shift. Excellent. Jiang Xiaoyong says, "Let's give them some pressure from the surface world. Let's plunge deep underwater where the sea demon guards are on duty." When one suddenly snaps to attention, seeing their wounded warrior stumbling back, a guard points and shrieks carry him into the tent. As one guard barks orders to another, The scene shifts to a garden where humans are working hard under heavy supervision. Suddenly, a captive pauses for breath from sheer exhaustion, catching the overseer's eye. A whip cracks violently across his back as the guard snarls slacker. Falling to the ground, the man snaps back, "You bastard, I'm not slacking. You're just taking out your personal grudge." Furious, the guard lunges at the young man, beating him down while shouting, talking back, "Take this." Just then, the Sea King approaches with a sea demon guard, drawing everyone's attention. A massive overseer bows and asks Lord Sea King, "What are your orders?" The Sea King grunts, "Our warrior is wounded by your humankind. He needs nourishment. Bring me livers, bring me fat." The overseer replies, submissively, "Understood. We will arrange it." He then turns to his men, shouting, "A warrior is hurt and needs fresh organs. Go find some plump kids right now." Hearing this, another captive can only curse under his breath, "You traitor, helping monsters slaughter your own kind. One day, you will suffer a miserable death." Outside the base, San glances at her monitor and reports, "We've got something." Hate quickly asks, "What are the results?" She replies, "Signal located 10 kilometers southeast." Qian Kang speaks up, 10 kilometers southeast. That is where the Cancer Archipelago lies. Surprised, Jiang Xiaoyong asks, "You know the place?" Qian Kang answers, "Our research institute keeps records of all nearby islands." "Good job, let's hold a meeting." Hearing this, Soi asks in confusion, "Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong, why are you leaving me behind?" He answers, "Since we are going up against sea monsters, I'm only taking top-tier swimmers to keep everyone safe." Annoyed, Soi points directly at Bin and demands to know, "The 4 new recruits are great swimmers, I get that. But why is Bin going? Is she some kind of pro swimmer too?" Jiang Xiaoyong reminds him, "Did you already forget about her incredible body simulation ability?" He turns to Bin, explaining that this is the perfect chance to test his theory while showing Soi what she can do. As they walk outside, she says, "Well, here I go then." Bin stretches out her arm, sprouting sharp-toothed tentacles that latch onto a dead sea demon. Dong and Lu Thian are completely losing it. Even Jiang Xiaoyong mutters, "Maybe these monsters aren't so evil." He asks Bin, "How is it?" She calmly responds, "To be safe, I should probably eat a few more." Seeing Bin grab another dead monster, the rest of the crew loses their stomachs and starts gagging. She strips down to her swimsuit and stretches. Jiang Xiaoyong tells Soi to watch closely, and the boy squints, muttering, "Let's see how ridiculous this gets." Suddenly, gills slice open along Bin's neck, and webbed fins tear through the skin on her hands. Everyone watches in utter disbelief. Dong gasps, "She literally grew gills and fins that fast?" Without hesitating, Bin dives into the water. Gliding as smoothly as a fish, they marvel, "So fast. Is that really the same girl?" She leaps right out of the water, her body now armored in a sleek, mermaid-like biological suit. Jiang Xiaoyong asks Soi, "Well?" Clenching his fists, the boy yells, "I'm sold. I want body simulation powers too." We cut to the plantation where a huge brute snatches a baby straight from a girl's arms, making her scream out, "Don't, please." Without a second thought, the brute kicks her right to the dirt and barks at her to shut her mouth. Sobbing on the ground, she begs him, "Please, give my baby back." He coldly orders the other workers to drag them all away. Watching this unfold, another girl tries to comfort her, whispering, "This is just our fate from now on. You are new here," she says. "You need to get used to it fast." Meanwhile, as dusk falls, a lone boat sails across the dark waters. Checking the tracker, San calls out to the group, "We are pretty close now. Look ahead. Do you see those islands scattered over there?" Qin Kang points straight ahead and shouts, "I see it. That has to be Death Island of the Cancer Archipelago." Dong suggests, "Maybe we should dive down and check out the underwater terrain first?" "No need," Jiang Xiaoyong calmly tells them. "Just steer the ship straight to the island." Elsewhere, that huge brute and his henchmen are standing guard right along the beach. Suddenly, he spots something on the water, yelling out in joy, "Awesome! The Sea King Lords brought back new human cattle." Nearby, one of the captive workers angrily whispers to himself, That bastard literally helps the sea monsters slaughter his own kind and calls them livestock. Who is the real beast here? Another warns him to keep his mouth shut before he gets whipped. But the brute suddenly turns around with a furious glare, making the captive gasp, "Oh no, he actually heard us." These dogs have some incredibly sharp ears. The other clicks his tongue, saying, "Told you so." Gripping his whip, the brute stomps over and yells, "You choose to piss me off, right when the Sea Kings return. Are you completely brainless?" Raising the whip high, he snarls, "We have a few slaughter slots open today, so you are first on the list." Suddenly, a hand snatches the whip midair. It is Jiang Xiaoyong. He coldly asks them, "What exactly are you doing here? Why is everyone here human? And where are the sea monsters?" The brute freezes and demands, "Who are you? You look new. Were you with that last group on the island?" He calmly replies, "Not the last group. I just arrived." He had ordered Qian Kong to sail the ship closer just in case, while he flew ahead to check the situation. Furious, the brute barks back, "How dare you talk back to me? Let go of my whip right now." Still holding the whip, Jiang Xiaoyong turns to the other captive and says, "This guy does not seem to be very sane. Let me ask you guys, this island is run by sea monsters, right? Where are they?" Another goon screams in rage, "You bastard! How dare you call the great Sea Kings monsters? Do you want to die?" The big guy joins in, "Do not waste breath, just beat him." With that, the whole gang rushes him at once. Jiang Xiaoyong catches one whip but lets the others lash heavily against his body. And watch this, he does not even flinch. The workers stare in pure disbelief, wondering if he even feels pain. Then, Jiang Xiaoyong grabs two of the whips at once, his face going dark with chilling, murderous intent. He growls out, "That is quite enough. You guys are absolutely zero threat, so I am too lazy to fight you." With a sharp yank, Jiang Xiaoyong rips the whips away. The sudden force sends them stumbling face first. Tossing the whips aside, he warns them, "Do not let this happen again." One of them stammers in fear, his strength is insane. Another grits his teeth, he must have trained heavily in martial arts before the apocalypse hit. Then he scrambles backward and shouts to his crew, "Hold him off. I am going to call the great Sea King." Look at Jiang Xiaoyong scratching his head, completely confused by all this Sea King nonsense. Are you humans actually living in peace with those monsters? And can they even communicate? A captive screams, a warning, "Do not trust them. They are lackeys who help the monsters murder humans." One of the goons yells back, "You shut your mouth. You want to die." He calmly wonders, how can people be this twisted? Back on the boat, Vuong Dong waves and calls out leader Jiang Xiaoyong. "What is the situation over there?" Jiang Xiaoyong calls back, "Bring the ship in. There are no sea monsters here. Just a few human traitors." The goons stare in confusion, wondering what these newcomers are. But suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong turns around and grabs the brute by the throat. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes flare with chilling, murderous intent as he growls, "You calling those beasts Sea Kings over and over is starting to seriously piss me off." The captive workers stare in awe, muttering, "What just happened? He was so unbelievably fast. We did not even see him move." Meanwhile, the brute manages to blow a loud horn, sending a massive blast echoing out and catching Jiang Xiaoyong's attention. One worker frantically asks, "Brother, is that boat yours?" He replies, "Yes." "Why?" The worker panics, "Because that bastard just sounded the alarm. The monsters are coming, we must get on that ship to escape." But seeing Jiang Xiaoyong's crew jump down, he screams, "Wait, why are you leaving the boat? Get back and prepare to run. Turn the ship. We need to run." The brute laughs smugly, "Just wait. Our great Sea Kings are coming to rip your hearts and guts out." Jiang Xiaoyong casually tosses the screaming brute aside, calmly noting, "Looks like their nest is right beneath this island." Down in the deep, a massive swarm of sea monsters has gathered, and now bursts onto the shore. A massive webbed foot slams down onto the sand. Looking at them, Jiang Xiaoyong coldly commands his team, "Get ready to fight." The terrified captives break into a cold sweat, muttering to themselves, "Are these newcomers completely insane?" Seeing the sea demons arrive, they don't even run, they actually want to cook them. The big guy reports, "Lord Sea King, these people sailed here to steal our livestock." Under the Sea King's orders, the sea demons brandish their weapons and charge. They lunge at Jiang Xiaoyong, but he effortlessly dodges their strikes. The sea demons stare in absolute shock. Seeing their chance, Wang Yang and his squad pull out their guns and start firing. He screams out, "Come on, taste the power of our weapons." The bullets fly, tearing straight into the tough hides of the sea demons. As a shot flies toward the monster behind Jiang Xiaoyong, he slips aside, letting the beast take the bullet directly to its head. The beasts finally collapse in front of the crowd. The villagers cheer guns. They have guns. This is amazing. We finally have hope. Glancing at the Sea King, the big guy nervously thinks these guys actually have guns. Could Lord Sea King really lose to them? Suddenly, check this out, 3 elite sea demons burst from the water, landing heavily on the sandy shore. The villagers panic. Those are sea demon warriors. 3 of them. We are totally doomed. Wang Yang shouts out a warning to be careful. Those 3 look pretty dangerous. Jian Kang notes they look quite similar to the ones we let go back then. While someone else mutters, "But I heard even our junior brother is no match for them." Jiang Xiaoyong calmly instructs, "Everyone step back. Don't get involved." He says in a low voice, "Xiaoping, this is the perfect chance for you to practice." Xiaoping nonchalantly steps forward with a quiet nod. A villager screams, "A warning, do not go near the water. They are way stronger there. You need to lure them onto dry land." But she completely ignores the advice, prompting the worried bystander to keep shouting, "Hey, do you not understand? Do not go any further." He yells anxiously that girl must be deaf, and the guy with her is totally useless. This is bad. We actually had a real chance to save her. They turn to Jiang Xiaoyong, "Do something. Tell her to listen to us or she is going to get killed." But wait, what is that? As the warrior demon roars and charges, Xiaoping's arm begins to mutate while she stands cold and unfazed. Terrified, the villagers scream, "What on earth is that thing?" Even the big guy shrieks in absolute terror. That woman is definitely not human. As the sea demon lunges, Xiaoping simply catches its strike, leaving the beast completely stunned. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly yells a warning, "Watch out on your flank." Hearing his voice, Xiaoping glances over, only to find another monster charging straight at her. Moving like a blur, she blasts one beast back while blocking the other, before her head horrifyingly splits open with razor-sharp teeth. She opens her massive jaw to devour the sea demon, but the creature barely manages to dodge, desperately scrambling to find its footing while panting heavily from exhaustion. Glancing over, the Sea King is dripping with sweat, while the big guy yells out, "Lord Sea King! Let's rotate back into the water to recharge and wear her down through sheer attrition." On his command to pull back, the sea demons immediately dive deep into the ocean, as Xiaoping calmly prepares to chase, but Jiang Xiaoyong stops her. "Hold on. No need to rush." He says nonchalantly, "Let them go back into the water and recover their peak strength." The big guy sneers, "Kid, what are you acting so arrogant for? Just wait until our Lord Sea King rips your guts out." But watch what happens next. Using their same old trick, the sea demons burst out and leap at Xiaoping, ready to impale her with their spears. The crowd looks on in disbelief. This is unreal. She is taking on 3 elite sea demon warriors all by herself and holding her ground. The big guy whispers slyly to the Sea King, "My lord, go and take out their commander first." Seeing a sea demon suddenly charging toward Jiang Xiaoyong, a villager screams out a warning. Seeing the beast leap up for the kill, they panic. It is over. The monster is way too fast, and he can't even dodge. But suddenly, right from Jiang Xiaoyong's body, vines shoot out and impale the sea demon, leaving the Sea King completely terrified as he stammers, "He is a monster. We can't win this. We need to fall back." He shrieks, completely terrified, before ordering his forces to retreat. The monsters don't hesitate and bolt instantly. They dive right back into the ocean, leaving the traitor calling out helplessly, "Lord Sea King, please don't abandon us." Meanwhile, Xiaoping slowly approaches the traitor from behind, radiating an icy, terrifying pressure. With a single flick of her wrist, she easily blows them all off their feet. The big guy immediately drops to his knees, begging the boss to spare them since they were forced. Jiang Xiaoyong says indifferently, "Do not bother begging. I have zero interest in laying a finger on ants like you." The traitor beams with relief. "Wait, really? Thank you so much for sparing my life." But facing the crowd of villagers, Jiang Xiaoyong calmly adds, however, "If they decide to deal with you, I will not interfere." Unleashing all their pent-up rage, the angry villagers grab wooden sticks and charge. They beat the traitors mercilessly, screaming out, "Beat them to death! You absolute trash, harming your own kind for these monsters." Once the traitors are thoroughly dealt with, Xiaoping turns to the group. "What is next? Do we bring these villagers back with us?" Wang Yong sighs. "It is pretty crowded now, and our boat is almost too small to fit everyone in a single trip." Jiang Xiaoyong commands, "All right, let's board the boat." But suddenly, he stops in his tracks with a sharp gasp. Up ahead, their boat is being utterly destroyed by the sea demons, forcing Wang Yong to roar in absolute rage, "Our boat!" As their boat slowly sinks into the ocean, he keeps cursing. "Those cowards saw they couldn't beat us, so they wrecked our only way out of here." Hai Vuong surfaces to gloat, screaming that they are all trapped and will rot here. But Jiang Xiaoyong remains completely calm, raising his voice. "You think playing these cheap tricks is actually going to work," but veins pop on his forehead. His furious eyes deliver a terrifying threat, "Forcing me to wipe you all out, right?" Qian Kong asks what they should do. Jiang Xiaoyong reassures him that it is fine. Meanwhile, high above, a flying insect watches them from a distance. Elsewhere, the survivors are gathering wooden planks as Jiang Xiaoyong tells them there is a boat 2 kilometers away that they will retrieve soon. Vuongdong stammers that swimming a few kilometers is absolutely no problem for them. But staring at the Haiyu, he worries they will get torn to shreds. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly replies that he already cleared the path. "Wait for it." Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes suddenly flash with a brilliant, blinding light. High above, the insect beats its wings furiously as a glowing symbol on its belly releases a sharp, deafening screech. Confused, the crowd asks what that noise is. Someone points frantically as massive ripples shatter the water surface over there. They scream out, "What is that?" while the Haiyu instantly turn their heads in high alert. Swarms of aquatic insects burst from the depths. The Haiyu raise their weapons to defend, leaping high into the air in sudden panic. Qian Kang watches the chaos unfold, remarking that a whole swarm of insects is now clashing with the Haiyu. Even though Vuongdong saw this power before, he is still totally shocked by the sight. Jiang Xiaoyong directs Hu Bin to take them while he sends flying insects to guide them safely through the waters. Seeing Hu Bin head toward the water, the locals wonder what she is doing. She dives in without hesitating, leaving them shocked that anyone would jump right into monster-infested waters so confidently. She breaches. The Haiyu are already pulverized into bloody, broken pieces. Vuongdong runs after her, telling the crowd to move. The locals watch, wondering what kind of monsters these people really are. Carcasses of both the Haiyu and the dead insects now float lazily across the blood-stained water. One terrified survivor asks Jiang Xiaoyong if his group actually eats humans or not. He turns with a cold look, telling them they have much better food than humans, before demanding to know the situation. Underwater, the survivors struggle to keep up with Hu Bin. Above, the flying beast watches them, while elsewhere, more captives huddle together in terror. One man groans that, counting the days, it is probably their turn to be eaten soon. "Don't choose me!" Another captive screams in absolute panic as the monsters approach. Someone clenches his fists, screaming that even if they survive today, they will die tomorrow. He is completely sick of living like this. He challenges them, yelling for the bastards to target him and end his life right now. The furious Haiyu growl, stepping toward him with jagged, razor-sharp blades raised and ready to strike. Staring at the blade, the man gasps. But watch this. The monster suddenly turns as a flying beast slowly approaches them. Its glowing eyes narrow as a monster arrogantly steps forward, just as Vuongdong and the rest of the crew arrive. The captives wonder who these newcomers are. Without wasting a second, Vuongdong and Qian Kang unleash a volley of gunfire. They have guns. Are these rescuers actually human? Yet they do not look normal. The riddled monster tries to act tough despite taking multiple direct hits. The rest of the beasts shriek in terror, turning to flee while constantly looking back over their shoulders. Vuongdong mocks them, shouting that something far worse is waiting down there as they prepare to dive into the waves in panic. Too fast. Hu Bin grabs them before they can react, leaving the monsters gaping in complete shock, dragging them deep into the abyss. She ruthlessly rips the monsters to shreds with her bare hands. The crowd gasps in sheer horror, asking if anyone saw the absolute monster that just dragged them under. Dragged under. The entire pack is gone, in a split second. They whisper that Vuong Dong's crew has scales, meaning none of these saviors are actually ordinary humans. Pointing ahead, a man nervously asks if the raging figure of Hu Bin is supposed to be a good guy. His companion hesitates, saying she might not look like it, but she is actually a pretty decent person. A girl? Hu Bin instantly shifts back, leaving them completely shocked. She really is just a girl. She raises a hand to reassure everyone that the danger has passed. Everyone get on the boat. We are setting off. The man from earlier asks in confusion, setting off. But to where? The guy next to him explains. To the gathering point. He still looks confused. A gathering point? Hu Bin speaks up, rest assured. To us, you are not food. You are our own kind. Darkness falls. Together, the entire group quietly moves inside. A villager brings an item over and asks, is this the food the sea demons use to feed everyone in captivity? Jiang Xiaoyong picks it up to examine. I have never seen this before. Not even before we became slaves to the sea demons. The other man raises his voice to explain its terrifying function. This thing is incredibly wicked. Eat it long enough, and a 10-month pregnancy gets cut down to just 1 month. Even worse, in just 1 year, a newborn baby can grow as big as a 10-year-old kid. Jiang Xiaoyong can barely believe his ears. That is insane. How can a child forced to grow that fast ever learn to talk or walk? The other guy replies with complete indifference. Why would they need to? Usually, they are eaten by the sea demons within a year anyway. Jiang Xiaoyong stares. He is lost in deep thought. Suddenly, a frantic shout breaks the silence. Boss, look at this. 2 men drag an injured sea demon forward. Boss, this one is still breathing. Jiang Xiaoyong examines it, confirming this is indeed the one that can speak. The guard nods in agreement. Yes, this creature speaks a bit of human tongue, but not well. Usually, they just let their managers do the talking. The sea demon immediately sneers, spitting out a threat. How dare you oppose the great Sea King clan? You will all die, with your insides ripped clean out. But before it can finish, a heavy blow slams into its face, spraying green blood. Jiang Xiaoyong glares. Mockingly, he replies, I only worry you will not show up. Nearby, Hu Bin waves enthusiastically to get Jiang Xiaoyong's attention, and he happily waves back. That was pretty fast. Go ahead and assign everyone their duties. Gather some plants you grew, guys. Then we board. A moment later, the weary villagers stare in shock at the flying insects and sticky slime everywhere. The man gapes in surprise, and honestly, can you blame him for wondering if this is some evil lair? A young boy on the island waves, shouting out, once you land, please follow me in an orderly line. One of the villagers looks at him, totally confused. A little boy? The kid quickly steps forward to guide them. Please, do not worry, everyone. All of us were rescued by leader Jiang Xiaoyong from those horrible sea demon breeding camps. It is completely safe here, so you never have to fear those monsters again. Jiang Xiaoyong hands her the plant from earlier, asking her to take a look. Hu Bin wonders, what is this? Jiang Xiaoyong briefly explains, it is a plant I found back at the sea demon camp. Those monsters use it as feed to speed up human pregnancy, cutting a 10-month term down tenfold. Hearing this, Hu Bin looks incredibly worried about what this means. Is that even possible? We need to take this to the lab right away. Go call Old Ha. Jiang Xiaoyong nods. Yeah, that was my plan too. No more wasting time, we head out now. Over in City C, a phone rings at the research lab. So, how is it going? Did it work? Inside, the bright lights flick on. Hate smiles. We actually succeeded. Jiang Xiaoyong claps in admiration. I expect nothing less from a medical research lab. Even after being trashed like this, and sitting abandoned for so long, the backup power still works. Hu Bin explains that this facility was built to survive major disasters and unexpected emergency situations. He replies excitedly, then why don't we bring some of our people here and turn this place into our new gathering point? Ha Te shares his thoughts while examining the specimen that would be ideal. I can finally focus on my research in peace. Bin walks over to ask, "How is it going, old Ha? Did you find any clues?" He starts explaining his findings. "I have never seen a cellular structure like this plant before, though it does look somewhat like normal flora. Clearly, this is not from our world," he says, his voice serious. "To be completely sure of the dangers, we need to conduct a practical experiment to confirm whether consuming this plant actually causes any harmful side effects for us humans." Hate points down the hall. "I noticed some extra rooms down there earlier, and they have breeding cages inside. If we can catch a few uninfected rats, we should be able to get some quick answers." Deep beneath the ocean waves, a sea demon warrior swims forward at full speed until two heavy tridents suddenly block his path. The guard demands to know his business. "State your purpose here." The warrior quickly replies, "I am a fighter from the War River tribe, and I must speak with your giant tide chief immediately." The giant tide guard firmly shoots back, "Tell us your business, and we will pass the message along to him." The warrior desperately explains, "Fine. Tell your leader that the entire War River tribe has just been wiped out by those upright pigs." The guard is completely taken aback. "What? Those upright pigs? You mean those pathetic, worthless human beasts? A powerful sea demon tribe wiped out on land by those creatures? Unbelievable." The messenger grows even more furious as he speaks. "It is absolutely true. So stop using insults and acting like they are just mindless beasts. Doing that only underestimates the strength of those upright pigs. It is the quickest way to end up dead." The Kutro sea monster laughs. "We have every reason to look down on them," it boasts. "How could a tiny tribe like Qian Ha ever compare to us?" Ha Te asks in surprise, "Is this what you call a better option?" Jiang Xiaoyong quickly replies, "Exactly," he says, before explaining the details of some specimens he recently managed to collect. These are modified octoploid wooden noses and simulated flesh. They were customized to serve human needs. If these crops have very little effect on them, then the impact on humans is probably not going to be that big either. Jiang Xiaoyong smiles and speaks slowly. "Besides, we are talking about the apocalypse here. Just having food is a blessing, so food safety is the last of our worries." Hate nods in agreement. "That is true," he says, as Jiang Xiaoyong continues. "But since we still have to deal with these massive, meaty octoploid insects, it is probably best if I stay behind to guard this place. After all, old Ha, you are too important for us to make any mistakes." Hate asks anxiously, "But what about the coast?" Jiang Xiaoyong gently reassures him, "Don't worry. I have already sorted everything out over there. Over there, a mutant is reporting the situation. Look, Soai, there is a boat approaching us." Soai keeps a straight face. "They are coming from the inner temple," he says. "My guess is it is everyone returning with Jiang Xiaoyong." The shore folks stammer in pure terror. "What on earth are those two things?" Lai Trin just chuckles. "Yep, their looks still terrify the ordinary people. When they step off the docked boat, the terrified locals scramble to get out of their way. As Thang Triet walks off the boat, a childish voice calls out, "Dad!" Soai yells excitedly, "Dad, what are you doing here?" Thang Triet just smiles. "Wolf heads making rockets takes years to fly, and you need clamps to catch spiny fish," he tells him. Hearing this, Soai is totally lost. "Huh?" Li Trin walks over to explain. Jiang Xiaoyong and the leaders are researching that weird plant, so they are worried everyone will be in danger if the sea monsters strike again. That is why they asked old Truong and Master Sung to help. Soai laughs smugly. "Huh? What is there to fear with me around?" Thang Triet smacks him on the head to teach him a lesson. "False advertising of unfinished products leads to heavy fines and bankruptcy," Thang Triet warns. Soai rubs his head in pain. "Who is advertising anything?" Locals whisper. "Why is his dad like a scary monster? No wonder the kid himself has the strength of a monster." Another man quickly cuts in with a warning. "Hey, what are you saying? Do you have a death wish?" Hearing this, Soai snaps. "Hey, we are out here protecting you guys, and this is how you talk about us?" The gossiper quickly cowers and apologizes. Right then, Lai Trin turns around to alert them. "Look over there. Something seems to be going on with the flying insects." Lai Trin points out. So I watches them circle and explains. Those bugs definitely spotted something. We might have more sea monster scouts sneaking in, and you know he is ready for action. Dad, let me charge first so I can show off and get some serious respect. Down in the water, the Kutru sea monsters look up. The Qianha monster points at the bugs and warns that they have already been spotted. A Kutru monster snorts, "Why fear? Our tribe warriors are here." Seeing them prepare to charge, the Qianha group quickly pulls them back. "Hey, what do you think you are doing? Don't act recklessly." But the Kutru monster ignores the warning and charges anyway, using its trident to skewer one of the bugs mid-air. The monster below boasts proudly. "See that? That is the real power of a Kutru warrior. Those pests you hyped up as terrifying are actually nothing special," he sneers. The Qianha monster warns them, "Don't say I didn't warn you, but I am backing out." The Kutru monsters sneer in utter disgust. "What a coward. You call yourself a proud sea monster warrior, yet you are absolutely terrified of mere bugs. Frankly, just a few of us are enough to wipe out their entire camp." Another Kutru monster is already itching to get in on the action. Just watch how ridiculously arrogant these guys are. Another monster spots something and alerts the group to look. They laugh, mockingly asking if these pests are delivering themselves to their doorstep. Prepare for battle. They quickly analyze the situation. There are only 4 targets, so how do we split them up? That guy covered in tentacles is probably the strongest, so leave him to me. The rest of you can split up the other 3. Relaxing on the boat, So I happily chats. "Aunt Hyubin, can I please join your squad of simulated flesh superhumans?" Hyubin coldly shuts him down with a flat no. The boy instantly deflates. "Huh? But why not?" Sitting behind, Thang Triet delivers a swift smack to his head. So I turns around, pouting. "Why did you hit me, Dad?" He grumbles. "I told you 1,000 times to call women sister. If you can't even remember that, how are you ever going to take over my business?" Hyubin gently explains. "Putting the danger aside, you are still a kid. If you get infected with simulated flesh, you will never grow up." So I nods. Right then, a Kutrio monster lunges at Thang Triet. The battle instantly erupts. Seeing his dad targeted, So I panics, shouting out for him. But then, looking at the beast, a wild idea hits him. So I grabs his knife, ready to fight. He swings his arm, flinging the sea beast away while screaming, "Get lost!" Furious, Thung Trit snaps back at him for using bad language. Another massive sea beast lunges forward, but Thung Trit faces it down without a shred of fear. He quickly uses his powerful tentacles to restrain it, wrapping another limb tightly around its neck. Pain. The strangled sea monster shrieks in agony. Seeing Hyubin preparing to join, So I screams, "Aunt Hyubin, do not move." She stares at the boy, thoroughly confused. Giving her a quick thumbs up, So I explains, "This is my dad's very first time here, so let him show off his skills." Beside them, another man mutters in shock, "Are all of these people seriously this calm?" By now, Thung Trit is battling a sea beast underwater, drawing the attention of many others. Now watch this. He just glares at the massive swarm rushing him, and in a second, his tentacles lock them all down. In a flash, Thung Trit has 3 of them trapped. The last sea beast watches this and gets absolutely terrified. It cries, then bolts. One of the trapped monsters screams in absolute fury, "You useless coward!" The grip tightens instantly, squeezing its eyes wide in sheer agony. Up on deck, the man looks down and asks anxiously, "Your dad is going to be all right, right?" Sui reassures him with pure confidence, "Do not worry. My dad is the strongest person after Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong." Splash! Suddenly, the water erupts. Thung Trit leaps back onto the ship, carrying his fresh catch. The man stammers out, "Is it already over?" So I beams and says, "See, I did not lie to you, did I?" Thung Trit mutters coldly, "Shallow taste. Ate half, and the other half got away." Hyubin asks in confusion, "What does that even mean?" So I helplessly translates, basically, "My dad is not great at fighting underwater, so a few escaped." Gazing into the distance, Hyobin says, "Well, that is fine actually. Let them spread the word that we are not to be messed with. That should stop them from bothering us before Chief Jiang Xiaoyong returns." Inside the research lab, Ha-Te cannot stop praising the results miraculous. This is absolutely miraculous. Anxiously, Jiang Xiaoyong asks, "How is it?" The scientist raises his voice in excitement. "Guess what? Whether it is mutated octuple nestworms or synthetic meat, as long as they eat that sea beast plant, their growth rate instantly skyrockets by at least 10 times compared to normal. Safe. This trait won't pass to whatever eats them." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong sighs in relief and smiles. In other words, if we use this plant as feed and give it to pigs, they will grow incredibly fast. Yet the humans eating the pork will not be affected at all. He nods exactly, but just to be safe, we still need a human trial first. Chuckling, the leader replies, "That is honestly more than enough." Nearby, another man asks eagerly, "Does this mean we never have to worry about food again?" Ha-Te beams, "Absolutely. It might even be far more efficient than the industrial farming we had before the apocalypse." Bitterly, he laughs, "How ironic. The savior who helped us find this is still out in the ocean, staring back at us hungrily." He reaches out for the plant with satisfaction. "All right, these results have totally exceeded my expectations. Before we completely solve everyone's food crisis, I have got some other plans for this batch." "Huh?" Hearing this, Ha-Te is totally baffled. "What other plans?" Jiang Xiaoyong explains briefly. "Integrated into the plant bodies to drastically upgrade the quality of the worm nests and flesh seas." He quickly heads back to town. Spotting him, An Feng immediately shifts back into human form. He greets him warmly. "Chief Jiang Xiaoyong, you are back. Sorry I could not welcome you sooner." The leader generously replies, "No need for such formalities." He then asks, "How has Hyobin been lately? Is that simulated flesh block inside her still stable?" He nods to reassure him, "No worries. She is basically invincible now. I would not even dare to come back if she was not guarding the Vine Island off Hat City." Hearing that, An Feng feels relieved. "That is great then. Do you have any new instructions for us this time?" Jiang Xiaoyong reveals, "I have found a way to massively expand the flesh sea again." He wonders what that method could be. Jiang Xiaoyong waves his hand, asking him to take a step back. An Feng quickly complies. Falling completely silent, Jiang Xiaoyong enters a dead serious state. Suddenly, thick, vine-like tentacles erupt right from his back, slamming into the ground with an incredibly heavy, booming crash. Just look at him go. He uses those vines to fly up as his eyes turn red, scattering countless glowing particles. "Oh my God!" Shocked, An Feng cries out, "What is happening?" Strange red fragments now swirl around him. Far below, the hungry mouths start making eerie noises. Staring at his own hands, An Feng mutters in disbelief. What is this weird sensation? Landing back down, Jiang Xiaoyong pants heavily. Rushing over, An Feng asks with deep concern, "Chief Jiang Xiaoyong, are you all right?" The chief waves him off. "I am fine. How does it feel? Do you feel a completely different power flowing into you?" He falls silent before responding, "There is a whole new metabolic mechanism. This power can expand the flesh sea by over 10 times. Just what kind of insane energy is this?" Jiang Xiaoyong explains to him that it is an ability originating from an otherworldly plant, though the side effects remain entirely unknown. Make sure you isolate it properly. Do not let this wild power take over the entire sea of flesh. An Feng listened seriously and nodded, saying he understood. Jiang Xiaoyong nodded in approval, telling him to use the sea of flesh to help mass clone tissues carrying this very power. An Feng warned that relying on the flesh sea might mix in imitation tissue impurities. He suggested using sand dune flowers instead, but Jiang Xiaoyong smiled confidently, assuring him it is fine because this is not for humans, but for the swarm nests. Meanwhile, the river war sea monsters sped away through the water, their leader glancing back at the giant tide beast. It anxiously asked if the enemy had caught up yet, and the giant tide monster hurried to keep up, fearfully admitting it did not think so. Calling the enemy terrifyingly strong, the smug river war monster reminded them that they should have listened to its warnings much earlier. The giant tide beast hesitated before shouting that they must hurry back immediately to report everything to their tribal chief. Upon hearing the news, the chief asked in utter disbelief if the brave warriors of his giant tide tribe were actually slaughtered by mere livestock. To make things worse, the surviving beast insisted they were completely slaughtered, claiming the enemies must have used dirty tricks to trap their warriors. The river war monster angrily yelled at him to face reality. Those upright pigs are way stronger than we think, with superpowered individuals among them, causing the chief to shout in warning. He barked, "Who even are you to speak here?" prompting the monster to quickly introduce itself as a warrior of the River War tribe. Because they underestimated those upright pigs, their entire tribe was wiped out, causing the giant tide chief to stand up in absolute anger. The sea monsters quickly bowed in respect. But that sinister laughter, it leaves the River War warrior shivering in dread. "Since you say so," he roared, "bring my weapon to me right now." Two monsters immediately carried over a massive trident as the chief furiously declared that he would personally lead this campaign. He vowed to wipe out those upright pigs himself, showing everyone the massive gap between a low-tier tribe and his own. Raising his weapon, he rallied his cheering army to march out, while way up on the surface, the human fishing boats were finally returning. The crew carried a massive catch of fish and shouted for everyone to come help them, prompting the villagers to run over. They cheered at the huge haul, but get this suddenly, the entire water started shaking violently, catching them completely off guard. So I gasped, asking what that noise was. As the ground shook and people lost their footing in panic, a villager suddenly pointed toward the sea, screaming that something was rising from beneath the water. A massive tentacle burst out of the water, terrifying everyone as they ran for their lives, shouting to watch out. More tentacles appeared right in front of them, so the villagers quickly drew their weapons, warning everyone to stay alert against this new enemy. But So I just smiled to calm them down, telling them to lower their weapons because this was actually one of their own. The confused villagers gasped, but Hu Bin suddenly called out to her father as An Feng leaped down from the giant tentacle. He landed heavily, making the crowd back away, before stepping forward to ask Hu Bin if she was doing okay. Hu Bin happily replied that her condition was very stable, thanks to the highly effective method from their leader Jiang Xiaoyong. Her father? Everyone stared in utter shock. She proudly introduced him, explaining that her father used to be a detective, but now he is the lord of the Flesh Sea. No wonder these guys are so absurdly strong. Turns out even their parents are absolute legendary-level monsters, leaving the villagers stunned. Hu Bin then curiously asked her father if he had expanded the Flesh Sea all the way to City H. An Feng explained that leader Jiang Xiaoyong gave him a massive power boost, multiplying the scale of the Flesh Sea several times over. She immediately connected the dots, realizing it must be from the sea monster farm plants they brought back earlier. An Feng looked around and spotted Deng Jia standing with Thang, who waved at him, so he warmly greeted them, saying it had been a long time. Hu Bin asked who he was looking for, and An Feng quickly asked where leader Jiang Xiaoyong was. She replied with confusion that he went inland, assuming he was with her father, but An Feng shook his head. He explained that after granting him the power, the leader headed straight to the swarm nest in City B, and he thought he would arrive here first. Suddenly, a loud buzzing sound filled the air, making An Feng and the startled villagers look up in panic, realizing a massive swarm of insects was coming. A massive wave of insects flew toward them, and everyone gasped to see Jiang Xiaoyong riding on the back of one, a truly unprecedented sight. Jiang Xiaoyong was quickly escorted to the shore, where An Feng immediately walked over to greet him. He asked leader Jiang Xiaoyong how the swarm nests were doing, noting that the new power had already increased the Flesh Sea scale 10 times over. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled, replying that compared to its direct effect on the Flesh Sea, the results boosted the swarm size 5 times more. He turned, adding that the second swarm nest is located 2 kilometers northwest and can send reinforcements here within 10 minutes. An Feng looks at that massive, dizzying swarm and asks if a setup like this will finally keep those deep-sea pests from invading. But Jiang Xiaoyong explains that because those creatures are a highly dominant species who view humans as mere livestock to be raised, Losing an entire tribe to us is something they will definitely never let slide. He smiles calmly, telling them to just wait. Down below, the sea demons look up at that swarm, and one quickly swims down to warn the chief that moving any closer will get them spotted by those flying bugs. The sea demon grinds his teeth in pure hatred, calling them land-nesting pests, making the chief ask how he knows that. He replies that legends say the sea tribes living near the ocean borders will occasionally run into those exact flying insects. The chief ponders, wondering if that means those creatures actually belong to their original world. The demon agrees, but still questions why those creatures are living alongside the two-legged pigs of this strange world. A knowledgeable demon chimes in, saying they were probably domesticated by those two-legged pigs, just like how they domesticate their own animals. But a river warrior demon cuts in, warning them not to underestimate those humans because they actually possess intellect, just like themselves. The chief scoffs at this, calling the idea of human intelligence absolutely ridiculous. He asks if humans can craft weapons or coordinate hunts like they do, claiming they would never have been enslaved if they actually possessed real brains. The river warrior demon tries to explain that humans can mix secretions with clay to build massive structures, and they even created tools that let them travel across the water. They also have a special stick that shoots out deadly stones. It is useless underwater, but possesses devastating power on the surface. The chief hesitates at this, realizing they must be careful, and asks if they have many of those weapons. The demon replies that they are extremely rare. He guesses only the shamans among those two-legged pigs possess them. Hearing this, the chief grows even more excited, asking what there is to fear. As long as those shamans dare approach the shore, their sea warriors can slaughter them before they can even react. Turning around, the chief rallies his troops, commanding all sea warriors to listen up. Raising his trident high, he yells to destroy their nests and turn those humans back into livestock. Up on the lookout, Soi spots some movement and quickly calls out to Uncle Jiang Xiaoyong over the radio. The boy urgently reports that, just as he predicted, there is new movement out there. An Feng stands up, saying he will go handle them. But Jiang Xiaoyong stops him, saying they need to assess the situation first. His eyes glow as he activates a skill to inspect the area. While their bugs fill the sky, a school of predatory fish suddenly gathers below the water. After scanning, he reports that it looks like the enemy has mobilized an entire army, making a nearby survivor jump up and ask how many. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly replies that there are at least several thousand, maybe even tens of thousands. The man worries that if their leader Jiang Xiaoyong did not have dozens of them on their side, they would be completely finished. Then, Jiang Xiaoyong speaks into his radio. He speaks to the waiting squad, ordering all combat personnel to listen carefully as he explains the grave situation. A massive enemy force is approaching. Thung Chet and Sung Jia look down from above as the sea demons charge forward with absolute, raging vengeance. The sea demons move like the wind, slicing through the scout fish. One demon scoffs at how pathetic they are as the remaining ones charge ahead, but those fish suddenly zoom past the demon faces, throwing them into a panic as the school heads straight for the chief. The chief mocks their futile attempt and swings his trident, ready to strike, instantly blasting the school of fish high into the air. Hyo Bin stands silently on the shore, watching the fish rain down. Seconds later, the army of sea demons finally breaches the land. The chief yells out, pointing at the completely unbothered girl, claiming she must be the absolute strongest among these upright pigs. He charges right at Hyo Bin, shouting that he will handle her himself. Watching the chief rush blindly toward the shore, a demon warrior warns him to wait, calling the move too reckless. But another reassure him, asking what there is to worry about. And honestly, you probably cannot even comprehend just how insanely powerful their chief actually is. Up on the rooftop, Thung Chet and Sung Jia observe the battle, with one asking if they are making a move. The other replies that snipers cannot shoot down fast targets over this distance, meaning that Sea Beast is simply moving way too fast. Across the battlefield, Jiang Xiaoyong calls out to Hyo Bin, asking her what she plans to do now that the big boss is targeting her. Unbothered, she calmly replies that a showdown between the so-called strongest sounds pretty boring to her. Right beside her, An Feng slowly steps forward while rolling his shoulders, muttering that the beast has some real nerve, trying to touch his daughter right in front of him. He raises his hand, triggering a devastating skill that causes a sudden, violent earthquake deep beneath the ocean floor. Massive stone spikes erupt from the earth, completely trapping the sea demon chief, who looks up in absolute shock. The sharp spikes slowly tilt downward, and just as they plunge toward his spot, the chieftain instantly leaps out of the way. Staring back at those flesh tentacles, he wonders, what on earth is this? Is this the power of those upright pigs? Feng is quite surprised to see him dodge. He managed to dodge, and his movements are pretty fast. Hu Bin steps forward, slowly taking off her jacket. Dad, save your strength for the ones in the back. Let me handle this guy. She tosses her shirt aside with a cold glare and says, this big one is mine. Watching his daughter stretch to warm up, Feng is quite worried. Is she going to be okay? Watching from above, Jiang Xiaoyong tells him not to worry. Hu Bin is basically immortal now, and she still has those creatures with her. She immediately dives into the water, transforming in a flash into a terrifying mermaid form radiating pure, murderous intent. The chieftain stares at Hu Bin in absolute confusion, while his men are equally baffled. What on earth is that? They have never seen it before. Diving down, the chieftain immediately thrusts his trident forward. Hu Bin quickly dodges and slashes her claws, but he raises his weapon to block. Their forces collide, sending a ring of shockwave bubbles through the water. Sensing Hu Bin's incredible strength, he grits his teeth, wondering what is happening. This beast is clearly a sea creature with power equal to his. You can see his panic as he wonders if she's another evolved pig. Clashing with him underwater, Hu Bin yells out, with power like yours, why do you serve those upright pigs? But to her, he is just roaring back with some meaningless noise. Realizing Hu Bin cannot understand the sea demon tongue, he sneers, asking if she lacks the capacity for speech. So she is just a wild beast after all. The chieftain then swings his trident to push her back, but Hu Bin easily maintains her perfect combat stance. He glares at her, frowning and declaring that underwater, he will not allow anything to be stronger than him. Then, both charge forward with exploding auras. The chieftain's trident collides with Hu Bin's razor-sharp claws, triggering a devastating shockwave that shakes the deep waters. She whips her tail, but he blocks with his trident. The clash grows so intense that the water surface continually surges upward, leaving the onlookers on the shore whispering as they watch the violent waves. How could anyone interfere? You would just get in the way. Do not think too highly of yourselves. Your organs would be crushed before you even get close. Sheng steps out over here, watching closely while speaking his mind. He never expected her to grow this fast, while Thang Chet clenches his fists, repeating that his hands have been itching for 7 years. Deep underwater, a short sea demon rallies his comrades to attack, yelling that their chieftain has pinned down the strongest enemy, so they must keep charging forward. They immediately charge forward, descending into a chaotic battle against Feng's deadly worms and writhing flesh appendages. Right then, a sea demon leaps high out of the water, targeting the shore. Sheng catches the movement instantly. As the beast is about to land, he grabs its throat and snaps the sea demon's neck with a single swift motion. Jiang Xiaoyong tosses the corpse down from the rooftop, noting that since they can't fight the big guy, they might as well crush some ants. Thang Chet simply grunts in agreement. Look at this. Out of nowhere, pitch-black tentacles rise from the deep, surging rapidly toward the sea demons. Before the monsters can even react or defend themselves, the tentacles pierce straight through them, ending their lives instantly. Watching the sea demon corpses float to the surface, the crowd on the rooftop cheers wildly, yelling for them to die and wondering who is getting gutted now. Underwater, the intense clash between Hu Bin and the chieftain rages on. Breaking a sweat, he realizes this wild beast is far tougher than he ever imagined. He decides to stop wasting time on her. Glancing around, he calculates a way to bypass her completely. If he eliminates those upright pigs, this beast will lose its master and instantly cease to be a threat. The chieftain immediately dashes away, leaving Hu Bin behind, utterly confused by his sudden retreat. Jiang Xiaoyong stands on the edge of the rooftop, watching the dark shadow rushing toward him. He folds his arms with a serious expression, refusing to back down. Leaping out of the water, the chieftain immediately scans the crowd on the shore, searching for the leader of these upright pigs. He glares at several survivors, crossing them off, then spots Feng. He looks somewhat powerful, but still not the one. Finally, his eyes lock onto Jiang Xiaoyong, and he knows this is his target. The chieftain immediately lunges toward him with his trident aimed straight ahead. He completely ignores the bystanders, shoving everyone blocking his path out of the way. But seeing Jiang Xiaoyong standing perfectly still, the beast wonders if he is frozen in fear. Before he can strike, Feng's flesh tendrils wrap tightly around him, forcing him to halt. The chieftain glares back in disbelief, wondering how an upright pig could possess such a bizarre ability. Without hesitation, he slices right through the flesh tendrils with his heavy trident. Feng is quite surprised to see his technique shattered so easily, amazed that the beast used raw brute force to sever simulated tissue. He is definitely the strongest enemy here. Glaring back at Jiang Xiaoyong, the chieftain sneers, realizing the kid didn't run simply because he has bodyguards protecting him. With a roar, he thrusts his trident, shouting that no one can save him now, but like lightning, Jiang Xiaoyong dodges the strike. The sea demon chief still can't believe his eyes, muttering, "This is my absolute maximum speed. How could a standing pig possibly dodge it?" Suddenly, thick vines surge forward and wrap around the sea demon chief. Jiang Xiaoyong glances over and commands them to tighten. Instantly, the thick vines bind the chief tightly, completely locking him down. Look at that, even his own tribe is starting to panic now. One says the chief is at a disadvantage. But a warrior yells to look closer. Is that just a disadvantage? He panics. He's getting completely crushed. The sea demon chief screams back, "Shut up, let me go, you two-legged pig." "Wait, no, what kind of monster are you?" Instead of letting go, Jiang Xiaoyong reaches out, sprouting terrifying tentacles from his palm that send the chief into absolute panic. "Get away from me!" the chief screams, as the creeping tentacles pierce his skull, making his eyes roll back completely. Jiang Xiaoyong slowly activates his ability to read the chief's mind. Inside the monster's consciousness, a massive, glowing rift suddenly appears deep beneath the ocean, serving as their main gateway. They use this gateway to cross over and sustain their daily lives. In this vision, the entire world is engulfed by a vast, endless ocean, where the last human survivors are enslaved and captured by the sea demons. Other victims had their lives stolen, turning into aquatic monsters while their flooded cities sank deep beneath the dark waters. Right then, the system screen flashes. The disaster collector quest is currently in progress. Objective: gather as much intel on various disasters as possible. Active: tracking the superbacteriophage virus, adaptive spores, fusion protozoan mimicry, octoploid hive, and merman ancestor. Bonus points 800, bringing the current total to 1,039. Back in reality, the defeated sea demon chief collapses to the ground, completely unconscious, as Jiang Xiaoyong retracts his tentacles. Emerging from the water, Xiao Ping steps ashore, slowly shifting back into her human form. She asks leader Jiang Xiaoyong, "How did it go? Any useful intel?" Jiang Xiaoyong replies, "Just as we suspected. These sea demons are indeed creatures from another dimension, and they even possess decent intelligence, currently living in a tribal civilization. They are able to turn human corpses into water ghouls because of a symbiotic virus living inside their bodies. This pathogen and the superbacteriophage virus that triggered the massive zombie outbreak in the open city are basically close cousins." Hearing this, she ponders for a moment. Does that mean every single disaster we've faced so far likely comes from the exact same world? Jiang Xiaoyong nods. Yes. Sudden rifts appeared out of nowhere, connecting their realm directly to ours, ultimately unleashing these devastating disasters onto our world. Jiang Xiaoyong steps directly on the downed sea demon chief. Thanks to him, I actually know the rift's exact location. Xiao Ping looks completely taken aback by this. Leader Jiang Xiaoyong, don't tell me you are actually planning to go over there? Jiang Xiaoyong simply replies, "Yes, I want to see for myself." She can only repeat his words in absolute shock. "Go there?" He simply waves his hand as he starts walking away, muttering about cleaning up. Jiang Xiaoyong grabs his walkie-talkie and orders fire at will. Instantly, sharp spikes of flesh erupt from deep beneath the ocean surface. Every single sea demon in the area is instantly cornered. From the sky, a swarm of insects begins descending upon the battlefield. And yep, there's the swarm's massive reinforcements arriving. A brutal clash erupts, but with our swarm joining the fight, the sea demons are quickly overwhelmed. The warrior who was rallying his tribe just moments ago stands completely frozen in shock. Our chief actually lost. He panics. I have to retreat right now. Staying here means getting buried alongside him. Suddenly, another warrior yells out, "Hey! What are you doing? Deserting." Instead of keeping up a brave fight, he immediately dives into the water to escape. Can't these idiots see the massive power gap between us even at this point, he mutters. That warrior from the Zhanhe tribe was right. We seriously underestimated the sheer power of these standing pigs. The other screams after him, "Coward, get back here, or we'll kill you first." But as he flees, a giant insect intercepts him. The fleeing sea demon looks up and freezes in sheer terror. Before he can react, the beast snatches him away as the remaining swarm scatters. At the bottom of the ocean and floating on the surface, dead sea demons and fallen insects drift aimlessly. Moments later, the exceptionally short sea demon is dropped onto the land by a flying beast. It splats face first right before the three of them. Kong points down, analyzing the creature. This one looks rather different. Jiang Xiaoyong stares intently at the strange creature. During a previous raid on a sea demon camp, I encountered this special breed. They actually have the ability to communicate with human traitors. Kong nods. Knowingly, I bet this creature can understand the languages of both our races. Jiang Xiaoyong points his hand directly at the sea demon, firing two sharp tentacles straight into its forehead. The creature barely gasps out a single cry. The sea demon's head slowly drops, becoming dead silent. Jiang Xiaoyong retracts his hands, muttering that their language system is truly bizarre, before they all head out. Wang Yong raises his dagger, telling Jiang Xiaoyong that they are heading out to clean up the bodies. Jiang Xiaoyong calls out after them that big guy is still alive, keep him breathing since he might still be useful. Wang Yong simply nods in agreement. A bit later, inside a dark cave, the sea demon chieftain lies completely motionless. It slowly opens its eyes, filled with utter surprise at what it sees. He stands tall at the entrance, staring. Startled, the chieftain bolts upright and backs away in fear. It glares at Jiang Xiaoyong and lets out a massive, open-mouthed roar. But his face remains completely calm as he warns the monster in its own native tongue. "Don't do anything stupid, my patience has its limits," he says. Stunned, the chieftain asks how a human can speak the language of the sea race. Jiang Xiaoyong replies that while their language is primitive and simple, it is not actually that hard to master. Pointing a finger at its skull, he explains that he planted a parasitic spore in its brain, meaning if he wants to kill it, all it takes is a single thought. Instantly, the beast clutches its head in sheer agony, begging for mercy and offering its complete submission. Jiang Xiaoyong nods, telling him that is perfect. He does not care how they used to live or what customs they followed. But starting from this exact moment, he expects to never again see a single human treated by sea demons as a slave or an animal. He asks if that is clear. The chieftain quickly promises to do his absolute best, though he admits not every tribe will obey him, even if his giant Tide clan is the strongest sea demon faction. Jiang Xiaoyong explains that the parasitic spore inside his brain will allow him to communicate directly with the swarm, who can back him up in conquering any rebellious tribes. The chieftain drops to his knees, bowing deeply in respectful submission. He swears to keep his word and promises his race will serve him forever. Shortly after, the chieftain is released back into the sea. On the shore, Wang Yong clenches his fists, impatiently asking if they are seriously just letting him go. Jiang Xiaoyong crosses his arms with a confident smile, pointing out that sea demon tribes are scattered all over this vast ocean. Clearing them one by one is too tedious. Let him do it. As the group watches the chieftain swim away, the elder asks with deep concern if they should be worried about him betraying them. Jiang Xiaoyong reassures him, saying that the power he gave him will keep him completely hooked. Rule the sea or die instantly, he knows the stakes. And just like that, 6 months pass, bringing us to this very shore where a massive ship slowly docks. Wooden crates packed full of cocoons are brought down, stacked high, and carefully loaded onto the vessel. Wang Yong crosses his arms, asking in an irritated voice if they are seriously still supplying food to those beasts. Did you forget? They hunted us like animals. Kong replies that he should be grateful, because if leader Jiang Xiaoyong had not installed that chieftain as king, the ocean would not be this peaceful. Then he suddenly remembers, it has actually been quite some time since leader Jiang Xiaoyong and the others visited them, making him wonder how things are going inland. Back in town, He Chi looks up and tells Xiaoping that this is unbelievable. Their food supplies now far exceed the needs of the actual population. She agrees, saying that this is only natural. What a few human settlements consume is just a tiny fraction compared to the massive energy needed by the swarm nest in Meat Sea. Nearby, Hung Li points out to Li Cheng that they have recently taken in a steady stream of survivors from other settlements, including many highly skilled experts from various fields. He agrees, noting that thanks to these new arrivals, the Shifeng steel mill has fully restored 2 production lines, and their industry is finally starting to make a real comeback. Jiang Xiaoyong smiles. That is great. Zhang Qi runs up from behind, asking if they can finally say they have won against the apocalypse. He turns his head, warning that victory is still a long way off, leaving the young man completely stunned and asking if even this is not enough. Jiang Xiaoyong explains their next massive goal to build multiple high-power radio towers across the land, broadcasting signals to bring in survivors from the furthest reaches. However, this is a massive, long-term project. Before they can finish it, he turns back to look at the dark ocean. His fist clenches. We must secure our safety at all costs, from any potential threats out there. Still confused, Zhang Qi asks if there is actually still anything left that could threaten them. Jiang Xiaoyong answers vaguely, and honestly, we know next to nothing about it. Right then, the system pops up with an intense new quest notification, tasking him to explore a foreign realm and find a way to stop its impending invasion. Deep beneath the pitch-black ocean, a tiny speck of light begins to glow as a rift slowly tears open. The local sea demons and water insectoids are already gathered, alerted by the system warning of an intrusion, just as hostile sea warriors begin emerging from the portal. A local guard orders them to stop and turn back, prompting one of the invading sea warriors to demand which tribe they think they are, to dare stand in their way. Hearing this, the local sea demons realize talking is useless and decide to let their blades do the talking. Without missing a beat, they charge forward and initiate the attack. Seeing their comrades drop dead, the remaining invaders fly into a blind rage, shouting that they are going to die. With a unified battle cry, they swarm forward, but they are absolutely no match for the local forces. Some are brutally torn apart by sea demons, while others are shredded by the bugs, their mangled corpses sinking back down, sliced into 100 bloody pieces before disappearing into the void. Huh? Seeing how weak they are, the land demon smugly sneers, "You fools do not know your limits. This is our continent's advanced weaponry. Time to open your eyes." But right then, someone calls out from behind, "Greetings, Land King." Whirling around in shock, they see Jiang Xiaoyong and his allies, and get this, he is now the Land King. A nervous sea demon bows low and asks, "Mighty Land King, what brings you here today?" Pointing down at the abyss, Jiang Xiaoyong admits the other side still worries him, then turns to the demon. "You look pretty familiar." Sweating bullets, the monster points to himself and replies, "I was the very first sea warrior to fight against you." Hearing that, Jiang Xiaoyong nods. "Right. I remember you, the guide, right? Perfect. Keep doing your best work because you are coming along too." Jiang Xiaoyong looks down the rift, saying, "Follow me into that world of yours."